Hey guys, how are you? Like this video for more interesting daily updates.
Chapter 1 Yunzo, Links Yu Sword Sect. Outside cave mansion at the top of 36 Peaks Zizua Peak. A young man in a silver robe, with handsome features and a detached temperament like a banished immortal. Putting aside his weathered eyes and white hair, one might have thought he was a young man in his early 20s. But in fact, he is nearly 200 years old. After 183 years of transmigrating this world, I was unable to fulfill my youthful ambition. Wang Teng sighed in his heart. I think back to that time, as a quasi-college student, with the passion of youth, transmigrating this world. Determined to become an unparalleled strong man, ascend to heaven, sing songs, and cover the sky with a snap of your fingers. More than 100 years passed in a hurry. But the ambition has not been fulfilled, the life has been wasted, and the end is approaching. This fantasy world is far more arbitrary and cruel than the plots of the novels I have read before. Wang Teng felt sad when he thought back on this life. At this time of his death, his former disciples left one after another, leaving him alone. In the end, there was not even a single person to die. Perhaps that little girl will find a place to bury this old bone for me. Thinking of that girl with a beautiful heart, bright eyes, and white teeth, Wang Teng's unsmiling face showed a bit of gentleness. In these last days, to be able to meet such a kind and lively little girl who is willing to take care of him, a lonely man, and often enlighten him and make him laugh. It can be considered a great blessing in life. If it had been a few years earlier, I might have accepted her as a disciple and protected her growth, but now, this will only harm her. The only thing Wang Teng can't let go of now is that little girl who is not a disciple, but is better than a disciple. With my current vitality, I should be able to take action once. No matter what, paving a way for her before leaving can be considered as repaying her for taking care of her for almost 2 years. Wang Teng looked at the boundless sea of clouds and thought silently. Senior Wang. Suddenly, a soft cry like a silver bell came from the distance. Wang Teng followed the sound. That lively and cute little girl was wearing a light orange dress today, jumping up and down like a fairy in a flower. This little girl went to the Black Dragon Mountains again. There was a smile in Wang Teng's eyes, but deep in his eyes, there was a hint of helplessness. That girl rarely wears skirts. Every time she dresses like this, it is to cover up her injuries. He is sure that he will not look closely. But he is a sect elder after all, how could he ignore these details? How many times have I told you not to go to the Black Dragon Mountains casually? There are dangers everywhere there. Some great monsters in the depths are 10 or 100 times stronger than me. Wang Teng couldn't help it after all, and scolded him with a stern face. This girl is so lawless. Isn't this just so that you can spend more time with me? I still expect you to protect me for another 180 years. Su Zioxio's smile froze and she muttered unnaturally. Immediately, she stuck out her pink tongue again and retorted mischievously, I was careful. Isn't it safe to come back? Look what I brought you. She didn't want to be educated anymore, so she quickly changed the subject and took out a package like a treasure. Look. Look. Yuan Co. Qingling fruit. Centennial red fruit. Little good fortune fruit. Every time Wang Teng saw something, his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Each of them is an extremely rare life-extending elixir. They grow within the Black Dragon Mountains. They are not only protected by powerful spiritual beasts, but also require luck. Dang dang dang. Su Xiao seemed to not know how precious the elixir was, and took out something again like a treasure. Look. I also got you a life-extending pill. Wang Teng's eyes were sore and he remained silent. With his knowledge, how could he not know how rare these things are? Anything. It all requires a little girl to sacrifice her life. Take it back. Wang Teng took a gentle breath and turned his head silently. Don't waste your energy on me anymore, and don't take any more risks. It's useless. My birthday is approaching and there is no cure. If you have this heart, I am already satisfied. He didn't want to dampen the little girl's enthusiasm, let alone risk her life and death for him again. How will you know if you don't try? Su Xiaoxia raised her head stubbornly, with tears in her eyes. Don't you always tell me that where there is a will, there is a way, and you can't give up unless you have to. I have reached the point of last resort. Wang Teng frowned, pretending to be impatient. I don't care. Su Xiaoxia was very thoughtful, and the more she saw Wang Teng's attitude, the more panicked she became. She couldn't help but step forward and grab Wang Teng's arm. With red eyes, she begged, Senior Wang, please try again. Just this time, I promise, it's the last time, okay? Su Xiaoxia's cheeks were wet with tears. Wang Teng sighed softly, finally unable to bear to hurt the girl's kindness. Okay, I'll try, but you have to promise that this is the last time. Good. Su Xiaoxiao burst into laughter and stretched out her little finger. However, you have to promise me that you will go to refine and pull the hook now. You. Wang Teng shook his head helplessly and hooked up with her as evidence. Go quickly. Go quickly. Su Xiaoxiao pulled him up, pushed him back to cave mansion, and waved, I'll guard the door for you. This girl. Wang Teng shook his head repeatedly. Sitting on the jade bed, he placed the fresh elixir in front of him and frowned slightly, still unwilling to waste these things. He had taken these elixirs before, and he had already become resistant to them, making them useless. But if it were replaced by cultivation resources. But it was enough to elevate Su Xiaoxiao to several realms, soaring up the inner sect to catch up with the elder disciples. Life Extension Pill, the second-level top-grade elixir is made from century-old life-extending grass as the main medicine, supplemented by several century-old elixirs. Young and strong people can live for 10 years, and those who are weak and frail can live for 3 years. By 5 years of life, the effect of taking it varies from person to person, and it contains a small amount of erysipelas. Wang Teng was in trance while holding the jade bottle containing the longevity elixir. Suddenly, an information box appeared in front of his eyes, presenting information about the elixir. Below these words, there is a golden, trapezoidal altar suspended on all sides, with 2 grooves on it, flowing with a faint multicolored halo. Synthesis station, put any 2 items of the same type into the synthesis column to synthesize higher grade items. Is this, system? Wang Teng reacted belatedly and couldn't help but shrink his pupils. A moment. All kinds of tastes came to my heart. Surprise, complaint, hope, fear, all kinds of emotions, complex and difficult to understand. Thinking back to those years of transmigrate. He has been looking forward to it day and night, for how many years? Now, the deadline is approaching, and he has finally been able to face life and death calmly, but the awakening system feels like God has played a big joke on him. Call. Wang Teng took several deep breaths to calm down his inner agitation. He raised his hand to test, but it didn't disappear, and he felt a little calmer. Synthesis system. Memories from long ago came to mind. Wang Teng figured out the purpose of the system, and his eyes fell on the longevity pills and elixirs. Try it. With a glimmer of hope, he put the elixir into it. Yuan grass, a second-grade high-grade elixir that contains a large amount of life essence. Taking it can activate qi and blood, replenish qi and blood, and extend longevity. The effect varies from person to person, and contains a small amount of impurities. The effect will gradually weaken after repeated use. Qinglingguo, a second-grade high-grade elixir, which contains part of the life essence and a small amount of soul power. Taking it can increase vitality, nourish the soul, and extend longevity. The effect varies from person to person, and it contains a small amount of impurities. Taking it more often will be useless. Synthetic or not? Synthesis. Wang Teng whispered expectantly. Buzz. The synthesis stage shines brightly, and colorful halos flow. A brand new elixir appeared before his eyes. Qing Xin Yang Yuan Ji, the second level of the best elixir, a 500-year-old elixir. Taking it has the wonderful effect of cleansing the soul and extending longevity. Young and strong people. The following introduction is the same as that of longevity pill. Two high-grade elixirs actually combined to form one top-grade elixir. Wang Teng was breathing rapidly, with surprise in his eyes, and unprecedented hope rising in his heart. There are few types of life-extending elixirs, and each elixir can only be taken once. After that, the effect decreases, or even becomes useless. Even if the longevity elixir contains such elixir, the effect will be drastically reduced. But in front of me, I am nourishing Yuan Ji with a pure heart. It happens to be the elixir that Wang Teng has never taken before. This means, as long as he takes King's and Yanjai Yuan Zi, Wang Teng can live for another 3 to 5 years. Chapter 2. Try the other two. Wang Teng put the century-old red fruit and the small fortune fruit into the synthesis column with trembling hands. Centennial Zakuo, the second-level top-grade elixir, containing 500 years of medicinal power, rich in life essence, can improve your cultivation, keep your appearance, and extend your life. Little Good Fortune Fruit, the second-level top-grade elixir contains 500 years of medicinal power and has sufficient life essence, which can improve your physique, enhance your cultivation, and extend your life. Synthetic or not? Synthesis. Just by looking at the grade and year of the elixir, you can see Su Zioxio's hard work and dedication. This was what Wang Teng had been struggling with before. But now, he doesn't need to worry. As long as his lifespan is extended, he can repay Su Xiaoxiao even more. Good Fortune Vermilion Fruit, third-order low-grade elixir, a mutated vermilion fruit grown in the treasure land of good fortune. It contains 1000-year medicinal power and rich life essence. It can improve physical fitness, enhance cultivation, and prolong life. The life-extending effect lasts from 30 to 100 years. No wait. 1000-year life-extending elixir. Wang Teng's heart was filled with turmoil. Although I had an experience and had a hunch that I could break through the third level, I didn't expect that I could directly combine them to create 1000-year-old medicine. The grade of the elixir is related to the year, but it is not deep. 1000-year-old elixir must be a third-level elixir or above, but a third-level elixir may not have 1000-year power. Compared to the latter, the price of the former is enough to increase several times. If it is 1000-year-old medicine that can prolong life, it can even be increased tenfold. Such a rare thing. Not to mention the Elixir sword sect, even several sects in Yunzhou combined may not be able to come up with 1000-year life-extending elixir. I wonder if we can continue to synthesize. Wang Teng gathered his thoughts and looked at King's and Yanjai Yuan Zi and Life Extension Pill. The Life Extension Pill is valuable and belongs to the second-level best elixir. The King's and Yanjai Yuan Zi is the second-level best elixir. I don't know whether it can be synthesized. He thought about it. With the Zakuo of good fortune as the foundation, you no longer need to worry about the two second-level elixirs and elixirs, you can give it a try. Try it. Wang Teng put two things into the synthesis column. Familiar subtitles appeared, containing information about two items. Synthetic or not? Synthesis. The brilliance flashes. Turn into a brand new elixir. Base Hudan, a third-grade low-grade elixir, which is made from King's Yuan Zi as the main material and life-sustaining grass as the auxiliary material. It is refined by integrating several hundred-year-old elixirs. It contains rich sources of life and can extend life to 30 years. It takes 100 years. It really works. Wang Teng felt relieved and quite pleasantly surprised. In this way, we can continue to synthesize. Without any pause, he synthesized the Beishao pill and the Zakuo of good fortune. Beishao good fortune pill, the third-grade middle-grade elixir is made from the Zakuo of fortune as the main material and the Beishao Dan material as the auxiliary material. It can extend life from 80 to 200 years. It contains a wisp of impurities and erysipelas can be eliminated by themselves within a few days. Extend your life by 80 years. Wang Teng exhaled a long breath, feeling as relaxed as he wanted to roar loudly. Beishao Good Fortune Pill, like most life-extending elixirs, varies from person to person. 200 years is for young and strong people. For him, who is about to die, the effect will most likely only last 80 years. Even so, a huge boulder was lifted from his heart. It's an unexpected blessing to get 80 years of life. Suyeta forced me to get it. There is no need to ask for more. Wang Teng was satisfied and grabbed the elixir shrouded in green light and put it into his mouth. In an instant, the majestic vitality blooms in the body, nourishing the aging flesh and blood organs. Wang Teng could clearly feel the changes in his body. The body that used to be heavy gradually became lighter, the aging internal organs regained their vitality, and even the dull skin that could not be stopped by the beauty pill became crystal clear and shiny. Breathe clearer and more transparently. This is a transformation. Vitality transformation from the inside out. Boom. When the medicine is exhausted, life is restored. Wang Teng felt that his mind was clear, his spiritual power was restless, and his danshan was shaking. The bottleneck of cultivation that was trapped due to vitality actually broke quietly in this transformation and entered a new level. In the danshan at this moment, the elixir, which is filled with the atmosphere of silence and decay, is spinning and changing with the level of life, blooming with misty blue light. That is the change caused by a wisp of the power of creation in the elixir. In the gradually broken elixir, a Dao fetus carved out of Wang Teng's mold absorbed the shattered elixir fragments and turned into a 3-foot god. It was a blessing in disguise that I entered the realm of Dao fetus. Wang Teng's eyes were bright and he could not hide his surprise. This is the realm that he has been chasing for hundreds of years, but he cannot get it. He has tried every means to achieve it, and even his vitality has declined prematurely because of the forceful impact. Other spiritual elixir realm monks can live to be 200 years old. But he is only over 180 years old, and he has already reached his end like a candle in the wind. Ha 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 ha. Blessings come from misfortunes, misfortunes come from blessings. Wang Teng couldn't help but laugh heartily. He has just attained 80 years of life, and has made another breakthrough in his cultivation. Not only does his strength reach the level of a sect leader and supreme elder, but his lifespan can last for 300 years. It can be said to be a double blessing. Elderling? What are you doing here? Suddenly, Su Zioxio's alert voice came from outside. How dare you? How dare you, a young inner disciple, be disrespectful to an elder? The young disciple who followed Elder Ling gave a sharp shout, raised his hand and turned his spiritual energy into a huge palm print, and slapped Su Xiaoxiao away. As the elder's new direct disciple, this young disciple has a 9th layer cultivation level in the Ling Yuan realm. How can he be compared to an ordinary inner disciple Su Xiaoxiao? Ah! Su Xiaoxiao screamed and hit the door of cave mansion hard. Half of his bones were broken and he almost fainted. Humph! If you dare to stand in the way of the elder, you will live or die. Several people were arrogant and domineering. When they passed by Su Xiaoxiao, they all spat on her. The leader, Elder Ling, had a middle-aged face, slightly white temples, and an arrogant look. He walked straight into the cave mansion with his hands on his back without even looking at Su Xiaoxiao beside him. Wang Teng got up and walked out when he heard the noise. As soon as he opened the stone door in the corridor, he saw the arrogant Ling Yun, leading a few young disciples. The way he behaves is like an emperor patrolling the territory, and also like showing off his power. Ha 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 ha! You old man is still alive. Ling Yun came towards me and said with a smile, I'm counting the days. Your deadline will be this month, and I still want to see you off. Hey! Before he finished speaking, he paused and looked at Wang Teng intently, his pupils contracting violently. You! No! Impossible! Ling Yun took 2 steps back in disbelief. He stared intently at the immortal-like young man in front of him, gradually overlapping it with the figure from more than 100 years ago. How can this old rival look like a dying tree? It is clear that he has rejuvenated, regained his vitality, and is younger than before. Have you swallowed the 1,000-year life-extending medicine? Ling Yun gritted his teeth and spoke every word. Except for the life-extending medicine that contains thousands of years of medicinal power, he really can't think of why Wang Teng has changed like this. Girls who? Wang Teng ignored Ling Yun. His eyes fell on the seriously injured Su Xiao Xiao. His figure was like a ghost, moving to the entrance of the cave and picking up Su Xiao Xiao. The divine power containing the breath of creation was infused into that petite body. In a moment, Su Xiao Xiao recovered from her injuries and returned to vague consciousness. She opened her eyes and looked at the unfamiliar yet familiar face. She couldn't help but stretched out her hand to caress it and murmured, "Am I already dead?" "That's right. If not, how could we have seen Senior Wang when he was young?" As she said this, she actually wanted to squeeze it. Nonsense! Wang Teng's face twitched slightly, and he straightened her up angrily. Immediately, he flicked his sleeves and looked at everyone in Ling Yun. His face instantly became gloomy, and his eyes were fierce, containing murderous intent. Whoever did it, stand up for yourself. Chapter 3. Whoosh! Everyone was startled, and subconsciously looked at the figure with a lowered head at hand. Wang Teng took the opportunity to look at the man, his pupils condensed slightly, and there was a look of shock, disappointment, and coldness in his eyes. But soon, all the expressions turned into anger. This person seemed to feel Wang Teng's gaze. His body trembled and his head bowed even harder, making his face unclear. "What are you afraid of?" At this time, Ling Yun came back to his senses and took a step forward. He grabbed the man's neck, made him face Wang Teng, and said coldly, "Show him clearly and tell him that it was you who did it, so what?" This move gave the man courage. He raised his head and stared at Su Xiao Xiao with resentful eyes as if to vent his anger. "You colorless BD, what if I beat you? Even if there is support." He still dared not look directly at Wang Teng. "Shut up!" Wang Teng's face was gloomy and he scolded angrily. "Li Xian, I was really blind to accept you as my disciple in the first place." His chest rose and fell, and his voice was cold, containing deep disappointment and heartache. It is unimaginable that the kind-hearted young man who was as good as a little girl would become like this after only 10 years of absence. "You are just blind." The young man seemed to be stimulated, and turned to Wang Teng with resentful eyes. "I am no better than a cheap servant like her. She was just a handyman at the beginning. Let alone practicing spiritual skills to hurt her. What if I killed her? The sect doesn't care whether the handyman lives or lives. Others can do it, why can't I? What's so good about her that you should punish me, your direct disciple? What? Did she sleep with you? Serve you? Presumptuous." After hearing the venting words in front of him, Wang Teng was able to hold back his anger and felt that the other party was just being extreme because of a misunderstanding. But the more Li Xian spoke, the more biased he became. Wang Teng was furious. He raised his hand and slapped him away. "Be bold!" Ling Yun shouted angrily and tried to stop him. However, before he could mobilize his spiritual power, the howling wind was like lightning, hitting Li Xian hard on the face. "Wang Teng, you!" Ling Yun was shocked and angry, his face turned red. His direct disciple was actually taught a lesson in front of him. But what was even more difficult for him to accept was, he couldn't catch that slap just now, let alone block it. "Have you taken that step?" Ling Yun felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his breathing was messy and his back felt cold. Deo Fetus Realm, Spiritual Elixir Realm. One step makes a world of difference. One is still at the level of spirit, but the other is already involved in Tao. How? Wang Teng stared at Ling Yun with cold eyes. I have gone one step further and disappointed you. He scanned the crowd. How could I not understand? Today, these people are all following Ling Yun to see their own jokes. In fact, Ling Yun deliberately brought Li Su and Lei Ai, who had betrayed his sect, with the purpose of PG him off to death. The calculation was very loud, but it is a pity that I have disappointed you. Wang Teng smiled coldly. Don't worry, let's settle the old and new accounts slowly today. I have plenty of time. He turned his eyes to Li Xian, who was full of fear. Master, my disciple is wrong. Li Xian plopped, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed vigorously. Master, it was Elder Ling Yun who forced me to join him, so I switched to his disciples. This is a last resort for me. I ask Master to spare me this time for the sake of my master-disciple relationship for many years. He burst into tears as he spoke, and there were snot and tears on his face, mixed with mud, making him feel as embarrassed as he wanted. Fart. Ling Yun was so angry that his beard blew up, his chest heaved violently, and he kicked Li Xian out hard. If you hadn't insisted on defecting to me, how would I have kept you? He changed his face, put on a smile in a blink of an eye, and cupped his hands at Wang Teng and said, Brother Wang, there is a misunderstanding between you and me, and it is all this villain's fault for instigating it. Even when I came here today, it was this rebellious person who encouraged me. If you don't like him, I will kill him right now. People under the eaves have to bow their heads. Knowing that Wang Teng has taken a step further and entered the Dao Fetus realm, how could he continue to have trouble with Wang Teng? Oh! Wang Teng smiled when he heard this. Really? Then kill him. Okay. 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 Brother Wang, you are still generous. Ling Yun nodded repeatedly. But soon, he realized something was wrong, and he raised his head in shock. Kill him. How? Wang Teng frowned. Didn't you say that? I said it, but... Ling Yun said this just to retreat in order to advance, and he was sure that Wang Teng would not accept it. After all, neither the years of master-disciple friendship nor the sect rules allow elders to attack inner disciples privately. What's more, Li Xian is still a true biography. But he didn't expect that Wang Teng would act out of common sense. Wasn't this putting him on the fire? I don't have time to play house with you. Wang Teng's eyes grew colder. Kill him, and I will let you go today. Or, you stay and let him go instead. Wang Teng, you passed. Hearing this, Ling Yun's face turned as dark as water, and he snorted coldly, I'm giving you face and steps. Don't think that I'm really afraid of you. What about breaking through the Dao Fetus realm? You are not the Supreme Elder yet. Besides, even if you become the Supreme Elder, you can only suppress me secretly at most. Do you dare to attack me openly? With these words, Ling Yun felt confident. Not only because of the sect rules, but also because his brother is now the Supreme Elder, with much higher qualifications than Wang Teng. Snap! Divine power surges. Wang Teng responded to Ling Yun with action. After throwing out a slap, he struck again. The power of heaven and earth was as powerful as a prison, suppressing Ling Yun and unable to move. You dare! In Ling Yun's roar of shock and anger. Tear it apart. Wang Teng severely tore off one of Ling Yun's arms. Ah! Ling Yun let out a shrill scream. The majestic spiritual power surged, it was difficult to control, and the crown of hair on the top of his head was shattered in an instant. His long hair was disheveled and his face was ferocious. He covered his broken arm and said viciously, Wang Teng, you dare to harm your fellow sect. After today, there will be no place for you in the Elixir sword sect. Wang Teng ignored his threat and said calmly, now that things have happened, are you still willing to risk your life for a traitor? Ling Yun's face twitched fiercely. He gritted his teeth and looked at Li Xian with murderous intent in his eyes. Master, I was confused for a moment. Li Xian still wanted to struggle. Bang! Ling Yun took action boldly, with spiritual power like a sword, instantly beheading Li Xian. He didn't even look at the severed head that was still there. He took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and looked at Wang Teng calmly. I can go, please. Well done. Wang Teng's handsome young man showed a happy smile on his face, and his tone became gentle, but Elder Ling, have you forgotten? Killing an inner disciple is a serious crime, killing one's own disciples is even more of a capital crime. Are you cheating on me? Ling Yun's eyes suddenly widened with anger. Listen up and down the Lingxiu sword sect. Today, the inner sect Elder Ling Yun massacred his direct disciple Li Xian. I, Wang Teng, take the position of the elder of the inner sect of Lingxiu sword sect, kill evildoers and clean up the sect. Wang Teng's voice exploded like thunder, resounding throughout the entire Lingxiu sword sect. The next moment. Wang Teng, how dare you? Stop! Two angry shouts sounded at the same time. Wang Teng still had a gentle smile and clenched his hands gently. The power of heaven and earth intertwined with the vast divine power, instantly crushing the ferocious ghost like Ling Yun into blood mist. Wang Teng! I want you to pay with your life. The long whistle sounded from far to near. A ray of sword light pierced the sky, seeming to have the power of opening up the sky. It separated air waves visible to the naked eye in the void and slashed towards Wang Teng. Chapter 4. Elder Ling Yun killed his own disciple. It is a capital crime for an elder to kill a relative. He actually killed Li Xian in front of his former master, Elder Wang Teng. It is simply lawless. It makes no sense. Why did Elder Ling Yun kill Li Xian just to disgust Elder Wang Teng? Who knows? They have been fighting openly and secretly for more than 100 years. Now that Elder Wang Teng is approaching his end, it is not impossible for Elder Ling Yun to let out a last breath of evil. Yes. Elder Ling Yun has Supreme Elder Ling Tian behind him. Even if he kills Li Xian and angers Elder Wang Teng to death, it doesn't matter. It's just that he didn't expect that Elder Wang Teng would fight to the death against him. It's pitiful that Elder Wang Teng is such a good person, but he has to be forced to do this in his last days. Yes. At the critical moment, the disciple was killed in front of his face, but he still took the sect rules into consideration, declared the whole sect, and announced the evil deeds of Elder Ling Yun. Everyone in the Lingxiu sword sect heard Wang Teng's announcement, and the disciples in the sect started talking a lot, feeling indignant at Ling Yun's actions and complaining about Wang Teng. But when they heard Ling Tian's angry shouting, they all shut up and did not dare to say anything. Elder Wang Teng is finished. I'm afraid Elder Ling Yun is doing this just to provoke Elder Wang Teng into taking action, and then naturally lead Elder Ling Tian to come forward. That's a strong person in the Dao fetus realm. Many disciples sighed secretly. Looking up at the sky, looking at the shocking sword light, it seems that I have seen the resentment and unwillingness of Elder Wang Teng before he was beheaded. Buzz! The void trembled. Wang Teng, who was pitied by many disciples, took a step forward and protected Su Xiao Xiao behind him. He looked calm and reached forward with his big hand. The power of heaven and earth that imprisoned the top of the mountain dissipated in an instant, and the sword light was easily caught by him, and was wiped out on the spot with a gentle grip. Wang Teng looked up into the void. Death to me! The figure of Supreme Elder Ling Tian seemed to be moving, crossing thousands of meters of void in the blink of an eye, and landed above Zizua Peak. Along with the whereabouts of his figure. With his figure as the center, the hurricane surged with mighty divine power, forming a substantial tornado, and then turned into a giant tower of divine power. Carrying boundless power. It seems like it will crush the entire Zizua Peak. Snort. Wang Teng's expression did not change, he snorted coldly and pushed up with his palms. Divine power and the power of heaven and earth are intertwined into two giant palms, and the green light blooms, like two immortal arms holding up the sky. Boom! Amidst the loud noise, the boundless airwaves centered on the two of them and swept in all directions. This moment, heaven and earth are divided by cyan and red. The boundless cloud waves turned into fiery red, like burning clouds, while the air waves below were dyed cyan, like a wild ancient forest. After a moment of stalemate, countless disciples who were looking up were shocked to find out. Those two giant green palms that looked like immortal hands actually held up a huge red tower comparable to the purple bamboo peak. Then he turned his palm into a fist. Carrying unparalleled divine power, it pierced through the fiery red cloud waves and hit the figure in the middle of the giant tower. Aha! A low groan sounded. The fiery red cloud waves subsided in an instant, and the sky returned to clarity. The Supreme Elder Ling Tian, who was regarded as a god by countless disciples, actually took a few steps back, leaving several red footprints in the void. Wow! In an instant, the entire clan was in an uproar. The disciples in the sect no longer care about the majesty of Supreme Elder Ling Tian. The Supreme Elder actually retreated. Is it really Elder Wang Teng who attacked him? Oh my god! Isn't Elder Wang Teng about to pass away? When did he gain such strength? Everyone felt incredible. I see. Elder Wang Teng must have broken through the desperate situation and entered the Dao Fetus realm. Someone let out an unusual scream, which instantly drowned out everyone's voices. What? Elder Wang Teng actually took that step when he was about to die. But, even so, we shouldn't repel the Supreme Elder Ling Tian, right? That one has been condensing Dao Fetus for more than 20 years. Everyone was puzzled, but it did not hinder their inner excitement. A newly promoted Dao Fetus realm expert fights against an established Dao Fetus realm expert. This is a rare scene in hundreds of years. What a Wang Teng, he's well hidden. In the void, Ling Tian looked several times younger than Ling Yun, and looked like a descendant of Ling Yun, with a solemn look on his face. Condensate at least 2 feet of Dao Fetus. Ling Tian's heart sank. For the first time since entering the realm of Dao Fetus, it feels tricky. The top of Zizua Peak. Wang Teng put his hands behind his back, his long hair flying on his temples, and stared at Ling Tian quietly. He reached the great perfection of the spiritual pill realm when he was over 70 years old. That step stuck him for more than 100 years, but years of accumulation also allowed him to go further after his breakthrough. 3 feet of Dao Fetus is enough to kill Ling Tian. But Ling Tian is not Ling Yun. Both are in the Dao Fetus realm, and they are both in the early stage of the Dao Fetus realm. It is difficult to kill them without spending some effort. Ling's Yu sword sect is not that he and Ling Yun are in the Dao Fetus realm. Presumably, someone should be unable to sit still. Stop! Sure enough, a deep shout came from the depths of the main peak of the sect. Several rays of light soared into the sky, like 3 blazing suns, crossing the void and descending on Zizua Peak, lying between the two people. The leader was a dignified middle-aged man. He was as tall as an iron tower and his eyes were like torches. He frowned and stared at Wang Teng. Elder Wang, you have gone too far. Seeing the headmaster coming forward, Ling Tian did not dare to stand above them, and hurriedly fell beside them, staring at Wang Teng with cold eyes. Dare to ask the headmaster? Wang Teng looked directly into the headmaster's eyes and asked calmly, Ling Yun harmed a fellow disciple, what's wrong with me killing him? Stop talking nonsense! Ling Tian scolded angrily, stood up, pointed at Wang Teng and shouted, no matter how incompetent Ling Yun is, he will never attack this disciple. It must be because you coerced him. Yes and no. He turned to look at the disciples brought by Ling Yun. How could those disciples dare to get involved in the fight between Dao Fetus realm experts? They were all like quails, trembling in the corner. No one dares to speak. A bunch of trash. Seeing that all the disciples did not dare to speak, Ling Tian was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. I am your master uncle, and the headmaster and all the supreme elders are supporting you. To be honest, how dare Wang Teng wait in front of me? Can't I kill you in front of me? The heads of several Ling Yun disciples dropped lower. They see clearly. Elder Ling Tian had nothing to do with Elder Wang Teng, and he did not dare to trample on the sect rules wantonly. But Elder Wang Teng dares. The headmaster did not expect that Ling Yun's disciples would be so frightened by Wang Teng. He couldn't help but look at Wang Teng and asked in a deep voice, "What is the matter?" To put it bluntly, if it is really Elder Wang Teng's fault, I will defend you. Call the shots. Several disciples glanced at Wang Teng subconsciously. Watch what I do. Wang Teng was almost happy. He suppressed his smile and said gently, "Just tell it like it is." Yes, yes, yes. Several inner disciples nodded repeatedly. Back to the head teacher, Master finished his training today. After some calculations, he felt that Elder Wang Teng's time was approaching, so he summoned us and said he would take us to watch a good show. Several inner disciples talked about what happened. From why they came to Zizu Peak, to the conflict between Ling Yun and Wang Teng, to the death of Li Xian, everything is explained in detail. Except during the period, Wang Teng threatened Ling Yun to kill Li Xian. They even stated the exact words of Li Xian and Ling Yun clearly, for fear of offending Wang Teng. Is this really the case? The headmaster and several supreme elders felt that it was in line with Ling Yun's temperament, but they also felt that there was something fishy, and they felt that they had overlooked something. That's it. Several inner disciples didn't want to stay any longer and nodded repeatedly, looking forward to leaving as soon as possible. The momentum of Dao Fetus Realm Masters is so terrifying. Fart. As Elder Ling Yun's direct disciples, not only did you not defend him, you also dared to collude with others to smear his innocence. I'll kill you. After hearing this, Supreme Elder Ling Tian became furious and wanted to kill someone. Ling Tian. The Supreme Elder next to him stopped him, shook his head slightly, and looked at him to tell him to calm down. Don't. He was about to speak when he followed the instructions and saw Wang Teng with expectant eyes, and was startled. He subconsciously took a step back and looked away. Only the surging facial muscles showed the suppressed anger in his heart. Okay, that's it for now. The headmaster was silent for a long time, then waved his hand and said, "You guys go down." Yes. Several inner disciples breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly stumbled down the mountain. Elder Wang Teng. The headmaster's eyes turned to Wang Teng. Chapter 5. Even if this matter is Elder Ling Yun's fault, it should be reviewed by me and all the supreme elders before making a decision. It shouldn't be such a child's play. The headmaster's eyes were cold and stern, with the intention of beating him, but since you are the first offender, it is also for the sake of our section I will fine you the elder's salary for 10 years. Do you agree? If I were just getting started, I wouldn't recognize anything you say. But now? I'm afraid that if you don't admit it, you are determined to betray the sect, and then you will attack them in groups, right? Wang Teng sneered in his heart, but his face remained gentle, and said with a slight smile, "It is true that I did not think carefully about this matter and was a little reckless. I should be punished. Headmaster, this is unfair." Ling Tian was dissatisfied. The headmaster cast his stern gaze on him. Ling Tian immediately shut up. He knew that if he jumped again, it would be time for the head coach to join forces with Wang Teng to kill him. Okay, it's time to get punished, let's talk about the second thing. The headmaster's expression softened, and he said with regret, "I never expected that, Elder Wang Teng, you could survive the desperate situation and go one step further at the end of the day. You are really a source of blessing. Looking at ancient and modern times, how many monks have fallen at this step?" He once thought that Wang Teng had the least hope of getting through, so he allowed Ling Yun to suppress Wang Teng and turned a blind eye. But don't want to. Wang Teng not only defying the heavens and changing fate, but also surpassed Ling Tian. I'm afraid it's condensed into 2 feet Dao fetus. The headmaster made the same guess as Ling Tian. Because of this, he came out to stop him and changed his decision to win over Wang Teng, the newly promoted Dao fetus realm powerhouse. The leader is ridiculous, it's just a coincidence. Wang Teng was also sighing. Speaking of which, if the little girl hadn't helped him fight for it, I'm afraid he would have given up and wouldn't have been able to wait for the system to awaken. In any case, you have reached the realm of Dao fetus, and you deserve to be crowned the Grand Supreme of our sect. The headmaster only thought that Wang Teng was rejoicing. He smiled faintly, and a token appeared in the palm of his backhand, saying, "This is the Supreme Order of Elixir. With this order, you can freely enter and leave the Elixir Palace and the Sword Tomb. Spiritual skills and spiritual weapons for you to choose from. In addition, the Supreme Elder can comprehend the wordless sword monument once every 10 years and enter the sword washing pool once. Finally, you can receive 10 top-quality spiritual stones and 10 third-level low-grade elixirs every year. Someone will send them to you later." After saying this, he paused and asked with a solicitude, "As for sealing, how about placing it at the beginning of next month? The addition of a Dao fetus realm expert to the sect is a great joy, and it is also a time to show off your muscles. Any sect will send out invitations widely. Elixir Sword Sect is naturally no exception. I'm afraid your joy will be in vain then." Wang Teng thought to himself, with a smile on his face, "It all depends on the master's arrangement." Good. The faint ripples between the headmaster's brows dissipated, and for the first time a heartfelt smile bloomed. "In that case, we will not delay the consolidation of the Supreme Master Wang Teng's cultivation." "Wow! Senior Wang, you!" Watching the headmaster and several supreme elders go away, Su Xiaoxiao came back to her senses and couldn't help but exclaimed, but because she experienced too many shocks, she didn't know how to describe it for a while. For a while, she lowered her head and stammered, "You are so amazing." There was so much she wanted to say. But thinking about how Wang Teng easily killed an elder just now, he was not at a disadvantage against Supreme Elder Ling Tian, but forced him back. Now he has been named the Supreme Elder of the sect. All kinds of things here. It's hard for her to be as relaxed and comfortable as before. How? Wang Teng glanced sideways at the little girl, rubbed his little head, and then lost his mind again. "You also want to imitate people like Li Xian and disown your senior Wang." Ouch! Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed in pain. She covered her forehead in grievance and cried out, "How could I have thought that? If I really had those thoughts, I would have. Why did you run away early?" Wang Teng pretended to be fierce and grabbed her little head with 5 fingers. "If you dare to run, I will bang you, do you understand? You always know how to bully me." Su Xiaoxiao protested unconvinced. But it had to be said that the familiar scene reappeared. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar senior Wang in front of her, she finally regained some of her previous feelings. The only awkward thing is, today's old-timers are too young. Even younger than when I was in my 20s. Looking at the peerless face that is similar to his own age, it is difficult to assume the identity of a senior, but more like a handsome young man of the same age. However, this is fine, that's fine. Su Xiaoxiao was thinking wildly, with 2 red clouds rising on her pretty face. Wang Teng wanted to tease the little girl again. But seeing her acting like a little daughter, I immediately understood that the other person's thinking was probably wrong. He frowned without a trace, smiled lightly and said, "Come in with me." Ah! When Su Xiaoxiao heard this, Xia Fei's cheeks and big watery eyes showed shame, and her pretty red lips pursed unconsciously. Like an ostrich, she followed the cave mansion with her neck hunched. Just when she thought Wang Teng would talk to her about things that only adults would talk about. But I saw Wang Teng with his big horse and golden sword, sitting on the jade bed, and said majestically, "Su Xiaoxiao, are you willing to be my personal disciple?" Ah! Su Xiaoxiao was confused. "Isn't it what you think? How? Wang Teng was also stunned for a moment, then smiled calmly, it doesn't matter, if you don't become my disciple, I will still repay you. Raise your hand. All kinds of divine lights flow. Xuanyuan pill, red blood pill, Paoang pill, muscle-producing pill, Zuyan pill, several precious pills, as well as exercises, spiritual skills and spiritual weapons. One after another appeared in front of Su Xiao Xiao. These are all yours. Wang Teng smiled gently and said, in addition, I will protect you for thousands of years until you don't need it anymore. In the meantime, I will give you all the guidance and resources you need for cultivation, and I will fully help you grow. His principle has always been that a drop of kindness should be repaid by a spring. Su Xiao Xiao saved his life. Don't say 1,000 years, even repaying the favor in 10,000 years is not an exaggeration. Ah! Su Xiao Xiao didn't expect that a short period of distraction would lead to so many treasures and such a heavy promise. She had never expected these things, so she quickly waved her hands and declined, Senior Wang, these are too precious. I just got you some second-level elixirs and elixirs. Although she still doesn't know what happened, the value of those elixirs and elixirs is definitely not enough to exchange for such a generous reward. What's the meaning? Do you have to ask me, a young man who is almost 200 years old, to commit myself to you? Wang Teng raised his eyebrows unconsciously. I did not mean that. Su Xiao Xiao thought that Senior Wang thought she was greedy, so she quickly said, this, that. I'd better worship you as my teacher. She really didn't know how to explain it, and it seemed that nothing she could say was right, so she simply bowed her head and said, Disciple Su Xiao Xiao, pay your respects to Master. Well, even if you are Master, it should be possible. Okay. 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 Wang Teng laughed heartily and felt happy. The current situation is simply his most extravagant wish in the past 2 years, other than a breakthrough. He raised his hand to lift Su Xiao Xiao up, rolled up those things and said, Since you have become my disciple, these are considered as your apprenticeship rewards. Su Xiao Xiao frowned slightly and said seriously, Master, I really don't need these, the ones I got are enough for the time being. When I need it in the future, I'll ask you for it again, do you think it's okay? See how stubborn she is? Wang Teng couldn't say much. I just felt even more pleased. Although I had accepted a few traitors, I didn't make any mistakes this time. However, even if she doesn't want it, she still has to keep it and can use it at any time. Wang Teng thought to himself, as for my job, there is no need to synthesize these outdated things. I will go to Elixir Hall and Sword Tomb tomorrow. He had made up his mind to leave. But before leaving, as much as you can get away with, just think of it as paying for the mental damage caused by being suppressed for many years. This is very reasonable and in line with the principle. Chapter 6. Elixir Hall is the core building of Elixir Sword Sect. The main hall is majestic and majestic, standing on the top of Elixir Peak, which is over 1,000 meters above sea level. It is shining with silver light, towering into the clouds, and blends into Elixir Peak, making it a natural fit. It is like a divine sword nurtured by heaven and earth, with the peak as the sword body and the palace as the hilt. There are iron cables running across the sky in all directions, connecting the 36 surrounding peaks, forming cableways in the clouds. This is the place where past sects were crowned and practiced, and it is also the foundation of Elixir Sword Sect. After my cultivation has broken through to the Daophytus realm, my previous skills have become outdated. I just don't know if the skills can be synthesized. Flying is prohibited in Elixir Peak. Wang Teng did not act alone and walked on the iron chain from the top of Zizua Peak to Elixir Hall. Elixir Hall has the layout of a hall within a hall. The place where martial arts and spiritual skills are collected is called the Sword Pavilion. Wang Teng, fellow Daoist, the master has given instructions. You can go straight to the 8th floor of the Sword Pavilion and use the Supreme Lord Elixir's command to open the restriction. The Supreme Elder who is in charge of the Sword Pavilion of Lingxiu Palace met Wang Teng yesterday. He is not the one who is close to Ling Tian, and his attitude is quite friendly. Thanks for the reminder. Wang Teng cupped his hands and clasped his fists, and climbed up the steps. When he reached the 8th floor, he took out his supreme token and placed it on the groove of the ancient bronze door, letting a faint brilliance flow. The formation patterns visible to the naked eye dispersed, and the ancient bronze door opened automatically. Wang Teng suddenly felt the breath of ancient times coming to his face. The 8th floor of the Sword Pavilion will only be opened once every time a Supreme Elder is born. It may not open for 100 years, and it has a sense of decay. A cyan mysterious light rippled around him, blocking out the decaying atmosphere, and he looked up at the top of the hall. Each exercise and spiritual skill is like a star hanging on the dome, exuding different brilliance and revealing the aura corresponding to its origin. Except for the Lingxiu Sword Sutra, there are only a dozen or so books on the cultivation experience of Daophytus realm experts. The others are all Lingdan realm exercises and spiritual skills. This was expected by Wang Teng. Except him. Every Daophytus realm expert in the Lingxiu Sword sect practices the Lingxiu Sword Sutra. Creating a technique is not easy. Even for a strong person in the Daophytus realm, it will take hundreds of years to create a technique that suits them. Not many people are willing to waste their life on this. Try to see if it can be synthesized first. If not, then practice the Lingxiu Sword Sutra first. Wang Teng thought for a moment, raised his hand to take in 2 books of spiritual elixir realm exercises, and using his finger as a pen, he quickly copied them down in the spare blank book next to him. When he held up 2 excerpts, an astonishing scene happened. Kui Shui Xian Gong, Spiritual Pill Realm High-Grade Water Attribute Cultivation Technique. To practice this technique, you need water attribute physique. You must cultivate water attribute Ling Yuan in the Ling Yuan realm. King Mu Xian Gong, Spiritual Pill Realm High-Grade Wood Attribute Cultivation Technique. To practice this technique, you need wood attribute physique. You must cultivate wood attribute Ling Yuan in the Ling Yuan realm. Synthetic or not. The panel displays item information as before. But the strange thing is, before Wang Teng put the 2 cheat books in, a virtual cheat book appeared on the Synthesis platform, words that seemed to be composed of divine power. As long as the exercises are watched, they can be automatically collected and synthesized. This discovery was an unexpected surprise for Wang Teng. That is to say, in the future I want to secretly learn exercises and synthesize them, just take a look. Wang Teng's eyes flickered, and he had some ideas. The exercises above the Daophytus realm are not recorded in books, but inscribed on jade slips, with matching great Dao artistic conception. Such skills are extremely precious. The jade slips of the exercises are usually sealed with restrictions to prevent others from stealing them. But there are today's discoveries. Wang Teng is equivalent to having another free prostitution method. The free prostitution method does not harm others and does not benefit oneself, and it does not need to be within the scope of the principle. Wang Teng smiled knowingly and said silently, "Synthesis." The light on the synthesis bar flashes, and a new skill is released. Shui Mu Xian Gong, the best water and wood dual attribute technique in the spiritual elixir realm. To practice this technique, you need to have a water and wood dual attribute physique. In the spirit element realm, you need to cultivate the water and wood attribute spiritual essence before you can condense the water and wood spiritual elixir. Is there such a thing as the best spiritual elixir realm technique? Wang Teng raised his eyebrows. He thought it would be directly synthesized into Daophytus realm skills. Does the Lingxiu sword sect not have this background? After thinking about it for a moment, he understood. After all, Yunzhou is only one of the 9 states in Xuanyu. Lingxiu sword sect can be the king and hegemony in Yunzhou, but it is somewhat inferior when looking at the entire Xuanyu. Continue to synthesize. Wang Teng raised his hand to take pictures of other exercises. Heaven and earth are divided into 5 elements, yin and yang, and the same is true for constitution. There are as many constitutions as there are types of great Dao in the world, and the strength of constitutions is also divided into high and low, so there are mortal bodies, spiritual bodies, Tao bodies, divine bodies, and holy bodies. Wang Teng's physique. It belongs to the most popular body with all 5 elements. Because of its weak origin and low spirituality, it is in the middle and lower reaches of the mortal body. If you don't survive from a desperate situation, you will get a chance to live a second life similar to the legend, and the red fruit of good fortune contains a trace of the power of good fortune. With his talent, not enough to enter the realm of Dao fetus. He practiced hard for more than 180 years, and was trapped in the spiritual elixir state until the end of his life. If he were a spirit, he would be able to cultivate Dao fetus at most 100 years old. This shows how important talent is. In the past, I had no choice but to practice exercises that were inconsistent with my physique. This was also one of my weaknesses. Now that I have such an opportunity, I must not take detours again. Wang Teng looked solemn as he synthesized the remaining 3 attribute exercises one by one, and finally obtained a method suitable for the 5 elements physique. 5 elements Taoist scripture, Dao fetus realm middle grade practice method contains the true meaning of the 5 elements. This is the most suitable practice method for the 5 elements constitution. You can absorb the energy of the 5 elements of heaven and earth to practice, and you can also swallow the treasures of the 5 elements to strengthen the origin of the 5 elements and improve your physical talent. Improve the source of physical fitness. Wang Teng's body trembled and his pupils shrank violently. Even though he had experienced life and death twice, he still couldn't remain calm at this moment. This is not because he is not calm enough. Really, this introduction is too shocking. As everyone knows, the origin is innate, so it is called talent, and it cannot be changed acquiredly. That's why those geniuses with spiritual bodies and Tao bodies are so sought after by people, and countless forces are fighting for their heads. When Wang Teng learned this, he tried his best to improve his physical condition. In the end, he is still a mortal body, with no change after more than 100 years of hard work. But now, this technique actually has the incredible ability to enhance the origin, change the talent, and improve the physique. It is not an exaggeration to call it defying the heavens and changing fate. How could Wang Teng not be shocked? Is it another information gap? Or is it the particularity of the synthetic method? Wang Teng was full of doubts about this, but had no answer. He just knows. From today on, my natural talent will no longer restrict my future, and the barriers of genius will no longer exist for me. Wang Teng can already foresee his future, how open it is. Before that, his plan is to leave Elixir sword sect as soon as possible, look for life-extending elixirs and high-level life-extending pills, and use more lifespan to improve his realm. When talent is restricted to death, he only has this choice. But now, his future has greater flexibility. Extension of life and search for the treasures of the origin of the 5 elements can be carried out simultaneously. Wang Teng initially had an idea. The second step is to find more 5-element exercises and improve the level of the exercises. Of course, spiritual skills, spiritual weapons, spiritual stones, and elixirs cannot be left behind. Chapter 7. With the 5 elements Taoist Sutra in hand, although the Elixir Sword Sutra is both a Dao fetus realm middle grade technique, for me, it is no longer necessary. But you can write it down first. If the great Dao Kung Fu does not conflict with the human Dao Kung Fu, it will not be too late to combine them into the 5 elements Dao Sutra. After Wang Teng broke through the Dao fetus realm, he entered a new world. What follows is a lack of knowledge and little understanding of the Dao fetus realm. The Elixir sword sect follows the path of its predecessors and has not changed for thousands of years. Those cultivation experiences are all centered around the Elixir sword sutra. It's basically useless to him. The Elixir sword sect cannot retain geniuses at the spirit and Tao levels, so it is naturally difficult to have such information. Wang Teng shook his head slightly. Choose a spiritual skill. I wonder what kind of surprises you can give me in terms of spiritual skills. He looked hopefully at the ball of light transformed by his spiritual skills. Same as the exercises. There are also different types of spiritual skills. There are weapon techniques such as swordsmanship and knife techniques, as well as fist and foot techniques such as palm techniques and boxing techniques, as well as body techniques and light kung fu techniques. Wang Teng heard that there are other types of techniques. But those rare techniques are not accessible to the Elixir sword sect. 3 major categories should be enough to synthesize 3 powerful spiritual skills. Wang Teng raised his hand to absorb all the spiritual skills and light balls. He scanned them with his spiritual mind and found that they were all spiritual skills below the Deo Fetus realm, and none were suitable for the Deo Fetus realm. You want to use this to hang me? Or does everyone have to be taught by the master before they can practice Deo Fetus realm spiritual skills? He smiled playfully. This can't be difficult for me. In an instant, countless spiritual skills information forms illusory secrets, which are gradually put into the synthesis column and turned into 3 new spiritual skills that combine the strengths of hundreds of schools of thought. 100 battle techniques, Deo Fetus realm high-grade spiritual skills, which are made by blending the essence of hundreds of close combat techniques with fists and kicks. It is a rare close combat killing technique in the world. It can adapt to changes and use various fist techniques, palm techniques, and other close combat techniques at will. Fight with your own body. Weapon controlling technique, Deo Fetus realm high-grade spirit skill, which is made by blending the essence of hundreds of weapon-type tactics. It is a rare weapon-type killing technique in the world. After practicing this method, you can control hundreds of weapons, any weapon. All species can exert their strongest strength. Shenjing technique, Deo Fetus realm high-grade spiritual technique, which is made by blending the essence of hundreds of body movements and light skills. It is a rare extremely fast technique in the world. By practicing this technique, you can fight as dexterously as lightning, and retreat like a dragon swimming in terror. Hong, elusive. It's not in vain that I have wasted so much effort. There are not many martial arts collected in Jianzhou, but there are many spiritual skills, dozens of times more. Rao can form virtual cheats. Wang Teng also put in a lot of effort to combine the 3 major spiritual skills. Fortunately, as he expected, the effect was remarkable. Any one of these 3 spiritual skills is enough to defeat all the sects in Yunzhou. Wang Teng was satisfied with Jianzhou's harvest. Have you finished choosing? Seeing Wang Teng come out quickly, the Supreme Elder of the guarding pavilion smiled slightly and said, "The headmaster said that the Elixir Sword Sutra is the highest cultivation method of our sect, and it is difficult to get started in a short time. To avoid you being distracted, wait until you get started with the Elixir Sword Sutra. I'll teach you Deo Fetus realm spiritual skills." The headmaster is interested. Wang Teng smiled noncommittally. Watch him leave. The Supreme Elder holding the pavilion stroked his long beard and chuckled to himself, "Young man, life is a long road. You have to eat one bite at a time and walk the road step by step. Do you really want to take advantage of me?" Taking advantage of his cultivation, Wang Teng's smile became even brighter when he heard the old man talking to himself, "What a pity, you are about to make a mistake. Leave Elixir Hall." Wang Teng went straight to the sword tomb. That is the place where Elixir sword sect hides and raises its troops. It mainly uses swords, so it is called sword tomb. There is also a supreme elder guarding here, but he is the one who is connected with Ling Tian. If he hadn't pulled Ling Tian in anger, Ling Tian might beat Ling Yun's disciples to death. That way, Wang Teng can take the opportunity to take action against Ling Tian. Pity. Ling Tian was stopped by this Supreme Elder. Regarding Wang Teng's arrival, the Supreme Elder didn't even raise his eyelids. He sat there as if an old monk was in trance, completely ignoring Wang Teng. Oh! Wang Teng didn't take it seriously. He opened the sword tomb's restrictions with the Supreme Lord Lingxiu's order and walked straight into it. It is different from the Lingxiu Palace Sword Pavilion. The sword tomb is like an independent small world, surrounded by a barrier formed by formation restrictions, and the barrier is like an inverted bowl. Various magical weapons were stuck on the ground. Each piece is separated by a long distance, like a monster, each with its own territory. Sure enough, there is no Dao weapon inherited from the Dao fetus realm, or even a fake Dao weapon. The defense is really tight. Wang Teng glanced around and raised the corners of his mouth. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. He took a look at the top spiritual soldiers, rolled up his sleeves, and put away 32 ninth level spiritual soldiers. Rumble. Instantly, 1/3 of the 9th grade soldiers were lost. The sword tomb formation is automatically activated, and thunderous light is brewing on the barrier. Are you crazy? The guarding elder was furious. How can you use so many spiritual weapons by yourself? You are digging up the foundation of my Lingxiu sword sect. Stop being alarmist. Wang Teng was disgusted with the house and had no good impression of this old thing, so he sneered and said, "The headmaster said that I can choose the spiritual soldiers. I will exchange 30 of them for one. What's wrong with Dao weapon? You are arrogant. You are greedy." The supreme elder of Jianzhong was very angry. He pointed angrily at Wang Teng and shouted, "I am going to sue the master now, and I will definitely hold you accountable. How old are you to still resort to complaining?" Wang Teng gave the old guy a disgusted look, waved his hand and said, "If you want to sue, go ahead and catch me at Zizua Peak if you can." After that, he left without looking back. "Shuzi, you are so angry with me." Wang Teng walked far away and could still hear the old man's incompetent rage. "When I join Dao weapon, even if you all join together, what can you do to me?" Wang Teng sneered in his heart. Return to Zizua Peak. He decisively combined 8 ninth level spiritual weapons and got a Dao weapon in an instant. Xian Long Sword, the 3rd order Dao weapon, is made by melting the essence of 8 ninth order spiritual weapons. It contains 27 heaven and earth Dao patterns, and a trace of true dragon blood. When fully stimulated, it can release a trace of dragon power and can intimidate the enemy's mind. The 8 spiritual weapons are all made of monster bones. The synthesized Dao weapon is the best of the best, and actually extracts a trace of true dragon blood. What a baby! Wang Teng held the 5-foot-long sword that was as wide as his palm and waved it several times lovingly. I have to say, Dao weapon is Dao weapon. The black dragon sword is exquisite in appearance and ingenious, as if it was forged by the hand of God. Holding it in your hand makes you feel as if the world is in your palm. If it is given to people who focus on swordsmanship, it might even improve their swordsmanship. Wang Teng just played with it for a moment, and he felt much closer to the way of swordsmanship, and his previous understanding of the way of swordsmanship was slightly deepened. It's time to practice. Wang Teng put away the black dragon sword and looked solemnly. This practice was very important to him, so after he closed the cave door, he used the power of Dao fetus to place several layers of seals. While he was in retreat, the supreme elder guarding the sword tomb approached the headmaster. Chapter 8. Headmaster, that kid is going too far. The supreme elder who guarded the sword tomb came to Lingxiu Hall, and after meeting with the headmaster, he angrily filed a complaint against Wang Teng. He took away more than 30 pieces of 9th level spiritual weapons. The headmaster frowned. The Dao fetus realm spiritual skills were specially taken away by him. But Dao weapon has been personally controlled by the headmaster since the founding of the sect. It can only be given after making contributions and being recognized. Although he thought that Wang Teng might have a rebellious mentality, but he never expected that this new junior would be so bold and dare to take away 1/3 of the collection of the sect's top spiritual weapons. It seems that the newly promoted Supreme Prince didn't take my words to heart at all. The headmaster's eyes were gloomy, and he slapped the armrest of the throne heavily. He made some efforts on Wang Teng's killing of Ling Yun, hoping that Wang Teng would stop and calm down. What happened to him? In my opinion, this boy is born a traitor. The elders of the sect were harmed before, and now they are shaking the foundation of the sect. This is really a disaster for the sect. Should. The guarding prince looked fierce, his eyes flashed fiercely, and he made fierce gestures on his neck with his palms. Let's see again. The headmaster's eyes were deep and he was silent for a moment before saying, "Send someone to inform you that the canonization ceremony will be postponed until 3 months later. Besides, send someone to tell Wang Teng. The opportunity to comprehend the wordless sword monument and enter the sword washing pool will be given 10 years later. Just say that something happened after the last comprehension, and it will take time." This was his second knock. If Wang Teng still doesn't know the truth, then he won't handle it so lightly anymore. "Headmaster, is this punishment too light?" The Supreme Elder of Jianzhong frowned slightly. Furthermore, what if he becomes rebellious and betrays the sect? This is just a second warning. The headmaster paused and sneered, "As for betraying the sect, does he have the ability? Not to mention the sect's crushing strength against Wang Teng. So what if you escape from the sect's realm? As long as he gives the order. No one from the Yunzhou sect dares to take the risk of fighting to the death with the Elixir sword sect. He can even persuade other sects to join forces to hunt him down. As for escaping outside Yunzhou? Oh! Small forces cannot afford the Dao Fetus realm. A force comparable to the Elixir sword sect would not dare to easily take in a Dao Fetus realm expert of unknown origin. Not to mention the big forces. Who would value a mortal Dao Fetus monk who is over 180 years old? In contrast, how can it be compared to Elixir sword sect? If you want inheritance, you must have inheritance. If you want spiritual skills, you must have spiritual skills. If you want Dao weapon, you must have Dao weapon. Is it a joke to have 1,000 years of foundation? When he settles down, he will understand that within Yunzhou, our Elixir sword sect will be the most suitable place for him to settle down. The headmaster held the pearl of wisdom in his hand and said with a faint smile, "It is true that there is prosperity outside Yunzhou, but nothing can compare to being honored as an ancestor in Yunzhou." That's true. The Supreme Elder of Jianzhong quickly figured out the reason. Immediately, he felt the teasing gaze of the headmaster, and remembering his youth and innocence, he couldn't help but smile. His advice, "Headmaster." The next morning, an elder from the spiritual elixir realm personally came to inform Wang Teng. But Wang Teng was already in retreat, and he didn't even see him. He could only report to the master and arrange for his disciples to wait here. This wait is 2 months. Call. After Wang Teng finished his work, his eyes were bright, finally completed the transformation. Practice together. In the spiritual elixir realm, one can achieve profound meditation. Even if one does not eat or drink for a year and a half, there will be no serious problems. In the Dao Fetus state, food is completely replaced by food supplies. Therefore, he went into seclusion day and night this time, practicing 24 hours a day for many days in a row, just to successfully change cultivation as soon as possible. Now, he finally achieved his goal. The whole process only takes a lot of effort because of the changes in the technique, otherwise the divine power of the sword can be transformed into the divine power of the 5 elements in a few days. Remember the changes here. Wang Teng couldn't help but look strange. Look inside the Danshan. Above that ocean of divine power, 5 divine fetuses were sitting impressively. No, it's not a complete divine fetus, at most it's a prototype of the divine fetus, but there are indeed 4 more. When Wang Teng was synthesizing the exercises, he only read the introduction and did not study it in detail. It was not until he started practicing that he discovered that there were many things that went against common sense in the 5 Elements Taoist Sutra. To be precise, it goes against his knowledge. The first is to refine 4 more divine fetuses. Secondly, theoretically speaking, his Deo fetus changed from 3 feet back to the prototype of a palm-sized Deo fetus, which should be regarded as a regression in cultivation. But actually, Wang Teng could clearly feel that the divine power was condensed several times and the amount was 4 times greater. Both quality and quantity have been greatly improved. There should be similar techniques in the world, otherwise it would be impossible to form rules that transcend this world just by combining those techniques. After all, my knowledge is too shallow. Wang Teng felt more and more lacking in knowledge reserves, and his desire to leave Lingxiu sword sect became increasingly strong. Besides, physique is also somewhat gained. Although I haven't practiced the 5 elements Taoist scripture for a long time. However, after all, Wang Teng is a strong person in the Deo fetus realm, and the energy of the 5 elements that he breathes in and out is comparable to a month of practicing in the spiritual pill realm. Therefore, the energy of the 5 elements of heaven and earth he absorbed during this period increased his physical and spiritual strength several times. If you just practice, your body should be able to transform into a spiritual body in 2 or 3 months at most. If there are 5 element treasures, even if they are not high grade, this process can be greatly shortened. Maybe you can transform into a 5 element spirit body in a few days. This is also a gain that cannot be ignored. I wonder how the little girl will be promoted. Wang Teng's spiritual thoughts spread out and landed in the cave mansion specially opened for Su Xiaoxiao next door. At this moment, Su Xiaoxiao is still practicing. Ling Yuan Realm 8th layer. Wang Teng was quite pleased, it's not bad. It has improved by nearly 2 levels. I should be able to reach the spiritual elixir realm before the end of the year. He collected so many techniques in Jianzhi. In addition to synthesizing the 5 elements Taoist scripture, he also synthesized a technique tailored for Su Xiaoxiao. A top-quality technique in the Ling Yuan realm. This kind of technique, which is not available in the entire Yunzhou, coupled with Su Xiaoxiao's hard work, has certainly yielded satisfactory feedback. Hey! There is an outsider. When Wang Teng was about to withdraw his spiritual thoughts, he noticed something was wrong. He cast his eyes into the distance and saw a middle-aged man sitting cross-legged under the purple bamboo forest. Who are you? What are you doing here? The sound of gathering spiritual thoughts sounded in the middle-aged man's mind. Sir Wang Teng. The middle-aged man woke up with a start, looked at the cave mansion, bowed and saluted. This disciple came according to the master's instructions, and specially sent spiritual stones and spiritual elixirs to the Supreme Elder. He hurriedly took out the jade box from his sleeve robe, raised it to his head with both hands, and continued, in addition, Master asked me to bring a message to the Supreme Elder. He told Wang Teng the original words of the headmaster anxiously. Knocking again. Wang Teng used his divine power to absorb the jade box, pushed the middle-aged man, and then sneered, "Do you really expect those crappy things to take advantage of me? Punishment. Go and be lonely. I won't serve you anymore." He initially completed the 5 elements Taoist Sutra and entered the great Dao of heaven and earth. On strength. Maybe he is close to the founder of the Lingxiu sword sect, so how can he care about the inheritance of the sword steel left by a mere Dao fetus realm? Run away. Leave today. Chapter 9. Wang Teng entered the Lingxiu sword sect at the age of 13 and practiced here for 170 years. He has long regarded Lingxiu sword sect as his home. After cultivating the Lingdan realm and becoming a deacon, he conspired with his master to reform and strive to make the Lingxiu sword sect stronger. At that time, Master Wang Teng was still alive, and the master of the Dao fetus realm was also alive. There is also a veteran Supreme Elder close to him who has not yet passed away. He strongly supports the reform and jointly persuades the previous generation of leaders. During that time, the Lingxiu sword sect has taken on a new look and is flourishing. The disciples are all proud of being disciples of the Lingxiu sword sect. If we follow the path after the reform, today's Lingxiu sword sect is definitely the largest sect in Yunzhou. No matter what, Wang Teng has not yet become an elder, and the reform situation has not yet stabilized. The master's lifespan was exhausted and he passed away sadly. His master and master's friends also passed away one after another. Originally, both Wang Teng and master thought it would not affect the reform. Who knows, you may still underestimate people's hearts after all. After the current headmaster succeeded to the throne, he may have felt that the influence of Zhu Feng's lineage threatened the headmaster's authority, so he started to beat him overtly and covertly. On the surface, he supports reform, but secretly, he supports Ling Tian and Ling Yun's lineage and checks and balances with Zhu Feng's lineage. The results can be imagined. Although this reform was proposed and led by master and disciple Wang Teng, it was only carried out with the endorsement of 3 Dao Fetus realm experts. Losing the most critical strong support. Not only did the reform fail and the old system returned, the Zhu Feng lineage was also suppressed. Master Wang Teng died in depression because of this. He himself was marginalized by the sect's senior leaders for this reason, and even his disciples were taken away, leaving him completely alone. All kinds of things here. It can be said in just a few words. But more than 100 years of hard work have finally been wasted, and the hero has become a villain. How many people can accept it calmly? How many people can put aside the grudges that have lasted for more than 100 years and continue to repay grudges with kindness? Wang Teng did it before. In order to fulfill my promise to master, I will stay here until the end of my life. I am worthy of master, and I have shown the utmost benevolence to Elixir sword sect. Now that I have regained my life, I no longer have any worries whether to stay or go. Wang Teng was disillusioned with Elixir sword sect long before his master passed away. Now, although the fighting spirit has been rekindled and the enthusiasm is revived, it is also for cultivation and the future, not for the Elixir sword sect. Even if you have to leave, he doesn't have any psychological burden either. My only concern is the little girl. Wang Teng's eyes were deep, and his spiritual thoughts entered the cave mansion next door, awakening Su Xiao Xiao in his mind and telling him his thoughts. I am leaving Elixir sword sect, do you want to come with me? Su Xiao Xiao saved his life, and he also made a promise to Su Xiao Xiao. If the other person doesn't want to leave, then he should take the position of Supreme Elder and protect the Tao for thousands of years. It will not affect his growth. At most, it will be a little troublesome and require a long time to go out. If the other party is willing to leave, that would be the best. Master is leaving. Su Xiao Xiao was not surprised by this. Since she joined the family, she has heard many past stories about her master. She knows that his master has devoted a lot to the sect, but in the end he was treated coldly. Even an ordinary disciple of hers, who only heard about it through hearsay, felt unhappy about her master. Therefore, I often come to visit master and open up my master, and I do not hesitate to take risks to get those life-extending elixirs and elixirs for master. She doesn't know the grudges of the previous generation. But in her opinion, if she was treated like a donkey because of her good intentions, she would have left long ago. Therefore, she did not hesitate and said decisively, wherever master goes, I will go, even if this cold-blooded Elixir sword sect doesn't wait. Good. A smile appeared on Wang Teng's face. Do you have anything to prepare? If not, we will leave now. Just when he made this decision, his heart had already flown out. Master, I still have 3 friends. I relied on their help before to get those elixirs for master. If we leave, the headmaster and the others will definitely be very angry, and it might implicate them. Su Xiao Xiao hesitated for a moment and said cautiously, I would like to ask master to take them away together, is that okay? Yes, but it depends on their own wishes. Wang Teng did not feel troubled by this, he just felt that this disciple was more in line with his heart, valued love and righteousness, and did not forget his true heart. They are not welcome in the sect, so they will definitely be willing to leave with me. Su Xiao Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. She used her spiritual energy to outline their appearance, and happily announced their names, they are also inner disciples, named Lin Shui, Fang Ning, and Chu Lan, and they are at Purple Orchid Peak. Wait a moment. After Wang Teng finished speaking, he closed his eyes slightly and extended his spiritual thoughts. Zilan Peak is next to Zizu Peak. The distance between the two is not too far, and they are within the range of Dao Fetus Realm monk's spiritual thoughts. Wang Teng quickly found the location of the three women. At this moment, they are gathering in a cave mansion, talking about something. What a small stroke of luck! Yes. We used to think that she was too kind and she shouldn't have offended the Ling Xiao Peak lineage for a lonely peak master. Now it seems that we have made a mistake. Who would have thought that the master of Zizua Peak, who was on the verge of reaching his end, would be able to reach the sky and become a powerful person in the Dao Fetus realm? Indeed. It's unheard of for a dying person to go one step further. No matter what, if Xiao Xiao is protected by a supreme elder, he will surely rise to the top and become the sect's most dazzling star. I just don't know if she will remember us. We have helped her a lot over the years. I believe Xiao Xiao will not forget us. She took care of the old peak master without asking for anything in return, let alone us sisters. The three little girls, who are similar in age to Su Xiao Xiao, are talking about the recent major events in the sect and their little sisters. Several people said they believed Su Xiao Xiao, but the smiles on their faces were far-fetched. After all, after Su Xiao basic accomplishment became the disciple of Supreme Elder Wang Teng, he just announced the good news to them and started practicing in seclusion. There is absolutely no scene in their imagination where one person attains enlightenment and a chicken or a dog ascends to heaven. Not bad, no complaints Xiao Xiao. After Wang Teng listened to the conversation between several people, he had a good impression of them. Although he promised his disciples. But if they have resentment in their hearts, then he will not take a few people away. At most, he will leave some treasures to repay them for taking care of them. Think about this. His voice sounded in the three women's minds. I am Master Su Xiao Xiao. Today I will take Xiao Xiao out of Lingxiu Sword Sect and leave Yunzhou. Wang Teng simply informed the three little girls of his plans, the risk of being pursued by the Lingxiu Sword Sect, and Su Zioxiu's concern for them, and then asked, are you willing to leave together? The Supreme Elder Wang Teng wants to take Xiao Xiao out of the sect. The three little girls froze on the spot. One moment they were looking forward to following their little sisters to a successful career, but the next moment they were told that the little sisters were leaving with their master. Not to mention giving up the glory and wealth that is within easy reach, you will also have to face the sect's pursuit. The little girls were startled and their brains were a little bit shut down. Wang Teng didn't rush him either. After a moment, the girl named Lin Shui was the first to react. Your Majesty, Senior Wang, I am willing to leave. Lin Shui, are you crazy? The other two little girls didn't dare to say that, so they all reminded Lin Shui with their mouths and pulled Lin Shui's sleeves. The sect has 5 Dao Fetus realm experts. Even if Supreme Elder Wang Teng steps into the Dao Fetus realm and can fight 1 against 5, what are his chances of winning? How can we protect them under the siege of so many masters? Lin Shui didn't think so, she pursed her lips and said, Xiao 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 is right, after she leaves, those elders and fellow disciples who have ill intentions towards the Zizua Peak lineage will definitely take revenge on us. Instead of doing this, it is better to follow Senior Wang Teng leave with Xiao Xiao. I believe that Senior Wang Teng has this plan and must be certain. This sentence was said to Wang Teng while looking up. Haha, you can stay or go as you like, I don't make any suggestions. Wang Teng smiled lightly and didn't take it seriously. He didn't persuade him to stay or leave. With his current strength, coupled with the 3rd level Dao weapon Xian Long Sword, he is enough to sweep the Lingxiu Sword Sect. There is no difference between 1 and 4. That. Fang Ning and Chu Lan understood the reminder behind Lin Shui's words and bit their red lips. Let's go too. Very correct decision. Wang Teng then gave the 3 of them a reassuring smile with a faint smile. I have accomplished something in cultivation, but the Lingxiu sword sect will not take it lightly. Pack your things and meet at Zizua Peak. Chapter 10. Lin Shui, Fang Ning, and Chu Lan are all ordinary inner disciples. They have neither elders nor other friends. Apart from each other, they only have Su Xiao Xiao. Simply pack up your belongings. The three little girls came to Zizua Peak. Is this Senior Wang Teng? When they saw Wang Teng's true appearance for the first time, they couldn't help but be stunned. Isn't this too young? Also, that appearance is too handsome. The facial features are as exquisite as a knife and natural, as if carved by the hands of God. The slender figure is well proportioned and strong, not looking like someone who is almost 200 years old, and the crystal clear and shiny skin is fairer and smoother than them all. Run! Putting aside those eyes filled with vicissitudes of life, he looks like a handsome young man. If eyes could change shape. They felt that their eyes must have been heart-shaped. Hey, what are you looking at? Su Xiao Xiao bared her little tiger teeth, waved her slender hands in front of the three girls, and said dissatisfied, "This is my master, please show respect in your eyes." Ah! The little girls came back to their senses, their cheeks turned red, and they quickly bowed and saluted, "I've seen you, Senior. Since we are little friends, we are our own people, no need to be polite." Wang Teng raised his hand in vain. Invisible force held them up. "Let's go." Seeing that the little girls were still looking at him quietly, Wang Teng shook his head slightly and walked straight down the mountain. "Just leave like this?" The four little girls looked confused. They thought they were going to fly with swords and make a big fanfare, and there might be a big show between Dao Fetus realm experts before leaving. The result is so simple. After all, Lingxiu sword sect has my share of hard work, so it's best if I don't destroy it. Wang Teng knew what they were thinking, and sighed without looking back, "Let's go, I will take you to fly when we get to the outside world." Oh! Several little girls quickly followed. They are also more willing to leave quietly, mainly because they feel unsure and cannot imagine facing 5 Dao Fetus realm experts. I don't know what happened to Su Xiao Xiao. Lin Shui and the other three felt that their legs would be weak and they would be scared half to death. Even on foot. Having a Dao Fetus leading the way is also different from normal walking. Although they were walking, they were faster than running at full speed in the spiritual pill realm. In addition, Wang Teng easily blinded others, so no one noticed that they left. Several little girls were anxious all the way. It wasn't until I left Lingxiu sword sect that my heart settled down. But very quickly. They are not calm anymore. "Master, are we going to the Black Dragon Mountains?" Su Xiao Xiao asked with hesitation and curiosity under the crazy gesture from his friend's eyes. "Well, let's get some travel expenses." Wang Teng was calm. The Black Dragon Mountain Range is one of the few resource treasures in Yunzhou, containing countless rare and exotic beasts. In the past, he was in the spiritual elixir realm and did not dare to go deep. But now, with the strength to crush the Lingxiu sword sect, it is enough to go in and clean up. It's just a good time to verify how far it has been upgraded. Wang Teng thought, and his divine power lifted the little girls up into the air, and in the blink of an eye they arrived above the core area of the Black Dragon Mountain Range. Divine thoughts cover it. Whether it is monsters, spiritual beasts, or treasures of heaven and earth, they are all in your eyes. 3rd level low-grade elixir, purple concentration flower. 2nd level elixir, tianxing fruit. Middle grade elixir, purple sunflower ginseng. For those spiritual beasts, Wang Teng didn't kill him, he just took away the elixir. Even so, it's like poking a hornet's nest. Roar! Ouch! Countless spiritual beasts and demonic beasts, seeing that they had lost the protective elixir, all went crazy and looked up to the sky and howled. However, no matter how crazy they can't find the culprit who stole the elixir. Is this the strength of a strong man in the Dao Fetus realm? You can easily take away high-level elixirs with just a few moves, and you can also make elixir level monsters that are comparable to elders helpless. The little girl's big, watery eyes were full of admiration and yearning. Roar! Suddenly, there was a roar from the front. A 3-foot-tall demon tiger with a majestic body and burning flames rose into the air and stood in front of everyone. Human, you have crossed the line. The demon tiger's eyes are scarlet, rising like flames, containing intimidation. Deophytus realm monster. The little girls were frightened and their scalps were numb. They subconsciously stepped back, but as they were on the black dragon sword and held up by Wang Teng's divine power, there was no way out. Hand over the red flame dragon marked divine stone, and I will spare your life. Wang Teng stood with his hands behind his back, his long hair flying. His clothes were blown by the strong wind, and he could feel the frightening aura, but his expression remained calm. Roar! The demon tiger was furious. I don't know whether to live or die. The crimson flame dragon marked sacred stone is a treasure that it has guarded for many years. How could it allow outsiders to take it away, not to mention the other party being so arrogant? The words have not yet finished. An astonishing beam of light spit out from its mouth and turned into a fire dozens of feet high, sweeping towards Wang Teng. Nice one! Wang Teng's eyes flashed. When he raised his hand, the power of heaven and earth surged, as if an invisible giant palm grasped the heavenly fire flame, and when he closed his hand, it had condensed into a fiery red crystal. I changed my mind. His eyes were filled with joy and he held the spar in his hand. I want you to help me practice. How outrageous! Are these little humans trying to enslave me? When the demon tiger heard this, he was furious. Roar! Another long roar. Its body instantly swelled and turned into a 10-foot-long giant beast, with 4 hooves in the air, wrapped in boundless flames, and stained half of the sky red. Not convinced. Wang Teng raised his eyebrows. The means he showed were beyond the reach of Deophytus. I thought that this demon tiger who had just entered the Deophytus realm would just obey, but I didn't expect that the other party would be so stubborn. Just in time, I also want to verify my strength. Wang Teng smiled faintly and still extended his palm. The next moment, the colorful brilliance between heaven and earth gathered together and turned into a giant hand that covered the sky with tens of feet, and shook it slightly towards the tiger demon. Ouch! The flaming demon tiger suddenly felt unparalleled pressure coming on him, and his huge body was like a deflated rubber ball, being compressed back to its original shape visibly to the naked eye. It screamed. The body is still being compressed, and the bones are cracking. Senior, spare your life. The flaming demon tiger was instantly frightened and shouted repeatedly, Senior, the little demon realizes his mistake, please spare my life. The little demon is willing to help Senior practice. The fierce flame demon tiger shouted, but secretly cursed in his heart that they were all liars. Who said that the human race in this area is just food, and the Elixir sword sect is just superficial? This person is more terrifying than the old dragon in the deepest part. Senior, the little demon is convinced. It shouted while shrinking its body to show its surrender. If I had known this, why did I do it in the first place? Wang Teng looked at the demon tiger who was arrogant at the front and respectful at the back. Don't worry, I'm just practicing here for a while, and I won't force you to leave the Black Dragon Mountains. Deophytus realm monsters are powerful, and they are very useful as mounts. But he is not someone who cares about appearance. The strength of this demon tiger is inferior to him, and it is not as fast as him. Not to mention using the magic of magic. Yes, Senior is magnanimous, but the little demon is reckless. The flaming demon tiger turned into the size of an ordinary native dog, sticking out its tongue, hunching its waist, and its human face was full of flattery. We'll stay here for a while, Wang Teng said to Su Xiao Xiao and the others. Yes, Master, Senior. Of course they had no objection. The eyes are all staring at the humanized Deophytus great monster, which is both novel and fun. They had been to the Black Dragon Mountains for many times, but this was the first time they felt so relaxed and comfortable, and it was also the first time they saw such a cowardly Daophytus realm great monster. This is strength. The little girls were amazed inwardly, with brilliant eyes. Wang Teng had no intention of paying attention to their thoughts. When he followed the flame demon tiger to the other party's cave mansion, he asked, "How many Daophytus realm monsters are there in the Black Dragon Mountains? Are there any great monsters or treasures with the three attributes of wood, water, and earth?" He originally planned to get some elixirs and materials and go to the top auction house in Yunzhou to see if he could collect the 5 elements treasures. Never thought about it. The first Daophytus realm monster I encountered gave me a surprise. Chapter 11. Senior, do you need 5 elements treasures? The fiery demon tiger is proficient in human nature and has extremely high intelligence. He instantly understands Wang Teng's intentions. Its fiery red eyes rolled around, and it said flatteringly, "There is a smelly snake in the canyon 200 miles east of the little demon. It is of the black water black snake lineage, and its beast core is a water attribute treasure. More than 200 miles deeper along the mountain range, there is an old tree demon. Its beast core is a wood attribute treasure. As for earth attribute treasures..." It hesitated for a moment, gritted its teeth and said, "The old dragon in the center of the black dragon has an earth spirit bead in its hand, and it is also an earth spirit body." Oh! Wang Teng's heart moved. The Black Dragon mountain range is richer than he imagined. What kind of cultivation level is that demon dragon? He asked casually, "How is it better than me? I wonder if Senior, does he know the headmaster of Elixir sword sect?" The flaming demon tiger said, "That demon dragon is as strong as the leader of the Elixir sword sect, and he has condensed about 4 feet of Daophytus. It seems that he is afraid that Wang Teng will not believe it." It added, "The headmaster of the Elixir sword sect once led several Daophytus realms and had a battle with the old dragon, but they were repelled by the old dragon and the old tree demon. Of course, this is news from 100 years ago." Fierce flame demon tiger silently added in his heart, secretly praising himself for being shrewd. If this person is defeated by the old dragon, then it can ask that old dragon to claim credit, and maybe even get some flesh and blood. If this person can defeat the old dragon and then kill those guys, then he will be the biggest overlord in the Black Dragon Mountains. There is no loss left or right. As for when the time comes to hold myself accountable for concealing the information, it can be said that it has not been seen for 100 years, so who knows whether the old dragon has improved or not. Anyway, what he said is true news. Is that so? Wang Teng smiled noncommittally. With that said, they came to the cave mansion of the fiery demon tiger. The intelligence of the monsters in the Daophytus realm is no different from that of the human race. They also know how to enjoy themselves. The cave mansion is clean and has no odor. On the contrary, it is full of elixirs and full of fragrance. Wow! So many elixirs! Xian yuan fruit, pure yuan fruit, red blood ginseng. Several little girls looked at the elixirs on both sides with little stars in their eyes. "Take whatever you like." Wang Teng waved his hand, quite boldly. The fiery demon tiger's eyelids twitched, he suppressed the heartache of dripping blood, and said with a smile, "These elixirs are useless to the little demon, just take them as you please. Then we won't be polite." The little girls cheered and quickly picked up the elixir. "Damn robber, it's best to let the old dragon tear you apart." The fiery demon tiger secretly cursed in his heart. On the surface, it remained calm as it led Wang Teng to a stalactite, raised its front paws tremblingly, pointed at the fist-sized golden red gem above and said, "Sir, that is the red flame dragon pattern divine stone." Whoosh! Wang Teng raised his hand and took the gem into his palm. It feels warm when you hold it, and there is a rush of warmth. If you hold it for a while, there will be a burning sensation, and at the same time it also carries a bit of sharpness. He looked at this sacred stone that looked like gold but not gold, and looked like stone but not stone, and nodded with satisfaction, yes, it is a treasure with both metallic and fire attributes. Put away the red flame dragon pattern sacred stone. Wang Teng looked at the demon tiger and said with a gentle smile, however, I still have to trouble you to continue spitting fire and condense some fire spirit stones for me. Ah! The flaming demon tiger's expression fell. That is the divine power that it has worked so hard to cultivate. It was full of reluctance, but due to the threat of Wang Teng's strength, it could only lick its face and say, Senior, how can this be considered troublesome? The little demon will control the fire for Senior. The flame demon tiger cursed again in his heart, and hurriedly released his divine power, turning into pale golden flames. It's pretty good. Wang Teng narrowed his eyes slightly and started to condense the fire spirit stone. The divine power of Dao Fetus's cultivation of the fire attribute is extremely pure, comparable to low-level spiritual objects, and is enough for him to push his physique to the spiritual level. See him busy. After Su Xiao and the others picked the elixir, they silently found a side road to practice. Just 3 days. The flaming demon tiger was completely drained and no longer had any divine power. Like a smile. The divine power will not disappear out of thin air, it will just be transferred into the fire spirit stone. A total of 120 yuan, each piece is not weaker than the best spiritual stone. I am afraid it will not only help me cultivate a fire attribute spirit body. Wang Teng inherited the smile and divine power of the fiery demon tiger, and waved his hand with satisfaction to the fiery demon tiger to go out and rest. He occupied the opponent's red jade bed. Try to see if you can synthesize it. 2 pieces of flaming crystal are placed into the synthesis slot. Fire spirit stone, the best fire attribute spirit stone, containing rich fire attribute spiritual energy and a wisp of fire attribute origin. Synthetic or not? Synthesis. A faint colorful divine light flashes. Fire spirit crystal, low-grade fire attribute spirit crystal, containing pure fire spirit chi and a small amount of fire attribute origin. Reunion. Middle-grade fire spirit crystal, contains more pure fire spirit essence and part of the fire attribute origin. Continue. High-grade fire spirit crystal, contains a large amount of pure fire spirit essence and rich fire attribute origin. Come on. The best fire spirit crystal, contains amazing fire spirit energy and a large amount of fire attribute origin. The fire god stone, a 7th level spiritual object that contains a small amount of the mysteries of fire and cannot be refined by non-Dao realm monks. 7th level spiritual creature? Dao realm monk. Wang Teng's pupils condensed slightly. He didn't have much idea about the level of spiritual objects. There were basically no spiritual objects in Yunzhou, and some were picked up by outside monks or taken away by auction houses. But as a Dao realm monk, he has some ideas. That is an existence that is 2 realms higher than the Dao Fetus realm. It is separated from the Dao Fetus realm by a Taoist realm. It is called a mighty outside Yunzhou. That is the peerless strongman who stands at the top of the 9 provinces of the mysterious realm. But to be able to be associated with such a strong person, one can imagine how high the level of 7th level spiritual objects is. It's a pity that the flame demon tiger has been drained. Unless the fire spirit crystal is provided, it will take at least a month or 2 to recover. Wang Teng came up with the idea of taking away the flaming demon tiger. But then think about it. This efficiency is too low. For more than 700 fire spirit crystals every year, it is not cost-effective to bring a burden to a new Dao Fetus realm. Wang Teng shook his head slightly and gave up the idea. The flaming demon tiger is different from Su Xiao and the others. The effort required to bring the flaming demon tiger is far more than 10 times 100 times more than theirs. If in danger, they are just like pendants, you can take them away if you tell them to. The fiery demon tiger is much more difficult. Even if the other party completely obeys him, the natural influence brought by his cultivation will not disappear and will be as heavy as carrying a mountain on his back. The harvest so far is already very good, there is no need to be greedy anymore. Wang Teng looked at the fire god stone in his hand. This kind of treasure is also the most precious treasure in Kyushu and Swanyu. It should be able to sell a lot of fire spirit crystals. In this way, we can exchange for a steady stream of Vulcan stones. In comparison. But that red flame dragon marked sacred stone is a bit insignificant. He couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. Although the red flame dragon pattern divine stone is called a divine stone, it is actually equivalent to the middle grade fire spirit crystal. It is hard to say whether it can be linked to spiritual objects. It's time to leave. Wang Teng glanced at Su Xiaoxiao and the others who were immersed in cultivation, thought for a while, and set up several divine power barriers for them. With his cultivation, the barrier placed casually was enough to block the leader of the Elixir sword sect for half an hour. Furthermore, as long as there is a little movement, he can sense it and rush back in a short time. You keep them here, and I will let you go free when I come back. Wang Teng ordered the fiery demon tiger again, turned around and left. Yes, senior, go slowly. The fiery demon tiger knew what Wang Teng was going to do, and acted extremely submissive. He waited for Wang Teng to leave, then cursed in his heart. What the hell, do you really treat Mr. Tiger as a watchdog? You'd better die in the hands of that old dragon and never come back again. Chapter 12. Human, you are looking for death. To the east of Lion Mountain, in a canyon filled with poisonous gas, the black water black snake looked up to the sky and screamed, furious. Its huge body soared upwards and rushed 50 meters out of the water. Rolling poisonous gas mixed with black river water pouring out. I said, as long as you cooperate, get some water spirit stones and leave. If you insist on seeking death, don't blame me for being rude. Wang Teng's eyes flashed coldly, and he raised his hand to suppress the black water snake. Don't even think about it. The black water black snake would rather die than surrender. As you wish. Wang Teng had a cold face and clenched his hands. The huge power of heaven and earth instantly squeezed the 50-meter-long body of the black water black snake into blood mist. In that black blood mist, there is a fist-sized black drop-shaped beast core suspended in the air. Although it cannot be decomposed into a water spirit stone, it is still a spiritual object that is not weaker than the red flame dragon marked divine stone, and it is enough to transform me. Wang Teng put away beast core. After briefly searching the snake cave mansion, continue to go deeper and look for the dryad. Whoosh! 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 As soon as he stepped into a wild ancient forest that was different from other places, he heard the sound of breaking through the air, and countless branches came around. Every branch is green, but it carries the power of heaven and earth, comparable to a 9th-level spiritual soldier. The strength is far superior to the flame demon tiger and the black water black snake. It should be condensed into the 2-foot Deo fetus. However, it is not a problem for me. The 5 Deo fetus in Wang Teng's body moved together, releasing surging divine power and cutting off all the branches in an instant. The next moment, the broken branch was quickly retracted. Then, Wang Teng saw a towering old tree rising from the ground, using its roots as its legs, and running towards the depths of the mountains. Where to go? Wang Teng used his divine walking technique, caught up with him in the blink of an eye, and struck down with his giant palm of divine power. The dryad didn't even have time to scream, before it turned into powder, leaving only a palm-sized elixir with a faint shadow of a small tree in it. Only the demon dragon is left. Wang Teng still searched the lair of the tree demon. Then he gathered his breath and quietly moved toward the center of the Black Dragon mountain range. According to the fiery demonic tiger, the strength of that demonic dragon should be on par with the headmaster, but he would definitely not believe it. Master happened to be involved in that battle 100 years ago, and it actually tried to deceive me with this. Haha! Wang Teng's eyes flashed coldly. It would be fine if the demon tiger was peaceful, but it was restless and wanted to rely on the information difference to let itself fight the demon dragon to death. It's simply courting death. Sure enough, those who are not of my race must have different minds. In his thoughts, Wang Teng traveled hundreds of miles and arrived at the center of the mountain range. Far away, he saw a huge creature dormant on a towering black mountain peak, with a palm-sized yellow spiritual bead hanging above its head. With each breath, the earth's spiritual energy from heaven and earth gathered and was breathed and absorbed by the demon dragon. This thing is also called a dragon. Wang Teng looked at it for a few times, showing a strange expression. The dragon in his impression is a mythical creature with a camel head and cow ears, antlers and rabbit eyes, a snake neck and a snake body, a body covered with fish scales, tiger palms and eagle claws. Soaring in the 9 heavens, galloping across the 4 seas, can call for wind and rain, and dominate the wind and thunder. But the so-called demon dragon in front of him, it is more like an enlarged version of a rhinoceros, with a fat and round body, thick limbs and a single horn on its forehead. It is far different from the image of a triceratops. The strength is not weak. Wang Teng stared at the eyebrows of the demon dragon. There is a Dao fetus that is 90% similar to his image, looming, completely black, and 4 feet tall. Judging from the chi of the master's movements, he can condense up to 3.5 feet of Dao fetus, which is definitely not as powerful as this demonic dragon. The message from the flame demon tiger should be based on the battle 100 years ago. The two might have been equally powerful at the time, but now, this demonic dragon is far superior to the headmaster. It's probably due to the earth spirit pearl. Wang Teng's eyes fell on the earthy yellow spirit bead. Use the fire spirit crystal as a reference. The grade of the earth spirit bead is not weaker than the top grade fire spirit crystal, but compared with the 7th grade spiritual object fire stone, it is far behind. In terms of value, I'm afraid it's even higher than my 3rd level Dao weapon Black Dragon Sword, and it can be classified into the level of Taoist realm. Wang Teng was very moved. This earth spirit bead may allow him to upgrade his physique to the Taoist level. Strike first is the strongest. Wang Teng no longer concealed his aura, and used all his power to move his body. His body was like a stream of light, and he flew across thousands of meters in the blink of an eye, flying up to the Black Mountain peak. At the same time, the Black Dragon Sword appears in the palm of your hand. The art of controlling weapons. Wang Teng shouted in his heart. Hundreds of weapons and killing techniques flashed through my mind, and I picked up the most suitable attack and killing method at the moment. These are several sword techniques that specialize in fast swords. After merging into a military weapon, the cooperation with the Xianlong sword has reached a level beyond the reach of ordinary people. Puff! A thunderous strike, meritorious service on the spot. The Xianlong sword extended dozens of feet of bright sword light, and with lightning speed, it pierced one of the demon dragon's eyes. Ouch! The demonic dragon let out a long roar of pain. The practice was interrupted, and the divine power also had a backlash, causing the blood and energy in its body to surge. The spiritual energy that had not yet been refined went out of control and exploded several meridians. Damn human being, you are looking for death. After all, the demon dragon condensed the 4-foot Dao fetus, reacted extremely quickly, and roared, clasping its 2 front paws tightly on the materialized sword light. At the same time, the earth spirit bead emits a misty brilliance, shrouding it all around. The sword light that pierced into the eyes was immediately blocked by its divine power, preventing the black dragon sword from going any further. Crush it to me! It roared loudly and crushed the sword light. Pity! Wang Teng mobilized the Xianlong sword with all his strength, trying to destroy the demon dragon Dao fetus with the sword's light. However, the opponent is too strong. Even a surprise attack failed. My current strength should be between the 3.5-foot Dao fetus and the 4-foot Dao fetus, which is roughly equivalent to the level of 3 foot 8-9, slightly inferior to the demon dragon. But the 4-foot Dao fetus is more condensed, and is much better than the 3-foot Dao fetus in terms of quality. In one blow, Wang Teng had a clearer understanding of his own strength. Die. After the demon dragon crushed the sword light angrily, he suppressed the injury with the earth spirit bead. It looked up to the sky and roared, its huge body rose into the air, bursting out with shocking murderous intent, and came towards Wang Teng with the power of Mount Tai. Strong but slow. Wang Teng calmly distinguished and did not confront him head-on. His advantages lie in the Black Dragon sword, divine movement technique, and weapon control technique, and his divine power is not inferior to that of the demonic dragon in terms of quantity. Just fight it. He quickly analyzed the fighting method. With the sharpness of the Black Dragon sword, as long as it can touch it, it can cause damage to it. Come to this conclusion. Wang Teng relied on his supernatural speed to fight with the demonic dragon. Boom! The roaring in the mountains and forests continued, like an earth dragon turning over. Wherever one person and one monster passes, mountain peaks collapsed, forests were destroyed, and ancient trees turned to ashes. Amazing momentum. Sweeping the entire Black Dragon mountain range. That boy is actually so strong. The edge of the core area of the Black Dragon mountains. The flaming demon tiger sensed the energy fluctuations in the center of the mountain range and couldn't help but shrink his head. He can actually fight on par with that old dragon. Its expression was constantly changing, and an idea suddenly flashed in its mind. I only thought about who would win and who would lose, but I forgot about the other situation. Is it possible that they would both lose? If so, the flame demon tiger's mouth was dry and his heart was pounding. Those are two Dao fetus realm experts who are 10 times stronger than it. If it can hurt both sides and be caught and eaten by it, wouldn't it soar into the sky? Do you want to gamble? The face of the flaming demon tiger was changing. For a long time, it gritted its teeth and opened its mouth to swallow the remaining elixir in the cave mansion, as well as the small amount of treasures it had hidden. Feeling the recovery of a small part of the divine power in the body, its eyes flickered, became increasingly fierce, and quickly ran towards the depths of the Black Dragon Mountains. Almost at the same time, the Elixir sword sect is thousands of miles away. The elders who were in charge of teaching in Dao fetus realm also felt the reaction. Several people rushed out of the retreat palace and came to the sky above the sect, all looking towards the Black Dragon mountain range. Are those monsters fighting among themselves, or is someone forcing their way in? Everyone looked at each other and frowned. The Supreme Elder of Jianzhou looked solemn and said in a deep voice, "Every sect in Yunzhou knows that the Black Dragon mountain range is the treasure land of our Elixir sword sect. Is it some foreign monk who doesn't understand the rules? Outsiders? I don't think so." A cold light flashed in Ling Tian's eyes, and he fixed his gaze on Zizua Peak. The newly promoted Supreme Elder is not in the sect. Could it be that he provoked the demonic dragon by running to the Black Dragon Mountains? The headmaster's spiritual thoughts swept over Zizua Peak, and his brows furrowed even more tightly. 100 years ago, I and several Supreme Elders couldn't defeat that demon dragon. It has the Earth Spirit Pearl in its hands, and it must be stronger now. Wang Teng, are you seeking death? Headmaster, do we want to take action? The Supreme Elder of Jianzhou had no ill feelings towards Wang Teng and never interfered in the internal struggles of the sect. He only considered the interests of the sect. This person is really a disaster. He dug the foundation of the sect before, but now he provokes those monsters. In the future, he must not provoke those great sects from outside Yunzhou. The Supreme Elder of Jianzhou prefers Ling Tian and has no good impression of Wang Teng. After recent events, he is even more anxious for Wang Teng to get into trouble. He raised his hands to the headmaster and said, "Master, in my opinion, if he can survive, we should teach him a lesson to prevent him from getting into trouble in the future. If he can't survive, it will save us trouble, and we will pretend that we don't have this prince." Elder. What Elder Xianjian said is true. Wang Teng thinks very highly of himself. He just broke through the Daophytus realm and doesn't know how high the sky is. Ling Tian echoed, in my opinion, those monsters may not be able to do anything to him. At most, they will suffer a little, and they can still get away if they want to. Well, what you all said makes sense. The headmaster's eyes flickered and he made a decision, let's wait and see. Based on his understanding of the demonic dragon. The stronger it is, and its speed is at most better than that of the spirit pill realm, otherwise it would have swallowed up the Daophytus realm monsters in the Black Dragon Mountains that are not as good as it. Although Wang Teng has not learned Daophytus realm spiritual skills, he has high-grade spiritual pill realm body skills and Qinggong, so escaping is no problem. Then let him ask for some trouble. To be fair, the headmaster also hopes that Wang Teng will suffer more, so that he can be better controlled by him and used by the sect. Chapter 13. Roar. Kid, don't run away if you can. In the Black Dragon Mountains. The demonic dragon looked up to the sky and howled, roaring continuously, looking like a crazy demon. Condensed 4 feet Daophytus can be regarded as a strong person in the middle stage of Daophytus realm, far better than anyone in Elixir sword sect, and slightly better than Wang Teng. Even if it is successfully attacked by a sneak attack, it should be a crushing game. But the result is, it was being run around like a dog. On the other hand, Wang Teng, with the advantage of divine movement, he seems to be at a disadvantage, but in fact, the consumption is not as high as that of the demon dragon, and he can still strike the opponent with a sword from time to time. It only lasted half a stick of incense. The demon dragon is already scarred, its skin and flesh are torn, and its body is covered with sword marks. This guy is thick-skinned and tough. Although Wang Teng was able to do it with ease, he still had a headache in defending against the demonic dragon. Perhaps it was the result of the earth Lingzhu. The demon dragon is physically stronger than the human race. It is almost touching the threshold of the spirit body after being quenched. It is also the earth attribute that is best at defense. This makes the demon dragon equivalent to a piece of hob meat. After this battle, we must find a safe place and cultivate into a spiritual body as soon as possible. Wang Teng longed for physical transformation even more in his heart. If you can cultivate into the 5 elements spiritual body, his body will only be stronger than the demon dragon. Keep grinding. Wang Teng could clearly feel that the demon dragon's condition was declining. The sword that made the sneak attack earlier was temporarily suppressed by the demon dragon. If he didn't take action, it would only be a matter of time before he could recover. But Wang Teng didn't give it a chance. This also gives that sword the opportunity to make a contribution. In the struggle between half a stick of incense, the demon dragon is gradually showing signs of being unable to suppress its injuries. This is another stalemate for half a stick of incense. After the demon dragon drove Wang Teng away again, he suddenly stopped and gave up the pursuit. Human, I admit that I can't do anything to you, but you can't defeat me. If you continue to consume me, it will be neither good for you nor me. With its only remaining eye, it looked directly at Wang Teng and growled, why don't we just let it go? Oh. Wang Teng's eyes moved and he pretended to be deep in thought, yes, but you have to hand over the Earth Spirit Pearl. Do you think this king is a fool? The demon dragon's pupils condensed and he showed a fierce look, if I give you the Earth Spirit Pearl, won't I let you slaughter me? It relied on the Earth Spirit Pearl to barely suppress its injuries. If you hand it over, what's the difference between self-destruction? It's okay if you don't hand over the Earth Spirit beads. Wang Teng smiled slightly, you can also give me some Earth Spirit stones. Earth Spirit Stone. The demon dragon almost spit out blood. I told you earlier that you would go to such great lengths just for this? Its dark face instantly became darker. How much do you want? Not much, 120 yuan. Wang Teng took out the fire spirit stone obtained by the fiery demon tiger and threw it with one hand, like this. This must have forced the flaming demon tiger to use up its divine power to condense it for you. The demon dragon could see the origin of the fire spirit stone at a glance. His eyes were gloomy, and he said coldly, "If it were the beginning, I might be able to help you, but now, I can no longer use so much divine power." After that, it didn't want to anger Wang Teng, so it added, "You can wait for half a month, and I will help you after I recover a little." Wang Teng was about to refuse. Suddenly, I noticed a familiar scent approaching. He raised the corner of his mouth, changed his mind, and said, "Okay. But I will only give you 3 days. If you regret it, then don't blame me, Elixir Sword Sect, for sweeping away your Black Dragon Mountain range." "Are you from the Elixir Sword Sect?" The demon dragon's pupil shrank. It has only recently broken through 4 feet. Not long after Deo Fetus, he originally planned to wipe out the Elixir Sword Sect after his cultivation was stable. Unexpectedly, we haven't interacted with each other for just 100 years. The Elixir Sword Sect actually came out with such a character who was not weaker than it. Guaranteed replacement if fake. Wang Teng snapped his fingers and typed out his Elixir Supreme Order, "Leave a souvenir for you, see you in 3 days. Don't wait for the demon dragon to respond." He stepped on the magical power and disappeared from the spot. It's over. Hundreds of miles away. The flaming demon tiger is quite strange. How did this battle end so strangely? It's just that I didn't hear anyone trying their best. I didn't even feel the sudden change of a certain aura from strong to weak. What kind of life and death battle is this? The fiery demon tiger had a confused face and pondered for a moment before murmuring, "They won't be in a stalemate and will give up and make peace, right?" "Congratulations, you got the answer right." Wang Teng's figure appeared silently behind the flaming demon tiger. "Ah!" The flame demon tiger's expression changed, and he hurriedly moved 100 meters away before turning his head. "Wait until you see it is Wang Teng." Its expression changes one after another, which is extremely exciting. But soon, he put on a flattering face, "Senior, are you back?" It was afraid that Wang Teng would think too much, so it quickly added, "The little demon is worried about the senior not coming back for a long time, so he came here to help." Tisk tisk. Wang Teng clapped his hands lightly and marveled, "Being a demon as smart as you is a rare talent." Pity. His smile suddenly faded and his eyes turned cold. Without giving the fiery demon tiger a chance to continue his quibbles, he took a hold of the void and crushed the huge tiger body into blood mist. Holding the round red beast core, he couldn't help shaking his head and sighing, "Why bother? Compared to those fire spirit stones, Wang Teng really didn't care about a fire attribute beast core. However, this demon tiger is too smart, and his cleverness is mistaken for his cleverness. Otherwise, wouldn't it be nice to be the new king of the Black Dragon Mountain Range with peace of mind?" The next 3 days, Wang Teng was guarding not far from the Demon Dragon Cave Mansion to prevent this guy from taking the opportunity to escape. The Demon Dragon understood what he was thinking and was at peace with it. "I cultivated honestly in the cave mansion for 2 days, and on the 3rd day I spent time condensing 120 earth spirit stones." One man and one demon faced each other again. The demon dragon looked at Wang Teng from a distance and asked in a deep voice, "What if I hand over the earth spirit stone and am still besieged by your Elixir Sword Sect?" "Don't worry, I have quit the Elixir Sword Sect. Wang Teng still wants the earth spirit pearl, so naturally he has to stabilize the demon dragon first. If you don't believe me, I'll keep that token for you as a souvenir." "Oh." The demon dragon turned his one eye and nodded, "Okay." It didn't completely believe Wang Teng, but it still threw out those earth spirit beads. The main reason is of course not Wang Teng's words, but Wang Teng is the only one who comes to attack it, and he has not seen anyone else from the Elixir Sword Sect in the past 3 days. Based on its understanding of the old man from Elixir Sword Sect. Obviously unreasonable. Farewell. Wang Teng walked away neatly. Returned to the Flame Demon Tiger Cave Mansion. Wang Teng placed multiple layers of barriers at the entrance of the cave, gave Su Xiaoxiao and the others some instructions, and then began to retreat. Not long after, 120 pieces of Earth Spirit Stone were synthesized into 60 low-grade Earth Spirit crystals. The red flame dragon marked sacred stone replaces the two attributes of gold and fire, and then extracts part of the essence from the black water black snake beast core and the dryad beast core, supplemented by 30 pieces of low-grade Earth spiritual crystals, which should be enough for me to cultivate into a spiritual body. The 5 elements are mutually reinforcing, but they are also in conflict with each other. Wang Teng must balance the share of spiritual objects of each attribute. Once a certain attribute is absorbed excessively, it will lead to an imbalance in the 5 elements, which will then lead to the collapse of the origin of the body. Practice. After allocating detailed shares, Wang Teng placed 5 kinds of spiritual objects around his body, circulated the 5 elements Taoist Sutra, and began to absorb the original energy from the spiritual objects. Chapter 14. When you practice a path, your spiritual power becomes a boat and your body becomes a river. Only a strong enough physique can support strong spiritual power, especially after the Dao Fetus realm. Such as the Dao Fetus realm of Elixir sword sect. Although you have entered this realm, due to physical limitations, it is difficult to achieve great accomplishment even if you practice hard for hundreds of years. They will never be able to reach a higher realm in this life. Because of talent, it has restricted their growth. Wang Teng also discovered this problem. That's why he desperately wants to cultivate into a spiritual body. The 5 elements Taoist scripture absorbs the energy of the 5 elements and the spiritual objects of the 5 elements to enhance the origin of his physique, making it possible for him to climb to a higher level. He must catch it. Originally, he still needed 2 or 3 months of practice. But now, with the 5 elements of spiritual objects in hand, the time limit is greatly reduced. Call. Finally cultivated a spiritual body. Just as Wang Teng expected. With the blessing of spiritual beings, in just 7 days, the source of understanding in the body has accumulated to its peak, and then transformed. Finally transformed into a 5-element spirit body. This moment, he felt that his body and soul had become as light as goose feathers, as if he could float with just a thought without mobilizing the power of heaven and earth. The aura and 5 elements between heaven and earth also become clearly visible at this time. The world seems to have become colorful. In Wang Teng's sight, the origin of the 5 elements of anything cannot escape the eyes of the Dharma. As long as you concentrate, the flowers, plants and trees will be enveloped in a layer of colorful halo. Some are rich, some are light, some are colorful, and some have only 2 or 3, or even 1 or 2 colors. That is the origin of living beings and things, it is the aura. The Dao Fetus realm of the mortal body cannot see these. This is the essence of all things that only monks at the spiritual and Tao levels can see. The spirit body is indeed the threshold of genius. There was a faint halo of 5 colors flowing in Wang Teng's eyes, and as he breathed, he could see the rich spiritual energy of the 5 elements swarming in. Unlike when you first enter the Dao Fetus realm, you need to filter other spiritual energy and then absorb the 5 elements spiritual energy. Breathing through your mouth now is the spiritual energy of the 5 elements. The spiritual energy of other attributes has been excluded and does not need to be separated anymore. At this moment, there is no need to run the technique, and the efficiency of naturally absorbing spiritual energy is already comparable to previous practice. If you practice in seclusion, your speed will increase at least 5 times. Wang Teng ran the technique for a while, experienced it carefully, and was shocked by this improvement. This is the Dao Fetus realm. What is the concept of increasing efficiency by 5 times in this realm? Practice alone. It is equal to the combined achievements of 5 mortal Dao Fetus realms of cultivation. The efficiency of cultivation, the speed of recovery, and the control of the power of heaven and earth have all undergone earth-shaking changes. It is worthy of a transformation. In comparison, the improvement in physical strength is somewhat insignificant. Wang Teng had never been in contact with a spirit body and had never considered this aspect. Before, he was just coveted for the body of the demonic dragon. Now, as expected, his body is stronger than that of the demon dragon. On the contrary, he was not as happy as he imagined, as if it should be like this. Just because the improvement in other aspects is too great, completely covering the improvement brought by this harvest. Besides, Wang Teng's cultivation level has also improved a lot. Originally, he cultivated into a 3-foot Dao fetus, and after transforming into 5 Dao fetus, each one was 6 inches tall. But after cultivating a spiritual body, after experiencing the origin of the 5 elements of spiritual beings and the baptism of the 5 elements of spiritual energy, the 5 Dao fetus transformed into 1 foot and solidified several times. Now when we fight the demon dragon again, whether it's cultivation or physical strength, we can crush him in all aspects. Wang Teng was sincerely surprised by this harvest. As he restrained his own abnormality, he discovered some external changes. His skin became more and more translucent, like ice muscles and jade bones. The whole person becomes more and more transcendent, spotless, like an immortal descending from the dust. Every gesture. There is a faint colorful charm flowing all over the body. Practice your skills with the demon dragon. Wang Teng stood up and took 1 step forward, as if blending into the heaven and earth, spanning hundreds of meters. After Wang Teng's previous sneak attack, the demon dragon became more cautious and hid back in the cave mansion while condensing the earth spirit stone. It was an ancient cave that looked quite old. Wang Teng heard his master say it. That ancient cave is said to be the resting place of the ancient black dragon when it was young. Even after endless years, the ancient cave still has residual energy. The chi machine gradually blended with the heaven and earth, turning into a restriction like a natural formation. Even the 4-foot Dao fetus cannot be easily broken. This is also the reason why the 5 Dao fetus realm experts from the Elixir sword sect failed to besiege the demon dragon and had no choice but to let it grow. When condensing the earth spirit stone, the demonic dragon retreated into the ancient cave, and now it looks like it will never come out. Just when Wang Teng arrived, what I saw was a dozen people standing in the sky, towering over the demonic dragon cave mansion. Among those people, astonishingly, there are also the headmaster of Elixir sword sect and several supreme elders. What's going on? Wang Teng's eyes narrowed and he scanned everyone. There seems to be something wrong with the atmosphere. The dozen or so people present were clearly divided into 2 groups. One party was headed by a fairy-like woman, next to an old woman, followed by 5 middle-aged men with fairy-like demeanor. The other side, it was headed by an evil-looking ghost-faced man wearing black clothes, followed by 8 figures who also wore ghost faces and blood-red robes. Next to them were the members of the Elixir sword sect who were trembling with fear and covered in cold sweat. The 2 groups confronted each other in the air. The strong hostility and pressure are intertwined, causing this world to form an invisible aura. This is how Wang Teng's cultivation level increased greatly. Unable to get close to it easily, I felt tremendous pressure. These people are all Dao fetus realm monks, and they all have extremely high cultivation levels. They may have reached the peak of Dao fetus realm. Wang Teng's heart was pounding and his mouth was dry. He wanted to pull away. However, before he could even move his steps, the eyes of those people had already fallen on him. Wang Teng suddenly felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. Senior, that is my supreme elder of Elixir sword sect, my name is Wang Teng. Ling Tian was also stunned when he saw Wang Teng. Immediately, there was something special in his eyes, and he cupped his hands at the ghost-faced man next to him and said, "He has been to the Black Dragon Mountains before and had a fight with the demon dragon, maybe it was also for the secret realm." What a Ling Tian! When Wang Teng heard this, his eyes were fierce and as cold as a knife. This is clearly trying to drag him into trouble. Such a villain should really kill him as soon as possible. Wang Teng, you are a despicable villain who goes back on your word. You promised to let it go, but you attracted so many people. In the ancient cave, the demon dragon also roared angrily, if I had known this, I should have killed you here even if my origin was damaged. After what Ling Tian and Yao Long said, both the ghost-faced man and the fairy-like woman were all staring at Wang Teng, looking up and down. Wang Teng felt a sudden increase in pressure. For the first time, he experienced the feeling of being held on fire. What shocked him the most was that both groups seemed to be interested in him, with a hint of emotion in their eyes. Just when Wang Teng was hesitating whether to use the magic technique to fight, the fairy-like woman spoke, her red lips parted slightly, her veil floated, and a voice as ethereal as an aureole in the valley came out, fellow deist is a five-element spirit. Boy, come here to me. When this is done, not only you, but also your small sect will be heavily rewarded by my Tianjua palace. The ghost-faced man then spoke, his voice hoarse and low, like the roar of a ghost, and like the friction of metal, it was harsh and chilling. Chapter 15. They want to explore a secret realm and need the help of the five elements spirits. Wang Teng is so sharp. In an instant, he understood the origin of the strange looks the two groups gave him. This is unheard of in Tianjua Palace. It must not be a force in Yunzhou. The same should be true for the other side. Their strength is unfathomable. It is best not to provoke them. Wang Teng didn't want to get involved, so he cupped his hands and said, you two, I'm here for the demon dragon. I have no intention of getting involved in your affairs, so I'll take my leave now. Stop! Someone behind the ghost-faced man spoke up and shouted, is it true that you can come here whenever you want and leave whenever you want? Didn't you hear the demon general ordering you to come over? The blood-robed ghost-faced man glanced at his leader, and seeing that he had no intention of stopping him, he continued to scold, if you are wise, come quickly and complete this matter for me in Tianjua Palace. Otherwise, don't blame us for waiting to destroy your whole family. What a domineering Tianjua Palace! Wang Teng's expression was cold, and his heart was filled with anger. If they weren't afraid of the other party's strength, just relying on these words, these people would already have a way to kill them. My lords, please don't get angry. I will persuade you, Junior. When the headmaster heard this, he was sweating profusely on his forehead. He glanced at Wang Teng who was standing still, and scolded him dissatisfied, Wang Teng, what are you hesitating about? Do you want me, the Elixir sword sect, to be buried with you? Humph! I have already said that this person's rebellious nature is really a disaster for the sect. Seeing that Wang Teng was still motionless, the supreme elder of Jianzhong couldn't help but snorted coldly, his eyes showing murderous intent. In my opinion, he left the clan and came here alone. Maybe he has some secrets and wants to monopolize the benefits. Ling Tian even raised his hands to the ghost-faced man and said, my lords, although this man is a fellow disciple of my Elixir sword sect, he is perverse, ruthless, and selfish. You cannot persuade him with words alone. If your lord agrees, we'll just work together to take him down. Then what are you waiting for? The ghost-faced man snorted coldly, feeling a little impatient. If it weren't for the people from the True Martial Academy to restrain him from taking action easily, he could suppress the bumpkin from the first layer of Dao Fetus realm with his backhand. At this point, we have no choice but to capture him. The headmaster's eyes were cold. He took Ling Tian and Jianzhong Taishang one step forward to take action. The supreme elder of Jianzhou stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to stop it, but due to the ghost-faced man next to him, he did not dare to stop him. Wait a minute. At this time, the True Martial Academy Divine Maiden, who was like a fairy coming to earth, took a step forward. Her skin was like jade, her temperament was aloof, and her astonishing chi came out of her body, suppressing everyone in the Elixir sword sect from being able to step forward. Fellow deist, we are here for the secret treasure of the ancient black dragon. Divine Maiden's long hair was dancing, and she looked at Wang Teng with bright eyes and white teeth. The man opposite is the demon Dao monk from Tianjua Palace. He is always ruthless and unscrupulous in his actions. If you are willing to cooperate with my true martial academy, not only can I protect you, but I can also recommend you to join my true martial academy. Just as Wang Teng guessed, she really needs the help of the 5 elements spirits on this trip. Although she invited 5 fellow disciples, all of whom have spiritual bodies and belong to one of the 5 elements, she must be more confident if she can win over a 5-element spirit. Junior Sister Kyunyu. Several middle-aged people from True Martial Academy frowned. One of the middle-aged men wearing bright yellow Taoist robes glanced at Wang Teng and said in a deep voice, although he is a 5-element Taoist and has a pure method of cultivation, his origin is unknown after all. It is enough for me to be here, why do we need an outsider? Help! Kyunyu Divine Maiden remained unmoved. The crystal-clear eyes like water stared at Wang Teng. If I don't despise Yunzhou, with the talent of fellow Daoist, if I stay in Yunzhou, I will only be buried. Moreover, she glanced at everyone in Tianjua Palace and said softly, since you are here today, we will let you go. I'm afraid those people won't let you go. Boy! Seeing Wang Teng's brows move, the leader of the ghost-faced man spoke again, his voice even colder, True Martial Academy is no match for my heavenly palace. You must think clearly and don't make any mistakes. Yet, Wang Teng smiled non-committally. He stepped on the void and walked leisurely to the True Martial Divine Maiden, then turned his head and asked, I have never been aware of current affairs, what can you do to me? Very good. The ghost-faced man's exposed eyes were covered with a layer of coldness. He uttered 2 words coldly and then stopped looking at Wang Teng. Instead, he stared at the True Martial Academy Divine Maiden, Mu Kyunyu, you and I have been at a stalemate for 5 days. Let's continue. No one can get Long Zhang. How about we join forces for now? He didn't want to drag it out any longer to avoid another incident, so he had to compromise first. If it were before, I might consider it, but now. Mu Kyunyu glanced at Wang Teng, with a smile on her face, I think this trip will be smoother without you. Buzz. Talking and laughing. Mu Kyunyu's eyebrows bloomed with brilliance. Dao fetus is looming, and a simple silver mirror flies out. When the ancient mirror comes out, the color of the world changes. The heaven and earth within a radius of thousands of miles seemed to be controlled, and the infinite power of heaven and earth gathered together to form an astonishing sky-wide glow, shining in all directions. Mirror of the universe. You actually brought the universe mirror. The ghost-faced demon contracted his pupils violently and lost his voice in shock. There was no hesitation. He raised his hand to sacrifice a jade talisman, instilling the majestic divine power into it, and immediately evolved into a tall and majestic peerless demonic figure. It was the shadow of a young man. Wearing a white bone demon crown, he sat on a throne of bones piled up in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and glanced at Mu Kyunyu with his majestic gaze. Tisk! It's like 2 laser beams shooting at each other. That demonic shadow made the ancient mirror's divine light melt away with just its gaze. What a strong means! Wang Teng felt his scalp numb but his blood was boiling. He could feel that if it were him, facing that kind of power, he would be turned into powder in an instant. Such power is terrifying. But it's also desirable and desirable. Boom! Rolling thunder exploded from the sky. The thousands of miles of sky is twisted, collapsed, and broken. If his real body is here, the universe mirror may not be able to do anything. But it's just a clone, don't even think about trying to do evil. Mu Kyunyu scolded and urged the ancient mirror with all her strength. The silver brilliance filled the sky like a mercury waterfall flowing down, and like the rolling Milky Way pouring down, destroying the demonic figure in an instant. Mu Kyunyu, the palace master will never let you go. Accompanied by screams. The 9 ghost-faced men illuminated by the brilliance of the silver mirror, melted inch by inch and turned into ashes like winter snow encountering the scorching sun. In the blink of an eye, there were only a few weapons and rings left on the opposite side. Before they fell, Mu Qinyu waved them into his bag. These people. Mu Qinyu glanced at the stunned Lingxiu sword sect members, then looked at Wang Teng with her beautiful eyes. Fellow Daoist can do whatever he wants. Tianjua Palace is the demon Dao monk that everyone in the Xian territory shouts and beats. Anyone who has anything to do with it must be cleaned up, and even the forces behind it will be held accountable by the major forces. But these people have grudges with Wang Teng. She intended to win over Wang Teng, a five-element spirit, to join the true martial academy, so she was naturally happy to give him a favor. Wang Teng understood the divine maiden's thoughts, took a deep breath, cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, fellow Daoist." Wang Teng. The headmaster came back to his senses, made a plop, knelt down on the spot, and said with a face full of regret, "I was coerced by the evil people from Ju Palace that day, so I made that decision. This was definitely not my intention. Please consider this as a fellow disciple. For the sake of the field, please ask this senior for a favor." "Yes, yes. It's all the fault of those thieves who hide their heads and show their tails." Ling Tian and the Supreme Elder of Jianzhong also knelt down and begged for mercy. "Wang Teng, what we just said was just to deceive and perfunctory those guys. We didn't really want to do anything to you. This is a last resort. What an act of mediation." Well, only the Supreme Elder of Jianzhong, who seemed to be dozens of years older, sighed sadly and helplessly. No matter how much he cared about the sect, he could not accept what the headmaster, Ling Tian, and the others had done, and he could only sigh. Chapter 16. The Supreme Elder Wang Teng. You and I come from the same sect, and I and your master are brothers of the same generation. Back then, my master loved your master and your master very much, and he also admired you very much. Even if you don't care about me, you should still think about their friendship, right?" Seeing that Wang Teng was unmoved and even showed murderous intent, the headmaster quickly moved out the two deceased peak masters of Zizua Peak. "As long as you let me go this time. After returning to the sect, I will immediately restart the reform of the year. It was the last wish of your master and ancestor, and you have devoted your efforts to it." He knew that he had no friendship with Wang Teng, and even suppressed him. He could only seek a chance of survival from the friendship with the previous generation. "I know that the Lingxiu sword sect cannot keep you, but you should not be willing to take 3 generations with you. Are you sorry to leave? As long as you let me go, I will help you fulfill your long-cherished wish when I get back." The headmaster patted his chest and assured. "Yes, yes, we can do that too." Ling Tian and the Supreme Elder of Jianzhong also echoed. Only the Supreme Elder of Jianzhong looked increasingly sad. He stood there like a chicken, without begging for mercy or saying anything. He just felt pathetic and deplorable for the arrogant behavior of several of his fellow disciples. "If I had known this, why did I do it in the first place?" Wang Teng looked deeply and sighed softly. He had already left Lingxiu sword sect, leaving them a chance, but they didn't know whether to live or die, and still dragged themselves into trouble in front of the people of Tianjua Palace. Can't let them go. At this time, the demon dragon hiding in the ancient cave suddenly spoke with a voice like thunder. "Those 3 guys are despicable and shameless. They once plotted against your master." Wang Teng frowned and looked towards the ancient cave. Just listen to the demon dragon continue to say, "If the king's prediction is correct, your master should be one of the Dao fetus realm who came with them to besiege the king. No matter who it is, the 2 who did not come today will be killed. They plotted. You, the headmaster, came to see me at the beginning, hoping that I would take action to seriously injure those 2, but I didn't listen. That's why he became angry and led people to besiege the king." As soon as this statement came out, Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. Is this happening? In an instant, his whole body was filled with evil energy, his eyes were as sharp as knives, and he stared at the headmaster. What nonsense! The headmaster's eyes were obviously panicked, but soon turned into anger. This demonic dragon is clearly slandering me and trying to divide my spirit. Enough! When Wang Teng saw that the three of them did not dare to look at him, he knew that there was something wrong with them. He shouted angrily and slapped them down with his backhand. Wang Teng! The headmaster was shocked and angry, and struck back. I told you that he was the cause of trouble. If I had known this, I should have killed him within the sect. We will die together. The three of them seemed to have a tacit understanding. Ling Tian and the Supreme Elder of Jianzhong suddenly rose up and joined forces with the headmaster to launch an attack. Let's die together! Although the three of them had seen the methods of the true martial academy Divine Maiden, Wang Teng was far away from those people and was right in front of them. As long as they try their best, they may not be able to take Wang Teng away. Court death! Wang Teng casually turned his palm into 100 battle tactics in mid-air. This Dao Fetus Realm high-grade spiritual skill has not been really used since it was synthesized, but today it has blossomed into a top-notch spiritual skill after its first use. Bang! With one palm, he is invincible. The headmaster, Ling Tian, and the Supreme Elder of Jianzhong all turned into blood mist. Dao Fetus Realm high-grade spiritual skills. Everyone in the True Martial Academy looked surprised. It's unbelievable that there are people in such a small sect and small place who master spiritual skills of this quality. It seems to be a combination of hundreds of fist and foot melee techniques, and there are many shadows of popular spiritual skills. Could it be that he combined the techniques of hundreds of schools and created it himself? Mu Qianyu's beautiful eyes were filled with brilliance. Her cultivation level is higher, her vision is wider, and she sees more clearly. Because of this, she felt more and more that Wang Teng was extraordinary. Such talents must be recruited into my true martial academy no matter what. Mu Qianyu became determined. Originally, she only took a fancy to Wang Teng's 5-element spiritual talent. But for true martial academy, spiritual bodies are not uncommon, they are the kind that can be attracted or given up. In contrast, this kind of talent that can create one's own spiritual skills is rare in the world, and it is more valued than the spiritual body. You go! Wang Teng put away the Dao weapon belonging to several people in charge, and his eyes fell on the Supreme Elder of Jianzhong. The old man had never made things difficult for him before, nor had he colluded with the headmaster or the others, and he had given him some advice. He has always had a clear distinction between grudges and grudges. You will not easily embarrass an old man who is only loyal to the sect. You want to let me go? The Supreme Elder of Jianzhong was already determined to die, but he didn't expect Wang Teng to handle him lightly without any embarrassment. Some of what he said was right. The long-cherished wish of the Zizua Peak family should be fulfilled. Although Wang Teng has given up on the Elixir sword sect in his heart, he was still somewhat touched when the master mentioned his master and his last wish today. He took a deep breath and sighed softly, I don't want to return to Elixir sword sect, so I will leave this matter to you. The Supreme Elder of Jianzhong was in a state of mind and wanted to ask Wang Teng to come back and be the new head teacher. But after hearing these words, he could only sigh secretly in his heart, cupped his hands and said, even if you didn't tell me, I would have done it. After that, he seemed to be energetic again, raised his hand to take off the storage Dao weapon bracelet, and put it down where he was. Thank you. The old man bowed his hands and bowed again, then turned and left silently. Wang Teng looked at the bracelet, hesitated for a moment, stopped the old man, and put it into his sleeve with a snap of his fingers. Sorry for wasting your time. Wang Teng calmed down, held his hands to Mu Qianyu, and smiled apologetically. It doesn't matter. Mu Qianyu shook her head slightly and said with a smile, it is rare for a fellow Daoist to have clear grudges. As she spoke, she looked solemn and said in a solemn voice, I, Mu Qianyu, in the name of True Martial Academy Divine Maiden, formally invite fellow Daoist to join True Martial Academy. Fellow Daoist does not need to decide immediately, but you can consider it slowly during this trip. She was worried that Wang Teng would be discouraged by the Elixir sword sex problems and refuse, so she left a buffer for each other. Good. Wang Teng nodded slightly. He was not influenced by Ling Tian's people, and he considered joining a more powerful force to gain access to higher-level information and make up for his own shortcomings. But this kind of thing cannot be rushed. Just as Mu Qunyu considered him, he also needs to consider these people to judge whether true martial academy is worth it. It's time to get down to business. Mu Qunyu looked at the Demon Dragon Cave Mansion. The formation of this cave mansion is not simple, but with the universe mirror, it is not difficult. Wait a minute. At this time, the demon dragon spoke again. It saw that Mu Qunyu meant to destroy cave mansion, and quickly shouted, Wang Teng, fellow Daoist, you and I have no enmity at all. I have never hurt your master, nor have I offended you. I have given you land before. Spiritual stone to help you practice. I just exposed the true colors of those people for you. As long as you are willing to save my life, I can follow you, and I can give you all the treasures I have collected for hundreds of years. It was afraid that Wang Teng would not come forward, so it quickly added, I have the 5 elements spiritual objects you need in my hand. As long as you protect me, they will all be yours. This demon dragon is so smart. Neither Wang Teng nor Mu Qunyu expected the demon dragon to be like this. Especially Mu Qunyu. When she first arrived here, she said that she would accept him as long as he opened the cave mansion, but the guy showed that he would rather die than obey. Are you unable to trust me, a stranger, or have you seen the power of the universe mirror? Mu Qunyu was amused. But he was also happy to give Wang Teng another favor. Wang Teng made a decision before he could speak. She smiled lightly and said, if fellow Daoist Wang Teng agrees, I can let this demon dragon go, and the 5 elements of spiritual objects in it will also belong to fellow Daoist. She is an innate Dao body, born with a shortcut, and the 5 elements of spiritual things are dispensable. Junior sister Qunyu, I'm afraid this is inappropriate, right? The few middle-aged people who were silent frowned and said, this person is not from my academy. Are you too tolerant of him? All of them have constitutions in the 5 elements. The 5 elements spiritual objects are useless to Mu Qunyu, but they are useful to them. Besides, without seeing the true appearance of the spiritual object, who knows if it is a treasure that was left out of the ancient dragon treasure? Senior brothers, don't worry, your share of the spiritual objects in the Longzang will not be missing. Mu Qunyu waved her hand to interrupt several people, and sent a message back, as for this matter, I have already decided, there is no need to say more. All right. Several people were helpless. Although they are senior brothers Mu Qunyu, they are both in the Dao fetus realm 9th layer. But Mu Qunyu has an innate Dao body and is a divine maiden. Her strength and status are far above them, so they are only here to help. Chapter 17. This divine maiden has a very high status in the True Martial Academy. Wang Teng did not ignore the reactions of several people and guessed that they were transmitting messages, which gave him some confirmation of Mu Qunyu's strength and status. Not only is he very powerful, he also has a high status. The most important thing is, he has good character and is worthy of close friendship. Whether it was the sharp contrast between the behavior styles of Mu Qunyu and the ghost-faced man from Tianjua Palace, or Mu Qunyu's various overtures afterwards. Wang Teng saw it all and remembered it in his heart. He had a good impression of Mu Qunyu and had high expectations for True Martial Academy. But whether to join or not, he still needs to know more, at least, to know whether the True Martial Academy has a strong enough background. Otherwise, since he only lacked knowledge and no resources, he improved too quickly and soon exceeded the upper limit of the True Martial Academy. Wouldn't it be necessary to change places again? Of course, this is not the time to think about this. Wang Teng didn't keep the demon dragon waiting for long. He accepted Mu Kunyu's kindness and said to the ancient cave, "I agree, just come out." The words have not yet finished. The demon dragon rolled up a large pile of treasures and walked out of the ancient cave. It does not store Dao weapon, nor can it refine human race Dao weapon, it can only be coerced by divine power. In an instant, infinite treasure light blooms, dazzling. 3rd level Elixir. Level 4 Elixir. The best spiritual crystal. Kung Fu, spiritual skills, and jade slips. Dao weapon. 5 elements spiritual creatures. There is also the spiritual liquid of heaven and earth. Wang Teng couldn't help but widen his eyes after seeing all the treasures. He thought that the demon dragon would have many treasures. But I never expected that it would be so rich and of such high quality, that it was actually somewhat richer than the 1000-year foundation of the Elixir sword sect. So many treasures. Several middle-aged people in True Martial Academy could not help but breathe heavily. Even with their status and knowledge, they have only seen so many treasures, and their own accumulation is far less than 1/10 of them. Especially those spiritual liquids of heaven and earth. It's like packing a spiritual spring, the quality is pure and the quantity is simply scary. Junior sister. Several people looked at Mu Kunyu. But she saw a look of surprise in Mu Kunyu's beautiful eyes. Obviously, she did not expect that a mere Dao fetus realm 4th layer demon dragon would have such a rich collection. The demonic dragon collection is already like this, and the ancient dragon collection must be even more precious. Don't let the small lose the big. Mu Kunyu shook her head slightly. Although she was moved by this treasure, compared to a 5-element spirit body that can create its own spiritual skills, the latter is obviously more worthy of attention. See her like this. A few people could only suppress their thoughts of snatching, secretly greedy, and let Wang Teng put it away. Let me share this with you all. Wang Teng hesitated for a moment, then took out half of the treasure and presented it to Mu Kunyu. Treasures are important, but safety is even more important. If I say it's yours, it's yours. Mu Kunyu decisively refused and pushed it back into Wang Teng's hands. If the leader of Elixir sword sect has this structure, why worry about the sect not being able to dominate Yunzhou? Wang Teng sighed secretly. His affection for Mu Kunyu has reached a new level. Regardless of whether he joins the True Martial Academy or not, this person is worthy of being a friend. This method is called Beast Control Technique. Mu Kunyu glanced at the obedient demonic dragon, and with a snap of her fingers struck a magic formula into Wang Teng's eyebrows. You can use this method to completely control this demonic beast. The demon dragon suddenly became mentally exhausted. It took refuge in Wang Teng instead of this woman just to avoid this disaster. Who knew she could do this for Wang Teng? The secret to controlling beasts. Wang Teng had no time to react before he received the beast control technique. His body froze slightly, and he was immediately attracted by the technique. In a moment, he mastered this simple technique. Look at the languid demon dragon. Somewhere in his mind, he didn't know that this guy was bullying him because of his lack of knowledge, trying to get away with it. He was angry and funny and kicked it. If you want to live, just give it to Dao fetus. The demon dragon had no choice but to sacrifice Dao fetus. Wang Teng quickly followed the method in the beast control technique, pinched the seal with his hand, intertwined his spiritual thoughts and divine power, and outlined runes one by one, which were printed on the demon dragon Dao fetus. This method is perfect. He suddenly felt an invisible connection with the demon dragon. You can directly have a mental conversation with the demon dragon without any sound transmission, and you can control the life and death of the demon dragon with just a thought. The big forces outside Yunzhou are indeed extraordinary. Wang Teng consciously opened his horizons again, and he yearned for it even more. However, he quickly suppressed his thoughts, ordered the demon dragon to open the cave mansion ban, and stepped into it first. He has not forgotten that the main purpose of Mu Kunyu giving him so many conveniences and benefits is to open the ancient dragon treasure. My guess is correct. This cave mansion is indeed connected to the Black Dragon's secret realm, and the formation here is also formed by its leaked power. After entering the ancient cave, Mu Kyunyu's beautiful eyes blinked, and her words were full of joy. The cave mansion is full of stalactites and looks like a magnificent cave. The space is so wide that even the huge body of the demon dragon seems small. It's like a small paradise here. The crowd marched for more than 10 miles. Just now I came to the end of cave mansion and saw a light gate with colorful divine flowers flowing. Under the light gate, there was a dry spiritual spring. The demon dragon's pool of spiritual liquid is obviously taken from here. At this time, there is still a halo flowing on the light gate, turning into drops of spiritual liquid, gradually dripping into the spiritual pool. This is it. Mu Kyunyu quickly offered 5 pieces of simple jade. Every piece of spiritual jade has an ancient aura. It looks like jade but not jade, looks like stone but not stone, and is neither gold nor iron. It is a very unique material formation. Each has a mini dragon engraved on it. This is a real divine dragon pattern, like a living dragon soul, walking up and down, filled with a touch of dragon power. This is the 5 elements dragon jade, the secret key to the ancient dragon treasure. This is the blood of the dragon beast that contains the blood of the true dragon. After activating the dragon jade, drop it on it to open the dragon hidden treasure. Mu Kyunyu suppressed her excitement and handed 5 pieces of spiritual jade and a jade bottle into Wang Teng's hands. We still need to trouble fellow deist about this matter. Originally, she invited 5 senior brothers to collect the 5 elements spirit body, intending to use it to open the dragon hidden, but Wang Teng, the 5 elements spirit body, was there. Naturally, it is more reliable to rely on the power of the 5 elements spiritual body. Fellow deist has helped me a lot, and I should also help fellow deist. Wang Teng looked at the dragon jade carefully, and after taking it, without hesitation, he quickly entered the 5 elements of divine power. Buzz! In an instant, 5 pieces of dragon jade release a dazzling light. Wang Teng saw the dragon jade take off his hand and float slowly. He immediately opened the jade bottle and dripped the precious blood of the dragon beast onto it. Hold head high! A dragon roar echoed through the ancient cave. The dragon jade merged into one, and the 5 carved dragons also merged, as if they turned into real dragons, actually forming a huge shadow of a real dragon. The strong dragon power permeates the air. Just when everyone felt a strong sense of oppression and could hardly breathe, the dragon shadow flew towards the light door. Rumble! With rolling thunder. The light door is like a materialized stone door, slowly opening towards both sides amid the roar. Suddenly, a vast, and domineering aura rushed towards his face, and there was even a suction force that directly swept everyone in. Chapter 18. Hiss! Wang Teng felt as if the world was spinning, and his soul and body seemed to be misaligned, or as if his soul was being forcibly pulled out of the body, accompanied by bursts of stinging pain and intense discomfort. He seemed to have crossed endless years, traveled upstream, arrived at a wild and ruined ancient world, and fell straight into a deep-sea palace. Is this where the ancient dragon is hidden? Wang Teng looked around blankly. All I saw was clear blue water flowing everywhere, and palaces surrounding it, all new and beautiful, as if they had just been built. The strange thing is, the sea water is obviously flowing everywhere, but it seems to be controlled by some kind of power. It is within reach but will not flow to people. The building doesn't feel soaked either. What a magical power! Wang Teng couldn't help but whisper to himself. This is the power of law. Mu Kyunyu's voice came from the side. Beside her, there was the old woman who had never shown her presence, and the middle-aged people from the True Martial Academy. Law. Wang Teng looked around in surprise. When practicing together, the spiritual energy realm, the spiritual element realm, and the spiritual elixir realm are spiritual realms. Each realm is divided into 9th layer. You should know this. Above the spiritual pill realm are the Deo Fetus realm, the Dao Shen realm, and the Dao realm. Each realm also has 9 small realms. This is the Dao realm. Further up, there is the Holy realm, the realm of the Holy Way that governs laws. Mu Qunyu knew that Wang Teng was from a small sect and might not know much about the Dao fetus realm or above, so she explained patiently. The realm of the Holy Way controls the power of laws. My heart is the heart of heaven, and my way is the way of heaven. Existences at this level can change the world through laws. Unless a saint takes action to change this world. Otherwise, the rules here will always operate like this, for thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, and they will never change. Mu Qunyu's beautiful eyes showed unconcealable yearning and longing. The realm of the holy path is the end of practice that every monk dreams of, but is out of reach. Several middle-aged people also rarely lost their cold expressions and spoke for the first time, their words full of hope and sighs. It was the taciturn old woman. At this moment, he was trembling slightly, and he reached out his hand without any trace, as if he wanted to touch the sea of laws. But eventually, still didn't dare to reach out. Let's go, it's time to explore Longzang. Mu Qunyu came back to her senses, took a deep breath, and led everyone deep into the Dragon Palace. Soon, everyone came to a vast place, similar to the human race sex martial arts arena, with a tall and majestic statue standing in the middle. It was a standing sculpture with a human body and a dragon's head. Lifelike and upright, even though countless years have passed, it still has the aura of dominance. This should be the Dragon Palace Dojo, the place where the ancient Black Dragon Great Sage preached. That statue contains his Tao and God. Mu Qunyu stared at the statue for a moment and whispered, everyone can understand this statue first. If you can understand a little bit of the Taoist meaning and engrave it on your own Dao fetus, it will be enough to raise the Dao fetus to several levels, and even make it more powerful. The body feeds back and improves. This is a summary of Dao fetus's teachings. Fellow Daoist can use it to understand. With a snap of her fingers, she shot out a stream of light and sent it into Wang Teng's eyebrows. Thank you. Wang Teng saw Mu Qunyu sitting cross-legged impatiently, and after studying the statue, he knew that the other person's goal was probably this sculpture. It seems that people outside Yunzhou attach great importance to the condensation of Dao fetus. He secretly noted this point and studied the little tips. There are not many words in this recipe, just a few hundred words, but the amount of information is huge, right down to the core of Dao fetus realm cultivation. Cultivation in the Dao fetus realm is not based on divine power, but on Dao fetus itself. Wang Teng was quite shocked. Whether it was the cultivation of the Elixir sword sect or his cultivation, there were some deviations. No wonder his Dao fetus was in Danshan. And Mu Qunyu's Dao fetus is displayed between her eyebrows. Dao fetus and divine power are actually separate. Dao fetus needs to fuse his soul to become a Taoist god. Only Dao fetus is powerful enough to condense the divine seal of heaven and earth, and can control more of the power of heaven and earth, instead of forcibly mobilizing it with divine power. The more Wang Teng watched, the more frightened he became. Fortunately, he had already left his mind and met Mu Qunyu and others. Otherwise, he would have strayed further and further away from the right path as he practiced. In that case, no matter how much resources and lifespan you have, I am afraid it will be difficult to break through to the level of Taoist realm. It seems that the synthetic technique also has limitations. Although the 5 elements Taoist scripture has the ability to defy the heavens, it is, after all, a combination of a bunch of spiritual elixir realm techniques, and the true meaning contained in it is still insufficient. In his thoughts, Wang Teng merged Zaijiu with the 5 elements Taoist scriptures. Fetus condensation method, the basic method of Dao fetus realm, focusing on condensing Dao fetus. 5 elements Taoist scripture, Dao fetus realm middle grade exercises. Synthetic or not? Synthesis. True interpretation of 5 elements Dao fetus realm's top level practice, which uses the true meaning of the 5 elements to condense the 5 elements Deo Fetus's top-level magic method. It is suitable for the cultivation of the 5 elements physique. You can cultivate the top-level 5 elements Deo Fetus, and you can also enhance your own origin through practice and refining the spiritual objects of heaven and earth. The 5 elements spiritual body cultivation speed increases 5 times. The previous 5 elements Taoist scriptures were indeed deficient. Integrating a piece of embryo condensation technique, the grade has surpassed middle grade and directly reached the top grade. Wang Teng let out a long breath. From this point of view, the previous exercises should be able to reach high grade, or even the best, but without the most critical embryo coagulation method, they are only middle grade. No wonder a strong man like Mu Kunyu, who is likely to reach the end of the Deo Fetus realm, did not take the opportunity to retreat and break through to the Taoist realm. Instead, he traveled thousands of miles to find Long Zhang. Wang Teng glanced at everyone without leaving any trace. Except for the old woman who was taking a nap and not meditating on the black dragon statue, everyone else was meditating quietly, including the demon dragon. I can't waste such a good opportunity. Wang Teng also quickly understood the statue. He calmed down and concentrated, with colorful lights flashing in his eyes. He stared at the sculpture and suddenly realized that the sculpture seemed to be completely alive. The realm of Deo Fetus is meant to concentrate. A voice like a yellow bell resounded in Wang Teng's mind. It was as if the ancient black dragon had resurrected, sitting cross-legged here, preaching, although it had no skills and no embryo condensation techniques. But the words directly point to the true meaning of practice. Wang Teng finished listening to this preaching that spanned endless years. Then I saw a small dragon suddenly rush out from the eyebrows made of the old dragon plate, soar into the sky and turn into a real dragon of 10,000 feet, soaring in the 9 heavens, with dragon roars, like the dragon god reincarnated. The lifelike body of a real dragon is so exquisite that it cannot be described in words. It is like a sculpture carved by the sky, completely made by nature, and like a real dragon of heaven and earth. It is made up of the infinite will of heaven and earth intertwined with laws and orders. Every scale contains the true meaning. Is this the Deo Fetus god form of the ancient black dragon? Wang Teng used his eyesight enough to move his eyes away from the old dragon that had been transformed into a sculpture again, and stared at the dragon shadow leaping through the 9 heavens. Under his careful observation, the dragon shadow Deo Fetus is like the incarnation of order, and all his body is transformed into Deo patterns. So complicated, so mysterious, so obscure. Wang Teng soon felt dizzy, and the image of the dragon he was visualizing became increasingly blurry. He worked hard and tried his best, but he could only penetrate 3 Deo lines, which was less than 1/1000th of what the dragon body evolved from. Call. Wang Teng gasped for breath and turned to look at everyone. Those middle-aged people were in a similar situation to him. They were sweating profusely and their faces were pale. They were all exhausted. Only Mu Kunyu pursed her red lips tightly and was still meditating. Her talent is not only the spiritual body, but also the Tao body. Her Deo Fetus training is also far better than others. Wang Teng silently withdrew his gaze and did not give up. He still has a trump card. Let's see if the Deo pattern can be synthesized. Thinking in his mind, he quickly sketched out runes one by one, evolved 2 lines, and placed them in the synthesis column. 5 elements Deo pattern, the rough basic Deo pattern, derived from the virtual shadow of the real dragon Deo Fetus, can be condensed into Deo Fetus. Synthetic or not? Feasible. Wang Teng felt happy and hurriedly said, synthesis. Low-grade 5 elements Deo pattern, one of the basic Deo patterns of heaven and earth, it can condense Deo Fetus and double its size. Continue. Wang Teng found that the synthesized Deo pattern was also obscure and difficult to understand. But compared to the Deo patterns manifested by the real dragon Deo Fetus, at least you can imitate them and copy them onto your own Deo Fetus. 5 elements law divine patterns, the basic Deo patterns in the primary law field, which can condense the Taoist God and build the Taoist realm. Every 100 divine patterns can double the strength of the Taoist God, and every 10,000 divine patterns can double the strength of the Taoist realm, condensing it. When it reaches a certain number, it can be turned into a rule. This is a bit advanced and not suitable for my level. Wang Teng silently remembered this divine pattern in his heart, and then tried to imitate the condensed next-level top-grade Dao pattern onto Dao fetus. Later, he knew the benefits of these Dao patterns. Every time a Dao pattern is condensed on Dao fetus becomes solidified, the virtual becomes more real, and the origin of the 5 elements becomes stronger. Normally, only by thoroughly understanding the true meaning of Tao patterns can we write them down and then copy them. But Wang Teng is a synthetic Dao pattern. There is no need to fully understand them to be able to clearly copy them through the runes displayed in the synthesis column. The whole process is countless times easier and incredibly efficient. Chapter 19. Comprehend the Tao patterns, from shallow to deep. People with insufficient talent can only penetrate the most basic Tao patterns. This is the case for those middle-aged people. Although they are all spiritual bodies and one of the 5 elements, they can only comprehend a few basic Dao patterns like Wang Teng did at the beginning. When they were struggling to imitate these basic Dao patterns onto their own Dao fetus, Wang Teng is as fast as lightning. Quickly in the body, Dao fetus is engraved with the best Tao patterns. Together. 2 lanes. 9 paths. 45. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. With Wang Teng's unremitting efforts, each of the 5 Dao fetus statues condenses 9 top-quality Dao patterns. My cultivation level is still too low. If your cultivation is as advanced as theirs, you can at least be able to condense hundreds of them. Wang Teng clearly felt that carrying 45 Dao lines was already the limit of his own Dao fetus, and if more Dao fetus were added, it would collapse. He stopped and sighed inwardly. However, the benefits are obvious. Think of harvest. His heart was filled with surprise again. Engraving Dao patterns is a bit like imitating formations on Dao fetus. While making Dao fetus stronger, it also increases the speed of cultivation several times. In addition, both divine power and soul have experienced baptism and become more pure and solid. It's his physique. In the process of condensing the Dao pattern, it has been improved several times. If spiritual bodies are divided into entry level, basic accomplishment, great accomplishment, and perfection like spiritual skills, my previous spiritual body can only be regarded as entry level, but now, it is great accomplishment. The benefits of condensing chain Dao patterns are only stronger than the effect of refining heaven and earth spiritual objects. Now, in terms of physical strength, I'm afraid it's enough to compete with, or even crush, the previous full-force explosion. The comparison realm is comparable to Dao fetus realm 4th layer. This means, although Wang Teng is the first layer of the Dao fetus realm, he can compete with the 4th layer of the Dao fetus realm with just his physical body. If you count divine power, Dao weapon, and spiritual skill blessings, it will only become stronger. Such an improvement is almost the same as changing one's physique. No wonder Mukyunyu's level of cultivation has to spend so much time pursuing these Dao patterns. For this reason, I don't even hesitate to offend that kind of strong man who can burst out infinite power through the air with just a shadow. Just forget it. Her gains are definitely not as good as mine. Wang Teng showed a satisfied smile. His starting point was very low, and his talent and cultivation were far inferior to Mukyunyu's, but during this trip to the secret realm, his gains far surpassed everyone else. It seems that fellow Daoist has gained a good harvest. Mukyunyu woke up and saw Wang Teng smiling, and couldn't help but smile. Fellow Daoist must have realized the beauty of the Dao patterns. This is an opportunity that many monks dream of. The higher the level of cultivation, the more able you are to understand the beauty of these Dao patterns. Benefit. As she spoke, she said with satisfaction, I have comprehended a middle-grade Dao pattern during this trip. I only need to retreat for a while when I go back, and I will definitely complete the Deo Fetus. At that time, I can reach the realm of Taoism. Even if you belong to the Divine Maiden of True Martial Academy and have extraordinary talents, you can't calm down with such a harvest, it's surprising enough. Junior sister actually comprehended the middle-grade Taoist patterns. As expected, several middle-aged people showed signs of shock. As expected of innate Deo body. Although spiritual talents like mine are far superior to ordinary people, we can only comprehend low-grade Taoist patterns. With the middle-grade Taoist pattern to consolidate Deo Fetus, although the junior sister's cultivation is still at the 9th layer of the Deo Fetus realm, I am afraid that no one below the 4th layer of the Taoist realm can be my rival. Yes. After today, those junior sisters will be left far behind. Several people were quite envious. When cultivating a discipline, talent is so important. Wang Teng smiled and said nothing. The middle-grade Deo mark actually made Mu Qinyu unable to restrain herself from showing off. If they knew that he had condensed 45 top-grade Deo patterns, what would it be like? Longzhang is only open for 1 month. Mu Qinyu calculated the time and said, we still have time to explore the Dragon Trial Tower. This pagoda is one of the most important inheritances of the Dragon clan. After each level of the Trial Tower, you can get the corresponding treasure. Either martial arts or spiritual skills, or magic weapons, or panacea. In short, there will be many benefits. Mu Qinyu explained to everyone and led them to a huge dark tower. This huge tower is 1,000 feet high, extending to the depths of the ocean above. It is as black as ink, with mottled marks on it, and flows with the atmosphere of antiquity and time. It is still filled with an unshakable sense of heaviness left over from ancient times. This is the true blood of the dragon beast. If you attach it to Deo Fetus, you can simulate the breath of the dragon and enter the tower. Mu Qinyu handed everyone a copy of the blood of the dragon beast. Remember, it's only half a month. You must go back to the previous place after half a month, otherwise you will be trapped here forever. She gave a solemn warning and entered the trial tower first. Want to break through? It just so happens that during this training, I should also verify my own strength. Wang Teng was eager to refine the dragon's head true blood, imitating Mu Qinyu, simulating the dragon's aura, placing his palms on the giant tower, and inputting divine power. The next moment, he appeared out of thin air in a wilderness. Is this the space inside the tower? A simulated land environment. Wang Teng had a deeper understanding of the saint's transformation, which was really miraculous. Whoosh! Just as he was looking around, several cold lights came through the sky. Over the head. Wang Teng responded quickly, the first layer of Deo Fetus realm. As the mind turns, he raised his hands and used his physical strength to lift his palms up and strike into the sky. Hold head high. A dragon roared. Before the figure could be seen clearly, it disappeared into thin air. The next moment, where the bubbles dissipated, a ball of light condensed. 5 elements escape technique. Deo Fetus realm high-grade spiritual skill. Wang Teng raised his hand and took the light ball into his hand, turning it into a jade slip, and automatically recorded and sensed the information through the synthesis column. Continue. War. 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 I don't know if the giant tower has its own function of detecting cultivation level, or if you need to start with Deo Fetus realm cultivation level to pass the level. The dragon phantoms Wang Teng encounters gradually increase from the Deo Fetus realm to first layer. Each time a level is passed, the opponent's strength will increase by 1 level. He broke through 4 levels in a row with only his physical body. At the 4th level, the phantom of the dragon clan in the giant tower has become like a real dragon clan, and its body is extremely powerful, but it is still suppressed by Wang Teng with his body. Perhaps, my physical body is no longer weaker than the dragons of the same realm. Wang Teng weighed his own strength and entered the 5th level. This level is transformed into the Daofetus realm 5th layer dragon clan. The physical body alone was no longer able to compete. In just a few rounds, the flesh and blood of the arm was shattered. Wang Teng was not afraid. He used his divine power to restore his flesh and blood, mobilized his own divine power, and still defeated his opponent with a crushing attitude. Daofetus realm is 1 foot 1st layer heaven. Although my cultivation level is the 1st layer of the Daofetus realm, the stacking of 5 Daofetus statues, especially the Daofetus that has condensed the best Dao patterns, is enough to sweep across the 5th layer of the Daofetus realm. Wang Teng had a clearer understanding of strength and continued to climb the stairs. The 6th level corresponds to Daofetus realm 6th layer. Wang Teng only relied on his physical body and divine power, and no longer had the advantage. He used the 100 battle techniques and the divine movement technique to narrowly win. The 7th level is the battle against Daofetus realm 7th layer. Wang Teng used all his combat power and used the military control technique and the Black Dragon Sword to defeat him. In the end, he stopped at the 8th level. With full combat power, he battled with the virtual dragon beast of the 8th layer of Daofetus for more than 2 days, but ended in defeat after exhausting his divine power. The light in the tower flickers. Wang Teng was sent out of the giant tower by invisible force. The moment it came out, he felt a force injected into him, and his condition instantly returned to its peak. It is worthy of being the heritage treasure land of the Dragon Clan. It can not only hone combat power, but also verify your cultivation, and polish your spiritual skills. It will automatically recover when you are done. Wang Teng was interested in this pagoda. However, this was left by the saint. No matter how much he thought about it, he could not shake it, let alone take it away. It can still be found here from ancient times to this day. There are still dragon jade circulating in the world. Many people must have come here, but they couldn't take it away. I'm afraid only a saint can do it. Wang Teng sighed with excitement, shook his head, and sorted out his gains. He passed 7 levels in a row. A total of 7 treasures were obtained. 2 spiritual skills. A 5-element escape technique and a seal method. The rest. It's a Dao weapon, a 1000-year-old elixir, a treasure pill, and a drop of colorful true dragon's blood. Chapter 20. 5 Elements Escape Technique, Daofetus Realm High-Grade Spiritual Skill, comprehend the true meaning of the 5 elements, and use the escape method extended by the power of the 5 elements to escape at will within the 5 elements. Magic Skill, Daofetus Realm High-Grade Spiritual Skill, which is a fusion of hundreds of schools of thought. It is the top spiritual skill of Shenfa and Qinggong. Synthetic or not. Synthesis. 5 Realm Divine Movement Technique, Daofetus Realm's top spiritual skill, which is formed by condensing the true meaning of divine movement technique and 5 elements escape technique. It is the speed limit of Daofetus Realm. You can travel at will within the 5 elements. Non-Dao realm monks cannot easily capture it. It's just a spiritual skill in the Daofetus realm, but it actually touches the Dao realm. Wang Teng was quite surprised. In this case, if he has mastered this method, wouldn't it mean that he is unparalleled in the Daofetus realm, and even the Taoist realm can't do anything to him? The potential of this spiritual skill is amazing. The 100 battles art can also be synthesized again. Wang Teng sketched out the 100 battles technique and the seal technique in his mind. 100 battle techniques, Daofetus realm high-grade spiritual technique, a combat method that combines the strengths of hundreds of schools of thought. The fists, palms and kicks can be changed at will, making it unpredictable. Mountain and river seal technique, Daofetus realm high-grade spiritual skill, a seal method that combines the true meaning of mountains and rivers, mainly heavy and fierce. Synthetic or not. Synthesis. Shanhiju, the ultimate spiritual skill in the Daofetus realm. It is based on the true meaning of mountains and rivers, and is a fusion of hundreds of tactics. It is integrated into fists, palms and kicks. It can be changed at will, making every move extremely heavy and fierce, invincible. There are still a few spiritual skills, you can continue to combine them. After Wang Teng memorized this spiritual skill, he took out several spiritual skills obtained from the demon dragon and continued to synthesize them. Finally, I got a spiritual attack skill in the realm of Taoism. 10,000 battle techniques, remnant the ultimate spiritual skill in the Taoist realm, which is a fusion of many battle methods, maximizing your fighting ability. Spiritual skills involving the Taoist realm are obviously impossible to practice. However, Wang Teng can practice the Shanhe Ju and memorize the 10,000 battles Ju, which can be auctioned when resources are scarce. You can also stay in the Taoist realm and practice again. Next, Wang Teng continued to integrate Dao integration tools and elixirs. Mountain and River Seal, 7th level Dao weapon, which contains the heaviness of mountains and rivers, incorporates the power of a true dragon, and is the best Dao weapon with both offensive and defensive power. The main body of this Dao weapon is the Mountain and River Seal obtained by clearing the level, followed by the Black Dragon Sword, several Dao weapons presented by the Demon Dragon, and the remaining 20-odd 9th level spiritual weapons that Wang Teng looted from the Sword Tomb, all synthesized a high-end Dao weapon. According to Mu Qunyu, the 7th level Dao weapon can only be used in the Dao God realm. It is difficult to activate it in the Dao Fetus realm, and it cannot be used when entering the Dao Fetus realm for the first time. But in the Trial Tower, I'm good enough to fight the Dao Fetus realm 8th layer Dragon Beast. In terms of background, I'm good enough to be a trump card. This was Wang Teng's thoughts after seeing the universe mirror. Dao weapons corresponding to the realm can certainly maximize combat power, but the usefulness of high-level Dao weapons is also self-evident. Although I can't use my fingers like my arms. But when the whole card is used, 1 or 2 moves are better than ordinary Dao weapons' hundreds or thousands of moves. Especially, the Mountain and River Seal integrates offense and defense, focusing on both killing and defense. Of course, the main problem is that my strength is not weak anymore, and the increase of the 3rd order Dao weapon is dispensable. It's not as cost-effective as synthetic Mountain River Seal. Wang Teng put away the Mountain and River Seal with satisfaction and continued to synthesize the elixir. In his hand are the 3rd level and 4th level elixirs presented by the Demon Dragon, as well as a 4th level elixir obtained from the Trial Tower and a treasure pill for improving cultivation. Besides, the most precious thing is that drop of true dragon blood. The main purpose of the true dragon's precious blood is to purify the dragon bloodline, and other functions are incidental. But I'm not a dragon. Those additional uses that the dragon clan doesn't like are what I need most. After thinking about it again and again, Wang Teng synthesized it with many elixirs and elixirs. Xianlong Good Fortune Pill, a 5th level high-grade elixir, which is made from a drop of the precious blood of the Dao Realm Dragon Clan, supplemented by more than a dozen rare elixirs, and fused with hundreds of top elixirs. It contains abundant power of heaven and earth, and a large number of 5 elements origin. It can improve your cultivation, strengthen your body, and consolidate your origin. High-grade elixir. Even though Wang Teng was prepared, he was still shocked. The Taoist realm corresponding to the 5th level elixir. For this level of high-grade elixir, even the powerful ones above the 7th layer of the Taoist realm will have to fight for it. This elixir can at least elevate me to the Taoist realm. Wang Teng's heart was burning. Seeing that the others hadn't come out yet, and with his current strength, it would be difficult for him to achieve greater success if he broke through the level again, so he simply started refining the elixir. Because the grade of Xianlong Good Fortune Pill is too high, he didn't dare to swallow it directly. It can only be included among the 5 Dao Fetus, and with the power of the 45 Dao lines, this elixir is semi-banned. Only then did he dare to use the technique. Use yourself and Dao Fetus to absorb the vast and amazing power at the same time. The path of spiritual practice has been straightened. The skills also gained cores and were upgraded to the highest level. The 5-Dao fetus also received unprecedented benefits and became more powerful, almost reaching the limit of most Dao fetus realms. All these things add up. It can be imagined that Wang Teng's cultivation speed is almost earth-shaking compared to before. Just 10 days. He has broken through a realm. The 5-Dao fetus have all cultivated to 2 feet and officially entered the Dao fetus realm second layer. There are still 2 days left, you can try to break through again. Wang Teng stood up and entered the giant tower again. This time, it's still the Dao fetus realm 8th layer dragon beast. But Wang Teng's cultivation level has improved. Although the whole process is not a crushing form, it does not take much effort and you can easily pass this level. The 9th level. Wang Teng faced the Dao fetus realm 9th layer dragon beast. To deal with the dragon beast that has reached the extreme level of Dao fetus, even though it is a phantom, it still forces him to use all his strength, even using the mountain and river seal. Finally, this dragon beast was defeated. It took a day and a half, but this is the end. Wang Teng looked at the subsequent white jade stairs and knew that there were more levels to climb, but his strength no longer supported him from continuing on. There is only half a day left. He could only leave with 2 treasures still unfinished. It is worthy of being the 2 extreme levels of the Dao fetus realm, and the rewards are really amazing. The reward for the 8th level is a precious 5-element spiritual object, which is of extremely high grade, almost close to the level of the 7th order spiritual object Vulcan stone that was synthesized previously. By comparison, it is at least a 6th level spiritual object. The reward for the 9th level. It was a pitch-black rice grain that Wang Teng could not identify. After he is placed on the synthesis table, the information about the pitch-black rice grains appeared in front of my eyes. 9 heavenly breathing soils, a rare and supreme treasure in heaven and earth, which cannot be captured by non-sages. 1 grain can fill thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. If a saint obtains it, he can condense 1,000 laws. Refined into a weapon, the weapon can gradually transform into a holy object. Wang Teng's pupils shrank and he was speechless for a long time. It's hard to imagine that this grain of rice is so big. Call. More than half an hour. Wang Teng finally calmed down his inner excitement. According to the introduction, this is a top spiritual object with earth attributes, but it cannot be refined by a saint. Even if I have a synthesis platform, I can only refine it into the mountain and river seal. Wang Teng thought for a long time. He feels that if he carries such a treasure with him, if someone discovers it, it may be enough to make him the target of all the monks in the Xian domain. Think about it. It is safer to synthesize it into the mountain and river seal. After melting the chain, others will not be able to discover its essence. At most, they will only think that the mountains and rivers are extraordinary. But as long as he plays it safe. If the mountain and river seal does not show anything special, it should be difficult for others to detect it. This is the thought. Wang Teng put the mountain and river seal and the grain of 9 heavens breathing soil into the synthesis column without hesitation. In an instant, both become one. Jushan mountain river seal, Dao weapon can be grown at the 8th level. It is formed by melting a grain of Jushan breathing soil. It can be turned into a seal of thousands of miles of mountains and rivers with full force, destroying the world and destroying the world. At the same time, it has extremely strong growability. Time will gradually transform into a holy weapon. Wang Teng grabbed the brand new mountain and river seal, his hands were heavy and his heart was quite heavy. The synthesized Dao weapon does not need to be refined and can automatically become a weapon that can be commanded like an arm, saving him an unknown amount of time. But he still couldn't relax. We still need to improve our cultivation as soon as possible and seize the time to refine the Black Dragon Good Fortune Pill. During this period, try to reduce your hands as much as possible. If necessary, you can synthesize another weapon for daily use. After Wang Teng calmed down, he quickly planned a way out for himself. His mood gradually relaxed. As I said, as long as you don't use it easily and don't let it show extraordinary power, you don't have to worry too much. Chapter 21. January is here. Wang Teng gathered with Mu Qunyu and others at the entrance. It didn't take long. The rules of heaven and earth changed, and everyone was sent out of the secret realm. Demon Dragon in Cave Mansion. When everyone returned to the light gate, they still felt as if they were in another world. Everyone was very silent. It can be seen that everyone gained a lot from this trip, but except for Dao Wen, no one mentioned the gains from the trial tower. This harvest is an extremely personal matter. Even the closest relatives will not ask or tell you casually. Wang Teng, fellow Daoist, can you make a decision? Mu Qunyu gathered her thoughts and asked Wang Teng with a smile. I am willing to join the True Martial Academy. Wang Teng already had the answer, nodded and said, however, I have a disciple, and a few of her friends, can I bring them with me? With your cultivation level, you can become a mentor by joining the academy. Mu Qunyu smiled slightly and explained, when you officially join, even if you don't have any disciples, we will make arrangements for you. It's naturally better to have disciples. They are practicing not far away. I will bring them here. Wang Teng said goodbye, quickly left the cave, and went straight to the cave mansion of the Flame Demon Tiger. True Martial Academy. A big force outside Yunzhou. Su Xiaoxiao and the others stayed in the cave for more than a month, practicing day and night, but they didn't feel bored at all. But they are all girls after all. When they learned that they were going to the big forces outside Yunzhou, everyone's faces were filled with excitement that they couldn't hide. Let's go. Wang Teng took a few people with him and met Mu Qunyu. These little girls are so lucky. Mu Qunyu glanced at several little girls and found that they were all mortal. She couldn't help but have a higher evaluation of Wang Teng's character. Rumble. Mu Qunyu raised her hand and released a huge treasure ship, floating into the sky. This is a spirit boat, a 9th level flying Dao weapon. It only needs to consume spiritual crystals to maintain a speed comparable to the full flight speed of a Dao fetus realm 9th layer. Seeing that Wang Teng and others were curious, Mu Qunyu explained something to them with a smile. I have learned a lot from this trip. I need to retreat for some time to digest it. I am afraid that I will not be able to accompany fellow Daoist to the academy to join the job. She was silent for a moment, then said to a middle-aged man next to her, when we return to the academy, please ask senior brother Fang to help Wang Teng, fellow Daoist, to go through the formalities of entering the palace. Don't worry, junior sister, just leave such a small matter to me. The middle-aged human immortal in green robes has a strong character and a gentle face. He accepted the job with a smile. Later, Mu Qunyu went into seclusion. The old woman followed suit and left. The middle-aged man known as Senior Brother Fang arranged for several little girls to enter an empty room after his companions entered their rooms. This empty room is for fellow Daoist to practice. Fang Chuan arranged a room for Wang Teng, and then said, I want to steer the spirit boat. If fellow Daoist is eager to practice, you can go first. If you are not in a hurry, you can chat with me. When they come. The old woman was at the helm. Now, Mu Qunyu was going to retreat, but something went wrong. The old woman needed to follow her to protect her, so Fang Chuan was given the helm. In this case, you are disturbing fellow Daoist. Wang Teng is more inclined to practice, but he is about to go to a strange place. In order to make the next step smoother, he naturally has to spend time to understand it. After talking with Fang Chuan, Wang Teng has a clear understanding of Xuanyu beyond Yunzhou. To be precise, he has a clear understanding of Xuanyu. Xuanyu is located in the easternmost part of the world and is part of the eastern wasteland. This world is too vast, even Fang Quan's understanding is limited to the 9 states of Xuanyu, and the same is true for what he told Wang Teng. Except Yunzhou. There are 8 states in Xuanyu. Among these 8 states, 4 states are similar to Yunzhou. They are remote and wild places with thin spiritual energy and limited monk achievements. The only ones worth noting are Huangzhou, Mingzhou and Xianzhou. Xianzhou is the center of Xuanyu. There is the largest number of grotto heaven-blessed places in the Xian territory, and it has the most abundant spiritual energy. It is the most desired holy land for cultivation by the monks from the 9 provinces in the Xian territory. Tianzhou Palace is one of the top forces in Xianzhou. As for Huangzhou and Mingzhou, the two states are close to Xianzhou, which is slightly inferior to the former, but there are also many big forces, all of which have powerful Dao realms in charge. True Martial Academy does not belong to Sanzhou. It has a special geographical location, built at the junction of 3 states, and also occupies a prime grotto heaven-blessed land. Although my True Martial Academy is not in Xianzhou, it is still one of the top forces in Xianzhou. Fang Chuan talked about the True Martial Academy with pride in his words. Everyone in the world says that the idea of the academy is too ideal, but it is this idea that has attracted many monks like you and me, and has made it the behemoth it is today. Don't look at those demon bastards in Tianzhou Palace who scream fiercely and always say they will kill everyone. Actually, it's only slightly better than my True Martial Academy. But having said that, my True Martial Academy is the righteous path. We have contacts with all major forces and cooperate with each other vertically and horizontally. Everyone in the Xian realm is shouting and beating Tianzhou Palace. How can it compare with my True Martial Academy? Mention Tianzhou Palace. Fang Quan's tone was full of disdain. Brother Wang Teng, when you join the academy, and when you meet people from Tianzhou Palace in the future, just kill them. You can also go to the academy to receive rewards with your heads, and you can exchange them for meritorious deeds. You can exchange them for anything. The resources you need. According to what Fang Chuan said, True Martial Academy is really the most suitable place for me in Xuanyu. Wang Teng said goodbye to Fang Chuan and returned to the room, feeling unable to calm down for a long time. According to Fang Chuan, the founding philosophy of True Martial Academy coincides with his reform of the Elixir sword sect. If so, True Martial Academy must be united. The cohesion is far better than other forces, the sense of belonging is stronger, and the competition within the sect is benign, not a vicious circle. No wonder it can stand on this land for thousands of years. Wang Teng sighed sincerely. True Martial Academy has a long history, dating back thousands of years. Its founders were 3 beings close to saints. Thousands of years of accumulation. There are no less than 10 powerful Dao realm experts in True Martial Academy today. This kind of background. Compared to Elixir sword sect, it is simply a world of difference. In Elixir sword sect, when you first enter the Dao fetus realm, you can become the supreme elder and stand on the top of Yunzhou. And in the True Martial Academy, the young Dao fetus was still a disciple. Even the most outstanding disciples have entered the Taoist realm. As for Dao fetus, who is older and has exhausted his potential, he can only be a tutor in the outer academy and teach ordinary disciples. Fang Chuan suggested that I join the inner court and become a disciple of the inner court, like Mu Qunyu. Maybe I can become a disciple of a powerful person in the Tao realm. But I'm nearly 200 years old. It can't be seen on the surface, but in fact I can't pass the bone age test. Wang Teng has undergone several transformations. From the inside out, his body and mind have returned to their peak state. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a teenager. But his bone age is there and there is no way to change it. Besides, I don't want to continue to be a disciple and compete with a group of little guys. It's good to be an honest mentor. True Martial Academy is divided into outer courtyard, inner courtyard, and elder courtyard. Ordinary Dao fetus realm instructors can only be in the outer courtyard. According to different cultivation levels, each third layer realm of Dao fetus realm is divided into one level, which is divided into junior instructor, intermediate instructor, and senior instructor. With Wang Teng's cultivation and spiritual talent, He can only be an intermediate tutor in the outer courtyard of the true martial academy. If you show all your strength, he could be promoted to a senior mentor, but he doesn't want to be too conspicuous, since he doesn't like the salary anyway. Welfare is much more important than salary. True Martial Pavilion, True Martial Tower, True Martial Secret Realm, and Cultivation Grotto Heaven, every outer courtyard instructor has these benefits, it's just a matter of how many are allocated. Even if I only serve as an intermediate tutor, it will be enough in a short period of time. Wang Teng has not forgotten. The most important thing for him right now is to refine the Black Dragon Good Fortune Pill first. Just waiting to completely refine the elixir. He will be able to step up into the clouds and rush into the Taoist realm. Until then, it's still in the outer courtyard. You can also become an elder, and the benefits are far beyond those of a mentor. Chapter 22. Is this the true martial academy? 3 months later, everyone finally arrived at the true martial academy. Looking at the magnificent and majestic academy building, the 4 little girls Su Xiao Xiao, Lin Shui, Fang Ning, and Chu Lan were amazed, their beautiful eyes filled with joy and excitement. I thought I would practice here in the future. They were extremely grateful for their decision to follow Wang Teng and leave the Elixir sword sect. If you practice in this kind of transcendental force, you might have the opportunity to become a strong man in the Dao Fetus realm in the future, and be able to dominate the world when you return to Yunzhou. The eyes of these little girls have not yet been opened, and their minds are full of fantasies about the realm of Dao Fetus. Actually, with their mortal talents, the Dao Fetus realm is really the limit of what they can hope for. There are a few little girls here, so it doesn't mean they are unfamiliar with the place. Wang Teng never felt that bringing Su Xiao Xiao and others was a burden, especially when he came to True Martial Academy. He only felt that it was particularly appropriate to have someone he knew. As for Mu Qunyu and the others, thinking about it, you know that after this trip, we may not be able to contact each other for a short time. After completing the procedures for Wang Teng, Fang Quan's instructions also illustrate this point. This is my token. If junior brother Wang Teng has anything to do, you can come to me in the inner courtyard. There has been nothing particularly important in the past 2 years, so remember not to disturb junior sister Qunyu easily. She will be very busy as she plans to enter the Taoist realm next. We have also gained a lot from this trip, and may also soon enter the Taoist realm. If I don't have time, if I have the token, junior brother can also ask my friends for help. Finish explaining these. Fang Chuan drifted away. Wang Teng already knew the cultivation levels of several people on the road. Except for the old woman who was the protector sent by Master Mu Qunyu and whose strength was in the Tao God realm, the others were all Dao Fetus realm 9th layer. In the next time, we will all hit the Taoist realm. Fortunately, I also plan to attack the Taoist realm. Wang Teng was not disappointed at all. He and Mu Qunyu met by chance. If they couldn't keep up with their cultivation, they would be separated sooner or later. That circle is not something he can fit into yet. Within 3 months, Wang Teng has been refining the Black Dragon Good Fortune Pill day and night, and his cultivation level has been upgraded to the 3rd layer of Dao Fetus realm. Even with a steady stream of support, he also felt physically and mentally exhausted, and his improvement speed also slowed down significantly. Practice away and relax. Wang Teng was not in a hurry to retreat. He first became familiar with the environment of the True Martial Academy and made a habit of figuring out the locations. The outer courtyard occupies a large area, surrounded by mountains and rivers, and has beautiful scenery. There are both training buildings and leisure buildings, and the mountains and forests are full of birds and animals, all of which are spiritual beasts for people to watch and feed. Wang Teng spent 3 days walking around the outer courtyard. Then, called a few little girls to his dojo. As instructors in the outer courtyard, everyone has an independent dojo with all the basic facilities available, allowing for both practice and relaxation. Disciples in the sect can practice and live in the dojo. If the disciple performs well and is listed on the Hidden Dragon ranking of the Outer Academy, not only will the individual be rewarded, but the mentor will also be able to receive meritorious deeds. This move is not only to strengthen the mentor-apprentice relationship, but also to enhance competitiveness. Wang Teng is very satisfied with this rule. You must have learned something about True Martial Academy in the past 3 days. He said to Su Xiaoxiao and others, this is not the Elixir sword sect. It is more competitive, but it also has more benefits. In the coming days, I will need a lot of time to retreat, so you can't slack off either. After a simple reminder, Wang Teng preached carefully to several people. According to their respective exercises, simplify and explain them in detail until they have no more doubts and let them go back to practice. Among several little girls, Su Xiaoxiao has the best talent and is very close to the spirit body. There is also a synthetic method that he specially customized for him. Although it does not have the characteristics of becoming a spirit body, it is enough to increase the speed of cultivation 10 times. Several others did not have his special skills. But as long as he works hard and practices, he will also teach the techniques after a few days of investigation, but he will definitely not be more interested than Su Xiaoxiao. As for what the future holds, it just depends on how well they can perform. The Tao should not be preached lightly. Wang Teng understood this truth even more clearly after experiencing the Elixir sword sect incident. After arranging several little girls, he also began to practice in seclusion. Next time, Wang Teng spent his entire life in seclusion practicing and teaching his disciples. True Martial Academy has very loose requirements for accepting disciples, and this year it happened to miss the annual time to recruit disciples. There was no one to arrange other disciples for him. That's all. Half a year passed quietly in peaceful cultivation. Under Wang Teng's high-intensity refining, Suanlong's good fortune pill was consumed by nearly half, and his cultivation level also entered the Dao Fetus realm 8th layer. Above Dao Fetus, 315 new Dao patterns were added, bringing the total number of Dao patterns to 360. If you cultivate to Dao Fetus realm 9th layer in the mortal Dao Fetus realm, you can only condense 81 Dao lines. I am still in the 8th layer of Dao Fetus realm, and I have already condensed 360 Dao. Moreover, what I have condensed are all top-grade Dao patterns. Their quality far exceeds that of ordinary people. All these are enough to sweep across the Dao Fetus realm. Even Taoist-level geniuses at the same level may not be as good as me. When Wang Teng is not practicing, he goes to the True Martial Pavilion to read books, thereby broadening his horizons and gaining a clearer understanding of the practice system. The strength of Dao Fetus realm. First look at the realm, and secondly look at the Tao pattern. The former represents the foundation of divine power, and the latter represents Dao Fetus strength, potential, explosive power limit and recovery speed. If an ordinary Dao Fetus realm first layer monk is compared to a pound of steamed buns, then, having a spiritual body and condensing more and higher quality Dao Fetus realm first layer monks is just a pound of wood. The difference between the two is clear and obvious, the latter can easily crush the former. If it is Taoism, that is the same amount of steel, the difference is obvious. And on this basis, just look at the spiritual skills and the blessing of Dao weapon. Foreign objects are foreign objects after all. How much power they can exert depends entirely on their own foundation. The stronger the foundation, the stronger the power of external objects. Of course, if it is a sacred object, it is enough to break this gap. Wang Teng couldn't help but think of his Jushan Mountain River seal. After half a year of polishing, this 8th level Dao weapon has grown to the limit of the 9th level Dao weapon, gradually developing fine and complex textures. That is a sign of further transformation. With my current strength, if I activate the Jushan Mountain River seal with all my strength, I'm afraid I can easily kill a strong man who has just entered the Taoist realm. I just don't know if I can kill a Taoist genius like Mu Qianyu. Wang Teng couldn't help but have this idea. That's what he thought. If Mu Qunyu found out, he would probably vomit blood. One of the 3 divine maidens in the True Martial Academy, a goddess sought after by more than 100,000 disciples in the academy, is actually being compared to someone like this. If word gets out, I'm afraid I'll be drowned in the saliva of countless people. Master, intermediate instructor Lu Suifeng has come to pay a visit. At this time, Xiao Hei's voice came from outside Cave Mansion. Xia Hei is the name of the demon dragon in the Black Dragon Mountains. It looks fat and round, and is as black as coal. Wang Teng gave it this name. Even though it protested several times, it was still ignored by him. After more than 10 months of getting along, especially after coming to True Martial Academy for more than half a year, Ye Along completely recognized the reality and became his little black man. During Wang Teng's retreat, Xiao Hei stayed in a concierge-like place next to Cave Mansion to practice and guard. Is Lu Suifeng here? Wang Teng has come into contact with several neighbors in the past 6 months, and this person is one of them. This fellow student is also a spiritual genius. He is a descendant of the Huangzhou family. He joined the True Martial Academy at an early age and is a real Dao Fetus Realm 6th layer master. The most important thing is, this person has an easygoing personality, is a familiar person, and knows how to relieve people's boredom. Therefore, the 2 of them are relatively familiar with each other. Chapter 23. Wang Teng, hurry up, hurry up. Great thing. When Lu Suifeng saw Wang Teng, he ran over impatiently, pulled Wang Teng's sleeve and walked out. What good thing? Wang Teng was doubtful. A rare auction event in the ancient city for a century. Lu Suifeng explained as he walked, this is organized by people from the Tianbao Pavilion headquarters. It only comes to True Martial Ancient City every 100 years to hold this event. Tianbao Pavilion is one of the top forces in Xuanyu. The headquarters is located in Xianzhou. It is said that the branch spans 9 states, and each state has its own power. The network is so huge that it is even worse than the True Martial Academy. It is different from True Martial Academy. Tianbao Pavilion focuses on auction houses and sales resources. When Wang Teng planned to go to the top auction house in Yunzhou to collect the 5 elements spiritual objects, his target at that time was the Tianbao Pavilion branch in Yunzhou. Let's talk about treasure resources. In the entire Xuanyu Kyushu, Tianbao Pavilion is ranked 2nd, but no one dares to be ranked 1st. Don't Tianbao Pavilion hold auctions every year? Wang Teng didn't know much about this and didn't understand what Lu Suifeng was worried about. This time is different. Lu Suifeng said without slowing down, this is a large-scale auction, and there will be many treasures that are not seen on ordinary days. At such a grand event, the 5th-level treasures can only be regarded as ordinary and ordinary things. Only 6th-level treasures can be outstanding, and there are many 7th-level spiritual objects among them. The classification of treasures is the same as that of elixirs, and spiritual objects. From low to high, 1 to 9 levels. Corresponding to the spiritual realm to the saint realm respectively. 6th-level spiritual objects can make people in the Dao realm be tempted, and 7th-level spiritual objects are enough to make strong people at this level crazy. The most important thing is, Lu Suifeng slowed down a little, turned around and winked. Such grand gatherings are often hosted by the saint of Tianbao Pavilion. That kind of darling girl from heaven is the most beautiful woman in all of Kyushu. Lu Suifeng gave Wang Teng a look that said, I understand everything. Wang Teng was a little speechless and joked, didn't you say that your goddess is Qunyu Divine Maiden? What's the matter, have you changed your mind? No, the same. Lu Suifeng shook his head and said righteously, a goddess is a goddess, and beauty to the eyes is beauty to the eyes. How can they be confused? Wang Teng shook his head helplessly, completely speechless. You are a descendant of the Lu family in Huangzhou. You should have some news, right? He didn't want to waste time on this topic, so he changed the topic and asked, "Have you heard about any treasures that will be auctioned?" "You guy, you are always so confused." Lu Suifeng rolled his eyes and whispered, "Since you asked, I will tell you that the treasure in the finale this time is probably a sacred object." "Oh." Wang Teng's heart moved and he sent a message back, "What holy object? How can I know this?" Lu Suifeng shrugged helplessly, "It's not easy for me to get this news. Don't blame me for not reminding you, there are a lot of treasures this time. How much wealth do you have? Change to spiritual crystals as soon as possible and be prepared. I have to say, this reminder is important." Wang Teng is also very interested in the so-called holy objects. Not long after, the two came outside Tianbao Pavilion. It can be seen that this auction is indeed unprecedentedly grand. It will not start until 5 days, and the outside of Tianbao Pavilion is already crowded with people. Tianbao Pavilion has already had a way to deal with this. There was a tall sign at the door, which read, "Enter the pavilion in an orderly manner, and go to the 2nd to 8th floors to verify your qualifications before you can participate in the auction." I was so busy patronizing that I forgot that this kind of auction requires verification of qualifications. Lu Suifeng slapped his forehead and suddenly became dejected, like a deflated rubber ball. "It's over, I'm afraid I won't be able to get in with my qualifications. The qualifications here are not cultivation qualifications, but strength and financial resources." Although he is a child of an aristocratic family, his family background is not weak, and he has a strong Taoist realm, but his status in the family is not high. The usual auctions come whenever you want. But this kind of grand gathering is not something he can just attend. "You and I got to know each other, and I will take you in today." Wang Teng smiled calmly and walked calmly. "Brother Wang, you need at least 10,000 high-grade spiritual crystals to participate in such a grand event." Lu Suifeng quickly grabbed Wang Teng. "Don't worry, I have it." Wang Teng went straight upstairs. There are thousands of halls on each floor of Tianbao Pavilion. Even so, the 2nd to 6th floors are still overcrowded. He went straight to the 7th floor. There are also thousands of halls on the 7th floor, and there are famous maids guarding each hall. Their strength is actually above the spiritual elixir level. As expected of the top force in the Xian domain, the maids in this branch alone can gather 8 or 9,000 spiritual elixir realm monks. Wang Teng secretly clicked his tongue. "Do you want to verify your qualifications? This way, please." A maid saw Wang Teng's extraordinary temperament and hurriedly came to greet them and led them into an empty hall. The hall has a large space, an elegant layout, and a rockery and flowing water. After walking through a huge screen, Wang Teng and Lu Suifeng saw an old man sitting alone. This old man's cultivation level is not high, and he only has the great perfection of the spiritual elixir realm, but his clothes are noble and his temperament is not even weaker than that of the Daophytus realm. Intermediate tutor in the outer courtyard of True Martial Academy. The old man looked at the two people's clothes, his eyes flashed, and he quickly stood up and said, "Two seniors, please sit down. Xiao, why don't you serve tea quickly?" After the two of them sat down, the old man cleared his throat and said with a hint of respect, "I wonder if you two will use spiritual crystals to verify it, or send a photo of the corresponding treasure. Although I am not sure whether these two people have this qualification. But his Daophytus realm cultivation and his status as True Martial Academy instructor are enough for him to take it seriously. Send me a spiritual object." Wang Teng casually took out the Vulcan stone synthesized in the Black Dragon Mountains. In an instant, the temperature of the entire hall suddenly rose. Even if it is placed in a special jade box, the fiery breath is still difficult to block, causing the air outside the jade box to distort. This is a high-level fire attribute spiritual object. The old man's pupils suddenly shrank and he almost lost his voice. Even though he is a treasure appraiser who is familiar with the world and is considered a figure in the branch, he has never seen such a precious treasure. He doesn't understand. Why do such distinguished guests with such background come here to verify their qualifications? But he did not dare to neglect, and quickly said, "Dear guest, please wait a moment, I can't make the decision on this matter, I need to ask the supervisor." Can. Wang Teng nodded casually, picked up the tea and took a sip. Lu Suifeng next to him was no longer calm. After the old man goes out, he whispered in disbelief, "Brother Wang, you actually have such a treasure. This must be at least a 6th level spiritual object." Although Lu Suifeng's status in the family is not high, he still has a good vision and has seen many treasures in the family treasure house. A 7th level fire god stone. Wang Teng is still casual. In the past 6 months, he synthesized ordinary spiritual stones and spiritual crystals that he had no use before, and produced many valuable items. A 7th level Vulcan stone is really not a treasure. FK. 7th level spiritual creature. Lu Suifeng stood up abruptly and couldn't help but curse, "Why can you say such a precious thing so plainly? Are you really a descendant of the Lu family in Huangzhou?" Wang Teng looked at Lu Suifeng up and down strangely. At any rate, he comes from a family with a strong Dao realm leader. He has never seen 7th level spiritual objects, right? Lu Suifeng's eyes widened, and he was stunned for a long time without uttering a complete word. It took a long time. When he saw that Wang Teng was still so calm, he immediately collapsed like a ball of frustration. "You don't understand. It's precisely because I was born in the Lu family that I know how precious 7th level spiritual objects are. The treasure at this level can no longer be measured by spiritual crystals. You can exchange it for most 7th level treasures, including treasures below 7th level. It is no exaggeration to say that it is priceless." Having said this, he sat up straight and looked at Wang Teng with bright eyes. "Brother Wang, how about selling this 7th level spiritual object to my Lu family? Don't worry, when I tell the family, I will definitely give you a satisfactory price, and it will never be lower than the auction price." The Lu family mainly has a fire attribute physique. The current ancestor of the Lu family, that powerful person in the Tao realm, is Luo Taoist. This Vulcan stone. Undoubtedly, it is a treasure that is enough to make that person excited and even crazy. Master Lu is trying to steal business from my Tianbao pavilion. Isn't it a bit unkind? At this time, a charming and seductive voice came, which immediately made Wang Teng and Lu Suifeng feel like they were electrocuted. The two of them were excited. They all felt that their body bones were suddenly numb, and their hearts felt as if they had been lightly scratched by a kitten. Chapter 24. Wang Teng followed the sound. I saw a woman walking slowly behind the screen. Like Mu Qunyu, she wore a similar veil, which was lavender in color and had a faint halo covering her true appearance. It's unbelievable. But her skin is as white as jade, as smooth and delicate as silk, as if it can be broken by a blow, and her delicate eyebrows seem to be able to enchant the soul. That body, which is plumper than Mu Qunyu, is like a ripe peach, adding a bit of mature charm. If Mu Qunyu is said to be a flower fairy in the water with eyes of autumn water and skin of ice and jade bones, then this girl is a fox fairy with all kinds of charms, extremely enchanting and extremely charming. Just a glance, Wang Teng lost control and felt his body burning. A young heart is pounding even harder, as if it is about to jump out of the chest. This woman has practiced the art of charm. Wang Teng quickly moved the 5 Dao fetus statues, and 360 Dao patterns circulated. Dao fetus seemed to be revived, and bursts of chanting sounds could be heard. His mind suddenly became clear, and after forcing himself to break free, he quickly looked away. Lu Suifeng was still staring at him in despair. Wang Teng's face darkened, and he snorted coldly, "If word spreads about this girl's move, I'm afraid it will also affect the reputation of Tianbao Pavilion, right?" Hey! The enchanting woman didn't seem to expect that Wang Teng could easily break away from her charm, and she couldn't help but let out a low moan of surprise. Her charming eyes looked up and down at Wang Teng. I found that with my own cultivation, I couldn't see through this person, not even his physical origin. She became more and more surprised, and said with a slight smile, I'm sorry. The little girl saw that the two rich gods are handsome and have an extraordinary temperament, so I suspect they have the talent of being a genius. Therefore, I can't bear the technical itch, so I will test you two out of habit. I hope you two can forgive me for offending me. As she spoke, she leaned forward slightly to express her apology. Xianziluo, it's because I was rude. Lu Suifeng had already come to his senses. Seeing this, he quickly stood up and returned the greeting. If I feel too itchy and I use Dao weapon to give it to the girl, can I just give a verbal apology? Wang Teng looked unhappy, his eyes still cold. The most taboo among monks is to test at will. If this place wasn't Tianbao Pavilion, he really wanted to sacrifice the Jushan Mountain River seal to see if this woman could survive a seal. The woman's beautiful eyebrows frowned slightly. It's not that she hasn't tested others in the past, but every time she just said this, the other party would laugh in return. Just like Lu Suifeng. When have you ever seen such a serious young person like Wang Teng? However, after all, she is the manager of the Tianbao Pavilion branch in the ancient city of True Martial, and she also has to host the auction event, so naturally she cannot make the guests unhappy. So, she took a breath and said with a flowery smile, What do you think, distinguished guest? What do I want to do? Wang Teng ignored Lu Suifeng's eyes and said dissatisfiedly, It's you who provoked us. How to apologize is your business. How can I tell you that I'm here to blackmail you? He has lived for more than 180 years. Although he is as young as a boy, his experience is not comparable to that of a young man like Lu Suifeng. How could you step into this trap of words? The woman seemed to be choked. She was silent for a moment, took a deep look at Wang Teng, waved her hand and said to the maid, Go, get the enlightenment tea that Pavilion Master Su gave me, and pour it for you too. Yes, Saint. The maid quickly brought the enlightenment tea and served it to Wang Teng and Lu Suifeng. This enlightenment tea is taken from the holy medicine enlightenment tea tree. Only one tael can be taken every 100 years, no more, no less, exactly 500 leaves. This item can help people realize Taoism and practice. It has many wonderful uses. Every tea leaf is comparable to a 5th-level spiritual item. When the woman saw Wang Teng and Lu Suifeng taste it, she smiled sweetly and said, I wonder if you two are satisfied. I am flattered by Fairy Luo's hospitality. Lu Suifeng quickly praised him, but when he saw the woman's eyes on Wang Teng, he couldn't help but smile and continued to pretend to be a workhorse. It's okay. Wang Teng was surprised in his heart, but his face remained calm. Tianbao Pavilion is indeed the wealthiest and top power in Kyushu and Xuanyu. Even making tea is so extravagant. This saint is probably extremely rich. The woman was quite satisfied with Wang Teng's response. She smiled lightly and changed the subject. I heard from my subordinates that the distinguished guest wants to send a high-level spiritual object for auction. Wang Teng nodded lightly and pushed the jade box with a snap of his fingers. The maid next to her immediately stepped forward and brought the jade box to the woman. The woman opened the jade box. Suddenly the hot breath hit my face. She was prepared. I saw a faint halo flowing on the 10 fingers as slender as jade, the hot breath was suppressed, and the vision dissipated instantly. The 7th-level fire god stone is of extremely high quality. It is indeed a high-level spiritual object. The woman's beautiful eyes are brilliant. With her eyesight, she could clearly see that this Vulcan stone was crystal clear, round, and flawless, and was a rare treasure in the world. The secrets of the laws contained in it are quite astonishing. Such spiritual objects can fetch sky-high prices. The woman pondered for a moment and said, however, the auction items have been arranged, and the auction time is not far away. We can't do too much publicity for our distinguished guests, and there won't be any slight discounts. So be it. She frowned slightly and seemed to have made a major decision. I will ask the appraiser in the pavilion to do another valuation. If the auction cannot reach this price, then I will represent Tianbao Pavilion and make up for the difference in price to the distinguished guest. How about it? That doesn't have to be the case. Wang Teng decisively refused. Whatever you take is what you take. There is no such thing as a free lunch. He believes that as long as he agrees, sooner or later, the other party will definitely make a request, so it is better to block the other party's plan. The woman's eyes couldn't help but twitch. This was the first time she had seen such a difficult guy. However, since the other party was unwilling, she couldn't force it, so she had to find another way to show her goodwill, and signaled the maid to fetch something with her eyes. The maid gave the signal and sent it to Wang Teng. Seeing that Wang Teng was about to refuse again, the woman hurriedly said, "Dear guest, please don't refuse in a hurry. This is a treasure list prepared by our pavilion for every distinguished guest who has the ability to buy and sell high-level spiritual objects. Your guests can make more preparations by judging their financial resources and needs based on the list and approximate valuation." Okay. Wang Teng heard this and accepted it calmly. The little lady has to arrange the auction of the Vulcan stone. You two can rest more. This hall will be reserved for you until the auction is over. The woman left a few words and left in a hurry. After she leaves, it took Lu Suifeng a long time to come to his senses. He couldn't help but pat his thigh and gave Wang Teng a thumbs up. "Brother Wang is awesome." "What's the meaning?" Wang Teng had an expression like you took the wrong medicine. "Brother Wang, stop pretending about our friendship." Lu Suifeng was full of energy and said energetically, "Hi. It's really high." As he spoke, he sighed and said with regret on his face, "Hey, why didn't you think of me using this method to attract the attention of the saint?" Wang Teng was speechless. "I understand even if you don't tell me." Lu Suifeng was talking to himself, but when he saw that Wang Teng didn't answer anything, and instead looked at him like a fool, he suddenly became bored. He turned his attention to the enlightenment tea. "Thanks to Brother Wang, today not only can we see the legendary Tianbao Pavilion Saint up close, but we can also taste Tianbao Pavilion's unique enlightenment tea. I don't know how many people I can envy. No matter how good the tea is, it can't stop your mouth." Wang Teng muttered angrily and tasted the enlightenment tea carefully. "Don't tell me yet." As expected of the tea produced from the holy medicine, it is truly extraordinary. He only tasted a few bites. "I feel like my mind is clear, my soul seems to have been washed, cool and transparent, and many of the confusions in my past practice have been solved. It means I have new insights into several spiritual skills. I have been practicing hard in the past 6 months, but I have neglected my spiritual skills. Just in time, let's take this opportunity to understand it carefully." While Wang Teng was experiencing the mystery of enlightenment tea, he silently realized the 2 newly synthesized spiritual skills. Chapter 25. 5 days passed by in a flash. The day of the auction is here in the blink of an eye. I didn't expect that half a pot of enlightenment tea would actually make me make such progress. Wang Teng finished his spiritual skills study and was quite surprised. If it were said that his previous mastery of the 5 realms divine movement technique, mountain and river technique, and military control technique was only at an entry-level level. Now we are beyond basic accomplishment and approaching great accomplishment. And this? It's only 5 days. It is written above that there will be an auction for Wu Dao tea, but I don't know what price it will fetch. Wang Teng glanced at the list and saw enlightenment tea on it. The scalar quantity is 100 leaves, and the base price is 20,000 top-quality spiritual crystals, which is even beyond the price range of ordinary 6th-level elixirs. As the saying goes, rare things are more valuable, and this special elixir is worth the price. He decided to take a photo of this enlightenment tea. The pot he tasted before only had 1 leaf, which made him so improved. The effect of 100 leaves will only be stronger. Soon, under the leadership of the maid, Wang Teng and Lu Suifeng were invited to the 9th floor of Tianbao Pavilion. It is different from other floors. The layout of the 9th floor is not the one divided into flat halls. This is a hall with one floor that is as high as the 3 floors below. The bottom is staircase-shaped, going down layer by layer. Each floor has a separate seating platform. When it reaches the end, the steps rise steeply, about 1 step higher. The floor is so high, and above it is the auction stage. The auction stage is half looking down on the first floor, and half looking up at the widened corridor-like second floor, which is half empty. There is also a third floor with a completely upward-looking design. This reflects the identity of the distinguished guests on the third floor, who can overlook the entire audience, including the auctioneer. Wang Teng and Lu Suifeng were in the front row of the third floor. Condescending. You can look down at everyone below. Is this the treatment brought by 7th-level spiritual beings? Wang Teng looked down silently. Those sitting on the first floor are all rich or noble, and most of them are Dao Fetus realm 7th layer and above, while the second floor is all Taoist realm. Compare this. The third level has a high probability of being the location of a strong person in the Dao realm. I never expected that I, Lu Suifeng, would be able to ascend to the highest VIP stage in my lifetime. Today I can be considered a proud ancestor. Lu Suifeng was very curious and looked around. This is a private room, blocked by a formation, so the outside world cannot come in, but they can look around at the outside. Sounds from inside and outside are completely isolated. Directly in front of the almost transparent room, there is a sound transmission stone as big as a fist, through which the auctioneer's voice will be transmitted into the box. The design is very user-friendly. Where is this? Wang Teng laughed when he heard this and said, there are quite a few people above us. No, no, no. You don't know, my ancestor of the Lu family is in our row, and I, Lu Suifeng, am on an equal footing with my ancestor today. Lu Suifeng could not suppress his excitement. It's a pity that there is a formation blocking me. Otherwise, if the ancestors see it, I will definitely be cultivated vigorously in the future. Wang Teng somewhat understood Lu Suifeng's mentality. He smiled and didn't say much, and secretly observed the movements around him. Suddenly, he saw 2 familiar figures walking into a box on the second floor. Mu Qunyu broke through so quickly. Wang Teng was not surprised that Mu Qunyu came to the auction. After all, the true martial academy Divine Maiden has a Tao realm master, and the threshold of 10,000 high-grade spiritual crystals is nothing to her. He was surprised that Mu Qunyu entered the second floor box. Based on his understanding of the location arrangement, it was easy for Mu Qunyu to enter the third floor box with a Dao realm expert on his back. But she went to the second floor. Obviously, he doesn't intend to borrow his master's identity. In this way, she shows her own strength, indicating that she has completed a breakthrough. Fang Xuan said not to disturb her for 2 years. I thought it would take 2 years to break through to the Taoist realm. Looks like it now. I'm afraid they are worried about me pestering Mu Qunyu. Wang Teng shook his head and laughed. Not to mention that he and Mu Qunyu just met by chance, he had already received a lot of favors from Mu Qunyu. It means that the 2 of them have friendship. He wouldn't bother Mu Qunyu casually. Not only admire Qunyu. It was Fang Xuan who gave him the token. Wang Teng hasn't looked for him in half a year, and he never intended to trouble the other party. I just don't know, is it Fang Xuan, Mu Qunyu, or both who wants to cut off contact with me? Wang Teng was just thinking about it and didn't want to get the answer. If Mu Qunyu needs his help in the future, he will help her and repay the kindness he owed her before. If not needed, then he won't rush to cling to anyone. Clang! Clang! There was a knocking sound on the auction table. The monks who were talking in the box quickly stopped communicating and looked at the auction table. First of all, welcome all distinguished guests to our centennial auction event in the ancient city of True Martial. Not much to say. I, the Holy Maiden of Tianbao Pavilion, have been invited to appear and show you today's treasures. The middle-aged man finished his opening remarks concisely, and quickly retreated to the side. The enchanting woman Wang Teng had seen, still wearing a lavender veil and a dark purple luxurious dress, slowly appeared. She was calm today and did not dare to use charm again. But the naturally charming voice still made many monks blush and couldn't help themselves with excitement. For a while, the atmosphere was high. One treasure after another was auctioned for a much higher price than usual. It's a pity that I am short of money. Otherwise, I would have to fight for anything. It would be good to show my face in front of the saint. Lu Suifeng sighed secretly. With your thoughts, even if I don't have enough spiritual crystals to spend, I won't lend them to you. Wang Teng complained angrily. Everyone has their own preferences. Lu Suifeng smiled and said, besides, I mean, if you really have that spiritual crystal, you might as well buy some cultivation treasures. It's good to know. Wang Teng shook his head helplessly. The next item to be auctioned is a 9th level Dao weapon, King Yun White Crane Robe. This is a rare defensive Dao weapon. It is also engraved with 3 5th level formations. After wearing it, a Dao fetus realm monk can withstand a full blow from a 9th layer strongman in the Taoist realm. A monk above the Taoist realm can withstand the attack for half a quarter of an hour. In addition, this Dao weapon has the magical effect of accelerating cultivation and absorbing spiritual energy independently. The effect depends on the cultivation level. The Dao fetus realm is about 5 times blessed, and the Taoist realm is 3 times to 30% blessed. The enchanting woman introduced the new auction item and started bidding. The starting price for this item is 10,000 top-quality spiritual crystals, and each increase in price will not be less than 1,000. 12,000. 13,000. 15,000. 50,000 to 1. The appearance of King Yun White Crane Robe is simple and elegant, but the effect is astonishing, immediately bringing the atmosphere of the whole audience to a climax. The monks below the VIP table on the 3rd floor have increased their prices. In the blink of an eye, the starting price of 10,000 has increased 5 times. Just when the bidding slows down, Wang Teng grabbed the sound transmission stone next to him, and his deep voice resounded throughout the audience, 60,000. Whoosh! With the addition of 9,000 to the 50,000, the atmosphere in the audience immediately cooled down. The monks on the lower 2 floors cast their gazes this way. It's a pity that there is a formation blocking it. No one can see who is raising the price so harshly. As expected of a 3rd level boss, he just asked for an extra 9,000, which is so terrifying. 60,000 top-quality spiritual crystals are enough to buy 3 9th level Dao weapons. Yes. This Dao weapon focuses on defense and is blessed with formation effects. It is really rare. Otherwise, you can capture up to 30,000 spiritual crystals. Most of them were bought by Dao realm bosses for their juniors, who can't afford to fight for them. Wang Teng opened his mouth. Everyone stopped raising prices. Not only was the price beyond everyone's budget, but it was also because of the 3rd-tier VIP status. Anyone who can sit in this position, either he is a strong person in the Dao realm, or he has the support of the Dao realm behind him. He is truly either rich or noble, and no one wants to offend him. 60,000 top-quality spiritual crystals once. Twice. 3 times. Make a deal. The King Yun White Crane Robe is obtained by VIP number 32 of Tianzi. After the enchanting woman finished speaking, she glanced at Wang Teng's box without leaving any trace, and continued to auction the next item. Chapter 26. The next auction item is Enlightenment Tea. The quantity is 100, the starting price is 20,000 top-quality spiritual crystals, and the price will be increased by no less than 1,000 each time. Wow! The Enlightenment Tea comes out. It caused quite a commotion again. 30,000. 40,000. 50,000. The auction of Wudeot was far more lively than Wang Teng imagined. The price increase for King Yun White Crane robe is always 1 to 2,000 at a time, sometimes 2 to 3,000, but for Enlightenment tea, the price is often as high as 10,000. 100,000. 105,000. 110,000. It wasn't until the price increased fivefold that everyone's enthusiasm slowed down slightly. But only slightly. Prices are soaring again. 120,000. 130,000. 150,000. This time, the bidding is on the third floor of the box. The big guys are gone. The monks on the second and first floors immediately fell silent and silently watched the big guys on the third floor bid. 200,000. The price soared tenfold in an instant. Good guy. Lu Suifeng's eyes widened. 200,000 to buy 100 tea leaves, are these people crazy? This is why rare things are valuable. Wang Teng's eyes were deep and his thoughts were racing. Before the auction started, the maid sent him a new list, giving him a starting price of 300,000 top-quality spiritual crystals for the 7th level Vulcan stone. Even though he said no estimate is needed, Tianbao Pavilion still gave him an estimated transaction price of 800,000 yuan. It's a huge profit. Wang Teng thought of the several high-level spiritual objects he had synthesized, and couldn't help but feel confident. Seeing the price gradually slowing down at 230,000 yuan, he spoke again, 250,000. The atmosphere in the venue was stagnant again. Who is Tianzi number 32? And he added so much in one breath. Although the Enlightenment tea leaves are precious and are produced by the holy medicine, there are only 100 pieces, and the starting price exceeds the 6th level low-grade elixir. 250,000 top-quality spiritual crystals. How many 6th level elixirs do we need to buy? The world of the boss is indeed beyond the imagination of mere mortals like us. Is it worth spending such a large sum of money just for a few juniors? The monks on the first and second floors were talking a lot, their words filled with envy. 250,000 is a bit expensive. I don't know which family this kid belongs to, but he's so generous. That's all. Since there is a new friend who is interested, let's just give it a try. The third-level monks included both elders and younger generations. They all chose to give up after being silent about Wang Teng's price increase. The people sitting here are all prominent figures in Xuanyu. If not necessary, I won't fight over a lot. 250,000 once. Make a deal. The Enlightenment tea leaves are obtained by VIP number 32 Tianzi. The enchanting woman sealed the deal again. Lu Suifeng looked at Wang Teng silently. Brother Wang, I thought others were crazy, but I didn't expect that you are even more crazy. 25,000 top-quality spiritual crystals, is it worth it? If he had this kind of wealth, he would definitely buy a lot of elixirs and elixirs. Even if he piled them up, it would be enough to reach the 9th layer of the Taoist realm. Like you said, everyone has his own merits. Wang Teng smiled lightly and didn't take it seriously. There is a synthesis system. What he lacks most is spiritual crystals. In the eyes of others, it is like 100 enlightenment tea leaves. But in my eyes, that is probably an unimaginable treasure. Wang Teng added silently in his heart. The next thing I want to take a picture of is the 7th level spiritual object Vulcan stone. After appraisal by our Tianbao Pavilion, this fire god stone is of extremely high quality and contains extremely rich laws and secrets. The starting price is 300,000 yuan for the best spiritual crystal, and the price will be increased by no less than 10,000 yuan each time. After several more rounds of auctions, it was finally Wang Teng's turn to send the auction items. There really is a 7th level spiritual creature. The first 7th level spiritual object has appeared. It turns out to be a 7th level fire attribute divine stone. Oh my god, if I had known about this thing, my ancestor would definitely come here in person. I did get the news, but it was too late. There was a discussion on the 2 floors below, but no one spoke. 7th level spiritual objects are not something they can fight for. 400,000. 500,000. Brother Li, give me a favor, 550,000. Brother Chen, do you think my face is worth 50,000 spirit crystals? I'll offer you 600,000. Seniors, I would like to apologize to you in advance. Our ancestors need this spiritual object very much. I will offer you 650,000 yuan. Ha! Since everyone wants it, let's bid together and decide which one is better. I'll offer 700,000. Old Ghost He, if you don't practice fire, why are you joining in the fun? I just want to see you unhappy, okay? I'll raise the price again, 750,000. Damn! Do you want to compete with me? If you can't afford it, don't add it. If you can, don't take it. I want to add another 800,000 yuan. The 2 powerful elders seemed to be a bit reluctant to deal with each other, and they actually started tit-for-tat over the bidding. The scene suddenly got a little out of control. For a while, others don't know whether they should get involved or not. 2 seniors, I respect you both for being highly moral and highly respected, but please also understand the difficulty for me. The enchanting woman frowned slightly. Although the words were polite, there was a hint of reminder in his tone. As the leading force in Xuanyu, although the 2 Dao realms are difficult to deal with, they will not make Tianbao Pavilion retreat. That's not right, little doll. I'm just bidding normally. The older man known as Hilogui laughed strangely, but did not bid any more. He was obviously afraid of Tianbao Pavilion. Wang Teng originally wanted to raise his hand. But when I saw that the seniors in the Dao realm were all obediently keeping their mouths shut, I had no choice but to suppress my little thoughts to avoid getting it into my own hands in the end. After all, the estimated price given by Tianbao Pavilion is only 800,000 top-grade spiritual crystals. Even if no one raised the price, it still exceeded the estimated price. Wang Teng was quite satisfied. However, there are still a few older people who need the Vulcan stone. The bidding quickly resumed. 810,000. 820,000. 930,000. When the price soared to 930,000, there was no sound at all. Just like Lu Suifeng's thoughts. 200,000 top-quality spiritual crystals are enough to push a Dao fetus realm to the Taoist realm 9th layer. If you want to cultivate spiritual geniuses, maybe even half of the Dao realm can be piled up. Not to mention more than 900,000. This is definitely enough to create a Dao realm monk. Therefore, after 3 biddings, the Vulcan stone was finally sold for 930,000. This has far exceeded my estimate and far exceeded Tianbao Pavilion's estimate. It is satisfactory enough. Wang Teng is very satisfied with the price. If he wasn't afraid of attracting too much attention, he would have wanted to send and take pictures of a few more 7th level spiritual objects. The next auction was quite deserted. After the Fire God Stone, there are all 7th level treasures. Most of the monks have no sense of participation and can only watch silently. This is the arena for 3-tiered bosses. 130,000. 270,000. In several rounds of competition, Wang Teng spent 400,000 top-quality spiritual crystals and picked up 2 good treasures. The reason why it is said is to pick up leaks. It's because both babies are a little special. The price of 130,000 top-quality spiritual crystals is a 7th level ancient spiritual elixir. Most of its efficacy has been lost. The only effect is to allow monks who are close to a pure yin body to refine their foundation and transform into a true spiritual body. Others are not interested in this elixir. But it suited Su Xiao Xiao, so Wang Teng won it at the starting price. The other piece worth 270,000 top-quality spiritual crystals is a special Dao weapon, which is an auxiliary training Dao weapon that is even rarer than the King Yun White Crane robe. It's called Purple Jade Futon. Its effectiveness mainly lies in containing the spirit-gathering magic circle, which can increase the cultivation speed of Dao Fetus realm by 10 times, and also increase the Dao Shen realm by 5 times. Because the effect is too single, only a few monks on the first and second floors opened their bids. Wang Teng raised the price slightly and won it easily. The next lot is a high-level weapon refining material, the Universe Stone. Chapter 27. Everyone should have heard more or less that the Qunkan stone is a top weapon refining material. The piece being auctioned this time is of very high quality, comparable to a 7th level spiritual object. If you choose the main material, it will not be a problem to refine a high-quality psychic Dao weapon. The starting price is 200,000 spirit crystals, and each increase in price will be no less than 10,000. The Saint of Tianbao Pavilion raised the tray in her hand. There is a grey stone as big as a fist on it. It looks ordinary, like a mortal stone, but if you look closely, you can find that there is a faint power of the universe flowing through it. In the mask on the tray, the space is slightly distorted, which is enough to prove its quality. The Universe Stone. In a private room on the 2nd floor, Mu Qunyu suddenly sat up, her beautiful eyes staring straight at the sacred stone, showing deep desire. The purpose of her trip was this Universe Stone. This material is most consistent with her skill attributes. If it can be integrated into her own Dao weapon, it will definitely transform her Dao weapon into a psychic Dao weapon. 300,000. 350,000. 400,000. Bidding soon began in the field. The 7th level weapon refining materials are extremely precious and extremely rare, and even the powerful people in the Dao realm are moved by them. After all, these spiritual objects are enough to refine the Dao weapon. This is a super-grade Dao weapon that surpasses the 9th level Dao weapon, and it is a supreme treasure that can only be refined by a strong person in the Dao realm. But not all Dao realms have Dao weapon. It's not that they can't refine it, nor that they can't afford it, it's just that Dao weapons that match their attributes are too rare. 51,530,000. After several rounds of fierce bidding, the price of Qunkan stone gradually slowed down. 600,000. Mu Qunyu couldn't wait to report the price. For the first time, she directly increased the price by 70,000. She wanted to use this to raise the price sharply, trying to be like the predecessors of Tianzi number 32, thus blocking the competition from others. However, she used her own identity this time. No one cares about a 2nd-level Taoist realm junior. 650,000. A certain senior figure on the 3rd floor instantly increased his price by 50,000 yuan. It's over. Mu Qunyu sat back in despair. She borrowed 500,000 top-quality spiritual crystals from her master, and with her own accumulation, she scraped together to get 600,000. Anything more than that is not something she can bear. If I had known that so many people were robbing me, I should have borrowed my master's status and boarded the 3rd floor box. Mu Qunyu felt a little regretful. In the past, this piece of Qunkan stone would have cost more than 500,000 yuan at most, and it would be worth a premium even if it appeared at a century-old event. She felt that 600,000 should be enough. Who knew, the number of people bidding was beyond expectations, and the price was far beyond expectations. She wants to take a picture of the Universe Stone. On the 3rd floor, box number 32 Tianzi. Wang Teng came early and knew that Mu Qunyu had entered the box. He could hear Mu Qunyu calling out the price, and his heart moved. He remembered that the powerful treasure Mu Qunyu brought to the Black Dragon Mountains was called the Universe Mirror. At that time, he thought that was Mu Qunyu's trump card. It seems now. I'm afraid it was borrowed by Mu Qunyu, probably from the Dao realm expert behind him. Then her cultivation in this lineage is probably related to the universe. Wang Teng thought for a while and said to Lu Suifeng, "Old Lu, I'll give you a chance to get close to the Divine Maiden in your dream, do you want it? What chance? Lu Suifeng suddenly became energetic. Go to the box below and tell Mu Qunyu that I will help her bid. If she wins, let her replenish the spiritual crystal later. Wang Teng did the math. The Vulcan stone was sold for NT $930,000. Putting aside the half-price handling fee, there are still 170,000 to 80,000 yuan left, plus Mu Qunyu's 600,000 yuan, which should be enough to take the Quncan stone. He handed the token that Fang Chuan had given him to Lu Suifeng and arranged for him to find Mu Qunyu, while he bid 700,000. The senior figures in the box above let out a cry of surprise. He didn't expect that Tianzi number 32 would even take pictures of the Quncan stone. Moreover, he had already spent more than 700,000 yuan before, but he could still easily come up with 700,000 yuan. This net worth is much richer than that of a strong person who has just entered the Tao realm. Could it be that behind this person is a weapon refiner, alchemist, or formation master? Such thoughts flashed through the old man's mind. He pondered for a moment and said with a smile, "Since this little friend is interested, I won't take advantage of you. He is the only one still bidding for the Quncan stone. Stop this." The Quncan stone was naturally photographed by Wang Teng. "Thank you, senior, for your noble hand." Wang Teng bowed his hands to the box above to thank him. The auction continues. 2 or 3 more spiritual objects appeared one after another. In the box below, Lu Suifeng took the token given by Wang Teng to find Mu Qunyu, and told Mu Qunyu anxiously about his purpose. Based on his understanding of Wang Teng, I have no idea when Wang Teng got involved with the Divine Maiden of True Martial Academy. But out of trust in Wang Teng, he could only bite the bullet and meet this Divine Maiden. Fang Quan's token. Tianzi number 32 is Fang Chuan. Mu Qunyu was quite surprised by Lu Suifeng's arrival. She took the token, carefully identified it, and looked curiously at the box on the 3rd floor. No, Fang Chuan doesn't have such a family background. Is it one of his friends? She thought the voice was somewhat familiar before, but now that she saw this token, she thought it might be someone related to Fang Chuan. Although I can't figure it out for the moment, I can't figure out who it is. But she really needed the universe stone, so she smiled sweetly and said to Lu Suifeng, "Junior brother, please tell me the message to that fellow student. Mu Qunyu will keep this kindness in mind." With that said, she directly handed the storage treasure to Lu Suifeng. "There are 600,000 spiritual crystals here. Please bring it to that person, junior brother." "Ah? Oh, okay, I will definitely bring it." Lu Suifeng had never seen Divine Maiden be so friendly. He was so excited that he could not control himself and even stammered when he spoke. He walked out the door happily. Until he returned to box number 32, the whole person was still in a fog, his face was red, as if he was drunk. "Why, you went out and drank too much?" Wang Teng couldn't help but joke. "You don't understand." Lu Suifeng shook his head, as if reminiscing, "This is the first time I have been close to Divine Maiden. If word spreads, I don't know how many people will be envious. Look at your potential." Wang Teng was unable to complain. "But, having said that, how come you have such a rich net worth?" Lu Suifeng suddenly changed the subject and looked Wang Teng up and down in surprise. "You are not a senior from the academy, are you? Could it be that he is an old man in the Dao realm who has reached a bottleneck in his practice, is rejuvenated, and is playing in the world of mortals?" The more he looked at it, the more surprised he became. This classmate seemed to appear out of thin air. He seemed to be a handsome young man with an aloof temperament, but in fact his eyes had a lingering sense of age. "No matter how you look, you don't look as young as you look. Why can't there be an expert behind me?" Wang Teng asked funnily. "First of all, your talent is no better than mine. If you have the Tao physical talent of Divine Maiden, it is impossible to become a tutor in an outer college. Second, you don't look like young people our age. Third, you are extremely rich. Lu Suifeng carefully listed 3 evidences to Wang Teng. Wang Teng didn't know how to refute. You can't say that you have lived almost 200 years before barely breaking through to the Dao fetus realm. What a holy thing! The holy object is about to appear. Suddenly, someone's excited voice came out. The 2 people's eyes instantly turned to the auction table. Chapter 28. Many people must already know that today our pavilion will auction a sacred object. 2 figures with unfathomable auras appeared behind the enchanting woman. They were as tall and strong as iron towers and as powerful as mountains. The faces of the 2 people could not be seen clearly. Standing behind the woman, it was elusive. 2 Dao realm powerhouses. Everyone immediately guessed the identities of these 2 people. Think about it, if there is no Dao realm powerhouse in charge, how can a branch dare to auction so many 7th level treasures? There are even sacred objects. This is the sacred object to be auctioned today. It may be different from what everyone thinks. It is just a broken sacred object. The enchanting woman held the tray high, showing the broken sacred vessel on it. Judging from the appearance, it was originally supposed to be a bow. For some reason, it was broken into more than a dozen pieces, but the whole thing could still be pieced together intact. The permeating holy power is still terrifying. Even though there was a barrier seal, the astonishing evil spirit still swept through the entire place, making everyone breathless. Even the 2 Dao realm experts who were guarding the sacred objects looked tense and seemed to be under pressure. This bow is called the White Bone Demon Bow. Although it is broken, its origin is extraordinary. It was originally made by the Palace Master of Heavenly Demon Palace using the remains of a certain demon Dao saint. If any of you have connections with top weapon refining masters, you may not be able to repair it, but even if it cannot be repaired, just melting the broken parts into your own Dao weapon is enough to cause the Dao weapon to undergo transformation and be contaminated with holy power. The enchanting woman looked solemn and her forehead was dripping with sweat. After she finished the introduction despite the pressure, she spoke quickly, there is no need to go into details. Everyone knows the price of sacred objects. It's just that this sacred object will not be auctioned with spiritual crystals, but must be traded with spiritual objects of level 7 or above. The bidding starts with a minimum of 3 7th level spiritual objects. You can increase the price at will. Interested senior VIPs can start bidding. As soon as this statement came out, the whole place was excited. This sacred object is actually the White Bone Demon Bow of the Heavenly Demon Palace Master. Everyone has said that the White Bone Demon Bow has been lost for a long time. Perhaps it was buried in the void turbulence with the Heavenly Demon Palace Master. Unexpectedly, it is actually in the hands of Tian Bao Pavilion. This holy object is the most precious treasure in the Xian realm. Yes. It is made by refining the remains of a saint. Even if it cannot be repaired, you can still comprehend it. Maybe you can understand the magic method of the saint. It's a pity that the starting price is too high. The bidding starts for 3 7th level spiritual objects. How many people can compete for it? The appearance of sacred objects is certainly moving and brings the atmosphere to its peak. But that's the starting price. It's enough to scare away 99% of people. Not to mention the monks on the first and second floors. Even the third-tier rich man fell into a brief silence at this moment. No one said anything. Then let me quote you a price first. Wang Teng was very interested in this sacred artifact. For others, the sacred artifacts are difficult to repair. Most of them are the ones that no one in the Xian domain can repair, otherwise Tian Bao Pavilion would not put them up for auction. But for him, 9 times out of 10, it can be restored into a complete sacred instrument through synthesis. Until then, the value of this pile of fragments can be at least 10 times, or even dozens or hundreds of times. 5 7th level spiritual objects. Wang Teng spoke calmly. Lu Suifeng was not surprised at all. On the contrary, it made my guess even more solid, and my eyes seemed to say, I knew you were an old-timer. People from the outside world exploded. Damn it! 5 7th level spiritual objects came out of your mouth. Who is Tianzi number 32? His net worth is so strong? Could it be that he is the divine child of some first-rate force? No way. If you are a younger generation, what kind of talent do you have to be so valued? Maybe it's the divine body or the holy body. That's impossible. There are only a handful of holy bodies and divine bodies in the Xian realm, and they all have visions when they are born. There are only a few of them, but there is absolutely no such strange one. I think it's most likely that he's an older person, maybe he's rejuvenated, his voice just sounds young. That makes sense. The entire auction hall became lively, and everyone stopped covering up and began to communicate with each other. It really doesn't look like those juniors. Are they really from our generation? Old ghost, do you know him? How can I recognize him? I can only be sure that this person is definitely not from my deserted state. They are not my contemporaries in Mingzhou. I think I have a lot of friends in Xianzhou, but I don't know anyone like this. Strange. Could it be from outside the mysterious realm? There was also discussion in the third-floor Tianzi box. No matter who it is, when it comes to sacred objects, I will fight for it no matter what. Soon, an older person started bidding, 5 7th level spiritual objects, plus 500,000 top-quality spiritual crystals. Old guy, you are too shabby. Another senior figure started bidding, I'm offering 6 7th level spiritual objects. 6 spiritual objects plus 500,000 top-quality spiritual crystals. 6 spiritual objects plus 1 million top-quality spiritual crystals. 6 spiritual items plus 1 million spiritual crystals, plus 10 9th level Dao weapons, and 10 6th level high-grade elixirs. The appearance of the sacred object makes people enthusiastic. The elders on the third floor, or the most talented people from aristocratic families, made fierce bids one after another. Or bid with a 7th level spiritual object. Or you can compete with spiritual objects with top-quality spiritual crystals, Dao weapons, elixirs, and heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The scene was more lively than ever before. With this trend, I'm afraid we won't be able to capture this sacred object without 10 7th level spiritual objects. Wang Teng looked at the fierce competition and couldn't help but secretly clicked his tongue. During the 6 months he spent at True Martial Academy, he did not deliberately earn any resources. The salary he received was used to synthesize a 7th level divine stone. The previous accumulation in the Black Dragon Mountains resulted in 3 7th level spiritual objects. In the past 6 months, under the premise of not affecting Xiao Hei's cultivation, he reluctantly allowed him to help condense the Earth Spirit Stones, and combine them into 5 7th level Earth God Stones. Adding up the total of Ling Ling and Ling Ling, he has 9 7th level spiritual objects in his hand. I thought that I was already rich enough, better than most Dao realms, but in front of the holy objects, I still felt a little inadequate. This is still a broken holy object. If it were a complete holy object, I'm afraid it would cost hundreds of 7th level spiritual objects. Wang Teng was worried that his reserves were not enough. In order to get a hand on the sacred object, he turned to look at Lu Suifeng. How many spiritual crystals do you have on your body? There are more than 200. Senior, oh no, does Brother Wang want to use it? Lu Suifeng had already done a good job in ideological construction at this time. He felt that if a big shot like Wang Teng was really an old man in the game world, it would be better to continue to maintain the status quo than to meet him as a senior and junior. Not to mention how many relationships you can have. At least follow the other party and won't offend an old senior easily. Lend me 16 for now. Wang Teng pondered and said the required amount. The salary paid by the True Martial Academy to the intermediate tutors of the Foreign Academy is middle grade spiritual crystal. Every 8 spiritual crystals of this quality can be combined into a 7th level divine stone, and 16 are enough to combine into 2. Plus the previous 9. It should be enough to take down that sacred object. Use 16 middle grade spirit crystals. Lu Suifeng looked strange and was surprised, but he didn't say much and took out 16 spiritual crystals. Wang Teng silently put away the spiritual crystal. With much higher strength than Lu Suifeng, he invisibly distorted the scene and combined the spiritual crystals into 2 7th level sacred stones in the blink of an eye. He glanced at Lu Suifeng, who was completely attracted by the holy objects, smiled faintly, and said, 10 7th level spiritual objects. Chapter 29. 8 spiritual objects plus 10, FK. An older person was in the final competition. Seeing that more and more people couldn't move, he was about to quote a price that he thought was good. Suddenly, I was extremely shocked by Wang Teng's bidding. 10 7th level spiritual objects. Tianzi number 32 actually took out 10 7th level spiritual objects. Hiss! The whole place gasped. Even senior figures subconsciously use foul language, let alone Dao Shen realm and Dao fetus realm monks. Old people. This is definitely an unparalleled master. Many monks have been able to confirm it. Tianzi number 32 is by no means a top Taoist successor, and a person like that cannot be so generous. Mostly from outside the Xuanyu. I just don't know which force it comes from, but it has such a strong foundation. Perhaps he is a senior who has reached the end of the Dao realm and is exploring the holy path and has traveled here. The elders also have their own guesses. At this moment, all the monks' eyes are focused on box number 32. If it weren't for Tianbao Pavilion's rules, I'm afraid many people want to go up and visit. Did I make a mistake? On the auction stage, the charming and enchanting saint of Tianbao Pavilion looked up at Wang Teng's private room, her beautiful eyes filled with brilliance and her thoughts swirling. She originally thought Wang Teng was a very low-key young master. At least she has condensed the high-grade Dao mark. Even with her cultivation level, she cannot see through its depth. But now, she also suspected that it was a senior expert. If not, how could it be possible to take out so many 7th level spiritual objects? But he is wearing the clothes of a tutor from the outer courtyard of the True Martial Academy. Judging from the logo, he is only an intermediate tutor. Is he really an old antique who has traveled the world and understood the holy way? That's why he can easily break away from my charm, act so angry, and completely ignore my charm. The saint of Tianbao Pavilion had confused thoughts and strong curiosity. But think about the situation at this time. She didn't dare to neglect, and asked 3 times in a row, but no one raised the price. With a smile on his face, he made the final decision. Congratulations to the distinguished guest of Tianzi number 32, for winning the White Bone Demon Bow with 10 7th level spiritual objects. So far, the once-in-a-century auction event has come to an end. Starting from the first floor, a maid led many guests to leave in an orderly manner, followed by the second floor, but no one rushed them on the third floor. The 3 levels are all characters or representatives of forces who stand at the top of the mysterious realm. There is a separate exit passage for each private room, which is not connected to each other and leads directly to the VIP reception room of the auction house. Wang Teng is not worried about being watched. He and Lu Suifeng walked leisurely to the independent reception room. Soon, the saint of Tianbao Pavilion came indoors. Junior Luo Shuixian, I have met my senior. During this meeting, Luo Shuixian restrained her charm, lowered her posture like a junior, and bowed respectfully to Wang Teng. Since he is considered a senior, Wang Teng neither admitted nor denied, his expression was as usual and his attitude was cold. This is the top-grade spiritual crystal obtained from the auction of the 7th level Fire God Stone by Senior. Throw away the King Yun White Crane Robe, Enlightenment Tea, Swanyan Pill, Purple Jade Futon, and Universe Stone that Senior bought. The remaining 220,000 are here. This one can take stock. After Luo Narcissus spoke with all her treasures, she waved her hand to the maid to deliver the Dao weapon on the tray to Lu Suifeng. Since Wang Teng is the senior, Lu Suifeng was naturally considered a follower by default. 220,000? No agency fee deducted. Wang Teng raised his eyebrows. Senior's ability to participate in our auction has already brought great glory to this pavilion. How can we charge more for our seniors? Luo Shuixian smiled charmingly. Although he did not use any charm, he was still extremely charming. What a monster! Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat. He silently ran Dao fetus, accompanied by bursts of chanting, which calmed his mind and prevented him from losing his temper. Here are 10 spiritual objects. Please count them. He didn't want to tangle with this witch anymore, so he took out a space ring and put it on the tea table. When the maid retrieved the ring, Luo Shuixian also presented the remains of the white bone demon bao with both hands. This is a sacred object belonging to the seniors. She placed the item in front of Wang Teng, while her beautiful eyes stared at the white bone demon bao, wanting to see the holy items that her Tianbao pavilion could not store. How did this senior take it away? He. Wang Teng could see what the other party was thinking, so he didn't mind showing it off. With a wave of his hand, all the fragments of the sacred object that could not be accommodated by Dao weapon in the top space were placed on the synthesis platform. But in the eyes of outsiders, either he has a powerful divine ability method, or he has an extremely powerful space treasure. No matter which, it's enough to confirm your status as a senior. Luo Shuixian was indeed shocked. Her beautiful eyes contracted violently, her red lips pursed tightly, and her enchanting body tensed up unconsciously for a moment. A few light breaths. She just calmed down the shock in her heart and said with a sweet smile, "Senior, my father intends to come to True Martial Ancient City to visit you. I wonder if you have time." The father of Divine Maiden of Tianbao Pavilion, must he be a powerful person in the Dao realm? Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat. How could he, a fake expert, dare to sit down and discuss Tao with a strong person in the Dao realm? A visit is unnecessary. He was panicking and wanted to run away, but his face remained calm. I will stay at True Martial Academy for a long time. If necessary, I will come back to do a few transactions with you in the future. Let's talk about it if there is fate. All right. Luo Shuixian knew the result was like this, but still felt disappointed. But soon, she came to her senses and said with a smile, "In that case, I will stay at the True Martial Ancient City branch and wait for you at any time." Wang Teng said casually. Then he stood up, followed by Lu Suifeng, and left unhurriedly. "Saint, did you forget to remind that person?" A Dao realm old woman appeared silently behind Luo Narcissus, frowning and reminding, "The white bone demon bao is not an ordinary sacred weapon." "I did forget." Luo Shuixian slapped his forehead. While focusing on the surprising person's methods, he forgot one big thing. I think that with that senior's strength and vision, he should know what the white bone demon bao means. He acted so relaxedly, probably because he didn't take Tianjua Palace seriously. Luo Narcissus thought for a moment and said, "However, I should remind you about this. Mother-in-law, please find someone to send a message." "Good." The old woman responded calmly, then fell silent for a moment and asked, "Do you really want the saint to stay here?" "Staying here for a while, if we can make friends with a being who has touched the holy way, it will be a good thing for my Tianbao pavilion." The water in Luo Shuixian's beautiful eyes showed a bit of strange color. "Moreover, I also want to see the white bone demon bao fall into the hands of such a peerless powerhouse. How will Tianjua Palace and Disha sect react?" The white bone demon bao is actually the inherited sacred weapon of the Heavenly Demon Palace, and Tianjua Palace was just one of the 3 factions that split the Heavenly Demon Palace in the past. When Wang Teng returned to the True Martial Academy, he received a reminder from Tianbao Pavilion, and suddenly he was stunned. Joined True Martial Academy for half a year. He is no longer the rookie who didn't know anything before. Although I have never deliberately learned about the Heavenly Demon Palace and I don't know much about this long-destroyed force, I do know a lot about the Tianjua Palace. That is one of the top forces in Xuanyu. It is a bit richer than the True Martial Academy, and there must be at least a dozen Dao realm experts. This is a big deal. Wang Teng instantly felt that the White Bone Demon Bao had become a hot potato. He had seen Heavenly Demon Palace in an ancient book and knew that it had been extremely glorious, but he did not know that Tianjua Palace was related to it. Don't even know. Tianjua Palace is just one of the three forces that split off. That is to say, with the White Bone Demon Bao in hand, not only will he be targeted by Tianjua Palace, he may also be targeted by the other two top forces. Chapter 30. Mad, if you had known this, you shouldn't have grown your hands. Wang Teng complained secretly. I thought I had intercepted a treasure, but who knew it turned out to be a deadly thing. Not to mention the other two forces that are not weak. Just talk about Tianjua Palace. Is that what he, a Dao fetus state, can provoke? Fortunately, Tianbao Pavilion has independent passages. The private rooms are blocked by formations and the Dao realm cannot be seen through. No one knows that I am the peerless expert with Tianzano 32. Well, how many people in Tianbao Pavilion know about this? However, they all think that I am a strong person who has touched the holy way. They probably will not offend me for this and betray my information. The only flaws are Lu Suifeng and Mu Qunyu. Wang Teng's eyes flickered, and he had murderous intentions. After he took the picture of the universe stone, he just asked Lu Suifeng to send it to Mu Qunyu, who could easily figure out his identity. No, not really. He quickly eliminated this idea. Lu Suifeng also regards me as a senior expert and will not reveal my information casually. As for Mu Qunyu, although she knows my details and origins, because of this, she will never associate me with a powerful person in the Dao realm. You'll probably think there's an expert behind me. After this analysis, Wang Teng's tense mood was relieved a lot. After they think that the senior master's identity is firmly established, it is difficult to change easily, especially after he showed off his skills in front of Luo Shuixian and Lu Suifeng. Mu Qunyu doesn't have to worry too much. Moreover, no matter how rampant Tianjua Palace is, they won't come to the True Martial Academy. After Wang Teng calmed down, he saw the situation more clearly. Same as the Jushan Mountain River seal, as long as you don't take it out casually, you won't be easily targeted in a short period of time. He felt completely relaxed. Whatever. Let's restore this sacred instrument to its integrity first. If it really doesn't work, I'll just lose my status as a master and sell the White Bone Demon Bao. I don't need such status anyway. No. Being able to repair the White Bone Demon Bao and sell it without any concern will only strengthen this identity. Wang Teng thought of this. There is quite a sense of sudden enlightenment as the clouds and fog are cleared away to see the blue sky. White Bone Demon Bao Fragment, a broken sacred instrument, containing a small amount of Demon Dao Law, and engraved with the Saint Dao pattern. White Bone Demon Bao Fragment. Synthetic or not? Synthesis. The colorful divine light flashed several times. A pile of fragments finally turned into a complete holy vessel. White Bone Demon Bao, low-grade holy weapon, containing 12,000 Dao patterns, a large number of Demon Dao laws, refined from the remains of the Demon Dao Saint, containing the most yin and evil power, extremely evil, and rare in the world, the killing holy soldiers. Presented in front of Wang Teng. It is a long bao that is as white as bone, with clear lines, and filled with dense magic patterns, with the evil Demon Dao law flowing on it. Just a glance. Wang Teng felt like his soul was being sucked in. Qi and blood flow out of the pores uncontrollably, as if they are pouring into the magic bao. Is this the complete sacred vessel? Wang Teng was frightened for a while. He just glanced at it and had such a strong reaction before he even got it in his hands. If you start with this, why don't you suck him dry instantly? How can this be called a holy weapon? It's clearly a magic weapon. A devil without a soul. Wang Teng didn't dare to look directly at the magic bow. Continuing to stay on the synthesis table shouldn't affect my synthesis of items, right? He thought for a while, took out 2 top-quality spiritual crystals and put them into the synthesis column. The best spiritual crystal contains amazing life essence and abundant original spiritual energy. Synthetic or not? Synthesis. As Wang Teng's thoughts turned, he successfully combined a 7th-level divine stone. Good. Since it's not affected, let's just leave it alone for now. Not as a last resort. He didn't dare to look at the white bone demon bow again, let alone take it out casually. Master, Intermediate Tutor Lu Suifeng and Inner Court Divine Maiden Mu Qunyu are here to pay a visit. At this time, the voice of the demon dragon sounded from the sound transmission stone in Cave Mansion. Coming so soon. Wang Teng put away the 7th-level sacred stone and strode out of the cave mansion. I saw that Mu Qunyu was still as before, with fairy aura floating in the air, ice muscles and jade bones, like a fairy descending to earth, and her temperament was more ethereal and holy than before. Compared with Narcissus, the two are two extremes, both equally stunning and charming, but a stark contrast between a witch and a fairy. Lu Suifeng stood a few meters away from Mu Qunyu, slightly half a body behind, looking slightly cramped. Until I saw Wang Teng. As if he had seen a savior, he breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly came to greet him. Brother Wang, Qunyu Divine Maiden insists on coming to see you, I really can't persuade you. It doesn't matter, we are all our own people. Wang Teng waved his hand casually, smiled at Mu Qunyu and said, long time no see. It's been half a year since I last saw you. Mu Qunyu's beautiful eyes were full of complex colors. At first, she invited Wang Teng to join the True Martial Academy simply because she didn't want to bury Wang Teng's spiritual talent. Furthermore, the understanding of his self-created spiritual skills was shocking. Besides, there is no big difference between Wang Teng and those spiritual geniuses in the academy. Unexpectedly, we haven't seen each other in just half a year. She could no longer see through Wang Teng's cultivation. Moreover, Wang Teng also helped her take pictures of the universe stone that she needed most at Tianbao Pavilion's centenary event. This made her understand. When attending the auction, Wang Teng will definitely be present. He is still the most eye-catching big shot in box number 32. The entire True Martial Academy. No one knows Wang Teng's origins and background better than Mu Qunyu. Because of this, her mood is even more complicated. Unknowingly, the poor boy who was once far inferior to him can now walk side by side with him. In fact, the big man behind him may even be stronger than his master. It would be difficult to understand this complex emotion without being there. I'm here mainly to thank you. Mu Qunyu bowed slightly and saluted, and then said, in addition, I will pay back the 100,000 top-grade spiritual crystals I owe you as soon as possible. You helped me back then, and now I'm helping you, so we can eliminate each other. Wang Teng smiled and shook his head slightly, don't feel like you owe me anything. What you helped me is enough to offset these spiritual crystals. If it weren't for Mu Qunyu, he may not find a place like True Martial Academy that suits him. If it weren't for Mu Qunyu, he can't enter the ancient dragon's treasure trove, and he can't get those treasures, let alone the priceless holy objects like Zhushengzi soil. All kinds of things here. How can it be compared to 100,000 top-quality spiritual crystals? One code equals one code. Mu Qunyu was particularly stubborn. I took you into Longzang because I need you to open it. It can only be said to be mutually beneficial. No matter what, I owe you a favor today, and those spiritual crystals will be returned to you. After saying that, she bowed slightly, turned and left. Just like Wang Teng thought Mu Qunyu could be a close friend. Mu Qinyu completely recognized Wang Teng today and regarded him as a friend, but she understood that the two had too little contact. That's the inner approval. It's not like you can get to know each other in a short time. Everything has to be done slowly. She doesn't want to be regarded by Wang Teng as someone who takes advantage of him and clings to the big shot behind him. What a stubborn girl! Wang Teng couldn't help but sigh. He can understand Mu Qinyu's approach, so he thinks this person is good. Brother Lu, take these spiritual crystals. Wang Teng took out 50,000 top-grade spiritual crystals and handed them to Lu Suifeng. 10,000 is for you, and the remaining 40,000 will be divided into 30,000 for me to exchange for low-grade 5-element spirit crystals. Please give me the last 10,000. That demon pet, and a few students have been replaced with training resources. This is too much. Lu Suifeng quickly declined. It's just 16 middle-grade spiritual crystals, no need to return them, no need to return them. Take it and treat it as a reward for your hard work. I might have to trouble you in the future. Wang Teng regards Lu Suifeng as his only friend in the True Martial Academy, and naturally does not want him to be as ignorant as usual. Don't waste these spiritual crystals, get yourself more training resources, improve your cultivation, and we can still be neighbors. Well. Lu Suifeng was flattered and accepted the spiritual crystal, patted her chest, and said confidently, "Don't worry, I will definitely work hard to practice and try to keep up with your footsteps." He is also a spiritual genius after all. In the past, it was just a lack of cultivation resources and the speed of improvement was not fast enough. The 80-year-old Daophytus realm 6th layer cultivation level is not bad. Daophytus monks can live up to 500 years. Those who are under 100 years old are considered the younger generation, those who are under 200 years old are considered young people, and those who are over 300 years old are middle-aged and elderly. Chapter 31. After explaining Lu Suifeng's side, Wang Teng asked the demon dragon Xiaohe to summon Su Xiao Xiao. Half a year has passed. This little apprentice is becoming more and more energetic. He is in his best years, youthful, lively, smart and lovely. Master, are you looking for me? Perhaps the half-year at True Martial Academy broadened my horizons. She was no longer as restrained as when Wang Teng first entered Daophytus, and she was as lively as before, jumping into the cave mansion. This is an ancient divine pill, called Swanyan pill, which can help you cultivate a spiritual body. After Wang Teng joined the True Martial Academy, he helped Su Xiaoxiao modify the exercises so that she could gradually improve her physical fitness. It's just not as effective as his technique. Because Su Xiaoxiao's cultivation level is too low and the changes are too obvious, it will attract the attention of interested people. Therefore, he deliberately left some leeway. However, with this Swanyan pill, Su Xiaoxiao can quickly transform into a spirit body. Such a precious elixir. Su Xiaoxiao hesitated slightly. Here you go, just take it, why are you being pretentious? Wang Teng played her so hard that her head went crazy, and his voice was very clear. Ouch! You bullied me again. Su Xiaoxiao curled her mouth and covered her forehead, her big watery eyes filled with grievances. Who told you to disobey? Wang Teng pretended to be stern and said with a straight face, whatever I give you in the future, just take it. Do you understand? I just don't want to trouble you with anything. Su Xiaoxiao muttered softly. She felt that she owed her master enough. True Martial Academy is no better than Elixir sword sect. The competition is too great. Others have family and talent support, and it's so laborious. How do you expect your own efforts to compare with the accumulation of many generations of others? Wang Teng said earnestly, remember, don't care about the process. Only when you stand at the top can you do what you want to do. Whether you owe favors or resources during this period, just keep it in your heart and pay it back double as you grow. Understand? Half a year at True Martial Academy. He was somewhat neglectful in teaching Su Xiaoxiao. Now that we will be in retreat again, we cherish the rare opportunity to get along with each other, and hope to give Su Xiaoxiao more help. Ming, I understand. Su Xiaoxiao nodded in understanding. She knew that she couldn't help the master, so she decided to be obedient and use the master's influence to work hard to improve herself. Wait until I can catch up with master. At that time, I will be able to help master, and well, I can do whatever I want to do. Okay, let's go. Wang Teng saw Su Xiaoxiao blushing again and quickly waved her back. Next, officially attack the Taoist realm. He calmed down his mind, adjusted his state, and continued to refine the Black Dragon Good Fortune Pill. This time, blessed by Purple Jade Futon, the refining speed has been significantly increased, a full 10 times. Time flies like water. In the blink of an eye, another half-year has passed. Wang Teng finally completely refined the medicinal power of Xianlong Good Fortune Pill. His cultivation level also reached the Taoist realm as expected. At this moment, the divine power of Danshan is as vast as a river, flowing endlessly in the meridians between the eyebrows. After the correct interpretation of the 5 elements Deo Fetus was successfully separated from the divine power, integrated into the Ajna shrine, and blended with the soul. After entering the realm of Taoism, the 5 Deo Fetus all grew to 1 foot and turned into the real Deo Fetus primordial spirit. Today's Taoist god. It seems that he has a substantial body, and his appearance is the same as that of Wang Teng, as if he was carved from the same mold. Only their images are different. Each of the 5 Deo Fetus statues represents one of the 5 elements, each with a matching color, shining brightly like a statue, and as majestic as the 5 gods. That is, in the shrine, it is not very obvious. If the Taoist god walks out of the temple and comes to the human world, he will be the primordial spirit Dharmakaya, which is 10 feet tall. The Taoist god is me, and I am the Taoist god. They are all part of me and can be separated and used as clones. Wang Teng gradually realized the mystery of the Taoist realm. Between humans and gods, their minds are connected, they can synchronize, and they can move freely, which is equivalent to having an extra strength. It's just that when humans and gods are united, the power is complete. If it is divided, there will be less corresponding power. Only when the mind is wandering around the world, comprehending the world, or when it is inconvenient for me to go out and do something, it is best to release the Taoist god. Practice to this point. Even if the monk's body is shattered, he will not perish. Unless the Tao god is also destroyed at the same time. As long as the physical body and Taoism exist together, no matter how serious the injury is, as long as there are enough resources, it can be recovered. This is half a foot into the realm of immortality. Wang Teng closed his eyes slightly. 5 Taoist gods walked out from between the eyebrows, like giants 10 feet tall, sitting cross-legged in the void. In an instant, his soul seemed to blend into the heaven and earth, which was indescribably beautiful. The power of heaven and earth that needed to be absorbed in the past is automatically integrated into the body. Wherever the mind can reach, the world is in the palm of your hand. The demon dragon Xiahe is practicing. Several little girls are not here. Lu Suifeng was practicing and there were not many disciples around. Wang Teng only covered the world slightly, not deliberately peeking into people's privacy, and still took into account all the subtleties in the world. Hey! Not far away, Mu Qunyu climbed up the steps and walked slowly. Suddenly something seemed to dawn on him, a faint colorful halo burst out in his beautiful eyes, and he glanced at the sky above Wang Teng's cave mansion. Congratulations to fellow Daoist for landing in the Taoist realm. Although Mu Qunyu's tone was brisk, her beautiful eyes could not hide the look of surprise. But she had been mentally prepared, knowing that Wang Teng had a big shot behind him and could catch up quickly. But I didn't expect it to be so soon. You don't have to be so angry. Just call me by my name from now on. Wang Teng was in a good mood, smiled gently, invited Mu Kunyu to the cave mansion, and made her a cup of spiritual tea. I think you should be older than me, so I'll call you Brother Wang. Mu Kunyu took a sip of tea and said seriously, I came to see Brother Wang today because I want to invite Brother Wang to do a task together. This mission concerns a Taoist realm disciple of Tianjua Palace. This person's cultivation level is almost the same as mine, but his talent is extraordinary and he has done many evil things. He deserves a lot of merit. I wonder if Brother Wang is interested. In the past 6 months, she had come here several times, hoping to get in touch with Wang Teng more by doing tasks. It's just that every time I come, I happen to bump into Wang Teng in retreat. Today I finally have a chance. The mission of hunting demon Dao Tianjiao. Wang Teng was slightly surprised. After thinking about it for a while, he readily agreed, okay, it just so happens that I have made a breakthrough in cultivation, so I should go and practice some. He has been practicing continuously for more than a year, and except for auctions, he has rarely left the house. Now I am very restless and want to go out for a walk. I still have friends waiting for me. If it's convenient, can we go now? Mu Kunyu asked softly. No problem. Wang Teng nodded slightly and said immediately, however, I need to make some preparations, so I have to trouble Miss Mu to wait for me outside first. Good. Mu Kunyu always performed tasks vigorously and resolutely, so she stood up and walked out without asking any questions. Watch her out. Wang Teng quickly identified his Taoist spirit. The 5 Taoist gods are integrated into one body, and they are no different from the original deity. It concerns monk demon Dao, and it's Tianjua Palace, so it's better to be cautious. If you are just a monk who has entered the Taoist realm for the first time, he only needs 1 clone to deal with it, but the opponent is demon Dao, so sending 5 of them is more secure. As for the real person, as long as the time bomb of the white bone demon Bao is still around, he doesn't intend to take risks easily. Chapter 32. You can also use the synthesis bar with only Tao Shen, which is much more convenient. Wang Teng himself continued to practice, and the Taoist body felt it slightly. There is still a composition bar in my mind. He thought about it. Take the mountain and river seal that transformed into a 3rd level Dao weapon, put on the King Yun white crane robe of the 9th level Dao weapon, and go to the agreed place with Mu Kunyu. After entering the realm of Taoism, the physique transforms into the innate 5 elements Taoist body, and all aspects are greatly improved. I also spent time and effort to condense the perfect Dao pattern, plus the 405 Dao fetus realms, the total is 810. Even if it is just a Taoist god, it is not weaker than the original body. This was Wang Teng's confidence in identifying the Taoist god. Although he knew that Mu Kunyu invited him mostly to increase contact and introduce him to the world, she probably didn't expect him to contribute. But he can't really be a BD. It didn't take long. Wang Teng followed Mu Kunyu to the mountain gate. There was a pavilion standing on the top of the green mountain in front, and a man and a woman were talking. The woman seemed a little excited when he saw the 2 people. The 2 people also saw Mu Kunyu and Wang Teng. The graceful and enchanting woman's eyes immediately fell on Wang Teng, hiding a bit of evil. Junior sister Mu, who is he? The woman was upset when she saw that Mu Kunyu brought a stranger, who was not a genius disciple she was familiar with, and couldn't help but get angry. Don't you know that the mission is a demon Dao genius? You want to kill him if you bring such a scumbag. Us. Junior sister Ruin may sound harsh, but the truth is true. The man looked arrogant and condescending, looking at Wang Teng with a bit of hostility in his eyes. The Dao fetus realm is indeed not suitable for participating in this mission. Mu Kunyu didn't expect the 2 people to have such an attitude. You know, this mission was invited by Lu Ruyan. Ling Xiao was not among the invitees. He probably heard the news himself. She frowned slightly and glanced at Wang Teng apologetically. Then displeasure appeared on the beautiful face, First of all, Wang Teng is in the Taoist realm and has a spiritual body. He is not a dragster. Secondly, the mission was invited by you, senior sister Ruyan, but you didn't tell me that senior brother Ling Xiao would also join us. She was a little dissatisfied with the attitude of the two towards Wang Teng, and said angrily, "If I had known you were like this, I wouldn't have wanted to come." As soon as this statement came out, Ling Xiao's face changed slightly, and the hostility in his eyes deepened. Lu Ruyan's face also changed from green to white, and she became more and more unhappy. "Okay. Then you can leave. Without you, brother Ling Xiao and I will be more successful. Just leave." As the divine maiden of the academy, Mu Qunyu is not a fool. She pulled up Wang Teng's sleeve and apologized as she walked. "Sorry, brother Wang, I didn't think carefully. Let's change the task." "It doesn't matter." Wang Teng shook his head slightly and was about to say, "Wait a minute." Ling Xiao stepped forward to stop the two of them. His handsome face was replaced by a gentle smile, and he said gently, "Junior sister, I misunderstood. I didn't mean to drive you away." Junior sister Ruyan is also in a bad mood today and talks a little hastily. "This is all my fault. It was me who suddenly joined and affected junior sister Ruyan. However, I also considered your safety. I think junior sister Ruyan thinks the same way." He glanced at Wang Teng without any trace, and continued, "Luo Chu is, after all, one of the top 10 disciples of Tianjue Palace. He is ranked on the list of geniuses in the Xian realm. He is a notorious little devil. He is not an ordinary opponent. If he doesn't have a Dao body, talent does have more variables. But..." He smiled calmly and changed the topic, "As long as I'm here, I can capture Luo Chu with ease. It doesn't matter if junior sister wants to bring more friends. What do you think, junior sister Ruyan?" Ling Xiao looked at Lu Ruyan, his tone a bit unquestionable. Lu Ruyan frowned slightly, thought for a moment, seemed to have made a decision, smiled brightly, and hurriedly came to meet him. She hugged Mu Qianyu's arm and said in a soft voice, "Junior sister Qianyu, I was just impulsive, and my tone was not very good. But in the final analysis, it is also for our safety. This kind of trivial matter is not worth hurting our sisters' friendship. As for this junior brother, there's no harm in wanting to see him." She looked at Wang Teng and smiled slightly, as if nothing had happened. "I see that this junior brother is so heroic and handsome, his strength must be good. With him and senior brother Ling Xiao joining us, we can be a little more sure. You two are learning to change your face, right?" Wang Teng raised the corners of his mouth slightly and sneered in his heart. "Brother Wang." Mu Qunyu calmed down after being persuaded. She really wanted to win this mission. As long as she killed Luo Chu, the merit she received plus her previous savings would be enough to repay the spiritual crystal she owed Wang Teng. But she didn't want to wrong Wang Teng because of this, and needed to seek Wang Teng's opinion. "Since you want to go, then go." Wang Teng saw that Mu Qunyu was interested and smiled casually. With his experience and knowledge, no one has seen this kind of small scenes. He has experienced countless such small scenes in Lingxiu sword sect. "Thank you." Mu Qunyu nodded slightly at him. When Ling Xiao saw this, he almost couldn't hold himself tight. Obviously he did not hesitate to put aside his face to save the two of them. What does it have to do with this outsider? Isn't it him who should be thanked? He secretly suppressed a sigh of relief. He smiled warmly and said, "Since everyone has reached a consensus, let's set off without further delay." "Good. That's it." Everyone exchanged plans while walking. Monk Demon Dao is cunning, and the information he receives may not be accurate and requires more careful consideration. During a conversation with several people, Wang Teng learned the whereabouts of Luo Chu, the Demon Dao genius. It was actually near the ancient city of True Martial. He once appeared in the Tianhuang Mountains at the junction of the ancient city and Huangzhou. He was recognized because he killed the disciples of the true martial academy and some monsters, leaving some traces that had not been cleaned up. Identity. Later, someone reported it to the elder of True Martial Academy. After investigation, the elder determined that Luo Chu had appeared, so he hung the task in the task hall of the True Martial Academy. This is the basic operation of training disciples in the academy. It's just that those traces are really not cleaned up. Wang Teng is deeply skeptical about this. Ordinary disciples of Tianjua Palace are still capable of scheming, let alone the geniuses of Taoist realm. Besides, how could a genius of this status easily take risks and come to this land? He had some suspicions that he was attracted by the White Bone Demon Bao. Although not many people know that he took the White Bone Demon Bao, the appearance of such a treasure will inevitably cause quite a stir in the mysterious realm. It's not unusual for Tianjua Palace to send people here. Wang Teng only suspected the traces left by Luo Chu. Especially when I heard a message from Mu Qunyu saying, originally, I planned to try it myself, but senior sister Ruyan has a token of Tianjua Palace. This person has some relationship with Luo Chu. Through this, we may be able to find Luo Chu's whereabouts and cooperate with her. A little more certainty. What a coincidence! Wang Teng secretly kept a close eye on Lu Ruyan. It really works. When everyone sneaked deep into a branch of the Tianhuang Mountains, the egg-sized skull that Lu Ruyan was playing with suddenly glowed with a faint light, trembling as if it was about to fly away. A look of surprise suddenly appeared on her pretty face. Luo Chu is in that direction. She followed the direction where the token was going to hit the seal in her hand, and pointed to the deep and dense ancient forest ahead. Everyone, be careful! A faint light appeared between Ling Xiao's eyebrows, purple light and green light intertwined, and the figure seemed to merge into the heaven and earth, losing its breath. Even the movements have become silent. Mu Qunyu and Lu Ruyan also quickly controlled their auras to the extreme. When several people looked at Wang Teng smiled faintly and merged into the world. Even his body has become insubstantial. If he hadn't deliberately left an outline, few people might not have been able to detect his existence. Junior brother, what a trick! Ling Xiao couldn't help but praise softly, but the hostility deep in his eyes became stronger. Not long after, a group of people came to a bloody cave. The cave was messy, as if it had been destroyed by brute force. The rocks were jagged and dirty. There were smelly dried blood stains everywhere, and the weeds, trees, and vines were dyed blood black. Everyone looked towards the cave. All he could see was a dark and deep cave, like the mouth of a giant beast. Even those who were in the Taoist realm could not see anything. That dark cave seems to be able to swallow the gaze. Something's wrong. Wang Teng was the first to notice something was wrong. He came from Taoism and had a clearer perception of the environment. At this moment, he clearly felt an unusual rhythm between heaven and earth, and the flow of air was stopped. This was very unusual. Ha ha ha! It's interesting. How could anyone discover this devil's method? Suddenly, a sharp and piercing roar sounded in the cave. The sound was as unpleasant as nails on a blackboard and made people feel numb. There is also a smelly and evil smell coming towards my face. It's also this moment. Everyone discovered the source of the anomaly. Following the scream, the surrounding environment changed drastically, ancient trees shifted, demonic energy surged, and endless blood light shrouded the world. Not good. A formation has been set up here. Lu Ruyan cried out loudly. Chapter 33. How come there is a formation? Ling Xiao's face changed slightly and his brows knitted into knots. He wears an astrolabe, which is a treasure for detecting formations. Even if there is a formation 100 miles away, he can clearly sense it. But now there is no response. Be careful with Lu Ruyan. Wang Teng glanced at Lu Ruyan without leaving any trace, and secretly sent a message to Mu Qunyu to remind him. Although he was also deceived by Luo Chu's methods and did not know how the other party did it, as an outsider, he always felt that he had something to do with Lu Ruyan. Tisk tisk, we actually attracted 4 true martial academy geniuses. This gift is really good. In frivolous and exaggerated laughter, a figure covered in a dark red cloak slowly walked out with his hands behind his back, raised his head, and showed an evil and cold smile on his handsome face. Brother Wushan, you lose. Luo Chu smiled cruelly and sounded excited. You win this time. A cold and emotionless voice sounded, and a figure appeared behind everyone. It was a young man with a pale face and the appearance of a dead man. His eyes were as black as ink and there was no white at all. The moment he stared at me, everyone suddenly felt their scalps numb and their spines chilly, as if they were being stared into the abyss. Lu Wushan, Ling Xiao, Mu Qunyu, and Lu Ruyan all had their pupils shrink violently and screamed in surprise. It's over. Mu Qunyu's face turned pale, her palms were sweaty, and her voice was bitter. Brother Wang, I wanted to take you out to practice, but I didn't expect that I would end up harming you. Is this person very strong? Wang Teng stared at the living dead Lu Wushan and whispered softly. Not just strong. Mu Qunyu nodded heavily. Although this person is just a swordsman spirit, he was inherited by the ancient sword demon by chance. His demon Dao sword skills are feared by many elders. The most important thing is that he is also proficient in a top-notch killing method. Sword-cutting formation. Let's put it this way. She was afraid that Wang Teng would not be able to appreciate the terror of the other party, so she added, I am ranked 72 on the Xuanyu prodigy list, Luo Chu is ranked 70, and Ling Xiao is ranked 54, but Lu Wushan can be ranked in the top 50. You can compete with those geniuses from the 4th and 5th layers of the Taoist realm. Even though the ranking is only a few spots behind Ling Xiao, in fact, the top 50 are all extremely terrifying guys. Take Lu Wushan as an example. There are several 6th layer elders in the Taoist realm in our true martial academy, but they all fell into his hands. Mu Qunyu was bitter and desperate. That's really awesome. Wang Teng had some concerns in his heart, but he still remained calm. Half a year ago, he would have really fallen here today, but now, he has broken through to the Taoist realm, and his many potentials have just been revealed. Lu Wushan is not something to be afraid of. He can hold his breath. But Lu Ruyan and Ling Xiao were already panicking. Both of you and I are both the geniuses of Xuanyu. We each have our own trump cards. If we really try our best, we may not be able to succeed. Ling Xiao quickly organized his words and said with a forced smile, how about we each take a step back and pretend we haven't seen each other today? Ha 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 ha. Luo Chu looked up and laughed, and said teasingly, I remember your name is Ling Xiao, right? The 54th person on the Xuanyu prodigy list has this kind of virtue. He sneered and said disdainfully, True Martial Academy and the Ming Zhou family are really degenerate, and they actually cultivated trash like you. Ling Xiao's face suddenly turned extremely ugly. His eyes almost burst into flames as he glared at Luo Chu and said, if it weren't for Lu Wushan, I could destroy him with just a snap of my fingers, Luo Chu. Ha! Didn't you bring a companion with you? Luo Chu didn't feel ashamed, but felt proud and said, come to think of it, you are still bullying the minority with more people. Why are you being cowardly? Ling Xiao was so angry that he couldn't speak. How can a few burdens be compared with Lu Wushan? Luo Chu. Lu Ruyan stepped aside helplessly, guarding Wang Teng and the others, with a flattering smile on her pretty face. We agreed, I will help you bring Mu Qunyu. Now that I have done it, can you let me and senior brother Ling go? Leave. What? Ling Xiao and Mu Qunyu's expressions changed greatly. The two looked at Lu Ruyan in disbelief. Junior sister Lu, senior sister, how could you do such a thing? Wang Teng reminded Mu Qunyu before. She also felt that Wang Teng might be a little careless. After all, Lu Ruyan was the true successor of the academy, and the Lu family behind him also participated in the siege of the Heavenly Demon Palace. For the Tianjua palace that was split from the heavenly demon palace. Whether it is the Lu family, true martial academy, or Lu Ruyan himself, they should all be regarded as mortal enemies. But now, only then did she realize how wrong she was. Why? Mu Qunyu couldn't accept it. What do you know? Lu Ruyan stared at Mu Qunyu, shook her head repeatedly, and said with a sad smile, "You are the pearl of the academy, a natural Taoist, and the most sought-after #1 divine maiden among the academy's disciples. You have everything at your fingertips, even Ling Xiao senior brother will also surround you. How do you understand my situation?" The more she spoke, the more excited she became, and her pretty face gradually turned ferocious. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have fallen into the trap set by Luo Chu in order to regain everything I deserve. Everything today is your fault of you, I." Mu Qunyu couldn't understand and didn't know what to say. "She's gone crazy." Wang Teng shook his head helplessly and said with relief, "Never try to understand the brain circuit of a madman, unless you also go crazy." "Yes, I'm crazy." Hearing this, Lu Ruyan immediately vented her anger on Wang Teng, "But who do you think you are? You are just one of the countless stinky men who flatter Mu Qunyu. Aren't you just greedy for her body? Pretend. What a depth!" Wang Teng's expression turned cold. "Even if they don't kill you today, you won't be able to leave alive." He doesn't like to argue with mad dogs. But if he was bitten by a dog today, he would not care that the other person was a woman. The other person had completely aroused his murderous intention. "Oh, it's just you, are you worthy?" Lu Ruyan sneered and turned to look at Ling Xiao, "Senior brother Ling, I didn't want to involve you at first, but you care too much about Mu Qunyu and can't listen to my dissuasion at all. But this is fine. You see everything Mu Qunyu does. She defends this pretty boy like that. Maybe she has had an affair for a long time, and even parted ways with us for this man. Now, do you still care about ABCH who treats you like nothing?" Seeing Ling Xiao's expression changing, she seemed about to speak, and shook her head silently. "I'm just asking you now, will you leave with me, or will you be buried with these two I?" Ling Xiao was deeply entangled. If possible, he would like to take Mu Qunyu away, but with Lu Wushan here, he doesn't even have the confidence to protect himself. But what if he left Mu Qunyu, succumbed to the demon Dao in Tianjua Palace, and left in disgrace with Lu Ruyan? He was even more reluctant. At this moment, as Ling Xiao struggled, the scene became eerily quiet. Mu Qunyu has no right to speak. Wang Teng has a trump card, but he is not in a hurry and wants to see how things develop. If Ling Xiao can still be saved, he is willing to take it with him. If Ling Xiao also chooses to betray, he can just clean it up together. Other side. Lu Ruyan is waiting for Ling Xiao to make a decision. Lu Wushan seemed to be dead, standing there quietly with no expression on his face. Luo Chu watched with interest as if watching a play, making tut-tisk noises from time to time, with a twisted and perverted excitement in his eyes. Being watched by so many people, Ling Xiao felt even more stressed, with cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Chapter 34. Junior Sister Qunyu, I'm sorry. For a long time, Ling Xiao moved to Lu Ruyan's side like a deflated rubber ball, looking away, not daring to look at Mu Qunyu's disappointed eyes. Although there is a slim hope that everyone can join forces. But after all, he didn't dare to risk his life. There is nothing to be sorry for. You and I are just strangers. Mu Qunyu was completely disappointed after experiencing Lu Ruyan's betrayal. She had no feelings for Ling Xiao, a person with whom she had no friendship. She had always regarded Ling Xiao as her senior brother, and was even a little disgusted by Ling Xiao's pursuit. Now that Ling Xiao has made such a choice, it makes her feel a lot more relaxed. At least, her once respected senior brother did not die because of her. Not to mention Ling Xiao. Even if an ordinary person is involved, she doesn't want to drag others along with her. After all, It is true that Lu Ruyan contributed to today's situation, but in the final analysis, it was because of her. The only thing she couldn't feel sorry for was her. Only Wang Teng. Don't look at me, I won't run and I can't run away. Wang Teng smiled easily. Sorry. Mu Qunyu pursed her red lips tightly and whispered, it's all my fault for getting you involved. Don't say that, I'm here to do a mission and earn merit. Wang Teng looked at the people opposite him with a smile. You are so brazen even when you are about to die. Lu Ruyan sneered, held Ling Xiao's hand forcibly, looked at Luo Chu flatteringly and said, Luo Chu, fellow deist, I'm really sorry for wasting your time. However, I also brought you an extra gift. You guys, we can take down that little BCH and that BCH. Snap. 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 Luo Chu smiled while stroking his palms. Wonderful. What a rare show. There was a morbid sense of satisfaction on his face, mixed with a little regret. It's a pity that the great drama performed on the spot is difficult to replicate again. Otherwise, I really want to take you back for Master and my Tianjua Palace disciples to watch together. As expected of the genius of the true martial academy, his performance is much better than those with hooks and tiles. To be so humiliated. Lu Ruyan's smile was stiff, forcing a smile and not daring to refute. Ling Xiao clenched his teeth, looking humiliated. Okay. Everyone has finished watching the show, it's time to get down to business. Luo Chu looked at the two of them jokingly, shook his head and said, Brother Wushan, I'll leave these two guys to you. Remember not to damage their bodies, I want to have a full meal today. After that, he walked slowly towards Mu Qunyu and Wang Teng. Luo Chu. Are you going back on your word? Lu Ruyan was stunned for a moment, and then screamed hysterically. I know that Demon Dao is very cunning and can't seek skin from a tiger. Ling Xiao's face also changed drastically, he yelled angrily, the light between his brows flashed, and he presented a blue-purple treasure seal. Tisk. Tisk. However, only for a moment. The two of them have not yet reacted, and the protective Dao weapon has not yet been activated. Then two extremely sharp and extremely fast sword lights slashed across his neck, causing blood to flow profusely and he froze in place. Wu Sheng swordsmanship. The two people stared angrily, and the remaining thoughts flashed through their minds, completely lifeless. Lu Wushan is so strong. It lies in the mysterious and irresistible Wu Sheng swordsmanship. This swordsmanship is inherited from the ancient sword demon. As soon as this sword skill comes out, not only can he behead the body and the Tao, but he can also behead the soul. What two idiots! Luo Chu sneered, you dare to kill me with this strength. As he spoke, he looked at Mu Qunyu and Wang Teng with great interest, his eyes wandering back and forth between the two of them. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he said with a smile, Miss Mu, if you are willing to kill this guy, I will leave you one. How about I allow you to be a Taoist companion? Don't ever try to drive a wedge between us again. Mu Qunyu has already offered up a protective Dao weapon, a precious mirror shaped like a mirror of the universe. This was sacrificed for her by her master. It is an imitation of the universe mirror. After being integrated into the universe stone that Wang Teng helped auction, it is infinitely close to the real thing. It possesses part of the power of the universe mirror and contains the power of the universe. Even if I die today, I will take you with me. She scolded, holding the treasure mirror of the universe above her head, holding a long whip that was tempered with a few drops of the precious blood of a real dragon in the Tao realm, and whipped Luo Chu hard. If you don't eat the toast, you'll be fined with alcohol. Luo Chu's expression turned cold, and the mysterious light between his brows flashed. Above his head, an ancient bell appeared, with strands of black devilish energy hanging down, protecting him all over. A 9th-level Dao weapon also appeared in his hand. It was he who combined many genius Tao bones and spirit beast Tao bones, supplemented by the demon Dao secret method, to refine the bloodthirsty demon Bao. In an instant, The two geniuses are fighting together. They are ranked 70 and 72 on the Xuanyu Tianjiao list. Their strength is almost the same. They are also from the top forces in Xuanyu, and their trump cards are also the same. For a while, it's hard to tell the difference. What a true martial academy divine maiden! Luo Chu was secretly angry. He originally thought he could directly kill the rookie next to him and then play tricks on Mu Qunyu, the true martial academy divine maiden. Who knows? Mu Qunyu fought for her life without any scruples. No matter how he tried to implicate Wang Teng, he was blocked by Mu Qunyu. Brother Wushan, I have to trouble you to take action yourself. Luo Chu never looked down on anyone, especially the genius of True Martial Academy. To avoid causing more accidents, he had to ask Lu Wushan for help. Laugh. Lu Wushan was taciturn and looked like a dead man, but he was never vague about his actions. If Luo Chu didn't speak, he wouldn't interfere. But the Wushan sword was always in hand, and when Luo Chu opened his mouth, the sharp sword light penetrated the void and pierced Wang Teng's eyebrows. Now, Wang Teng has been waiting for this opportunity until now. Although he thought he was not afraid of Lu Wushan, Mu Qunyu said that the opponent was good at sword formation. He had never fought with a formation master before, so he didn't know how difficult the sword formation was, so he calmed down and waited for Lu Wushan to get close. He had waited for this moment. 5-domain divine movement technique. Wang Teng had already prepared his killing move. He stepped on the 5 realms divine movement, and his body was like a stream of light, blending into the heaven and earth. With the 5 elements here, he seemed to be escaping into the void. Whoosh! The sharp sword light grazed the skin and drew a black mark in the void. Wang Teng narrowly avoided it. Mountain and river seal. The two figures intertwined. Wang Teng could even catch a hint of shock in Lu Wushan's whiteless pupils. He was extremely decisive and sacrificed the mountain and river seal. The Jushan mountain river seal, which has now grown into a 3rd-level psychic Dao weapon, is like a Dao realm monk arriving, with more than 20 dense Dao patterns emerging. Like the divine chain of order, and like the iron rope crossing the sky, sealing the world here. Lu Wushan suddenly froze. Even though he had experienced hundreds of battles, he reacted extremely quickly and used the psychic bell to protect himself. Still, Wang Teng seized the opportunity. Kill! Wang Teng's eyes were fierce and murderous. More than 800 top-quality Dao patterns emerged, dyeing the 5-colored fists with gold. Fusion of the killing technique of the mountain and river art, it was powerful and heavy, and suddenly landed on the center of Lu Wushan's eyebrows. Bang! There was a muffled sound. Lu Wushan's body was shattered on the spot. The best Dao pattern. 5 elements Dao body. Cultivation of 5 Taoist gods. Thoughts flashed through Lu Wushan's mind like lightning, shocking him, and he realized that this humble guy was the strongest opponent. But he had no time to react. The 5 Tao gods are integrated into one body, and their divine power is on par with the 5th layer Tianjiao in the realm of Tao gods. Those more than 800 top-grade Dao patterns. It can crush 90% of the geniuses on the Xuanyu genius list. Under the gaze of Lu Wushan, whose dark pupils shrank into needle eyes. Wang Teng is invincible and his fists are like mountains. The unabating blow hit Taoist Lu Wushan between his eyebrows. Clang! The sound of gold and iron clashing echoed through the mountains and forests. The aftermath of the vast divine power. He directly swept away Mu Qunyu and Luo Chu who were fighting. What's going on? The two looked at Wang Teng in disbelief. But they saw that Wang Teng had already shattered Lu Wushan's Taoist body, and the light of his fist was falling on the Taoist god, but was blocked by the ancient bell sacrificed by Lu Wushan. Kill! Lu Wushan roared like a beast. With the help of his protective psychic Dao weapon, he withstood a fatal blow and quickly counterattacked. Wu Sheng's sword was knocked away. But he still has the body of a Taoist god and a heavenly treasure bell. Chapter 35. Buzz. The ancient bell of Tianjua vibrated violently. Burst out infinite divine light, annihilating the void every inch. Lu Wushan only looked at Wang Teng's display of strength and knew that he was outmatched. His Tao body was broken, and a head-on confrontation with the Tao god would only make him die faster. Therefore, he worked hard to activate the Tianjua bell. This is a Dao protecting treasure that was refined for him by his master in the Dao realm. Just like the imitations of other people's treasures, it is also a psychic Dao weapon. The Taoist body is broken. With only the Taoist spirit, you are no match for me. Wang Teng's long hair like ink is flying freely, his eyes are like torches, and he is filled with colorful divine brilliance. His whole person is like a god fiend. He is also the body of a Tao god, so he cannot forcefully carry the Dao weapon. But the river seal of Jushan Mountain is also a psychic Dao weapon. Clang! The great seal of mountains and rivers turned into primordial divine mountain and suppressed it. The ancient bell immediately emitted bursts of wailing, overwhelmed, unable to withstand the power of the sacred object hidden in the river seal of Jushan Mountain. Even if Wang Teng did not fully activate the characteristics of the holy object, it is still a treasure with the potential to be a holy object. How can it be compared to the ordinary psychic Dao weapon? With your strength and foundation, you can be ranked among the top 30 in the Swanya prodigy list. It is not a pity that I fell into your hands. Lu Wushan looked at the shattered protective divine light and felt surprisingly calm. He was originally a taciturn person, but after practicing Wushan Kendo, he became like a dead person and lost the activity of a normal person. For a swordsman like him, either kill someone or be killed, it was already expected. Bang! Tianjua bell only lasted for a moment. Then it was completely suppressed by the Jushan Mountain River seal, and the protected Taoist Lu Wushan was instantly turned into flying ashes and completely destroyed. The two people in the distance had already stopped. They were all shocked beyond measure by this sudden turn of events. The inconspicuous Wang Teng. He actually backhandedly killed the famous Wushan sword demon, Lu Wushan. This scene is absurd and bizarre. Both Mu Qunyu and Luo Chu felt like they were in a dream. No. Impossible. How could Lu Wushan be defeated? He is the fifth demon child of our Tianjua palace. He is one of the top 50 geniuses in the Swanya realm. He ranks first among the younger generation in the Swanya realm. Luo Chu looked like a madman and could not accept this result. The huge contrast caused him to go insane and his brain became confused. For a moment, he forgot what he was best at escaping. Is he really Wang Teng? Mu Qunyu was lost in thought and murmured silently. Wang Teng, whom she was familiar with, came from a small sect in Yunzhou. Although he possesses the 5 elements spiritual body, he has missed the best age for cultivation. Although he can create spiritual skills, they are not that amazing. Even if there is a powerful person behind him. Just 1.5 years. How much can be changed? Mu Qunyu thinks that she knows Wang Teng the best and is the person who knows Wang Teng best in True Martial Academy. But today, she realized that she was wrong. How wrong? Today's Wang Teng clearly still looks familiar to her. But his strength and temperament have undergone earth-shaking changes, and the handsome boy has turned into an unparalleled fierce god. Just one punch. Lu Wushan's Dao body was shattered. Just for a moment. He also completely suppressed the Taoist god Lu Wushan, who had the psychic Dao weapon to protect his body, and completely killed this talented man who was famous in Swanyu. Don't say Luo Chu can't accept it. As a companion, Mu Qunyu felt ridiculous. Shall you kill him with your own hands, or let me kill him? They were stunned, but Wang Teng was not. He waved his sleeves and rolled up the storage Dao weapon and protective Dao weapon left by Lu Wushan, Ling Xiao and Lu Ruyan. The figure flickers. Then he came to Mu Qunyu's side and locked his stern eyes on Luo Chu. Not good. Only then did Luo Chu come back to his senses and suddenly became excited. He stared at the heavenly treasure bell without thinking, stepped on the heavenly demon escape technique, and instantly turned into a rainbow of blood and escaped towards the sky. Want to leave? Wang Teng sneered, his body was like a rainbow, and he caught up in the blink of an eye. Boy, my Tianjua palace will not let you go. Luo Chu's frightened and desperate roar came from the sky, and then the bright light bloomed and dissipated in an instant. The next moment, Wang Teng returned with Luo Chu's relics. Thumb. Thumb. Thunk. Mu Qunyu met Wang Teng's gaze and subconsciously took a few steps back. Why, you don't recognize me anymore? The evil spirit dissipated from Wang Teng's face, he smiled helplessly, wiped away the blood on his body, and turned back into the jade-like boy who was harmless to humans and animals. Seeing that familiar appearance perfectly overlapped with the memory, Mu Qunyu finally came out of her trance. She looked at Wang Teng with complicated eyes, her heart was like a roller coaster, she had experienced scenes that she had not seen for many years. Still unbelievable. The betrayal of the senior sister and the betrayal of the senior brother, what was originally a desperate situation of life and death, was actually reversed by Wang Teng on his own call. After a long while, Mu Qunyu let out a long breath, pursed her red lips tightly and said, "Thank you very much." She originally wanted to take Wang Teng out to see the world and deepen the relationship. Who would have thought that even if you do bad things with good intentions, you will end up owing a greater debt? I wanted to tell you before. Wang Teng saw that she was still a little weak, so he stepped forward to support her weak body with his divine power, and said helplessly, "I help you take pictures of the Qunkan stone, it is purely a mutual help between friends, just like you helped me. There's no need to be hard on yourself. Don't be so tight in the future. I don't lack the 100,000 spiritual crystals. You can take your time." Mu Qunyu nodded lightly. "Can I still leave?" Wang Teng asked casually, then shook his head and said, "I'll take you away." Raising his hands, he used his divine power to support Mu Qunyu and rise into the sky. "It's better to take my flying boat." Mu Qunyu was not used to being led like this, so she raised her hand and held out the flying boat. The two of them boarded it, and she assigned the Taoist god to take the helm. This deity and Wang Teng sit opposite each other. Ling Xiao and Lu Ruyan both died here. Is it a big problem? Wang Teng didn't say anything about dividing the spoils. Firstly, this is what he deserves. Secondly, Mu Qunyu is not the kind of person who likes to take advantage. It's a little troublesome, but it's not a big problem. Mu Qunyu pondered for a moment and said, although they have aristocratic families behind them, they are not enough to cause trouble in the academy. As long as I tell you what happened today, senior officials will come forward to deal with the impact. Her master is the dean of the inner courtyard of the academy, a powerful person in the Dao realm, and one of the top decision makers of the academy. As long as she reports truthfully, master will take care of it. That's good. Wang Teng breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't understand the background of the Lu family in Huangzhou and the Ling family in Mingzhou, so he didn't want to get involved in the trouble of these two families. If the true martial academy cannot suppress it, then he had to consider his escape route and leave the ancient city of true martial early. The Ling family and the Lu family don't have to think about it. Mu Qunyu was silent for a moment and said softly, the thing you should be most wary of is Tianjua Palace. Although Luo Chu is one of the 10 disciples of Tianjua Palace, he is not a direct disciple of the master of Tianjua Palace. He is just a disciple of the deputy palace master. Lu Wushan is different. Not only is he the direct descendant of palace master Tianju, he is also the adopted son of the great demon Dao. Given the character of those demon Dao monks who are determined to retaliate, the demon Dao giant will not come in person, and will probably send a Dao realm person to guard nearby. If it's not necessary, you'd better not go out for a short period of time. Lu Wushan's appearance was an accident. If she had known that he was there, Mu Qunyu would never have accepted the mission. Not only was she not strong enough, but she also did not dare to provoke him. It is rumored that the demon Dao giant has touched the realm of the Holy Way. He is her master. Every time I mention it, I am filled with fear. Wang Teng has the sadness of growing eggs. He suddenly felt that he had a fateful and indissoluble bond with Tianzhu Palace. When in Yunzhou, he witnessed with his own eyes Mu Qianyu suppressing the demon general from Tianzhu Palace. Come to the true martial academy. He first took down the white bone demon Bao, the most inherited treasure of Tianzhu Palace, at the Tianbao Pavilion Centenary Festival, and now he killed 2 true disciples of Tianzhu Palace. One of them is also a disciple of the master of Tianzhu Palace. This is really, FK. Tianzhu Palace had better not send Dao realm monks to stay with me, otherwise, I'm afraid I'll have to add another sum to my account. Until then, the palace master of Tianzhu Palace is not allowed to come to me personally. Wang Teng felt like his head was getting big. I'll report it to master first, and I'll find you later. Return to the true martial academy. Mu Qianyu said goodbye. No rush, you can rest for a while. Seeing that she still hadn't recovered, Wang Teng reminded her and waved goodbye. He could somewhat understand Mu Qianyu's mood. If I were to take a newbie friend whom I had only met a few times to practice, I would let the other person go through the motions and collect his merits. As a result, something went wrong on his side. Not only was he betrayed, but his companions were also implicated. In the end, it was the rookie friend who unleashed his potential and killed his opponent. Then he will probably be confused for a long time. Ignore it for now. The harvest this time is not small. Let's take stock of what needs to be synthesized. Wang Teng returned to Cave Mansion and inspected the trophies with anticipation. Today, I got the treasures of 4 geniuses. It is a windfall from heaven. It is exciting to think about it. Storage Dao weapon hasn't had time to look at it yet. Just the Dao weapon, there are 4 of them. 2 pieces are imitations of the Tianzhu bell, the most precious treasure of the Tianzhu Palace. One is a replica of the umbrella-shaped psychic Dao weapon that is the clan treasure of the Lu family in Huangzhou, the other is a replica of the Wind Thunder seal that is the clan treasure of the Ling family in Yuzhou. Any one of them is far better than a 6th level spiritual object, and its value is comparable to that of a 7th level spiritual object. There are also 4 9th level Dao weapons. Wang Teng took a look and threw the 4 Dao weapons aside. Grab the 4-person stash of Dao weapon. Then comes the exciting moment of opening the blind box. Chapter 36. The first one Wang Teng drove was Lu Ruyan's. Among the 4 geniuses, Lu Ruyan has the lowest talent, only spiritual talent, and the weakest strength. There are a lot of good things. Wang Teng opened Lu Ruyan's storage Dao weapon. The first thing that catches the eye is a pile of hill-like spiritual crystals, all of which are top-grade fire attribute spiritual crystals. The fire is bright, like a small volcano, and it is roughly estimated that there are about 100,000. Followed by a bunch of exercises and spiritual skills. The exercises and spiritual skills in True Martial Academy can only be practiced and cannot be taken away. Therefore, the storage in Dao weapon contains the Lu family's collection, as well as Lu Ruyan's personal collection. Among them are the Lu family's inherited exercises Luo Dao Jing and matching spiritual skills. This technique was created by the ancestors of the Lu family in the Tao realm. Lu Ruyan only had 2 large rolls. One volume contains the cultivation techniques for the spiritual Qi realm, Ling Yuan realm, and Lingdan realm, and the other volume contains the Dao Fetus realm and Tao Shen realm, all of which are top-quality exercises. In addition, there is also an evil technique. Secret Code of Desire. This seems to be the technique of the human desire Dao sect split from the heavenly demon palace. Wang Teng flipped through a few pages. Sure enough, it is full of all kinds of unspeakable contents, and the general outline is to cultivate the human succubus as the ultimate goal. In addition to practicing the 7 emotions and 6 desires, it also includes various charm techniques and dual cultivation secret techniques. Evil Door. Wang Teng just glanced at it twice and felt his desire rising. He threw it into his storage Dao weapon and continued to count other harvests, but those were not of much value. They are all kinds of women-specific elixirs obtained by Lu Ruyan. For example, beauty pills, ice muscle pills, skincare pills, are all elixirs for beauty and beauty. Well, there's also a contraceptive one. How outrageous! This divine maiden is too watery. I'm afraid that if you don't have dual cultivation, it will be destroyed by others. Wang Teng shuddered, and after transferring the useful treasures, he threw the Dao weapon aside in disgust. Look at Ling Xiao's. I hope this heir of the Ling family will be normal. He picked up Ling Xiao's storage Dao weapon. The first thing I noticed was the same two piles of spiritual crystals, with more than 200,000 top-grade wind-attributed spiritual crystals and top-grade thunder-attributed spiritual crystals. There is also the wind and thunder treasure scroll inherited from the Yuzhou Ling family, as well as the corresponding spiritual skills. The situation is similar to Lu Ruyan. The exercises are only from the spiritual Qi scroll to the Tao Shen scroll, and they are of the same level. They are both top-notch exercises here, but they are more exquisite than the Luo Tao Jing. He has more spiritual skills than Lu Ruyan. There are all kinds of spiritual skills from the spirit realm to the Taoist realm, and the grades are all very high. This is like the collection of a normal genius. Wang Teng turned over again. Find a 6th level elixir that contains the attributes of wind and thunder. It is estimated that Ling Xiao left it to the 6th layer of the Dao Shen realm for later refining, or for use when attacking the Dao realm. The quality is excellent. Besides, there are also many 4th and 5th level elixirs. It's quite satisfactory. It's as expected. There's no special treasure. Look at Luo Chu's. Wang Teng put away many treasures and picked up Luo Chu's storage Dao weapon. Divine thoughts just penetrated into it. Suddenly, the strong smell of blood hit my face, which was disgusting. Grass. Fortunately I didn't move out directly. Wang Teng retched several times in a row, blocked his senses, suppressed the nausea, and continued to explore. Same as the two academy geniuses. There are also a bunch of spiritual crystals in Luo Chu's storage Dao weapon, but they are blood crystals. There are natural ones, bred from the most sinister and evil places like mass graves, and there are also man-made ones, refined from the flesh and blood of living beings. That pungent stench! This is the smell of these artificially refined blood crystals. Wang Teng waved his hand and moved the blood crystals to the corner, shielding them with his divine power, making them out of sight and out of mind. The blood demon of Tianjua Palace inherited the bloodthirsty demon sutra. There are corresponding spiritual skills. There is also the secret method of condensing blood crystals. Wang Teng was not interested in these, and his spiritual thoughts passed quickly. Suddenly, many special items were found. Hey! He focused his gaze and took out something. This is a bloody and strange Taoist talisman, with soft tentacles and a texture like silk satin, with densely packed weird magic patterns painted on it. Wang Teng couldn't see why, so he placed it in the synthesis column. Blood Demon Dao Talisman, the 5th level top-grade Taoist talisman, made by Dao realm monks. It uses the fur of the spiritual beast at the peak of the 5th level Taoist realm as the main material, and uses the blood essence of tens of thousands of creatures as the pen and ink, supplemented by the special secret method of Blood Demon Dao, as well as the monk's own essence and blood, which is extremely offensive. Reminder: this talisman is a Demon Dao talisman, which contains the most yin and evil power, and is inscribed with a small amount of formation secrets. After being released, it can turn 300 miles of land into a blood domain, which is irresistible to non-Dao realms. This method is an indiscriminate attack and will hurt others and yourself, so use it with caution. It actually caused a system prompt. Wang Teng became more and more surprised. After looking at it carefully, his interest became even stronger. The Taoist talismans made by Dao realm monks are not of high grade, but their power is not small. Fortunately, I took out 5 Taoist gods at that time, and even used the Jushan Mountain River seal. My strength completely crushed Luo Qiu, and I was decisive enough in my attack. If he uses these talismans, the consequences will be unimaginable. This thing is evil, but it is good when used as a large-scale killing weapon. It can be used unexpectedly, and it has miraculous effects. Wang Teng looked at it. There are 6 Blood Demon Dao talismans in Luo Qiu's storage Dao weapon. Is this guy really the disciple of the Deputy Palace Master of Tianjua Palace? The Blood Demon Dao talisman requires the blood essence of the Dao realm itself. It is so difficult to refine. Is he not the biological son of the Deputy Palace Master? Wang Teng suddenly felt that Luo Qiu's identity was a bit unusual. But it doesn't matter. Lu Wushan is still a royalist son of Tianjua Palace. 6 Blood Demon Dao talismans can be combined into at least 3 6th level low-grade Dao talismans. If used well, it may be able to kill a Dao realm monk. The more Wang Teng watched, the more he liked it. For him, it doesn't matter whether the method is the right way or the Demon Dao. As long as it is used properly, it is a good method. When I go back and think of a way to solve the side effects, even if Tianjua Palace sends Dao realm monks to squat on me, I won't be afraid. Maybe we can give them a big surprise. Thinking of this, Wang Teng couldn't wait to place another Blood Demon Dao talisman into the second synthesis frame. 2 5th level top grade Blood Demon Dao talismans. Synthetic or not? Synthesis. With Wang Teng's thoughts turning, 2 dark red talismans merge into one. Blood Demon Dao Talisman, 6th level low-grade Demon Dao Talisman Seal, made by fusing 2 5th level top magic talismans. It contains the Demon Dao power comparable to that of an early monk in the Tao realm. It can be ignited with divine power and can turn thousands of miles of heaven and earth into a blood realm. Destroy all living things here. Cool. Come again. Wang Teng continued to synthesize. 2 other level 6 Demon Dao talismans are also freshly released. Just like this for now. If you encounter a stronger one, you can synthesize it again without delay. He thought for a while and did not continue the synthesis. The power of the Dao realm is too powerful, and it is not easy to solve the side effects. The higher the grade, this means greater side effects. Wang Teng wanted to solve the side effects of the 6th level low-grade talisman seal and figure out a more advanced solution before continuing to synthesize it. Anyway, I have the Taoist talisman in my hand, so I can't run away. This also provides me with an idea. I can go to Tianbao Pavilion later and get more Taoist talismans. Wait until the side effects are resolved. All I need is a bunch of Dao realm talisman seals, and I will be a walking humanoid nuclear weapon. Anyone who dares to mess with me will just wash away the ground with talisman seals. Tianjua Palace is going to push me into a hurry, I will come directly to wash the floor. Chapter 37. Wang Teng happily put away 3 level 6 Blood Demon Dao talismans. Keep working on the rest. Is this a puppet? In Luo Qiu's storage Dao weapon, there are many strange corpses piled up. There are human figures, as well as various spiritual beasts and ferocious beasts. Without exception, they are all dead corpses, but they contain every trace of life. It's really a puppet. When Wang Teng looked carefully, he saw a booklet. This is a very ancient animal skin scroll, many places have been damaged, but there are still many secrets left. Among them, there is a secret method called Blood Demon Puppet Technique. Monk Demon Dao's areas of expertise are really wide. Wang Teng sighed and started reading quickly with great interest. Just when Wang Teng was counting the harvest and studying the Blood Demon Puppet Technique, it's a blast outside. In the Soul Palaces of True Martial Academy, Tianjua Palace, Lu family in Huangzhou, and Ling family in Yuzhou, the soul lamps of true disciples suddenly exploded. Ling Xiao and Lu Ruyan died. The first one to get the reaction was True Martial Academy. The elder guarding the Soul Palace, an elder from the 9th layer of the Taoist realm, sensed that the soul lamp was broken and hurriedly checked. When I saw the soul lamps representing Ling Xiao and Lu Ruyan shattered, this elder was suddenly struck by lightning. Broken. The elder's expression changed drastically, and after he came to his senses, he hurriedly ran to the dean's residence, the dojo residence of the director of the inner courtyard. At this time, Mu Qunyu had already reported the matter to her master. The young Taoist nun sitting cross-legged on the sacred jade futon is about 30 or 40 years old, and her appearance and temperament are more outstanding than Mu Qunyu. Those beautiful eyes filled with a touch of vicissitudes of life not only did not make her look old-fashioned, but actually added a bit of charm that still existed. After listening to what Mu Qunyu said, the simple Taoist nun was silent for a long time. Even though she was a Dao realm monk and the dean of the inner courtyard of the True Martial Academy, she was also shocked by the news. Lu Wushan, the son of Tianzhu Gongism, is dead. She could already predict how crazy the demon Dao giant would be. Although Lu Wushan is a sword spirit, his talent is better than most of the spirits, and he has been inherited by the ancient sword demon. He has high hopes from Palace Master Tianzhu. Everyone knows the top experts in Xuanyu. The master of Tianzhu Palace once said that within 100 years, Lu Wushan would reach the realm of the Tao realm, and there would be an 80% chance of reaching the threshold of the Holy Tao in the future. Such a talented demon Dao with endless potential has fallen. He fell into the hands of an unknown tutor in the True Martial Academy. I'm afraid this incident will cause a sensation in Xuanyu. Tianzhu Palace will definitely regard my True Martial Academy as its mortal enemy and will take revenge at all costs. The young Taoist nun was silent for a long time before saying this. Master. Mu Qunyu realized that the matter was more serious than she imagined, and suddenly felt worried about Wang Teng. No need to worry. The young Taoist nun took a deep look at her disciple. She shook her head slightly and said softly, although the matter is serious, good and evil are not mutually exclusive, otherwise our True Martial Academy would not have put the Demon Dao disciples into the mission hall. What's more, the True Martial Academy, also participated in the annihilation of the Heavenly Demon Palace. The feud between the two major forces has been going on for a long time. Even if there is no such thing, the hatred is not low. It's just that this incident was too sudden and the timing was not very good. The young Taoist nun sighed softly. What about Wang Teng? Mu Qunyu was still a little uneasy. Don't worry. It's just a matter of killing two demon Dao geniuses. Our True Martial Academy will not destroy its foundation because of this. As for the Lu family in Huangzhou and the Ling family in Yuzhou, I will send someone to give an explanation. Ling Xiao and Lu Ruyan died in the hands of Demon Dao Tianjiao, not in the hands of my disciples. I believe they will understand. Although the matter is troublesome, it is not unsolvable. The young Taoist nun paused for a moment, stared at Mu Qunyu and said, it's better for you to remind that junior to be careful of Tianzhu Palace's revenge. If you have nothing important to do, don't leave True Martial Ancient City easily. It's best not to even go outside the academy. After saying that, the voice of the elder guarding the Soul Palace came from outside the door. Dean, something bad happened. Two true heirs of the academy, Lu Ruyan and Ling Xiao, have died. I already know about this. The young Taoist nun rushed out the door and responded calmly. After the elder left, she looked at Mu Qunyu and said, you can go down as well and bring the words here, and ignore the rest. Yes, master. After Mu Qunyu received this assurance, her heart finally fell to the ground, she bowed and turned to leave. Go and inform several vice presidents and deans of the outer courtyard to come to the True Martial Hall to discuss matters. Watching the disciples leave, the young Taoist nun whispered quietly. Yes, Dean. There seemed to be power floating in the air next to him. A faint outline of a woman bowed, saluted, and left after receiving the order. What? Xiao'er soul lamp is broken. What does True Martial Academy do for food? This is unreasonable. Send someone to the True Martial Academy immediately to find the elders of my Ling family and ask questions. When the head of the Ling family in Yuzhou got the news, he became furious. But after all, he still had reason, and he knew that the True Martial Academy had a profound foundation that was not comparable to that of the Ling family, so the target of the question was his own family. Yes, Master. Soon, Taoist monks rushed to the ancient city of True Martial. Almost at the same time. Such a scene also happened in the Lu family in Huangzhou. The head of the Lu family was also frightened and angry, but he did not dare to be too tough. He could only send people to ask his own masters who were far away in the True Martial Academy. Only Tianjua Palace. The sensation was far greater than the three forces. Luo Qiu and Wu Sheng died. The Tianjua Palace elder who was guarding the Soul Palace reported the matter to a deputy palace master. Of course the deputy palace master was furious. How is that possible? Qiu'er has been with Wu Sheng recently. If they join forces, they can hunt even the elders of the True Martial Academy. Why did he suddenly fall? The deputy palace master grabbed the elder of the Soul Palace by his collar, lifted him up, and glared at him. "UBD, are you sure you saw clearly? Go back to the deputy palace master. I have seen clearly." The elder trembled and said in fear, "Yes, they are indeed two lord demons. That's unreasonable." The deputy palace master threw the elder away harshly. He strode straight to the Soul Palace. "I'll see for myself." After seeing clearly that the broken soul lamp indeed belonged to Lu Wushan and Luo Qiu, his eyes suddenly turned scarlet red, his fists were clenched, and his sharp nails dug into his palms, and he didn't even notice the bleeding. Lost in thought for a long time. True Martial Academy. The blood-colored feather crown on the deputy palace master's head shattered, and his long hair danced wildly, and he let out a shocking roar. "I, Tianjua Palace, will fight with you until death." This long roar shook all directions and resounded throughout the Tianjua Palace. What happened to make the deputy palace master so angry? What did True Martial Academy do? I remember that demon son Luo Qiu seemed to have gone to the True Martial Academy. Did he fall? Hiss. No wonder the deputy palace master is so angry. The disciples of Tianjua Palace did not know that Luo Qiu was traveling with Lu Wushan, and they only thought that Luo Qiu had died. Even so, they were quite shocked. The experts from all sides of Tianjua Palace were also alarmed and went to the Soul Palace one after another. After knowing the truth about the deputy palace master's madness, many masters were furious. Wu Sheng and Luo Qiu both have Dao weapon to protect themselves. How many people who are not Dao realm monks can prevent them from escaping? There must be Dao realm monks from True Martial Academy involved in this matter. Immediately hold True Martial Academy accountable. If you are really a Dao realm monk, you must give an explanation. Even if you are not a Dao realm monk, you must pay with blood. Immediately transfer your manpower, give up the goals of other forces, and hunt down the True Martial Academy disciples with all your strength. We must go on a killing spree. Let the True Martial Academy pay a heavy price. I have been in seclusion for decades. It seems that some people have forgotten my reputation. Today, I will go to see for myself who dared to kill me, Tianjua Palace's personal disciple. Not long after, a large number of demon Dao monks poured out of Tianjua Palace and headed straight for the ancient city of True Martial. This movement, it quickly attracted the attention of all the top forces in Xuanyu. Countless monks were shocked by it. Chapter 38. Lu Wushan and Luo Qiu were killed by people from the True Martial Academy. Lu Wushan, who ranked in the top 50 on the Xuanyu prodigy list, and Luo Qiu, who ranked in the 70th, actually died. Isn't it true that some of the older monks from the True Martial Academy will end up like this? Since the destruction of the Heavenly Demon Palace, the largest force in the Xian realm, the remaining Tianjua Palace, although it has been struggling for many years and has regained a lot of strength, is still among the first-class forces in the Xian domain. But after all, it is no longer as majestic as it used to be. The last 2,000 years. Tianjua Palace is quite peaceful, hiding its secrets and not being known to outsiders. Below the core disciples, no one even knew where Tianjua Palace was hiding. Now, Tianjua Palace appeared with great fanfare. Naturally, it attracted the attention of many top forces. Sect master, religion leader, palace master, should we seize this opportunity and inflict another heavy blow to Tianjua Palace? The top forces from all sides are ready to make a move. They had all participated in the operation to annihilate the heavenly demon palace, and they had a deep hatred for each other. Naturally, they were unwilling to watch the heavenly demon palace grow again. You can go to a few Dao realm monks to support the true martial academy, but you can't go on a killing spree. The demon Dao giant from Tianjua Palace has touched the realm of the Holy Way. The death of 2 juniors is nothing, but if the foundation of Tianjua Palace is disturbed, the consequences will not be something we can bear. The leaders of all forces were also very moved, but after careful consideration, they still suppressed their thoughts and did not want to make the matter a big deal. They are looking for the retreat place of the demon Dao giant. Before finding it, we can't start a war with Tianjua Palace easily. Otherwise, if a strong man who touches the realm of the Holy Way is allowed to hide and ambush you secretly, no matter how powerful you are, you will not be able to withstand it. Xuanyu is in chaos. This is a sign of change. Countless monks in Xianzhou, Huangzhou, and Yuzhou, which are the most advanced in the Xuanyu realm, have felt subtle changes in the world. The mysterious realm, which has been peaceful for more than 2,000 years, seems to be about to cause another bloody storm. And the one who started it all. Wang Teng is still immersed in the joy of opening the blind box and cannot extricate himself. This secret method is wonderful. Read through the Gore Fiend Golem post OP. Wang Teng felt like he had been opened up to a new world. All kinds of mysterious methods are astonishing. The technique is Demon Dao's method, but if it is replaced by a righteous method, using many materials to replace the method of blood sacrifice of living beings, it would not be a bad idea. Wang Teng was flooded with thoughts and drew inferences from one example. I just don't know if the true martial academy has such a secret collection. I haven't noticed it before. If there is, I can study it carefully. If we can create a strong enough puppet. Using self-destruction to kill your opponent with the Blood Demon Dao talisman is a good way to destroy the enemy. This is what Wang Teng values most about puppetry. Although this secret technique is incomplete and the methods are too bad, it is the best match when paired with the Blood Demon Dao talisman. This kid Luo Chu is really a treasure boy. 2 seemingly unimportant things have solved my urgent need. Wang Teng was filled with joy and couldn't put it down. I wonder if those puppets can be synthesized. He looked at the disgusting pile of puppets, and the more he looked at them, the more he liked them. He couldn't help but take out 2 of them to try. Blood Demon Puppet, low grade 4, made from the flesh and blood of Dao Fetus Realm monks, supplemented by the Blood Demon Puppet technique. Its strength can rival the early Dao Fetus Realm monks, but its spirituality is too low, without the control of the monks. Only equivalent to a Dzogchen monk in the spiritual Elixir realm. Synthetic or not? Can we get it together? Wang Teng's eyes lit up and he said decisively, Synthesis. Blood Demon Puppet, 4th level middle grade, is comparable to Dao Fetus Realm monks in the middle grade. It has a small amount of spirituality and is branded with a divine soul. It can sweep through Dao Fetus Realm monks below the 4th layer. If the monk soul is under the control, it can defeat the 6th layer monks in the Dao Fetus Realm. Continue. Based on the principle of no waste, Wang Teng grabbed one puppet after another and synthesized it one after another. Finally, 2 new puppets were obtained. Blood Demon Puppet, low grade 6th level, comparable to a monk in the early stages of the Tao realm. It has self-awareness but low intelligence. It is implanted with a divine soul brand and can obey the monk's orders and execute simple instructions. Become the master of Taoism, and you can exert half of your initial strength in the Tao realm. Blood Demon Puppet, the 5th level of the best, comparable to a 9th layer monk in the Taoist realm. It has shallow consciousness, has begun to develop spiritual wisdom, is implanted with the soul brand, and can execute superficial instructions. Become the master of Taoism, and you can exert your strength close to that of Tao realm. Not bad, not bad. I also got a Dao realm puppet. Wang Teng felt so happy that his scalp was numb. With this puppet and the 6th level Blood Demon Dao talisman, he has the capital to deal with Dao realm monks. Bring the 6th level storage Dao weapon to the puppet, which will isolate the Dao realm monk's perception, enough to catch him off guard. The cost is just too high. This is the only thing Wang Teng feels is lacking. The puppets and Blood Demon Dao talismans that are comparable to Dao realm monks must be extremely valuable. If they were auctioned, they would be more expensive than the broken white bone demon bow. Such a precious thing. You can only exchange it for a Dao realm monk, so it's not too extravagant. Not necessarily one. If Dao realm monks from Tianjua Palace gather together, and then I send the puppet into the crowd, boom, everyone will die instantly, right? If it weren't for the puppet's intelligence being too low. Wang Teng really wants to teach it the 5-domain magic technique. It's not impossible. If we can get more puppets, continue to synthesize them, and improve our intelligence, maybe we can actually learn spiritual skills. But in that case, it's not suitable for use as a puppet bomb. It has to be reused. Wang Teng's thoughts were divergent and he couldn't stop. No matter what, I have an extra trump card. I'll think about the follow-up matters later. He branded the 2 puppets with divine souls, then brought them to the synthesis table and placed them side by side with the white bone demon bow. After confirming that the white bone demon bow will not destroy the 2 puppets, he began to search for Luo Chu's other treasures. There is only one 6th level blood pill left, which is of some use, but it is too evil and needs to be combined with other treasures several times before it can be used. This is a function that Wang Teng only discovered today. Demon Dao's treasures contain demonic and evil spirits, ranging from yin to evil, but as long as they pass through the synthesis column, they will become usable treasures. It's the puppet and the Blood Demon Dao talisman. They just retain their abilities. In fact, they no longer have such heavy demonic energy. Let's see what Lu Wushan has. Finished sorting out Luo Chu's treasures. Wang Teng captured Dao weapon, a storage item belonging to Lu Wushan. Compared to Luo Chu, Demon Dao, who has a higher status and is more valued in the Tianjua Palace, the collection left behind seems a bit shabby. Except for 300,000 top-quality magic crystals. Only the secret book of Wushan and swordsmanship of Wushan inherited from the ancient sword demon are still precious. These 2 methods are directly connected to the holy path and have complete inheritance. If you are willing to spend time, you can even create a top power. By the way, this kid didn't change his name specifically because of this inheritance, right? Wang Teng turned over it with great interest. These are the only things that are most valuable, and the other one is a simple jade slip. He decisively put it into the synthesis column. Wu Sheng Sword Formation, Saint Grade Sword Formation, created by the ancient sword demon, cannot be penetrated by monks who are not exposed to the holy way. If you have a kendo physique, if you study more, you may be able to understand a little bit and develop a strength far beyond your own. Awesome! I underestimated this kid. I have to say. Although Lu Wushan's things are simple, with only a few items, the value of each item far exceeds the sum of the collections of the other 3. Especially the secret code of Wushan, Wushan swordsmanship and Wushan sword formation. The inheritance of the ancient sword demon at the saint level is by no means a wasted reputation. If it is spread, it is enough to make all the forces crazy. Isn't this guy also the biological son of the old man from Tianjua Palace? After Wang Teng read it, his scalp tightened. As the strength becomes higher and higher, the horizons are constantly broadened. He became more and more aware of the horror of Tianjua Palace. Being able to become the leader of that kind of forces, and being able to lead Tianjua Palace to survive the encirclement and suppression of so many top forces to this day. How is he an ordinary person? I can't rely too much on the true martial academy, otherwise it will be constrained everywhere. I can't expect others to protect my life at all times. We still need to find some life-saving means. Wang Teng was sitting on pins and needles, giving up on his own thoughts and planning to go directly to Tianbao Pavilion to see if he could buy some ready-made puppets and Taoist talismans. Chapter 39. Brother Wang, are you ready to go out? Wang Teng had just walked out of the dojo and met Mu Qunyu head-on. Compared to when I first came back. Just half a day. Mu Qunyu regained her previous look, but her words about Brother Wang became smoother and smoother, and the way she looked at Wang Teng became a little strange. I plan to go to Tianbao Pavilion to buy some things. Wang Teng did not hide anything, smiled and asked casually, what did Dingu say? Master said that the Lu family and the Lu family are nothing to worry about. Although there are some troubles over there in Tianjua Palace, as long as you don't go out easily, there will be no problem. Mu Qunyu spoke in a relaxed tone, with a bit of pride in her beautiful eyes. No matter how rich the foundation of Tianjua Palace is, it will not make me, true martial academy, timid. That's good. Wang Teng nodded slightly. With the Dao Realm level 6 puppet in hand, he no longer worries about those two aristocratic families. As for Tianjua Palace, to avoid the edge for a short period of time, as long as the Dao realm is not too strong, the puppet and the blood demon Dao talisman are enough to deal with it. Do you want to come along? Seeing that Mu Qianyu's eyes were filled with joy and she had no intention of leaving, he opened his mouth to invite her. I have nothing to do, so I can go take a look. Mu Qianyu tidied her hair reservedly, followed suit, and walked side by side with Wang Teng. On the road. When she saw that Wang Teng had no intention of speaking, in order to avoid embarrassment, she could only take the initiative to talk to Wang Teng and express her opinions as she walked. I was a little confused before. Thinking about it carefully afterwards, even if Tianjua Palace wants to take revenge on us for Lu Wushan and Luoqiu, it can't be done in a big way. Back then, our true martial academy united with the Zhang family of Xianzhou, the Shi family of Huangzhou, the Nangang family of Yuzhou, as well as the Yin-Yang sect, Suanyan Pavilion, Tianbao Pavilion, Lingyun Palace, and Spirit Beast sect to bring together the 9 major powers at the top of the Xian territory. Forces work together to destroy the heavenly demon palace. Although there are still many demon Dao monks who escaped, or even resurrected, turning into Tianjua Palace, Disha sect, and Renaiyu Dao sect, dormant. But these righteous forces, they will never be allowed to stir up trouble again. Mu Qianyu knew that Wang Teng was from Yunzhou, and many secrets were unclear, so she explained them in detail and patiently. It would be fine if Tianjua Palace didn't come out of the world. If it dares to be born again, it will definitely trigger an encirclement and suppression by the 9 top forces and all the sects in the Xian domain who are in charge of Dao realm monks. There was light in her eyes, the water was flowing, and she said with relief, so, you just need to be careful, there is no need to worry too much. How many forces were there to siege the heavenly demon palace 2000 years ago? Wang Teng's eyelids twitched slightly. Mu Qianyu sounded relaxed, but he was sweating profusely when he heard it. The top transcendent forces in the 9 mysterious realms joined forces to deal with the heavenly demon palace, but they only managed to break it up into the current situation. How powerful was the palace of heavenly demon in its heyday? Yes. Mu Qianyu was silent for a moment. She heard the meaning of Wang Teng's words and couldn't help but sigh. I never thought about this before, but now that I think about it, I realize that Demon Dao was so brilliant back then. How much do you know about Tianjua Palace? Wang Teng couldn't help but ask. Don't know much. Mu Qunyu shook her head slightly and said softly, there are some things that only those who are strong in the Dao realm can have access to. Master will not tell me more. I only know that Tianjua Palace has more than 10 Dao realms. That Tianjua the palace master may have touched the holy path. Certainly. She paused and continued, the last one is just my guess. Might the master of Tianjua Palace touch the holy way? Wang Teng's pupils shrank unconsciously. If it were before, he didn't have a clear idea about this and just thought it was normal. Once he got to the 9th layer, he could cross borders like the Taoist realm. But after briefly reading the records of the Wushan secret book, he learned the Dao realm is not like the previous 5 realms. In addition to the fact that someone in the former 3rd layer can cross the border, the gap between each subsequent 1st layer's small realm is like a natural chasm. Dao realm 4th layer is called the 10 refining Dao realm. That is, after condensing and perfecting the Tao realm, comprehending the realm of the mysteries, and using the power of the mysteries to refine it more than 10 times. The 5th layer and 6th layer of the Dao realm are the 100 refining Dao realm and the 1000 refining Dao realm. Only the 7th layer can be called the mighty, the 8th layer can be called the king, and the 9th layer can be called the half-saint. The so-called semi-saint. It means that you have perfected the cultivation of the spiritual realm and the Tao realm, and truly begun to explore and touch the realm of the holy way. According to the secret book of inanimateness, it's no exaggeration to say that a powerful semi-saint from the 9th layer of the Dao realm can reach the heavens and the earth. All it takes is a thought. It can span a state or even a region. Who you want to die? All it takes is a thought. Unless they are both semi-saints, or are covered by holy objects. Otherwise, the half-saint can use any clues to return to the original source, trace the opponent's location, directly distort the opponent's world, and annihilate him invisible. This is the reason why Wang Teng became more fearful of Tianjua Palace after clearing the harvest. Because he didn't know what kind of situation the demon Dao giant had reached. Now that I know it. He was no longer sweating profusely and sitting on pins and needles, but felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. Unfortunately, I still want to use a puppet to deal with Tianjua Palace. I even want to get more puppets and Taoist talismans to wash the floor. Now think about it. If I really do that, I'm afraid that as soon as I call the door, no one will be there. Wang Teng's back was already dripping with cold sweat. Brother Wang, don't worry. Seeing that Wang Teng was dripping with cold sweat on his forehead, Mu Qunyu quickly comforted him softly, my true martial academy also has experts of that level, otherwise how could we destroy the heavenly demon palace in the first place? Even if the top powers can go back to their origins, at most they can only get your appearance and breath. As long as you are still in the academy and in the ancient city of true martial, they will not be able to figure out your whereabouts, let alone attack you from the air. Semi-saints are not omnipotent. True Martial Academy also has a semi-saint to check and balance Tianjua Palace. That's true. Wang Teng breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. But he was still worried, and his steps speeded up unconsciously. Even though he knew more about the True Martial Academy, he still felt more at ease having a top puppet, preferably a semi-saint puppet. I have the complete Holy Object White Bone Demon Bao, and the Jushan Mountain River Seal with the potential of the Holy Object. As long as we get the half-saint puppet and use it with the Holy Object, even if we can't kill the real half-saint strongman, at least we won't have to worry about sudden death. This is Wang Teng's biggest trump card and the safest method. Not long after, the two came to Tianbao Pavilion. The charming Luo Shuixian, who was like a fairy, came immediately after hearing the news. The little girl has met the senior. Luo Shuixian twisted the water snake's waist and came over. Although she didn't dare to use charm in front of Wang Teng, her delicate figure and the natural charm emanating from her whole body still made people's hearts beat faster. Senior. Mu Qunyu glanced at Wang Teng silently. Wang Teng ignored her gaze and smiled noncommittally. Is this the True Martial Academy Qunyu Divine Maiden? While Luo Shuixian asked Wang Teng to sit down, he looked at Mu Qunyu next to him, and said with a smile, I have heard that Qunyu Divine Maiden was born with a Taoist body, but I just didn't have the opportunity to meet him. Today, I can come to this pavilion with Senior Wang Teng. I really believe that the plum blossoms shine brightly. Saint Luo is so honored. Mu Qunyu returned the favor and politely complimented, although Qunyu is in the ancient city of True Martial, she has also heard the legend of Saint Luo. Not only is she ranked at the top of the list of geniuses in the Xian realm, but she is also known as the number one saint in the Xian realm. But Jianyu is so envious. Having said that, but Luo Shuixian was keenly aware of the slight hostility in Mu Qunyu's eyes. She couldn't help but glance at Wang Teng, then smiled sweetly and said, Qunyu Divine Maiden is really a little girl. Compared to those false names, I envy you even more for being able to stay with Senior Wang Teng. After saying that, she saw that Wang Teng was unmoved, so she could only change the subject and said, You two, please take your seats quickly. I'll let you do some business first. After being seated, Wang Teng took a sip of the enlightenment tea brewed by Luo Shuixian himself and said calmly, I want to buy some puppets and Taoist talismans. Do you have any here? Senior, you want to buy puppets and Taoist talismans? Luo Narcissus couldn't help but glance at Mu Qunyu next to her. She didn't ask much, but was slightly embarrassed. Senior, my Xuanyu monks rarely have puppets and Taoist talismans to inherit. Even if I have some inventory in Tianbao Pavilion, they are only low-level items. There are only a handful of fifth-level items. I'm afraid I want to disappoint my seniors. It doesn't matter. Wang Teng was mentally prepared and said calmly, It doesn't matter how many levels you have, as many as you want. Senior, are you planning to study on your own? Luo Narcissus breathed a sigh of relief, smiled brightly and said, That's no problem, you two wait a moment, I'll be back soon. Chapter 40. Not long. Luo Shuixian left and came back, bringing back a storage item called Dao Weapon. Here are all the inventories of my Tianbao Pavilion branch. I wonder if you are satisfied, Senior. She handed the Dao weapon to Wang Teng and continued to fill the teacup for Wang Teng. Good. Wang Teng took a cursory glance. It's almost the same as Luo Chu's inventory. Enough to synthesize a 6th-level low-grade puppet and a 5th-level top-grade puppet. This way, he can master the 3 Dao realm puppets. As for Taoist symbols, less stock than puppets. It's enough to synthesize a 6th-level low-grade Taoist talisman. How many spiritual crystals are these? Wang Teng put away the puppet and Dao talisman, returned the Dao weapon to his storage, and asked casually. They are all ordinary goods, including 100,000 high-grade spiritual crystals, Senior. Luo Narcissus knew that these things were worthless, and even if they were given for free, they would not get any favors. Instead, they would easily make people think that they were greedy. Therefore, a cost price was quoted. I don't have a high-grade spirit crystal. Wang Teng directly took out a 7th-level divine stone. Forget this expense, keep the rest and continue to collect puppets and Taoist talismans for me. Remember, take as much as you have. Such secret techniques are also needed. The price doesn't matter. If it's not enough, I'll make up for it later. 7th-level spiritual object. Mu Qunyu's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and she was surprised. That big shot actually valued her friend so much? Plus previous auctions. There are more than 10 7th-level spiritual objects in Wang Teng's hands. Could it be that he is a semi-saint? But if you are a half-saint, how can you hide in the academy silently? Could he be a semi-saint in the academy? But with such a strong man backing him, what else does he have to worry about? Mu Qunyu was full of doubts. The more I get to know Wang Teng, the more conflicted I feel. It seems that this senior is indeed good at refining weapons. Luo Shuixian was not surprised that Wang Teng took out a 7th-level spiritual object. After all, she had seen more, but this transaction confirmed her speculation. Senior, don't worry, you have your orders, Narcissus will naturally do its best. She smiled lightly at Wang Teng and said, I will call other branches soon to collect these two things for seniors as soon as possible. At this point, she paused the hand that poured the tea, and said with a hint of brilliance in her beautiful eyes, Senior, my father has admired me for a long time. Every time I think about him, I often regret not being able to see him. He often lectures me that I should have retained him last time. Senior. Just in time, I received news today that my father came to the ancient city of True Martial for business. I wonder if you have time to allow me and my father to visit. Tianbao Pavilion mainly come to True Martial ancient city? Wang Teng instantly thought of Tianjua Palace and couldn't help but glance at Mu Qunyu. Seeing that there was nothing strange about her, he thought to himself that if it was because of the Tianjua Palace's actions, then the matter might be more troublesome than Mu Qunyu knew. He thought about it. No matter what Luo Shuixian said is true or false, it is not good to always refuse. If it were before, he can only give up the big brother vest. But now, he is about to master the 3-Dao realm puppets. As long as you bring a random one with you when you meet the other party, the master of Tianbao Pavilion will see through it, and at most you will feel that you have played a trick on his daughter. But there is actually a top powerhouse behind him. There is this connection. Not only will the master of Tianbao Pavilion not be angry, he will also value himself more. After all, look at the entire Xuanyu. But no one can refine a Tao realm puppet. If he can use this to catch up with a top-notch Tao realm expert, it would be a good thing for him. Well, the more connections, the better. Think of this. Wang Teng smiled and handed over a jade slip for summons. There is no need to bother your father to come to the door. When the time comes, you summon me and I will come here. But at that time, the one who came was not the fake boss Wang Teng, but myself as the big boss disciple. Really? That's great. Luo Narcissus couldn't help but stand up, took the jade slip with both hands, and said with joy, then I will just wait for the good news of Senior. Wang Teng did not stay long. After drinking a pot of enlightenment tea, he left with Mu Qunyu. Along the way, Mu Qunyu's eyes were strange, and she hesitated to speak several times. Wang Teng knew what she wanted to ask. Mu Qunyu knew there was a big boss behind him anyway, so she simply confessed with a smile, she thinks of me as that elder. So you didn't expose her and just played with her like this. Mu Qunyu didn't think Wang Teng was mean, she just found it funny and speechless. Then next time you come here and are exposed by the master of Tianbao Pavilion, aren't you afraid that she will become angry? I've offended Tianju Palace to death, so why are I afraid of a yellow-haired girl like her? Wang Teng shrugged indifferently. Having said that, you are also quite special. Mu Qunyu really couldn't think of a suitable description. She just felt that the impression Wang Teng gave her was still changing. He was as cold as a demon when he killed Lu Wushan and Luo Qiu. It actually has such a wicked side. By the way, are there puppets and Taoist talismans in the academy? Wang Teng paused as he thought of this question. I was just going to tell you. Although Mu Qunyu didn't know what he wanted so many useless puppets and Taoist talismans, he still told the truth. Elder Artifact Hall had studied the way of puppets and sold some, and there should be some left. However, the Taoist talismans are not uncommon. You probably haven't redeemed Luo Qiu and Lu Wushan's merits yet, right? Those meritorious deeds should be enough for you to exchange for a lot. However, those puppets and Taoist talismans are not of high quality, and may not be as good as the ones you bought from Tianbao Pavilion. If you want to get level 5 puppets and talismans, you can try your luck at the True Martial Tower. There are 2 rewards there. She grew up in the True Martial Academy and knows all about it. Sure enough, I still have to deal with a lot of people. Other than Mu Qunyu, it would be difficult for anyone else to ask about these things. Wang Teng sighed inwardly. Dealing with Mukyunyo Daoguo is right, there is always something that can exceed your expectations. Just right. He took this opportunity to ask a lot of questions. Where is the formation? Do you know anything about this? Do you still want to study formations? Mukyunyo subconsciously wanted to persuade him, but after thinking about it, she became even more confused. She felt, maybe the senior wants to study it. But then I thought about it, if that senior was from the academy, why would I need to ask her? Maybe I was wrong from the beginning. That senior is probably not in the academy, and may not even be in the true martial ancient city. If you think so, everything is explained clearly. No wonder Wang Teng is worried about Tianjua Palace, no wonder he doesn't understand a lot of common sense, and it's a pity that the senior is not here. Those 7th level spiritual beings. I'm afraid they were all left behind when I picked up the white bone demon bow after the last auction. Mukyunyo flashed through these thoughts and answered truthfully, there are many secret books on formations in the academy library. In order to avoid the distraction of the academy disciples, only the Taoist realm's true biography and elders can borrow it. It's good to have it. Wang Teng nodded. The two of them walked and talked about some things that he didn't understand. Mukyunyo planned to accompany him to Artifact Hall. However, I received a temporary summons from the Dean of the Inner Courtyard, saying that as the genius of the academy, I would arrange a banquet to entertain some young geniuses who were about to visit. She could only apologize and leave, leaving Wang Teng alone. What I want to know is pretty much the same. I'll tell you the rest when I think of it. He didn't take it seriously, bid farewell to Mukyunyo, and headed to the mission hall alone. After taking out the token, the leader of the task hall, a white-headed old man, was sitting on a wicker chair and taking a nap. He suddenly stood up when he heard the name in the task. He has white hair and a childish face, and his eyes are piercing. He stared at Wang Teng for a long time and then said in surprise, "Is it you who killed Lu Wushan? And Luo Qiu?" Wang Teng added silently, "It's all the same. It's all the same." The old man looked at it as if he had discovered some rare treasure, until Wang Teng frowned. He just laughed, stroking his long beard and said, "Don't mind, I just saw that there was a dragon in my true martial academy, and I was a little embarrassed. I have no ill intentions towards you." Chapter 41. I have received the news and can confirm that Lu Wushan and Luo Qiu are dead. Your 2 pieces of evidence are enough to prove that they were killed by you. Of these 2 people, Luo Qiu has a clear mission reward, a high-level meritorious service worth millions, while Lu Wushan has not been rewarded. Lu Wushan is the 5th demon son of Tianjua Palace, and he is also the disciple and adopted son of the Lord of Heavenly Demon Palace. Not only is he strong, comparable to many elders, but his background is also too strong. In order to avoid trouble, he also wants to prevent someone from dying in the academy. The senior officials of True Martial Academy did not set up Lu Wushan's mission. The mission elder took Wang Teng's identity token, injected 1 million golden merits, and then said, "However, for Demon Dao people, there is no mission reward. As long as you bring back the token, you can still redeem the reward." I have consulted the Dean on this matter. The Dean did not give any clear instructions, leaving it to my discretion. He paused, injected another 3 million golden merits, threw back the token, and smiled, "I'll give you 3 million high-grade merits, how about it?" This reward is almost the standard for Dao realm monks. Wang Teng naturally had no objection. He knew that the mission elder was showing his kindness, so he thanked him in return, "Thank you, senior. My biggest long-cherished wish in life is to be able to watch everyone in my true martial academy be like a dragon, and every one of them is a genius." The mission elder said with great relief, "I have seen this in you. This world belongs to you young people. In the future, as long as you deal with Demon Dao, just go ahead and do it. Even if you kill the Dao realm demonic cultivator, I, the True Martial Academy, will still take care of you." His tone became increasingly passionate, sonorous, and decisive. Junior understands. With respect in his eyes, Wang Teng bowed again. Although it was his first time to see this elder. But the old man's ambition, tolerance, hopes and wishes for the new generation all moved him. A leopard can be seen in the tube. You can also see the attitude of the senior officials of the academy. He couldn't help but ask, "Senior, if I really attack a Dao realm monk, will the heavenly demon palace master directly kill me?" The task elder could not help but speak because of the atmosphere. He didn't expect a junior to actually deal with the Dao realm demonic cultivator. After all, if he wanted to do that, why would it take dozens or hundreds of years? He deliberately reminded Wang Teng not to aim too high. But I felt that it ruined the atmosphere and was inconsistent with what I just said. After thinking for a while, he smiled proudly and said, "Although half-saints can kill monks below the level of power from a distance, there are also strong semi-saints in our true martial academy." He looked around subconsciously. Seeing no one around, he sent a message in a low voice, "Since you have made great achievements, I am not afraid that you will know that the top experts from the 9 top forces in our Xian domain have been searching for the master of Tianjua Palace to prevent him from attacking the holy path. If you can force him out, not only will you not get into trouble, but you will do a great job, and the ancestors of all the forces will personally reward you." Why are these statements different? Wang Teng was doubtful. "Why, do you think I'm tricking you?" The old man immediately blew his beard and stared. The junior is not questioning what the senior said, "I just feel." Wang Teng pondered and expressed his thoughts, if this move is really feasible, how can the people of Tianjua Palace still dare to walk outside? Aren't they afraid that the major forces will join forces to destroy them again? Isn't it self-contradictory to be afraid of Tianjua Palace and at the same time want to lure the master of Tianjua Palace out? Good boy. The mission elder raised his eyebrows. This junior has really studied how to deal with Tianjua Palace, and his plan is not small. No wonder he can kill Lu Wushan and Luo Chu with one strike. Speaking of this, he did not hide it. Chuanyan explained, "You are different from us. If we join forces to destroy Tianjua Palace, it will only make the master of Tianjua Palace jump over the wall. But you are a junior, so you must do this. You can really make that old guy angry by doing things with different identities. Then how can I ensure that all the senior semi-saints can notice me in time?" Wang Teng simply broke the casserole and asked what happened. "No need to pay attention to you." The mission elder was full of confidence, stroking his long beard and smiling, "As long as that old guy takes action, all the half-saint ancestors will sense it and will join forces to stop it. By then, he will have too much time to take care of himself, and he will have no time to care about you, a junior." That makes sense. Wang Teng suddenly felt a lot more relaxed all over. Indeed, although the half-saint is very strong, the movement will not be small. They are both semi-saints, but their combat power is different. They are also figures who have touched the holy way. They must have a clear sense of the laws of this world. Thank you for your advice, senior. If you succeed in the future, you will be rewarded generously. Wang Teng bowed again and bowed his thanks. A group of people from the mission hall. The thoughts he had suppressed before came to life again. Mu Qinyu is a junior after all. The dean of the inner courtyard may not tell her much, and she still needs to guess more. Task elders are different. This is a real high-level figure, and his words are basically the consensus of the top leaders of the academy. Got it. After Wang Teng said goodbye to the mission elder, the more he thought about it, the more feasible it became. Although he has not really competed with Tianjua Palace, there is already a deep hatred between them, and Tianjua Palace has a way to kill him. The heavenly palace will never be destroyed, I feel uneasy. Wang Teng's eyes gradually became sharper. The pattern of the entire Suanyu gradually became clear, and he already had a preliminary plan in mind. Come to Artifact Hall. Wang Teng redeemed all the puppets and talismans in one go. the result is not very good. Even if the inventory in the artifact hall is emptied, it will only be enough to synthesize a 5th level top quality puppet. Taoist harvest is okay. After clearing the inventory, I roughly estimate that I can get 10 6th level low grade Taoist talismans. After all, it is a treasure to protect the disciples. Although the grades are not high, the victory lies in the large quantity, which fully reflects the foundation of a top power. Senior brother, can I continue to pre-order the puppets and Taoist talismans? Wang Teng looked at the middle-aged man with a dull face, and waved his hand helplessly in front of him. Ah! Want more? The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. But soon, his eyes burst with unprecedented brilliance. Yes. Junior brother can make whatever you want. He hesitated for a moment and said, however, I need to go to the mission hall to do the mission. Although he wanted to make a fortune. But the rules are there. If you are caught making a big deal so blatantly, you will be killed. Okay, you can find someone to help me practice first, and I'll place the order right away. Wang Teng returned to the mission hall and found the mission elder. What do you want with all this crap? The task elder was a little dissatisfied with this, but still assigned Wang Teng the task. Then, he reminded her with sincerity, practice one way and improve your cultivation level is the right way. Side practices will only harm you. Senior, don't worry, Junior is using it for other purposes and will not delay your practice. Wang Teng was grateful to the old man and explained to him carefully. The senior brother in Artifact Hall acted very quickly. He was so enthusiastic about Wang Teng that he almost regarded him as the god of wealth in the Artifact Hall. Look at the entire True Martial Academy. There are really not many people as generous as Wang Teng, who only paid 2 million for high-level meritorious deeds. At the True Martial Academy, merit is also divided into grades, low grade, medium, and upper grade. Among them, every point of superior merit can be exchanged for a top-quality spiritual crystal. What a concept! Wang Teng is equivalent to using 2 million top-quality spiritual crystals to hire Artifact Hall disciples to work. This kind of fat bill comes from heaven. Artifact Hall is not seen once in hundreds of years. Junior brother, this is brother's message slip. If you need to refine anything in the future, you can always come to brother. The progress here will be reported to you in time. The deacon of Artifact Hall enthusiastically handed Wang Teng a jade slip of communication. Thank you, senior brother. Wang Teng exchanged a few words with him and left. There is a mission hanging there, so I don't have to go through the True Martial Tower. I guess it won't be long before someone will do it for me. He originally had any thoughts about breaking into the tower, but now he has no idea at all. Anyway, there are too many meritorious deeds and spiritual crystals to use up, so why not save some energy? As soon as the guy in my hand is finished, he will be promoted, and then he will go to the library pavilion to see the formation. Wang Teng thought about returning to his residence. After coming back, within a short time, a fresh 6th level puppet was released. So far, Wang Teng holds in his hands 3 low-grade puppets of the 6th level that are comparable to the early stage of the Dao realm, and a top-quality puppet of the 5th level of the 9th layer of the Dao Shen realm. As for Taoist symbols, there are a total of 14 6th level low-grade Taoist talismans. Chapter 42. 3 statues are of the 6th level, low grade, and 1 is the top grade of the 5th level. Cut it together again. Wang Teng looked awkward, thought for a while, and continued to synthesize. A 5th level puppet is combined with a 6th level low grade puppet. 6th level low grade puppet, it is comparable to the monks in the early stage of the Dao realm. It has self-awareness, but its spiritual intelligence is slightly lower. It is implanted with the soul brand and can obey the monk's orders and carry out ordinary instructions. Becoming the master of Taoism can bring out 90% of the initial strength of the Tao realm. The new puppet seems to be low grade. If you look carefully, you will find that compared to the previous puppets of the same level, its intelligence is higher, and the strength it can exert is also 40% higher. It's not bad. Wang Teng was quite satisfied with the result. As for the remaining 3 6th level puppets, they do not plan to continue to synthesize them. No one knows that he has this trump card. Unknown means contempt, and contempt means opportunity. If the opponent is only in the early stage of Dao realm, then he only needs puppets of this grade, which is enough to exchange lives with the other party. If they continue to merge, he can't use the 6th level middle grade puppet to exchange for the early stage of the Dao realm. When necessary, it's never too late to reunite. But the talisman seals can be synthesized a little more. The puppet is just a tool to release the talisman, the Taoist talisman is the highlight. Wang Teng took action. Soon, the 14 6th-level low-grade Taoist talisman turned into 7 6th-level middle-grade Taoist talismans. Blood Demon Dao Talisman, 6th-level middle grade, containing 90% of the power of the 4th layer of the Dao realm, that is, a strong person in the 10 refining Dao realm. When activated with divine power, it can unleash a full blow comparable to a strong person in this realm. Turning the thousands of miles of land into a blood realm, it is difficult for non-10 refining Dao realms to compete. True Martial Taoist Talisman, 6th level middle grade, can turn thousands of miles of land into the true martial realm, destroying all living things below the 4th layer of the Tao realm. Magic Weapon Taoist Talisman, 6th level middle grade, can evolve into the realm of thousands of miles of magic weapon. Non-Dao domain realm 4th layer and above are unstoppable. Tip: those who have a 5th level psychic Dao weapon can only be severely injured, and those who have a 6th level or higher psychic Dao weapon are not included in this list. After all, it is a Taoist talisman, a one-time consumable. It seems that it is still not as powerful as a real monk and has limitations. Wang Teng was surprised by this, but it was also reasonable. If Dao talismans can cover the power of monks, then if everyone arranges Dao realm monks to specialize in Dao talismans, wouldn't it be faster to accumulate strength? Just right. This way I can reflect my specialness and make Tianjua Palace hard to guard against. I can give them a sudden surprise. Wang Teng is both looking forward to this and excited. Every time he thought of that kind of scene, his blood boiled and his heart was filled with excitement. Come to Tianjua Palace quickly. I am ready. It seemed that Wang Teng's desire was sensed. 2 days later. Tianjua Palace is really here. Gu Qingyun, get out of here. On this day, the disciples of True Martial Academy rested and practiced as usual, and the ancient city of True Martial was as peaceful as ever. Suddenly, there was a roar of thunder in the sky, shaking in all directions and resounding throughout the ancient city. The guinea pig is here. Wang Teng, who was reading ancient books on formations in the library, his eyes lit up, dropped the ancient books, quickly rushed out of the library and flew into the sky. What happened? Who is so blind and seeking death that he dares to call Dean Gu by name in the confines of my True Martial Academy? What a strong demonic energy! He is a master of Tianjua Palace. It's the blood demon of Tianjua Palace. With such a strong aura, could it be the deputy palace master of Tianjua Palace, the blood demon venerable? True Martial Academy prohibits disciples from flying freely, but mentors and elders are not included in this. Many masters who had not entered deep retreat were alarmed, and like Wang Teng, they rose into the air and looked beyond the ancient city. The disciples of the academy also rushed out of their residences. Presumptuous! Who dares to act wild in my True Martial Academy? Rounds of scorching sun rose in the inner courtyard. The colorful divine lights are intertwined, like dozens of suns crossing the sky, shining on the heaven and earth. Dao realm. Wang Teng's eyes narrowed. It can be seen that there are more than a dozen Tao gods, some are as blazing as fire, some are as cold as ice, some are as sharp as swords, and all of them are astonishingly powerful. This moment, the true heritage of True Martial Academy is clearly revealed. More than a dozen Dao realm powerhouses glared at the outside of true martial ancient city from a distance, waiting to see the 100-foot-long bloody demon that reached the sky and the earth. Everyone was shocked. Old blood demon. They all recognized it as venerable, the Tianjua Palace blood demon. The so-called venerable is Demon Dao's self-proclaimed name, because the Xuanyu monks do not recognize Demon Dao, and no one can recite the name of the king to the demonic cultivator. Therefore, Tianjua Palace has its own venerable system. The target is the 8th layer of the Dao realm, second only to the conferred king who is the semi-saint. A group of juniors are worthy enough to question me. In the sky dyed red with blood, the 100-foot demonic figure roared angrily. The infinite power of heaven and earth turns into billowing sound waves, just like substance, impacting in layers visible to the naked eye. Boom! There was a loud noise, like thunder from the sky. A colorful barrier like an inverted bowl appears above the ancient city of true martial. Countless secrets of order are intertwined, and a faint breath of law flows, resolving layers of bloody sound waves. This is the defense formation of the ancient city of true martial. It was built when the True Martial Academy was founded and has been blessed by countless ancestors. Even the conferred king venerable cannot shake it. Blood demon, you passed. At this time, a faint murmur came from the inner courtyard. A brighter sun rises slowly, like a real sun, comparable to the scorching sun in the sky. In front of her, whether it is the Dao realm experts from the academy or the several black suns brought by the blood demon venerable, they have all become the supporting stars. Is this the dean of the inner court, Master Mu Qunyu? Wang Teng looked at it intently. But he found that he couldn't see his face clearly under the light. The order in the sky above the inner courtyard was distorted, making it difficult for ordinary people to look directly at it. Even if he looked at it a few times, his eyes would feel stinging. The powerful conferred king is so terrifying. Wang Teng was dazzled and fascinated, his eyes full of longing. One day, I will become such a strong man, commanding all directions and shocking the past and present. He has been under a lot of pressure recently due to Tianjua Palace, but after seeing it today, he only has yearning for a higher realm. Gu Qingyun, you True Martial Academy senior dare to kill my Tianjua Palace disciple. If you don't give me an explanation today, our Tianjua Palace will make it impossible for your True Martial Academy to gain a foothold in the Xian realm. Blood Fiend Venerable is furious. The bloody light that dyed half the sky red stacked like the tides of the vast sea, which was frightening. At this moment, everyone felt trembling. Although the two peerless powerful men only evolved into Beishang Taoist gods, under the reflection of order, their extended phantom silhouettes filled the sky. In front of these two people, everyone feels as small as dust, as if they are looking at the sky from a well, with only two figures reaching the sky and the earth in their eyes. Explain? Haha. When do I, the True Martial Academy, need to report to you, the Tianjua Palace, for my work? Dean Gu's voice was ethereal, slightly neutral, but his tone was powerful, decisive, and tougher than countless people knew. Wang Teng was also stunned for a moment. He thought he would explain it a bit, at least to show that he was a young man, not an older generation. Who knew that the dean could be so powerful? Okay. 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 Blood Demon Venerable laughed angrily, what a Gu Qingyun! What a True Martial Academy! It seems that your many years of seclusion have made you forget the former glory of our Tianjua Palace. Do you really think that my Tianjua Palace is weak and can be bullied? He originally thought that the True Martial Academy would temporarily compromise, even if it didn't hand over the murderer, it would give an explanation, but it turned out to be unexpectedly tough. In this case, I will officially announce my birth on behalf of Tianjua Palace today, and I will join you in the True Martial Academy. No. Die. No. Stop. Blood Demon Venerable's words were like a ghost's voice that resounded through the sky, causing wind and thunder to roll in the sky. Just like the oath of heaven. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, there was laughter from the sky. It seems that Tianjua Palace is really in decline. A lawless lunatic who once ran rampant in the mysterious realm came to the door and only said harsh words. Little blood demon. Ridiculous. Chapter 43. Who is it? Who is so bold as to laugh at a demon Deo Venerable? Everyone was frightened and looked to the north. I saw that in the sky covered with blood and colors, a new scorching sun slowly rose, covering up the brilliance of the sun and the moon. Gradually stand side by side with two peerless kings. The sky seemed to be divided into three parts. Each has its own brilliance, forming a three-legged situation. Another king. Wang Teng was also surprised. Unexpectedly, just two demon Deo geniuses actually led to three kings. If we kill a few Deo realms, wouldn't we have to attract the Lord of Tianjua Palace? Oh no, the mission elders said. The half-saints of Xuanyu are eager for that old guy to come out. It seems that I still underestimated the status of Lu Wushan and Luo Chu in Tianjua Palace. Wang Teng realized later. Shi Xiaotian. Blood Demon Venerable's breath fluctuated violently. Obviously, he was surprised by the visitor and felt very uneasy inside. Hey, you haven't been beaten in 300 years, do you dare to call me by my real name? Shi Xiaotian was shocked. That voice full of surprise made everyone stunned. The outline of the Blood Demon Venerable trembled a few more times, seemingly frightened and angry, but he did not dare to fight back. How? Are you, the Huangzhou Shi family, going to support True Martial Academy? Blood Demon Venerable's words were obviously lacking in confidence and sounded a bit lustful. Whatever you think. Shi Xiaotian shrugged indifferently. He didn't care about his image, with disheveled hair, coarse linen clothes, and his hands behind his back. The order around him was not distorted. But no one dares to underestimate it. It can make the Blood Demon Venerable fear him, he is definitely a fierce god. I think you've finished talking nonsense. Stop it when you're ready. Get out of here and don't be an eyesore. Otherwise, you won't blame me for hurting you. Shi Xiaotian showed no mercy to the Blood Demon Venerable, and waved his hand impatiently, as if to shoo away flies. You! Blood Demon Venerable was frightened and angry. How? We are old friends getting together, do you want to join in? Suddenly, accompanied by a voice full of ridicule, another king's figure appeared, causing the sky to form four puzzle pieces of different colors. I think it would be good to have the old blood demon join us. Old friends are getting together, why don't you have a few drinks? Wouldn't it be nice to have a blood demon drinking? Before the former could finish his words, another king appeared. The void shines brightly. More powerful people arrived one after another, but there was no longer a king, they were all in the ordinary Dao realm. Even so, the five kings stand side by side in the sky, which can be called the situation of kings coexisting in the world. It is extremely majestic. Venerable fell silent. He originally wanted to take advantage of the death of his two prodigies and target the True Martial Academy to revive the reputation of Tianjua Palace. And declare it to the world. Tianjua Palace, which has been dormant for 2,000 years, is reborn. Unexpectedly. It actually attracted three kings from other forces. It seems that some people are still staring at them as they did 2,000 years ago, and they will notice their slightest move. Now it seems that they are a little weak. There was deathly silence between heaven and earth. Countless monks below were also silent. Today is destined to be a day that can be recorded in the history of Xuanyu. The kings came together to overwhelm Tianjua Palace, and the blood demon venerable was speechless. This is a magnificent scene that has not been seen in Xuanyu for 2,000 years. That ends today's matter. After a long time, as the host of the True Martial Academy, Gu Qingyun said calmly, the person who killed Lu Wushan and Luo Chu is not an elder of my academy. They joined forces to destroy the two true disciples of my academy. My disciple joined forces with another junior to kill them, of course. Are you satisfied with this statement? As soon as this statement came out, the whole place was in an uproar. What? Lu Wuxian, who ranked 50 on the Swanya prodigy list, actually died. Hiss! When did our academy have such an unknown genius who could kill Lu Wuxian and Luo Qiu? Many people in True Martial Academy still don't know what's going on, but now they are all shocked when they hear what Dean Gu said. Conferred King Venerable is too far away from them. Although the union of kings is shocking, it is still a matter of the younger generation, which makes them feel more real. I haven't seen senior brother Ling Xiao and senior sister Ruyan recently. Could it be that they were ambushed by two demons? These damn demonic cultivators actually attacked a woman like senior sister Ruyan. They are so shameless. Well done. These two guys deserve death. A few people were on good terms with Ling Xiao and Lu Ruyan, and when they thought that they had been unable to contact them recently, they were suddenly shocked and angry. Is this the truth? The three kings and the Dao realm elders from the top forces were also surprised. They also thought that there was an elder in the True Martial Academy who was not following the rules and ended up being two juniors. Who would have thought that it was actually a junior who did it? Ha 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 ha. Interesting. Interesting. It turns out that the famous blood demon Venerable, along with several seniors from Tianjua Palace, came to seek revenge against a junior. The king of the Shi family in Huangzhou looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha ha. After today, the name of blood demon Venerable will probably become famous in the Xian realm. The other king also shook his head and laughed. Yes. If this matter is spread, it will be a good story. What's the title? The famous blood demon Venerable traveled thousands of miles to the True Martial Academy to bet on a junior, but he came back defeated. Wonderful. Wonderful. The king who came at the end smiled and couldn't help laughing. Blood demon Venerable's face turned blue and white. The demonic cultivator, a few Dao realm elders behind him, also had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. Although they were angry at the death of their junior, but the death was gone, there was no way to save their anger, so they could only use this to attack the True Martial Academy. It turned out to be a joke. Humph. Even if it was done by a junior, Tianju Palace, will still say the same thing. From now on, we will fight to the death with True Martial Academy. After all, Venerable is a character who has lived for more than 2,000 years. Even though he lost face, he still stood up and said harsh words to the kings. This is the grudge between my Tianjua Palace and the True Martial Academy. If anyone interferes, don't blame me for not giving you face. Let's go. Blood demon Venerable put down his cruel words and disappeared into the sky with his people. In an instant, the blood faded from heaven to earth. The figures of the kings also disappeared. Round after round of scorching sun will recede, and the world will return to its former glory. But what happened today? Destined to make huge waves in the Xian realm. The old blood demon is so ambitious that he wants to divide our 9 great Dao traditions. Humph! Who knows about his little thoughts? If I hadn't been worried about that old ghost, I would have made him never come back today. Having said that, I don't know how many people in Swanyu today still remember the rampant heavenly demon palace back then. People's hearts are unpredictable. The inner courtyard of the True Martial Academy and the Dean's dojo. The 3 kings entered the cave mansion side by side with Dean Gu. After sitting down, they all showed a hint of worry. He also wants to test our attitude today. If I can't wait, Tianjua Palace may really dare to show up. Shi Xiaoshan's eyes were cold and murderous. Tianju Palace has become more and more restless in recent years. No way. It's hard to do anything until that old ghost is eliminated. Forget it, it's rare for old friends to get together, so don't talk about these bad things. The 2 kings sighed. One of them looked at Gu Qingyun and asked curiously, Gu fellow Daoist, is it really the junior from the academy who killed that brat Lu Wuxian? Hearing this, Shi Xiaotian and the 2 also showed searching eyes. Indeed. A rare faint smile appeared on Gu Qingyun's face, although this junior is just a spirit like Lu Wushan, his talents are extraordinary, and his blessings are also profound, far better than that of Lu Wushan. Oh! Looking at the mysterious realm, there is actually a second spirit body. Is it so amazing? That brat can reach that point, but because of the saint's inheritance, is it possible that the junior in your academy is also the same? The three kings were all shocked. Gu Qingyun smiled and said nothing, but poured the spirit tea for the three old friends, raised the cup and said, "Drink tea. Drink tea." The three kings said angrily in unison, "Here we go again. How many years? Why does this guy still like to titillate people so much?" Chapter 44. You didn't find me. Wang Teng returned to cave mansion with unfinished business, but no one came, and he couldn't help but feel surprised. It stands to reason that such a big thing would happen. Someone at the top of the academy should at least ask about the situation. He had been prepared for it long ago, but unexpectedly, no one bothered him from the beginning to the end, as if this matter was a trivial matter. Somewhat unreasonable. Did you ignore it, or do you have other ideas? Wang Teng felt that the senior officials of the academy would not handle it so lightly. After all, regardless of the Tianjua palace blocking the door, he still has Lu Wushan's sword demon inheritance, which is a saint's inheritance. But it shouldn't make things difficult for me. Wang Teng is not worried about this. Whether it was the attitude conveyed by Mu Qinyu or the attitude of the task elders and library elders, they were all positive. It's just that no one has given him a clear explanation for a long time. I always feel a little uneasy in my heart. Forget it, I don't want to think about this. I have to think about how to deal with Tianjua Palace and try my trump card. Wang Teng originally thought that even if someone came to Tianjua Palace, they would at most be in the ordinary Dao realm. Who knew that conferred King Venerable would arrive? Just by looking at his aura, he knew that puppets could not stop him, and he could destroy his puppets with just one look. The Academy and other forces have produced 4 kings. Looking at the tone, there is one who can defeat the blood demon Venerable, but they all seem to have some scruples. Are they afraid of the Tianjua Palace Master? Wang Teng's thoughts were scattered. Thinking of the secrets revealed by the mission elders and combining them, I suddenly felt that the situation in Swanya was much clearer. Tianjua Palace dares to come out blatantly because of the demon Dao giant. Although all parties want to destroy the Heavenly Demon Palace to avoid future troubles, after the battle that destroyed the Heavenly Demon Palace, they understand that to kill a snake, the one with the hardest head must be killed. Otherwise, a semi-saint will be left behind, and the consequences will be more serious. So, they want to find or force out the Heavenly Demon Palace Master, but they can't use the method of destroying the Heavenly Demon Palace. This is exactly what the mission elder told me. After sorting through these things, Wang Teng's thoughts became clearer. However, the Blood Demon Venerable is also a problem. We have to find a way to avoid this level and only deal with lower-level Taoist monks. His thoughts were wandering. Suddenly, an old and hoarse voice came from outside cave mansion. Is little friend Wang Teng here? Someone is coming? Wang Teng adjusted his clothes and walked out of cave mansion steadily. Then he saw the old woman who had followed Mu Qinyu to the Black Dragon Mountains in Yunzhou. Little friend, the dean invites you. The old woman bowed slightly towards Wang Teng, her attitude was quite respectful. Senior, you're welcome. Wang Teng raised his hand to lift the old woman up with his divine power, cupped his hands and said, Senior, please lead the way. Please. The old woman was still polite and raised her hand to signal. The two walked side by side. Not long after, we reached the depths of the inner courtyard and built a dojo on the top of a mountain that was as smooth as a knife. The surrounding clouds and waves are rolling, like the rise and fall of the tide, facing the golden sun. It is quite spectacular. The dean is already waiting for the little friend. The old woman led Wang Teng through the wide bluestone brick road between the 2 rows of pavilions and came to the only cave mansion. She raised her hand to signal Wang Teng to go in. Wang Teng handed over the old man's hand again and strode into the open door. Go through the cave door. It's like stepping into another world. There is no sun here, but it is very bright. The surroundings are filled with flowers, herbs, and elixirs, which are fragrant and colorful. What greets you is the tangy aroma. Further inside, the winding path leads to profound transcendence, and behind a long bamboo forest, there is a small wooden house. At the door of the cabin, a woman in plain clothes was sitting cross-legged at a small wooden table, holding her sleeves in one hand and a crude teapot of rough workmanship in the other hand, and was scalding the pot. Junior Wang Teng has met Dean Gu. The reason for taking the surname is to distinguish the dean of the outer courtyard. Sit. Gu Qingyun nodded slightly and continued his craft. Wang Teng looked at the only futon set up opposite her, and thought, should he be allowed to sit across from it? He hesitated for a moment, then sat down. Just made. He heard the dean make a low sound that sounded like a sigh or a sigh of relief. Guessed wrong? Wang Teng suddenly felt on pins and needles. With your cultivation and talent, being able to kill Lu Wushan is truly rare and should be rewarded. Gu Qingyun took care of himself by scalding the pot, setting the tea, and warming the cup. After brewing, he said calmly, have you ever thought about what reward you want? Go back to the dean, this junior has already received the meritorious service. Wang Teng didn't know the other party's intention and responded cautiously. I see that you are not lacking in martial arts, spiritual skills, Dao weapons, spiritual crystals, nor are you lacking in meritorious deeds. Gu Qingyun didn't seem to hear his answer and said to himself, well, I heard that you are buying puppets and Taoist talismans. I happen to have some treasures in my hands, so I will give them to you. She raised her bare hands slightly and tasted the fragrance of tea. A storage ring appeared out of thin air in front of Wang Teng. He didn't move. Gu Qingyun took a sip of tea and shook his head slightly, it's bitter. She frowned slightly, put down her teacup, looked at Wang Teng, and sighed softly, actually, I don't think much of you. Why? Wang Teng's heart was as heavy as iron, and he was neither impatient nor impatient. You came from Yunzhou, and you were already over 180 years old when you came. Although you are a spirit body, you have delayed the best time to practice. Wang Teng said nothing and listened quietly. For more than a year, you have worked hard and slowly, but your cultivation has not fallen behind, and it has even exceeded everyone's expectations. But your heart is in chaos. Gu Qingyun narrated calmly. Until the last sentence, the tone is emphasized for extra points. The calm voice, like the bell of a bell, struck Wang Teng's heart and the depths of his soul. He suddenly woke up with cold sweat on his forehead. This question. Even he didn't notice it himself. A moment. Wang Teng had a lot of thoughts. I thought of my lofty ambitions when I first arrived at Elixir sword sect, of the wasted years of my life, and of the fighting spirit that was rekindled when I left Yunzhou. Think again about what you did and thought about joining the True Martial Academy. What a mess! Seeing that he was deep in thought, Gu Qingyun took away the poured tea and made a new pot of tea without urging him. The tangy fragrance comes to your face. Wang Teng felt as if a clear stream was flowing through his heart, mind, and soul. His whole body became transparent, as if a layer of dirt had been washed away. After a long while, he took a deep breath, stood up, and bowed, "Thank you, Senior, for your guidance." Not enough. Gu Qingyun raised his cup to signal him to drink tea. He took a sip himself, showed a satisfied smile, and asked unhurriedly, "Are you willing to accept me as your teacher? How can you not pass up the opportunity that comes to your door?" Without thinking, Wang Teng bowed again, disciple pays homage to master. So good. Gu Qingyun suddenly beamed and showed a smile. She raised her bare hand slightly, held up Wang Teng, lowered her palm slightly, and motioned Wang Teng to sit down, and then said, "I have 2 disciples under my sect, both of them are your senior sisters. You should be very familiar with Kyunyu. That's your second senior sister. As for your senior sister, she has been looking for opportunities to break through the Dao realm all year round. Even as a teacher, she doesn't know where she is. The last time I saw her was 14 years ago. Mentioning this great disciple, Gu Qingyun's brows were full of helplessness. She wanted to say something, but didn't seem to know where to start, so she finally shook her head. Let's talk about you. She allowed Wang Teng to refill her second cup of tea, and while sipping the tea, she said, I have thought of 2 ways for you. Are you already ready for feelings? Wang Teng was startled when he heard this. Thinking of Mu Kyunyu, well, the busy things that second senior sister has been doing recently. He couldn't help but ask, Master asked second senior sister to prepare the Tianjiao banquet, is this one of them? Good. Gu Qingyun nodded calmly, you have worked hard for many years to enter the Dao fetus realm, and you came to the true martial academy not long after you broke through. Seeing a broader world in such a hurry will inevitably damage your morale. Coupled with the pressure from Tianjua Palace, you seem to have the fighting power of a genius, but in fact you have no spirit of genius, and your Taoist heart may not be as good as Lu Wushan. Hearing this new master look down upon himself so much, Wang Teng didn't make any rebuttal, but he didn't agree with it in his heart. He came from a humble background and had no backing. He relied on himself for everything and had to be cautious. If you are like those talented people who have been soaked in honey jars since childhood, I'm afraid he's gone long ago. But considering your efforts and the matter of killing Lu Wushan, I decided to give you a chance. Gu Qingyun looked calm and continued, if you become a disciple, I will focus on cultivating you. If you don't want to, my teacher will still give you guidance, but I will not pave the way for you. Wang Teng remained silent and continued to listen. Fortunately you made the most appropriate choice. Gu Qingyun smiled again and said with a gentle smile, my master asked you, senior sister Kyunyu, to prepare the Tianjiao banquet, which is the second step for you. As for the first step, naturally her master will be her backer to increase her confidence. When you are crowned, all the forces will come to watch the ceremony. At that time, you will have some time to discuss with the geniuses who come to watch the ceremony. It's enough to quickly stimulate your heart and reshape your Taoist heart. It's just that in this choice, there is an uncertain factor, Tianjua Palace. They will definitely send more powerful Tianjiao to take advantage of the opportunity to deal with you. At that moment, it's impossible for my teacher to help you. She moistened her throat and continued, as for the second type, I will use a secret method to help you temporarily separate the Taoist spirit and the physical body, so that you can freely release one and travel around the Kyushu. While no one knows your identity, and Tianjua Palace doesn't know your details, take the initiative to challenge the geniuses of all walks of life. By the way, you can also get some things you need, such as puppets, Taoist talismans, and formations. These were the 2 most direct methods that Gu Qingyun could think of in a short time when he decided to accept Wang Teng as his disciple. No matter which choice you make, you can't escape the competition with all the geniuses. The only difference is, the first type is relatively risky, and the benefits are not as good as the latter. The genius who comes to watch the ceremony will not be too strong, and the demon Dao genius will not be weak. This way, the effect may not be good. Therefore, she naturally hopes that Wang Teng will choose the latter. Is Tao Xin really that important? Wang Teng was not in a hurry to make a choice, he just wanted to clear up his doubts first. In his opinion, practicing Taoism means not only talent but also resources, and the Taoist heart is too illusory. How many spiritual bodies and Tao bodies have appeared throughout the ages? Over the long years, there have been countless divine bodies and holy bodies. Why are there so few saints? Are they not talented enough? Or are they not working hard enough? Or is it that the forces behind them have not vigorously cultivated them? Gu Qingyun did not answer directly, but asked a series of questions, hoping that Wang Teng would reflect. Neither. Wang Teng naturally knew that these were not the problems. But what he doesn't understand is, shouldn't the Taoist heart be given by the foundation and strength? The improvement of strength will naturally move forward. Yes and no. Gu Qingyun said extremely seriously, before you make a choice, you must understand that besides talent, Taoist heart is the most important thing in practicing a Tao. These two words may seem ethereal, but they actually condense the essence, energy, and spirit of a monk. If the Dao heart is strong, the Dao will be strong. If the Dao is strong, the people will be strong. Having accepted Wang Teng as his disciple, the king was full of patience and gave full guidance. Only a strong enough heart, a firm enough will, and a perfect spirit can withstand the baptism of the laws of heaven and earth and survive the process of becoming a saint. Disaster. In addition, Taoist heart is also related to a divine will. She revealed a dark secret. God willing. Wang Teng frowned and thought hard. He understands the former, but not the latter. That's right. Although the list of geniuses is ranked by the star-gazing pavilion, it represents God's will. Gu Qingyun warned sincerely, creatures have wills, and so does heaven and earth. If you want to become a saint, you must not only have sufficient strength and Taoism, but also be recognized by heaven and earth. And want to be recognized by heaven and earth. We need to combine the two before we can be on the list of geniuses and enter the top 10. Those are 10 special positions that will be watched by the heaven and earth here, and will be protected by the luck sent down by heaven and earth. Even kings and semi-saints cannot attack them easily. Otherwise, it is a violation of God's will and will be counterattacked by the order of heaven and earth. It can range from serious injury to death on the spot. Is there such a secret in the list of geniuses? Wang Teng suddenly understood. No wonder the geniuses of Xuanyu are all proud of being on the list. They talk about their rankings and their emotional relationships are not just based on reputation. Figure this out. Wang Teng was moved and his chest felt tight. Only then did he realize that this suddenly cheap master had thought so much about himself and had started planning this early. Today I just want to see how he chooses. Chapter 45. Regarding this master's opinion of himself, Wang Teng disagreed. But for the path paved by this master whom I met for the first time, he was grateful from the bottom of his heart. I'm afraid even Mu Qinyu, the second senior sister who grew up in True Martial Academy, doesn't know the secrets just now. Although I suddenly became a cheap master, his heart is quite similar to that of my late master, and he sincerely considers me. Therefore, Wang Teng accepted master's arrangement. It's just that their opinions are different. He smiled gently and said, Master, have you ever thought about why I can't choose both? Oh. Gu Qingyun raised his eyebrows and became interested when he heard this. Why did you say this? Since you want to train your mind, why do you need to weigh so many things? If you are so hesitant, wouldn't it be easier to lose your original intention? Wang Teng knew that what he lacked was not the invincible Taoist spirit. It's just that he lacks the background of other geniuses that he has so many worries, otherwise he would not have the intention to kill the powerful people in Tianjua Palace. His only concern. He is just a conferred king at the level of Blood Demon Venerable. But now I have the support of this King Master. He no longer needs to worry about the Blood Demon Venerable. The passion and ambition hidden in his heart are completely aroused, and he thinks he is as good as any genius. No one else dares to say that they are interested in the Dao realm. I want to be crowned the true successor, and let the world know openly that it was me who killed Lu Wushan and Luo Chu, so as to face the challenges of all the geniuses and demon Dao geniuses. Wang Teng was calm and said in a sonorous voice, I still want to go out to practice openly. As long as the master blocks Demon Dao Venerable for me, I will wait for Demon Dao's powerful enemy to come and behead him. When Gu Qingyun heard this, his heart was slightly shaken. When she decided to accept Wang Teng as her disciple, she had some knowledge of this new disciple. She thought that he was too stable and lacked the vigor that a young man should have. But now it seems. But it was she, the king, who misjudged her. My master really did not misjudge you. Gu Qingyun took a slight breath and showed a rich and gratified smile. Okay. Since you have made this decision, I will naturally give you my full support. You don't have to worry about the old blood demon. Infected by Wang Teng's great ambition, she couldn't help but give Wang Teng her firmest support. As long as Palace Master Tianzhu doesn't come out, Demon Dao will count them all. Who dares to take action against you? Master, I will destroy him with my own hands. This is the promise of a strong conferred king and the courage of a king. This is the Taoist bone that was peeled off by a retired semi-saint ancestor of my true martial academy when he was dying. It has the same 5 elements physique as you. If you refine it into your body, it will be good for your body and practice. When fighting against others, it can provide you with infinite power and allow you to further develop your potential. Gu Qingyun took out a spine, which was crystal clear, colorful, brilliant, and contained a hint of holy power. This is one of the foundations of top forces. Master, don't worry, this disciple will definitely live up to his master and his ancestors' expectations. Wang Teng took the foot-long Taoist bone with a solemn expression. This piece of Taoist bone is very heavy, focusing on the secrets of laws and friendship, and represents the dedication and expectations of our ancestors. The true coronation ceremony will be held in 2 months. You go down and make preparations. This is my master's direct discipleship order. Whether you want to stay in the outer courtyard or come to my master's dojo, you decide for yourself. After listening to this explanation, Wang Teng stood up, bowed, and retreated. My good disciple, there is not much I can do to help you as a teacher. Apart from external help, it all depends on yourself. Gu Qingyun looked at Wang Teng's leaving figure and sighed quietly, feeling that the freshly brewed tea was a little more bitter. She knew that it was not the tea that was bitter, but the heart. In order not to affect Wang Teng's Taoist mind, she did not say that Lu Wushan had the semi-saint mark of the demon Dao giant on his body, and whoever killed Lu Wushan would bear the karma. It's just that Palace Master Tianzhu didn't take the first step. Once you step over, the first person to be retaliated against in Swanya was not the 9 great Daoists, nor the half-saint who was hunting for them, but Wang Teng. It feels good to have someone to support you. From now on, I can let go and do something big. After Wang Teng walked out of the inner courtyard, I just feel relaxed and happy. Academy moved quickly. The dean of the inner courtyard and the majestic king want to accept disciples, which is a rare event in the true martial academy. Before Wang Teng could return to his residence, the news has already reached the ears of all the elders and teachers. Mu Qinyu was still preparing for the Tianjiao banquet before. Now, the entire True Martial Academy is working together to prepare for this coronation ceremony. Congratulations to my junior brother, congratulations to my junior brother. From now on, you and I will be brothers and sisters in the same section. Mu Qinyu sent a message to Wang Teng, I'm almost ready. I'll see you later. They seemed to be happy about their new identities, and their words of communication were full of joy. Senior, are you here? My father has arrived and is waiting for me in this pavilion. Luo Shuixian also sent a message. She really values my senior. Wang Teng shook his head and laughed, well, let's go see him today. Anyway, it won't be long before this false identity is revealed. Although there are disputes among the top sects of Xuanyu, due to the existence of Demon Dao, it is not an exaggeration to say that they have been on the same page for the past 2,000 years. The coronation ceremony of his king's disciple. Other forces will naturally join in, and Luo Narcissus will probably come as well. Rather embarrassing. It's better to make it clear today. Out of this thought, Wang Teng diverted halfway to Tianbao Pavilion. Senior is here. Luo Shuixian seemed to have been waiting in the lobby on the first floor. When she saw Wang Teng arriving, her beautiful eyes shone with light. "Father is up there, senior, follow me." She changed from her usual enchanting self and led the way with great courtesy. Climb to the 8th floor. In the grand hall that used to be closed, Wang Teng met the legendary Tianbao Pavilion Master. This Pavilion Master is also a king, and one of the people who scares the blood demon venerable today. He has silver hair, but his face is very young. He looks like a mortal in his 40s, with a huxia-shaped face, a high nose, and is quite dignified. "Junior Wang Teng, I have met Senior Luo." Wang Teng knew that this was an old friend of his master, so he directly performed the junior salute. "Younger generation." Next to her, Luo Shuixian felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her beautiful eyes gradually widening. She looked at Wang Teng in disbelief, and then at her father. Seeing that his father didn't refute, she couldn't help but grit her teeth. "What a Wang Teng! How dare you play tricks on me?" When she saw that Wang Teng never refuted, she thought that Wang Teng was really a senior. It was a shame that she still treated him as a senior. In the end, he is actually one of his peers. Ha 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 ha! Luo Yutang had received a message from Gu Qingyun, which contained Wang Teng's appearance, and saw that the person coming was his old friend, his new disciple. "Then look at my daughter looking like she wants to eat someone. How could I not know that this kid was playing tricks on his precious daughter? Good boy." Luo Yutang shook his head and laughed, tapping his index finger, as expected of master and disciple, "Just like your master, they both like to play pranks." So far, he still doesn't know that those 7th level spiritual objects were given by old friends. "It doesn't matter, whether you are a senior or a junior, since you are here, little friend, please sit down." Luo Yutang didn't care about this little farce. He smiled gently and gestured for Wang Teng to sit down, and looked at him to indicate to his daughter to pour tea. "I heard that you need puppets and talismans. When I came here, I brought some for you." Since he is not a half-saint, he is not a king at the same level either. Although he wouldn't get angry because of this, he didn't want to talk about it in depth and went straight to the point and took out a storage ring. "You are King Qian's disciple, and you can also be considered half of my nephew. These small items should be considered as a meeting gift for you." Chapter 46. "Senior, you're welcome. I do need these things, but one size fits all. I can't ask for the things of my seniors in vain." Wang Teng took the storage ring, explored it briefly, and his eyes moved. As expected of the foundation brought by the master of Tianbao Pavilion himself, there are actually many 5th level top quality puppets. Although they are old, their quality is not low. The Taoist talisman was even more unexpected. Adding the two together is enough to add 10 6th order low-grade puppets and 36th order low-grade talismans. This value is at least equivalent to 2 7th level sacred stones. Wang Teng waited briefly, took out 2 7th level sacred stones, and said, "These things are too valuable and have exceeded the remuneration advanced by this junior. I will make up the price difference for these 2 spiritual objects, and I will trouble you to continue to collect these items for this junior." "These spiritual objects were not given by your master, were they?" Luo Yutang raised his eyebrows but did not pick it up. Based on his understanding, not to mention that Wang Teng was just a disciple, even if he was his own son, his old friend would not be so spoiled. To know. 7th level spiritual objects are precious treasures to the powerful conferred king. This is an opportunity for the juniors. I hope the seniors will keep it secret for the time being." Wang Teng smiled faintly, pondered for a moment, and said, "Junior came here today because he wants to make another deal with senior." "Made a deal with this king?" Luo Yutang laughed and said with great interest, "Tell me about it." "This junior needs treasures such as the Qunkan stone, elixirs and elixirs. Anything related to the Qunkan, regardless of grade, can be purchased at a high price. The price is still exchanged for 7th level spiritual objects. Wang Teng didn't want to just be taken care of by his master, but also wanted to help him. I have the support of master. He is not afraid of revealing too much and being noticed. If you can help master take a step further and reach the semi-saint realm, then this support will be more stable. You, Junior, are quite interesting. Luo Yutang looked at Wang Teng again, a little more curious. He wanted to know. How many 7th level spiritual objects does this junior have in his hands, and why is he so squandering them? He is also curious as to what the use of Wang Teng's need for so many universe treasures is. This deal is indeed worth it. Tian Bao Pavilion, will take it. Naturally, Luo Yutang would not find it too hot to have too many 7th order spiritual objects. Thank you, senior. Wang Teng didn't plan to stay long, so he said goodbye and left after brokering the deal. This damn guy actually deceived me for so long. After Luo Narcissus sent Wang Teng away, he returned to the hall, no longer caring about etiquette, and angrily said, "If you have a chance, you must teach him a lesson. After all, she is the leader of the younger generation in Xuanyu. She is regarded as the #1 saint by countless people of her generation, and her reputation is unparalleled in Xuanyu. When have you ever felt so depressed? It's just that the charm is ignored. He actually pretended to be a senior like him for so long. You are so spoiled by your father." Luo Yutang shook his head and laughed, his eyes sparkling as he said, "It's a skill that he can hide it from you. Besides, you also met today. Even if he is not the senior you think he is not a simple person. He has many top spiritual objects in his hands. My old friend, my father, has gained a good disciple. Even though he is a king, I can't help but envy him. Although I don't know why Wang Teng collects so many treasures of the universe, regardless of grade, high or low, but the monks in the true martial academy practice the way of the universe. Except for a semi-saint who has long since stopped caring about the world. Only his old friend and his second disciple were left. From this point of view, it was probably related to them. If that's the case, who wouldn't want a disciple with such a rich family and such respect for his teacher? Why, does the father think his daughter is inferior to him?" Luo Narcissus shook her father's arm in dissatisfaction and said coquettishly, "Father, you have a daughter like me, and you still envy Senior Gu. Ha 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 ha. My father just said it casually." Luo Yutang laughed heartily, patted his daughter's little head, and suddenly came up with a new idea. "How about my father arrange a marriage for you? Have you heard? Dean Gu of the inner court wants to accept a true successor. Is there anyone who doesn't know about this? It has been spread throughout the academy. I heard that the true successor is not simple, and it is very likely that he is the one who killed Liu Wuxian. I have some understanding. Senior brother is right. I also got some information and learned that the senior fellow is named Wang Teng. He is the elder of the outer dean and has only been in the academy for a year. This senior brother is a secretive person. He rarely interacts with others on weekdays. I heard that he only interacts with a few people, including instructor Lu Suifeng and senior sister Mu Qianyu. If nothing else, if that senior brother really killed Liu Wuxian, then he is indeed worthy of Dean Gu's attention. Yes. It is said that when senior brother Wang Teng first entered the profession, he was still in the Dao fetus realm. In just 1 year, he was already in the Taoist realm. I am afraid he was also born with a Taoist body. When Wang Teng returned to the academy, wherever he went, people were talking about him. With the actions of the academy, news was spread from layer to layer. Whether it was the dean's disciples or the record of killing Liu Wuxian, it was all a gimmick. Brother Wang, congratulations! Congratulations! Lu Suifeng was outside Wang Teng's cave mansion. He asked the demon dragon and learned that Wang Teng had not returned for a long time. He was about to leave when he saw Wang Teng coming back. His face was full of spring, and he came up to him with ease, and congratulated him repeatedly. Brother Wang can become a disciple of the Dean, and I am afraid that he will be very successful in the future and reach the top of the younger generation. Congratulations, Master! Congratulations, Master! Congratulations, Teacher! 4 little girls, Su Xiaoxiao, Lin Shui, Fang Ning, and Chu Lan, stood by the side and sent congratulations to Wang Teng. Today is worth celebrating and gathering together. Wang Teng was in a good mood, so he called a few people and took a seat at the cave mansion. He took out the collected spiritual fruits and enlightenment tea for everyone to enjoy. They rarely relaxed, chatted, or occasionally talked about spiritual practice, and enjoyed themselves happily. The Lu family didn't make things difficult for you, right? After chatting for a while, Wang Teng looked at Lu Suifeng. Although Lu Ruyan is my elder sister, she is not close to her and is not of the same blood. The family members only asked some questions and then left. She was buried in the hands of Demon Dao monk, not in your hands. What's more, you are now the king's disciple, who dares to object? Besides, because I know you. Not only did they not make things difficult for me, they also granted me a lot of benefits. Maybe in the future, I will replace the fallen clan sister and be the focus of cultivation in the clan. Lu Suifeng still looked carefree. That's good. Wang Teng felt that the Lu family was pretty good. If the other party embarrasses Lu Suifeng because of this, then he might have to step in to shock him. A few people gathered together for half a day. Wait for Lu Suifeng and a few little girls to leave. Wang Teng took out the half-saint bone and put it into the synthesis column. Semi-saint Dao bone, the 8th level high-grade treasure, is the legacy of the semi-saints who have been deposited in the 9th layer of the Dao realm for thousands of years. It contains the vast original power of the 5 elements, the secrets of the 5 elements, as well as part of the power essence and spiritual imprint of the semi-saint strongman. Tip: carrying this item with you can activate the semi-saint brand anytime and anywhere, just like carrying a semi-saint strongman with you to preach and gain karma. The mark will gradually fade with the number of stimulations until it disappears. Refined into the body, it can strengthen the Taoist body and speed up the practice. It also has a magical effect similar to the enlightenment tea. It can use the semi-holy secrets to stay in a state of enlightenment at all times. When fighting, you can also borrow a steady stream of power. By refining it with great power, you can directly enter the realm of kings, and there is a 50% chance of becoming a semi-saint. It is indeed a treasure left behind by a powerful semi-saint. Wang Teng found out the purpose of Dao bone and couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 47. The half-holy bones were left behind by the ancestors of the True Martial Academy. In order to facilitate the inheritance and benefit future generations, the ancestor deliberately peeled off the Taoist bones and sealed the brand before his death. As long as you are a disciple of the Academy and possess the 5 elements physique, you can refine it into the Taoist realm. This is the treatment given to the top heirs of major forces. Even if Lu Wushan is the adopted son of the demon Dao giant, he will not have such a treasure. If I refine it, it will definitely reach a higher level. Wang Teng took out the Taoist bone, respectfully bowed to his ancestors, and began to refine it. The Dao bones passed down by the semi-saints are all vertebrae, also known as the human body dragon. The so-called refining is to integrate the vertebra dragon into one's own body. There are ancestors' legacy. The process is simpler than refining elixirs and elixirs. The King Jian of the True Martial Academy wants to receive a true successor and announce it to the world. A grand ceremony will be held. Isn't this true successor the one who killed the unknown genius Lu Wushan? Nameless? Haha. I dare to use my head to guarantee that this person must be the one who stirred up the turmoil in Xuanyu. Otherwise, with the status and strength of the Dean of True Martial Academy, why would it be so grand? In recent years, there has been basically no change in the position on the list of geniuses. However, this person is a dark horse who has already made a name for himself without making a name for himself. How can he be an ordinary person if he steps on Lu Wushan's corpse and stands out? Over time, Wang Teng's name spread out of the academy and gradually spread to the entire Xuanyu. Venerable, the blood demon of Tianjua Palace, went to True Martial Ancient City to call for help. However, he was hit on the head by several kings and left in despair. I'm afraid he won't let it go. Demonic cultivator figures can be seen everywhere in our deserted state. Since Lu Wushan fell, we have never seen one again. The genius of True Martial Academy killed the genius of Demon Dao and drove away the blood demon Venerable. And with such great fanfare and sealing the true inheritance, how could Tianjua Palace just sit idly by? It's not just Tianjua Palace, Disha sect, Renaya Dao sect, I'm afraid I won't be able to sit still. Storms and clouds are gathering, and the situation is turbulent. As Wang Teng's deeds spread, the structure of the entire mysterious territory was quietly changing. The younger generation is chasing the genius list without realizing it. But the elders, they all sensed the subtle changes and had a premonition that the stable pattern for many years would be broken and the mysterious realm would be in chaos. A monk has already discovered it. The demon Dao monks who have been wandering around various states are converging on the ancient city of True Martial. Since the destruction of Heavenly Demon Palace, the Disha sect and the Human Desire Dao sect monks, who had almost disappeared, also showed signs of rebirth, and the shadows of the two forces appeared one after another. Dean, many demonic cultivators have appeared at the junction of the three states recently, and they have frequently attacked the disciples of my academy. Even the mentors and elders have been plotted. These devil bastards are too arrogant. True Martial Academy is in the center of the vortex, and the feeling is even more obvious. After Wang Teng retreated, elders came to Gu Qingyan one after another to report on the recent changes in the situation. Pass this order. Disciples from all academies return to the academy as soon as possible. Inform Elder Su of the mission hall that if any disciples take over the mission, secretly raise the strength requirements and form a team to take over the mission. Inform the elders of Artifact Hall and Pill Hall to strengthen the supply of combat weapons and elixirs, reduce prices, and package and sell them at a discount. Inform the elders of the War Hall, dispatch the latent disciples of the War Hall, break them into small groups, and gradually infiltrate down into the team receiving the mission. Notify the Guardian Elders to step up vigilance. Anyone who appears suspicious in the ancient city of True Martial will be vigorously investigated. If there are any problems, they will be killed directly. Gu Qingyun was at ease and calm, the clouds were calm and the wind was gentle. Instructions were issued from her hand one after another, and quickly spread throughout the academy in response to Demon Dao's actions. Quietly, True Martial Academy gradually entered a state of war readiness. After strategic adjustments, the friction with Tianjua Palace has become increasingly intense. Just 1 month, there were even more than 10 elder-level confrontations. These damn demonic cultivators are so cunning. If you are not careful, you may be tricked by them. Thanks to little senior sister and senior brother Lu, Fang Ning, Lin Shui, and Chu Lan also followed the changes in the situation, and unconsciously got involved in the general trend, often tasked with killing Demon Dao. Everyone, please be careful. Experience is important, but safety must be ensured as much as possible. Su Xiao Xiao, who had been promoted to the spiritual elixir realm, was like a child in front of Wang Teng, but in front of several junior sisters, she had a lot of prestige. I heard Master say that Demon Dao's messy situation won't last long. A disciple from the Lu family in Huangzhou, he was apprenticed to Lu Suifeng, the elder of the clan, and was assigned to protect several little girls. He said with admiration, when Master Wang Teng comes out of confinement, he will share most of the pressure. By then, we can feel more relaxed. Having said that, we can't slack off. Su Xiaoxiao always wanted to take care of his master, and frequently took the initiative to take on tasks, both for experience and to speed up the digestion of resources. I also want to improve my combat power and help master as soon as possible. as they are. This is just a glimpse of the current situation in the Academy. Venerable, there is new news. The True Martial Academy has insidious methods, arranging high-level Dharma Protector disciples from the War Hall to mix into the ordinary ranks, causing considerable losses to my Tianjua Palace disciples. What's more, there are some shameless old guys who are also among the disciples. The barren mountains that are inaccessible to people, and the Tianjua Palace under the vast underground. Elders constantly report the battle situation to the Blood Demon Venerable, who are quite angry about the loss of their disciples and full of resentment towards the True Martial Academy. They can adjust, but we can't. Blood Demon Venerable first lost his son in old age, and then suffered humiliation in the ancient city of True Martial. He has already become red-eyed and is determined to compete with the True Martial Academy. Adjust strategic deployment as soon as possible. Go ahead and increase the merits of each realm by 1 level. Kill the people from the True Martial Academy who are 1 level lower than yourself. The merits will be calculated according to the same realm. If it still doesn't work, just lower it by 2 or 3. No matter what moves True Martial Academy makes, Tianjua Palace, will follow suit. The Blood Demon Venerable said at all costs. In addition, inform the Earth Demon Sect and Renaya Deo Sect. If you don't want to be wiped out by those sanctimonious guys again, you'd better cooperate with me in the Tianjua Palace. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The evil beast that killed Wu Sheng and Luo Chu is about to surface. He had been to the mountain range at the junction of Huangzhou, and originally wanted to go back to his roots and find out the traces of the other party, but they had been erased by the masters of the True Martial Academy. We can only continue to wait until the true transmission ceremony, pay more attention to them recently. If anyone comes out of seclusion, immediately pass on my decree. If anyone can get that Zuz's head, I will give him a half-saint bone. The current situation is turbulent and becoming more and more intense. Not only are Xianzhou, Huangzhou, and Yuzhou undercurrents surging, but the less powerful 6 states are also gradually being involved in this majestic trend. In such turmoil, True Martial Academy is preparing for the grand ceremony in an orderly manner. The 8 transcendental forces of Swanya's 3 transcendental families, 2 pavilions, 1 palace, 1 sect, and 1 religion also made some moves and came to the True Martial ancient city one after another. For example, the Lu family of Huangzhou and the Ling family of Yuzhou were slightly inferior, but the forces with Tao realm monks stationed there also came to watch the ceremony. In full swing. 2 months passed quickly, and the day of the ceremony was gradually approaching. As the disruptor of the Xian realm and the central figure of the grand ceremony, Wang Teng finally refined the half-saint Dao bone. Chapter 48. As expected of a semi-holy treasure. It's just 1% of the preliminary refining. Let me break through the 4 realms and enter the 5th layer of the Taoist realm. The 5 elements Taoist body that I just completed not long ago will also reach the great accomplishment. In the cave mansion, Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes as blazing as fire and as majestic as a torch. The blazing 5-color divine light shines and circulates endlessly, like thousands of stars circulating, and circles of 5-color ripples bloom behind the head. Compared with the previous Piao Miao Chuchen, Wang Teng, blessed by a semi-saint Taoist bone, is even more majestic, and his whole body is filled with traces of holy power, like a god coming to earth. Ordinary Taoist realm 9th layer, possessing Zhuzang Taoist. Spiritual geniuses in the same realm are both 9 feet tall, but they are more condensed, and their strength is 3 to 5 times that of ordinary Taoist realms. And I, the Taoist great accomplishment, have a body comparable to the Taoist genius of the 9th layer of the Taoist realm. There are also 5 Tao gods, both in quality and quantity, that are far superior to the spirit body of the Tao god 9th layer. They are only stronger than the ordinary Tao body Tianjiao. Plus the wonderful benefit of the semi-saint Dao bone. Even if you lose to the Dao realm, you can still sweep across the Dao God realm. Practicing in just 2 months is comparable to what others have accomplished in 10 years or even 100 years. This is the horror of the semi-saint Taoist bones. When my Dao body is perfected, my realm will be improved a little more, and my Dao bones will be refined more. It will be no problem to rival the Dao realm. The improvement in strength gave Wang Teng unparalleled confidence. Master, are you out of seclusion? Wang Teng walked out of cave mansion and met the demon dragon head-on. Today, although it still looks like a mini earthy round shape, its aura is several times stronger, and its cultivation level has been upgraded to the Dao fetus realm 9th layer. Although Wang Teng did not care about worldly affairs and devoted himself to cultivation, he did not ignore this spiritual pet. In your spare time, he found some fragments of demon skills in the library, combined them with the demon dragon's own skills and the skills it obtained in the ancient dragon's treasure trove, and combined them into a top-notch monster cultivator skill, which can also absorb the origin of heaven and earth and improve physical fitness. Entered True Martial Academy for nearly 2 years. The demon dragon has quietly cultivated into the great accomplishment spirit body, not far from the Tao body. The improvement in cultivation is good. It seems that I haven't fallen behind in practice. Wang Teng was quite satisfied with the efforts of the demon dragon, and he shot out a brand new earth spirit bead with a snap of his fingers. In the future, bringing it with you to practice will increase your practice speed by 10 times. When you break through to the Taoist realm, I will use your Taoist drops again. The precious blood of the Realm Dragon clan will refine a treasure elixir for you. 7th level spiritual creature. The demon dragon was greatly shocked, his eyes widened, and he was stunned for a long time. After coming back to his senses, he quickly knelt down and bowed. Thank you, Master, for the gift. Have a good time practicing. Wang Teng patted its huge head and looked outside the square. 4 little girls, Su Xiaoxiao, Lin Shui, Fang Ning, and Chu Lan, as well as the familiar Lu Suifeng and Mu Qunyu, are all waiting for him to come out of seclusion. I've met Master, Teacher. Senior brother Wang Teng. Little junior brother. Several people came quickly to greet him, their brows filled with joy. The ceremony is coming soon, let's go. Mu Qunyu was no longer reserved as before, and was as cheerful as a bird. She took Wang Teng's arm and rushed to the ceremony. Many guests have already arrived. The true inheritance ceremony, the crowning of the genius. It is a grand event among all the top forces, with great momentum and lavish pomp. In particular, Wang Teng killed Lu Wushan and replaced him, becoming one of the top 50 geniuses in the mysterious realm. Behind him was King Qian, the dean of the inner courtyard of the True Martial Academy. This ceremony had to be held with sufficient grandeur, and the main peak of the inner courtyard of the academy was used as the venue. The towering peaks reach into the sky. The venue is built into a stepped circle, located above the clouds, with steaming clouds and golden light, just like a fairyland on earth. When Wang Teng and everyone arrived, many guests were already there. The lowest position is for the disciples from the outer courtyard of the academy and the ordinary disciples from the major forces. A little above, there are seats for the instructors, elders, and middle-level figures in the Taoist realm of the major forces in the outer courtyard of the academy. The 3rd floor is where the instructors, elders, and top figures from the major forces are seated. The 4th floor is for the geniuses of the mysterious realm, the 5th floor is for the powerful ones from the Dao realm, and the 6th floor at the top is for the powerful men of various forces and the conferred king. Wang Teng took a quick look and saw the order of the seats. That is the pavilion master of Tianbao Pavilion, and his honorary title is King Luo. That is the king of the Shi family in Huangzhou who came to help a few days ago, and his honorary title is King of Stone. That person was also here not long ago, a senior from Lingyun Palace, and his honorific title is King Ming. That one is also from the Spiritual Beast sect, with the honorific title of Spiritual King. Mu Qunyu has been exposed to it since she was a child and has seen many kings. She specially introduced it to Wang Teng. The remaining seniors are the Yu King of the Yin Yang sect, the profound king of the Zhang family, and the Li Wang of the Nangong family, the Qin king of Xuanyan Pavilion. Every force has a king. Wang Teng looked up. Each one of them has a blazing divine light, which is so dazzling that they cannot see their true appearance, and their figures are distorted as if they are in another world. The conferred king is a strong man, high above, overlooking all living beings. Unless there is a master-disciple relationship, or a relationship like the master of Tianbao Pavilion before, and there is some connection and business, it will be difficult to see the true appearance. The king is too far away from us. Mu Qunyu glanced with longing in her beautiful eyes, shook her head slightly, and introduced the ranks of the geniuses to Wang Teng. There are many geniuses from various forces, but there are only 5 worthy of your attention, including a senior brother from our true martial academy. That's the one, his name is Lu Qing. Senior brother Lu comes from a branch of the Lu family in Huangzhou. He has not been favored by the family since he was a child. He is regarded as a loser and his fiancée broke off the engagement. Despite his poor background, his talent is quite extraordinary. He is from the Luo Taoist body. Now the Taoist body has been cultivated to the great accomplishment, with the 7th layer cultivation level of the Taoist realm, ranked 33 on the list of geniuses, and is also good at refining elixirs and refining weapons. If you are not too young, I'm afraid even our senior sister can't suppress him. Follow Mu Qunyu's gaze. Wang Teng saw a young man who was as fiery as fire. His appearance is extraordinary, almost close to him, and his temperament is also outstanding. From the almost obvious fiery aura, it can be seen that his cultivation is not simple. Lu Qing. Other than the name that doesn't match up, his life experience is very much like that of a child of destiny. He doesn't have an old grandfather in him, does he? Wang Teng's eyes moved slightly and he took a few more glances. On the 4th floor high platform. As if aware of Wang Teng's gaze, Lu Qing raised his glass for a moment and looked at him, his eyes like the blazing sun, but soon he recognized Wang Teng and nodded slightly. Wang Teng smiled gently in response. The other few are the 4 opposite senior brother Lu. They are Nangong Yu from the Nangong family, Guiyang from the Yin Yang sect, Li Yayao and the Saint Ji Fanyan from the Xuanyan Pavilion. These guys are quite powerful. They are all better than Lu Wushan. If they have the strength to fight with you, they are not that close to my academy. Mu Qunyu analyzed Wang Teng carefully. Besides them, Luo Shuixian from Tianbao Pavilion, Zhou Linglong from Spirit Beast sect, Bai Mo from Ling Yun Palace, Zhang Yuncha from Zhang family, and Shi Kingsun from Shi family cannot be underestimated. They are not weak in strength, but relatively friendly. Clear. Wang Teng climbed up to the 4th floor with a faint smile. Qunyu Divine Maiden is here. Most of the Tianjiao people knew Mu Qunyu, and they all greeted her with a chuckle. This must be today's protagonist, the Wang Teng fellow deist who killed Lu Wushan, right? The eyes of all the geniuses fell on Wang Teng unconsciously. Chapter 49. Thank you all fellow deists for taking time out of your busy schedule to attend the ceremony of Wang's true biography. Wang Teng smiled lightly and said, I will go see the elders first, and after the ceremony, I will have tea and talk with you. Get to know each other briefly. He continued to climb the steps and headed to where the kings were. Disciple pays homage to master. Wang Teng bowed to Gu Qingyun, and then greeted the 8 kings. Junior Wang Teng, pay my respects to all seniors. Young master is like jade, outstanding and extraordinary. Fellow deist Gu has got a good young man. All the kings praised him one after another. Yes. This junior is a talented person with outstanding appearance, which is rare in the mysterious realm. If someone makes a list to select the younger generation of beautiful men like the Divine Maiden list, I think this junior will definitely be at the top of the list. A female king looked at Wang Teng a few times and added, ha 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 ha. In terms of absurdity, it has to be you, King Yu. What's the matter? The Taoist monk has fallen and is targeting a junior. When the other king heard this, he couldn't help but make fun of him. "You old thing, if you tease me again, believe it or not, I will cut you. Look at you, you are so anxious. Could it be that this king has told you something that is on your mind?" The two kings seem to be very familiar enemies at first glance. They seem to be joking and teasing each other, but in fact they may have a deep friendship. "You guys are ridiculous. It's just that in front of this junior, saying these irrelevant words is simply embarrassing for me and others. I am ashamed to be in the company of you." The other kings moved their positions in disgust. "Okay. Today is the coronation ceremony of Wang Teng's nephew, why are you trying to steal the spotlight?" The master of Tianbao Pavilion, Luo Wang Luo Yutang, pressed his palms, looked at Wang Teng with admiration and said, "You only look at the appearance, but you don't know that this wise nephew respects his teacher and is full of filial piety, which is enviable." "Oh! Why do you say that? All the kings are in high spirits. Don't say it. Don't say it." Luo Yutang shook his head and pretended to be the Riddler. "This is the secret between me and nephew Wang Teng, how can I tell you so easily? You old guy, when did you learn the tricks of Gan Wang?" "That's right, aren't you trying to titillate people?" The kings were not happy. "What do you think I am doing? When did I become like King Luo? Don't try to ruin my reputation in front of my disciples." Gu Qingyun smiled lightly and looked at Wang Teng with his beautiful eyes. The more he looked at him, the more satisfied he became. Although she didn't know how Wang Teng came to interact with King Luo, she thought that Wang Teng must have done something she didn't know about. Otherwise, how could King Luo be so envious? "Okay, today is Wang Teng's important day. I asked you to come here not just to watch the ceremony." Gu Qingyun motioned to Wang Teng to sit next to him and said to the kings, "You have also seen the perfected being. Isn't it time for you to take action?" "Hey! King Jian, you are as stingy as ever. I accepted 3 gifts from you, but you actually asked for them. Are you afraid that I can't afford it?" A king pretended to be dissatisfied and murmured, before snapping his fingers and sending a palm-sized mini chariot in front of Wang Teng. "This is a 6th level psychic Dao weapon, a cloud chariot. We are even. Next time you accept a disciple, don't inform me." This is Wang Teng's first visit to the kings as the king's personal descendant, so he must have a meeting gift. This is a long-standing custom in Swanyu. Ha 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 ha. Even if I pay today's share, I still make a share. Old Ghostling is so embarrassed, but he still has the nerve to say that he is the king? I will give my nephew Wang Teng a piece of innate spiritual fire. It turned out to be a bunch of Nanming Luo. As expected of the Stone King, this is certainly not a small gesture. You are not borrowing flowers to offer Buddha, and you also want to pursue King Qian. Fart. Don't try to taint my innocence. You are really not afraid that Wang Tengxian's nephew will find out your old skills and make fun of you. I don't have the handwriting of King Shi, but I am not as picky as old Ghostling. I will give you a copy of the handbook of a powerful ancestor who practices the 5 elements. I originally planned to give my nephew a 5th level top quality spiritual beast, but today I heard from my junior that my nephew has a demon dragon that contains part of the blood of the dragon clan, so I will give my nephew a 6th level ascension dragon pill to make that demon dragon I can help my nephew in the future. Talking and laughing. The 7 kings presented gifts to each other one after another, each one more precious than the last. Have all been delivered. Finally it's my turn. Luo Yutang slowly took out a palm-sized jade box. I heard that my nephew likes enlightenment tea. He once bought 100 enlightenment tea leaves at a high price at my Tianbao Pavilion auction. This thing is helpful for enlightenment and is of great use for practice. How can a mere 100 be enough? There are 1,000 pieces of high-grade enlightenment tea here, taken from the mother tree of enlightenment tea. Each one is no less than the 6th grade elixir. I will give it to my nephew today. After saying that, he used his divine power to push the jade box in front of Wang Teng. Hiss! 1,000 pieces of mother tea. King Luo is indeed the richest king in Xuanyu. He is really a generous man. So much enlightenment tea is taken from the mother tree of enlightenment tea, and its value is higher than 7th level spiritual objects. King Luo won't ask for help from King Qian, right? Something's wrong. You used to be a very picky guy. How many times have I visited you, but you only brewed 1 or 2 pieces of female tea each time. Why did you change your gender today? The 7 kings all looked at King Luo with strange eyes. Even Gu Qingyun and Gu Jingwuobo's eyes flickered slightly, as if they wanted to read through King Luo's thoughts. Could it be that he is begging for that senior behind me? Wang Teng had an encounter with King Luo, but King Luo at that time was not so enthusiastic. Look at what you are saying, what are they called? Luo Yutang rolled his eyes at the kings in dissatisfaction. I just hit it off with my nephew Wang Teng. What bad intentions can I have? Yet. The scrutinizing eyes of the kings wandered back and forth between Luo Yutang and Wang Teng, always feeling that things were not that simple. It seems that my disciple is not as simple as he seems on the surface. From the corner of his eye, Gu Qingyun glanced at Wang Teng, who was sitting gentle and upright, and then at King Luo. He smiled faintly and said to Wang Teng, "This is all the good intentions of the kings. Please put it away quickly." "Thank you, seniors." Wang Teng smiled and nodded, then bowed his hands to the kings. Then, with a wave of his hand, he put away all the treasures. I have to say, having a backer makes a difference. A coronation. Not to mention being able to gather so many kings, and get so many benefits, no wonder the descendants of the top forces are so rich. GG. We really have a lot of old rivals here today. Suddenly, a sneer came from the sky. The sky in the distance quickly turned red, as if it was infected with blood in the blink of an eye. Half of the sky turned dark red, filled with a cold atmosphere. I heard that King Qian wants to recruit disciples and will crown him. How about we, Tianjua Palace, join in the fun? The infiltrating laughter spread throughout the ancient city of True Martial. The joyful atmosphere in True Martial Academy suddenly stopped. Old blood demon. This old guy is really restless. The faces of the kings who were still joking before suddenly darkened, and they all looked to the horizon. Chapter 50. Tianju Palace is indeed here. Wang Teng's eyes turned cold and he stared at the sky. When he decided to go to the world, he was already prepared and waiting for this day to appear. Waiting for Demon Dao to be beheaded by a powerful enemy is no joke. Old blood demon, today is an important day in True Martial Academy. It's not your turn to be arrogant. Get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for burying you here. Stone King stood up and angrily scolded the blood demon venerable. That's right. We are waiting for the 9 kings to gather together. How can we allow you to act wild? Old blood demon, I think you are tired of living. Do you really think that with the heavenly demon palace master protecting you, you can do whatever you want? Several kings released their auras together, like pillars of light reaching into the sky, pressing the bloody sky to the point of collapse. Ha 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 ha. Since I dare to come, I have nothing to fear from you. Blood Demon Venerable looked up to the sky and smiled. King Qian, I am here to give you a gift today. Are you going to hide behind others and not dare to stand up and accept it? Oh. Gu Qingyun smiled faintly and said in a cold voice, what kind of gift is it? Can you tell me? Jija, of course it's your disciple's head. The blood demon venerable let out a cruel and cold smile. He clapped his hands gently, and a young figure walked out from behind. This is a genius from my Tianjua palace. Today I came here to teach your apprentice a clever trick. I also asked you to change your grand ceremony into a funeral. How about it? Are you satisfied with this gift? I think, no matter how shameless you old guys are, you won't embarrass a junior, right? As he spoke, he looked at the 8 kings and sneered, of course, if you want to work together to deal with my junior Tianjua palace, I think he will also be happy to learn your clever tricks." These words blocked the kings and also blocked Gu Qingyun. If they take action, even if they are dealing with a blood demon, they will be known as bullying the juniors regardless of their face. They hold high positions and are not afraid of rumors. But it cannot affect Wang Teng or the reputation of True Martial Academy. If I remember correctly, that kid is the third genius of Tianjua Palace, right? In terms of status and age, he should be the genius of the previous generation. Although he was ranked on the list of geniuses in the Xuanyu due to his age, he can still be regarded as being bullied by the big one, right? Luo Yutang stared at the blood demon venerable coldly. "Old ghost, if you bring the genius of the previous generation to deal with a junior of the new generation, aren't you afraid of being laughed at by everyone in the world?" GG. Why did King Luo say this? Blood demon venerable said nonchalantly, "As we all know, the top 50 on the list of geniuses are not ranked based on their age. Monks in the Taoist realm have a lifespan of 1,000 years. Anyone who is within 300 years old is considered a younger generation and can be on the list. They are all among the top 50 geniuses, regardless of their age. What's wrong with them?" He paused for a moment, and his gloomy eyes fell on Wang Teng, full of chill. "Besides, don't think that I don't know that this kid is almost 200 years old, right? When it comes to age, he is not younger than Tian Kaiu. How old are you?" Luo Yutang was silent. Wang Teng's age is indeed a flaw. In terms of age, it can be compared with the previous generation of geniuses, but after all, the real cultivation time is short, and the strength can only be compared with the new generation. The old blood demon has always been shameless, why bother talking to him? Gu Qingyun waved his hand to signal the kings to ignore it. Her eyes were filled with light and she looked at Wang Teng calmly. "Disciple, what do you think?" Although Tianjua Palace's challenge arrangement was reasonable, as long as Wang Teng was unwilling, she had her own way to suppress it. It's just that it's so easy to influence Wang Teng. She couldn't do that unless absolutely necessary. "Master, since Tianjua Palace intends to send a big gift, how can we, as hosts, refuse?" Wang Teng's eyes were cold and full of fighting spirit. "They insist on offering the head of a talented person, so naturally I can't deny their good intentions." What a sharp-tongued young man! Blood demon venerable's eyes are cold and filled with murderous intent. This son's name is Duan Tian Kaiu. Although he has the same spiritual talent as you, he has perfected his cultivation. His cultivation has already entered the 8th layer of the Taoist realm. If there is any secret, he may have already reached the 9th layer of the Taoist realm. Just like your senior sister. This is the 17th genius on the Xuanyu Tianjiao list. It is better than most of the geniuses present today. Are you sure? Gu Qingyun was afraid that Wang Teng would not know the other party's details, so he sent a message quietly and reminded him in a solemn tone. 17th on the prodigy list of Xuanyu. Wang Teng glanced at the young man in black robe with an ordinary face in surprise, and his smile became brighter. "This gift is indeed important enough. Be careful." When Gu Qingyun heard this, he knew that this disciple was confident. He took a deep look at Wang Teng and then smiled faintly at the blood demon venerable. "Since you insist on giving gifts to my disciples, then I will help you, but I don't know your family. Do you dare to stand on the stage of life and death? Why don't you dare?" Blood demon venerable is not afraid of the evil hands of a group of kings. He smiled coldly. "Tian Kaiu, go ahead. As long as you get that kid's head back, I will give you a half-saint bone. Uncle, just don't worry, I can suppress just a barbaric native with one hand." Duan Tian Kaiu's pale face revealed a charming smile. Rumble. Gu Qingyun waved his hand casually. It was like thunder exploding from the sky, shaking the void. The ancient city boundary, which looks like an upside-down bowl, exudes bright divine light, and countless colorful mystical divine chains visible to the naked eye are intertwined. A huge ancient battle platform is formed above the ancient city and academy. Duan Tianzhou jumped into the air and soared upwards. Master, seniors, I will go and come back. Wang Teng looked calm, with long hair flying on his temples. He also stepped up into the sky and climbed onto the ancient and vast stage of life and death. King Jian, that kid is the 17th genius on the Xuanyu Tianjiao list. That's right. Although Wang Teng is similar to him in age, how many years has that boy been practicing and how long has it been since Wang Teng entered the true martial academy? King Jian, this junior is reckless, are you too? Call nephew Wang Teng to come back. At worst, we'll just suppress the blood demon later. Several kings had a good impression of Wang Teng and did not want Wang Teng to be ruined, so they sent messages to dissuade Gu Qingyun. Wang Teng's performance is certainly good. When you first enter the Taoist realm, you can kill Lu Wushan. But after all, Lu Wushan is much younger and has not been practicing as long as Duan Tianzhou. The difference in strength is as great as heaven and earth. Even if Wang Teng has something to hide, he can probably be ranked in the top 40 at most. What's the difference between that and committing suicide? Who dares to touch my junior brother? At this time, Tianji gave a cold shout. An ancient chariot came through the sky. Wherever it passed, the heaven and earth shook, and the roaring sound was like thunder on a clear sky. On that chariot, a thin figure stood proudly, with a long sword on his back and his hands behind his back. His heroic brows were full of murderous aura. Sister! It's senior sister who's back. Tianjiao stage. Mu Qinyu stood up suddenly, and the worry in her beautiful eyes turned into surprise. Sister! The disciples of the True Martial Academy stood up one after another, paid attention, and cheered. That Duan Tianzhou used the big to bully the small, and bullied senior brother Wang Teng for his short training time. Senior sister beheaded him. Damn demon Dao, you took advantage of senior sister's absence and deceived me into leaving the True Martial Academy. Senior sister must revitalize the reputation of my academy. Countless disciples looked up at the thin woman, their eyes and faces full of reverence and pride. This is their senior sister. The top 10 peerless geniuses on the Xuanyu genius list. Is this the senior sister who is away from home all the time and is rarely seen by master? Wang Teng was alarmed by the momentum and followed the sound, his eyes showing a bit of surprise. He also thought that this senior sister would not come back. Unexpectedly, not only did he rush back at the last moment, he would also protect his shortcomings and would stand up for this strange junior brother. Chapter 51. Duan Tianzhou, how can you bully my junior brother who has just started? The senior sister came with a sword in her back, her long hair flying. The thin body stands proudly, like a monument, standing still despite the raging wind. I will fight with you. She nodded to Wang Teng from a distance, then drew out her long sword and pointed it directly at Duan Tianzhou. Senior sister is one of the top 10 geniuses on the list of geniuses. With her here, every enemy can be wiped out with just a few clicks. Senior sister is mighty. Kill this devil BD! True Martial Academy shouted loudly, and everyone cheered for the senior sister. Li Qingyu, why are you here to join in the fun? On the stage of life and death. Duan Tiankai's expression changed and he said coldly, on the list of geniuses, only the ones at the back can challenge the ones at the front. Are you going to break the rules? Why didn't I know that the stargazing pavilion had such a rule? Li Qingyu came through the air, put away the chariot, and was about to land on the platform of life and death. Besides, aren't you bullying my junior brother by virtue of your high ranking? Wait! Blood Demon Venerable glared at Gu Qingyun. Gu Qingyun, today is Tianzhou challenging Wang Teng. Do you, True Martial Academy, want to fight 2 against 1? No need to fight 2 against 1, I can kill him by myself. Li Qingyu showed her domineering attitude. Is it you who will be crowned today or that brat? Blood Demon Venerable's face was gloomy and he shouted sternly, what? He is still an unweaned baby, does he need you to protect him? If this is the case, what kind of grand ceremony will be held and what kind of crown will be given? In my opinion, everyone in your true martial academy can be crowned. No matter who challenges, just let Li Qingyu come out. He knew very well that Li Qingyu was far more powerful than Duan Tianzhou, so he could only make a fuss about Wang Teng's coronation ceremony. Qingyu, come back. Gu Qingyun ignored the blood demon venerable, and said calmly to his eldest disciple, today is your junior brother's matter, just leave it to him. Master. Li Qingyu frowned. Senior sister, go back. Wang Teng smiled faintly, a mere devil boy who is ranked 17th on the prodigy list, there is no need to bother senior sister to dirty her hands. Li Qingyu was silent for a moment, seeing Wang Teng so confident. She could only nod, turned around and walked towards her master. When she was about to miss the stage of life and death, she stopped and said, in that case, I'm waiting to celebrate for my junior brother. Interlude ends. Everyone's eyes are focused on the stage of life and death. Senior brother Wang Teng is confused. Lu Wushan and Duan Tianqiu are not at the same level at all. They are at least 5/6 layers different in level, and their cultivation time is different by more than 100 years. Yes. Although I believe in his strength and talent, fighting Duan Tianzhou in a life and death battle is still a bit too reluctant. I don't know why Dean Gu is doing this. Aren't you afraid that senior brother Wang Teng will fall? Tianzhu Palace came here today for this result. Yes. They just want to kill senior brother Wang Teng openly before the ceremony begins, so that my True Martial Academy will lose face. The disciples of True Martial Academy are worried. Don't say it's them. Even among Wang Teng's close friends, colleagues, and even the kings, few believed that Wang Teng could fight Duan Tianzhou. The gap between the two people's cultivation is too big. Let's take a look. Even if I leave this old face behind today, I won't let Wang Teng make any mistakes. The mission elder's face was gloomy and his eyes were cold. Every time he looked at the blood demon venerable and Duan Tianqiu, he was filled with murderous intent. Let's see and then talk. Wang Teng may not be inferior to him. Gu Qingyun was still calm. She gave Wang Teng a half-saint bone 2 months ago. If Wang Teng worked hard to refine it during this period, he might have established a connection with the semi-saint Dao bone and be able to use some of its power. If so, even if you can't defeat Duan Tianzhou, at least you can protect yourself. I heard the master Gu Qingyun say this. No matter how unwilling others are, they have to restrain themselves. Ha 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 ha. Duan Tianzhou looked up and smiled, tapping his fingers lightly. Did you see that? True Martial Academy seems to have little confidence in you. However, even if you want to admit defeat, I will definitely cut you to death today, use your blood as a celebration wine, and exchange your head for the half-saint Taoist bones treasured by my uncle. His eyes were cold and stern, gradually filled with black mist, and the whites of his eyes could not be seen. That ferocious, cold, and cruel smile made him look extremely terrifying, just like the original Lu Wushan, who looked like a dead person. Hee hee. If I were you, first of all, I would not challenge someone who is ranked more than 20 positions lower than myself, and secondly, I would not be as proud as you. In the end, I won't open champagne at halftime like you. Wang Teng smiled coldly and was not afraid. Sharp teeth and sharp mouth. Don't think that if you say this, I will let you go. Duan Tianqiu's expression was as cold and stern as a ghost. Seeing formations appearing on the stage of life and death, the formation has been activated, and the barrier like a big mouth and a big bowl completely seals the stage of life and death. He struck with lightning speed. Die. Duan Tianqiu's move was his killing move. I saw the evil energy all over his body, gushing out like a shot, turning into billowing demonic energy, covering the entire stage of life and death in the blink of an eye. In that dark magic mist, the ghostly figure flashed across like lightning, and the fierce light of the sword pierced Wang Teng's eyebrows. Buzz! Wang Teng stood with his hands behind his back. As if there was no time to react, he never raised his hand. But when the tip of the knife pierced an inch in front of the eyebrow, the rich multicolored divine light spurted out and turned into a protective light shield, as if there were colorful stars flowing around, blocking the penetrating sword light. What a powerful divine power! Duan Tianku's dark pupils condensed slightly. The news he received was that not long after Wang Teng first entered the Taoist realm, the reason why he was able to kill Lu Wushan was probably due to Lu Wushan's carelessness. But based on his understanding of Lu Wushan, the opponent is definitely not someone who despises his opponent, he will use his full strength against anyone. But even so, after entering the realm of Taoism for about a year, how much strength can you have? Isn't it enough to be on par with the senior monks who are at the 4th layer or even the 5th layer of the Taoist realm? However, this shot, Duan Tianzhou will know. Everyone underestimated Wang Teng. Such powerful divine power. It is comparable to ordinary people who have practiced cultivation for 200 to 300 years, not much worse than him. Very good. It's interesting to have some strength. Duan Tianku's smile remained cold. In the Battle of Tianjiao, every difference is a slight difference, and it is enough to be fatal. Desha sword technique. Duan Tianzhou shouted angrily in his heart and displayed his peerless sword skills. In an instant, hundreds of sword lights emerged from the void. Every sword contains the ultimate killing power. This is a top-notch spiritual skill in the realm of Taoism, which he has perfected long ago, and combined with his perfect earth evil spirit body, it is invincible. What a terrifying evil spirit! He is worthy of being the 17th expert on the prodigy list. Duan Tianku's earth evil spirit body has been perfected, and his sword skills have been cultivated to the extreme. With these alone, he is enough to kill ordinary 9th layer monks in the Taoist realm. This kind of cultivation is not weaker than more than 90% of the elders in the academy. The disciples of the true martial academy couldn't help but feel numb when they saw the astonishing power. It is unimaginable that the 17th person on the list of geniuses could be so tyrannical. If they go up, I'm afraid that the mist will be enough to corrode them into white bones. This son's strength has almost reached the extreme of the Taoist realm. He only needs to improve his cultivation further before he can start condensing the Tao realm. The elders of True Martial Academy were also frightened. This move, after 15th on the list of geniuses, one can be called invincible. Duan Tiankai is not as good as the spiritual body, but he has cultivated to the point where he can rival the Taoist body. He is as evil as Lu Wushan, but more terrifying than Lu Wushan. Based on the strength shown so far, not many of us can match it. Tianjiao stage. The geniuses from all sides who watched the ceremony also had their pupils constricted and their hearts were horrified. I am afraid that this boy can now compete with the top 15 geniuses, or even be ranked higher. The kings saw more clearly, and all of them frowned. They looked at Gu Qingyun, who was so calm and relaxed, and didn't understand where her confidence lay. Master! Li Qingyu and Mu Qinyu stood on both sides, their beautiful eyebrows furrowed and full of worry. Chapter 52. Don't worry. Wang Teng can still handle it. Gu Qingyun seemed calm, but in fact he was sweating. But she knew that as a disciple of hers, there was still a semi-saint bone that could be used. As long as it was refined a little, it would be enough to save her life. Clang! 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 On the stage of life and death. The glow of the hob is like a river, endless, and it is also like a materialized weapon. Every knife fell. There is the sound of gold and iron clashing. The sky is full of swords. Wang Teng's tall and straight body stands on the stage of life and death, like an immortal monument, majestic from time immemorial. No matter how terrifying Duan Tianku's sword skills were, he stood there proudly, not moving at all, only using his hands to attack. Those crystal-clear jade palms can actually compete with Duan Tianku's psychic Dao weapon, and fight him with bare hands. This is the great accomplishment Taoist body. All the kings shouted in unison. What? Junior brother has actually attained the great accomplishment? Li Qingyu's face was filled with astonishment. Haven't you just been a disciple of master for a few months? Great accomplishment Taoist body. It's the great accomplishment 5 elements Dao body. No wonder senior brother Wang Teng dares to face Duan Tianzhou. With his physical body alone, he is enough to sweep through the Taoist realm and rival the geniuses who have perfect spiritual bodies. In the true martial academy, there was a thundering roar, full of surprises. True Martial Academy actually produced another great accomplishment. The genius who came to watch the ceremony subconsciously glanced at Lu Qing. This guy is also a great accomplishment Taoist. Plus Wang Teng, wouldn't there be 2 of them? What magic does True Martial Academy have? On the Swanyu prodigy list, the only 2 Taoists who have achieved great accomplishment in advance are both in the True Martial Academy. Good boy. As expected of the seedling that I have chosen. The mission elder's face was red, he stroked his beard and laughed. What's going on? Isn't he a 5-element spirit? Gu Qingyun and Mu Qinyu looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. They thought they knew Wang Teng thoroughly, especially Mu Qinyu, but they had seen Wang Teng display his spiritual body with their own eyes. When did it become Taoist? A-hole! How dare you deceive me? Who said that little beast is a spirit? In the sky, the blood demon Venerable was furious, grabbed an attendant by the neck, and said angrily, "How dare you give me false news? Venerable, listen to me." No. The Dao realm demonic cultivator was sweating profusely, and before he could explain, he was crushed into blood mist by the blood demon Venerable. "Sir Venerable, this kid has hidden his talent, what should we do?" Others were trembling and worried. What about the great accomplishment Taoist body? At most, if you make Tiankai a little more troublesome, it will still be hard to change your fate of death. Blood demon Venerable gritted his teeth. Wang Teng revealed the great accomplishment Taoist body, which exceeded his expectations, making him secretly glad that it was Duan Tiankai who came. If it were the 4th devil who was not much stronger than Lu Wushan. I'm afraid I've already fallen into trouble. Tao body. You actually cultivated the great accomplishment Taoist body. On the stage of life and death. Duan Tiankai's pupils shrank into small circles, and his arms were numb from the shock. The situation he least wanted to see happened. If you only have this strength, then this battle can be over. Wang Tengjin's blood boiled. He had just finished the retreat and was able to have a hearty battle. He felt that his whole body was smooth and all his veins were connected. After sitting for 2 months, the bones in my body have become much more flexible. What about the great accomplishment Taoist body? You are not Lu Qing, and I am not that good for nothing 4th brother. I will kill you today. Duan Tiankai let out a long roar, and quickly drew his fingertips across the blade. The ink-like blood flowed down the blade, making the magic knife in his hand seem to come alive, and dozens of lines appeared in the dim light. At the same time, black light burst out from between his brows. Transformed into a 9-foot-long Taoist god, his demonic energy surged into the sky, like a demon god descending into the world. His entire figure turned into the body of a 9-foot-long demon god, and his body was covered with densely packed Dao lines, as many as thousands. The texture is complex. It makes the monks who are under the realm of Taoism feel dizzy just by looking at it. This is the 9th layer of the Taoist realm, and the perfect high-grade Taoist pattern. He hides his strength. That sword is extraordinary. It is actually a magical weapon of destiny, a psychic Dao weapon refined with the blood of the heart. This boy is second only to the top 10 geniuses in strength. There were many experts present who saw the depth and were all shocked. It seems that the attack on Tianzhou Palace is not enough. The 3rd-ranked demon has cultivated to such an extent and has such talent. If you let it grow up, there is an 80% chance that it will become a king. The kings also frowned slightly, with murderous intent looming in their eyes. Wang Teng has only been in the Taoist realm for a year, but being able to fight Duan Tianzhou to this point is enough to break into the top 30 on the list of geniuses. His performance is already very good. A king looked at Gu Qingyun. Duan Tianzhou's talent made them all feel afraid and wanted to kill him. Wait a little longer. Gu Qingyun looked at Wang Teng with calm eyes. I haven't seen the aura of the semi-saint Taoist bone yet. She is waiting for this new disciple to give her more surprises. You can force me to show my full strength, boy, you are so proud. On the stage of life and death, Duan Tianzhou is like a demon god, with a majestic voice, as if he is judging, and he uses a sword that is extremely sublime. This sword is extremely brilliant. The billowing demonic energy has filled the entire life and death stage. But the sword light was so black that it glowed with a brilliance that transcended the demonic energy, splitting the world in half like the creation of the world. Yet, it's a pity that for me, you are just an inconspicuous stepping stone. Wang Teng felt the slightest threat from this knife. He did not retreat but advanced, and in the 2 steps, his body became as majestic as a god, turning into a 5-foot-long god, and used the mountain and river technique to kill him. Boom! The life and death platform shook slightly. 2 unparalleled forces clashed together. Shrouded in boundless demonic energy and colorful divine light, the small piece of heaven and earth was transformed into 2 distinct pieces, and the smoke and dust rose into the sky, so dazzling that countless monks could not look directly at it. It's over. The 8 kings whispered, with deep eyes, watching quietly, as if there was something on the stage of life and death that could affect their minds. Gu Qingyun was also watching, his eyes extremely complex. She had seen through the result and knew that the disciple she had high hopes for had won, but for some reason, she couldn't feel happy in her heart. What was the result? Why can't you see clearly at all? This is a battle between 2 peerless geniuses. Under the Dao realm, they are invincible. It is beyond our ability to guess. The kings are too calm. They can't tell the result at all. The young disciples were so anxious and impatient that they could not see through the raging divine power. Ha 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 ha! The mission elder was the first to laugh heartily. That proud and hearty smile resounded throughout the ancient city of True Martial. What a good boy, you are worthy of being the new talent of my True Martial Academy. Well done! This laughter solved all the confusion. Win! Senior brother Wang Teng wins. He actually killed the demon Dao Tianjiao Duan Tianzhou, the 17th Tianjiao on the list. Who said that senior brother Wang Teng is not as good as Duan Tianzhou? He is just a devil. I think it is nothing more than that. It's not that Duan Tianzhou is too weak, but that senior brother Wang Teng is too strong and may be chasing senior sister. Senior brother Wang Teng is mighty. Suddenly, the entire True Martial Academy roared like a roaring tsunami. Every disciple is proud and proud. Even if his voice is hoarse, his enthusiasm is still high. Even the elders are inspired. As expected of me, Li Qingyu's junior brother. The senior sister smiled brightly, with the sun shining brightly on her face. 1. Mu Qinyu lost her mind. I can't tell whether I am happy or sad. Master, teacher, is mighty. In the outer courtyard, Su Xiao Xiao, several little girls, Lu Suifeng and Ye Long were also cheering. The shocking shouts are like the tides of the vast sea, one wave after another, forming waves visible to the naked eye, rolling up for 9 days. It makes people coming from Tianzhou Palace feel particularly harsh. A whole. Everything happened so fast, almost unprepared. Even the blood demon Venerable didn't react. When he came to his senses, Duan Tianzhou had been instantly killed by Wang Teng's ultimate move. Now the light has faded. On the stage of life and death, only Wang Teng stood proudly and walked leisurely towards the True Martial Academy. The blood demon Venerable suddenly became furious. You evil beast, if you dare to kill my 3rd devil son of Tianzhou Palace, you must die for me. He shouted loudly. A resolute palm slapped Wang Teng on the back. Chapter 53. Be bold. Presumptuous. Blood demon, you dare. The 9 kings were furious and took action in unison. When the king is angry, the color of heaven and earth changes. The collision of brilliant and divine flowers. In an instant, it turned into fireworks all over the sky, and then disappeared into nothingness in an instant. But everyone can see it. The demon Dao venerable shadow that covered the sky and the sun took dozens of steps backwards, each step creating a huge hole thousands of miles away in the void. Just one encounter. The blood demon venerable was knocked back tens of thousands of miles. This is something that the 9 kings have left behind. If not, just one move would be enough to severely damage the blood demon venerable. The dignified conferred king venerable actually did something dirty to a junior, can't he afford to lose? Gu Qingyun was shocked and angry, and jumped into the air. You like to do things so much, why don't I play with you? I don't see how she moves. The wind and clouds are changing, and the clouds are moving in thousands of miles. A blazing brilliance kills the blood demon venerable. In the gorgeous divine flower. The 2 figures were earth-shattering, unparalleled majesty, and they killed the sun and the moon without any light. But soon, the battle of kings ends. Gu Qingyun returned with a bloody arm. She casually threw it outside the ancient city of True Martial, letting the aura of the king permeate the air, but remained unmoved. Blood demon, I cut off your arm today as a lesson. Don't blame my subordinates if you dare to break the rules next time. Ruthless. Venerable lost. When the master of Tianjua Palace saw this, his forehead was dripping with cold sweat. They didn't even dare to look in the direction of the ancient city of True Martial, and fled into the distance in panic. Gu Qingyun, don't be too arrogant. And you guys, when the palace lord comes out of seclusion, you will have to pay with your lives. That little brat's life will belong to my Tianjua Palace sooner or later. The blood demon venerable uttered cruel words from afar and fled in despair with his men. Let the festival continue. Gu Qingyun was rare and ruthless, acting vigorously and resolutely. She and the 8 kings returned to the viewing platform, and the others quickly returned to their seats. The elder of the academy who presided over the ceremony immediately began to confer titles. The crowning true story. Offer sacrifices to heaven, earth, and ancestors. The whole process was serious and orderly, and no one dared to make a sound. Wait until the long ceremony is over. The elders holding the decree led people to offer authentic clothes to Wang Teng. This is the Quncan robe, Quncan order, and Quncan feather crown. They are the true symbols of the Quncan lineage. They are all psychic Dao weapon. Wang Teng took 3 Dao weapons. With a wave of his hand, 3 pieces of Dao weapon were added to his body, and his temperament became even more transcendent. From today on, Wang Teng is my true martial academy, the 13th true disciple of the contemporary generation. As the elder holds the decree, he announces it to the world. The coronation of Wang Teng's true biography has come to an end. What a good boy, you have a lot of skills. As usual, we went to the highest viewing platform to pay homage to all the kings and powerful men. Luo Yutang patted Wang Teng on the shoulder. The more he looked at it, the more satisfied he became. He couldn't help but look at Wang Teng and Gu Qingyun and said to Wang Teng and Gu Qingyun, how about we get married? At first, he only valued Wang Teng's energy, feeling that behind Wang Teng was not only his old friend, but also a master. But today, the strength and talent shown by Wang Teng also shocked him. Not long after entering the realm of Taoism, he can easily kill the 3rd devil in Tianjua Palace. The top genius ranked 17th on the genius list must be a king. As long as you don't perish. This kid can definitely conferred king, and even has a chance to challenge the semi-saint. Marriage. Wang Teng looked at Luo Yutang in shock. I never thought that this kind of thing would happen to me. Lao Luo, you old guy is such a thief. You are truly worthy of being the #1 businessman in the Xian territory. You have done all your business on your own daughter, right? The digital kings couldn't help but complain. The king also has a good eye for Wang Teng's nephew. The Qin king of Swanyan Pavilion spoke calmly and said, "My dear nephew, you can't control Luo Yetu, why don't you take a look at me, the saint of Swanyan Pavilion? What a coincidence, I brought Ling Long girl with me today." The spiritual king of the spiritual beast sect said with a smile, "I think this girl is a good match for Wang Xian nephew." The king, who had no female disciples and few female geniuses under his disciples, were all dumbfounded and could only watch helplessly as a few people wooed this new genius. Wang Teng was quite speechless. From the corner of his eye, he glanced at the viewing platform where Tian Jiao was. "I have to say that Luo Shuixian, Ji Fanyan, and Zhou Linglong are all very beautiful, and their figures and looks are second to none in Xuanyu. But there is such a thing as marriage." He was still slightly dissatisfied and had not considered it at all. "Okay, let them make their own decisions regarding the younger generation." Gu Qingyun saw his disciple's dilemma, smiled faintly, waved his hand for Wang Teng to retreat, and said, "Tianjua Palace has become more and more rampant recently, the earthly evil sect has gradually surfaced, and there is someone who wants to Dao sect and is dormant in secret. Xuanyu is afraid it's going to be chaos." When Wang Teng heard this, he walked down the 6th floor of the auditorium. The king's aura blocked it from above, so the sound could not be transmitted outside, and he had no way of knowing the subsequent conversation. But he knew it. "Kill 2 top geniuses in succession. The grudge between me and Tianjua Palace is finally over." Wang Teng had a smile on his face and his eyes were calm. With his current strength, he is enough to run rampant in the Taoist realm. Above the Taoist, with puppets around, he has a lot of confidence. "Brother Wang is mighty, I'd like to give you a toast." Haha. Tianjua Palace wanted to step on True Martial Academy with Brother Wang, but it didn't want to, and today it sent a big gift. Brother Wang can kill Duan Tiankaiu, and his strength can at least rank within 15 on the list of geniuses. Return to the Tianjiao viewing platform. The geniuses who had been as ordinary as water before had all stood up to raise their glasses and surrounded Wang Teng, making him the central focus. "Junior brother, you did a great job. Senior sister also gives you a toast." Li Qingyu sat down and raised a glass to celebrate. "I heard before that brother Wang is amazingly talented and beautiful. When I saw him today, he was indeed extraordinary." Ji Fanyan, the saint of Swanyan Pavilion, looked forward with hope in her beautiful eyes. She smiled slightly and took out a guqin. "Today, I will play a song for Brother Wang as a celebration." Ha 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 ha. So happy. Today is not in vain. Yes. First, Brother Wang killed Demon Dao, and then the Sanskrit saint played the Divine Comedy. It is truly a great blessing in life. The Sanskrit Holy Maiden's song is difficult to hear if you are not one of the top 20 geniuses. Today we are blessed. It's all thanks to Brother Wang. Many geniuses cheered. Although there are many geniuses present, most of them are not high in ranking. The top geniuses only exist in rumors. Especially Givenchy. It was a blessing to be able to see her true appearance, let alone hear her play in person. To know. Swanyan Pavilion is an expert in playing and singing. They want to be second, but no one in Swanyu dares to say first. What's the deal with music and no dancing? Zhou Linglong from the spiritual beast sect smiled sweetly. "It just so happens that I recently acquired a good spiritual pet with a unique and enchanting dancing posture. I will also help everyone today." There was a flash of light in her hand. A fiery red figure emerged, like an elf in the fire, with jade-like skin, dressed in red, and a hint of vermilion between the brows, which made it even more charming. "Hey! This is Yan Lingji. She is the spirit of heaven and earth bred in the true fire of innate. Hiss! Zhou Divine Maiden is so blessed and so talented. He actually composed the music of the dance of the flame elf in the halfway realm. All the geniuses exclaimed again. All men, when they look at Wang Teng, will feel envy, jealousy, and hatred. The two divine maidens, who are ranked at the top of the list of geniuses, have made such a huge investment to celebrate Wang Teng, which is simply unique in Xuanyu. Many talented people who admired the two divine maidens secretly felt sad and wished they could take their place. Humph! These two women are actually competing to show off in front of that boy. How are they different from the dancing girls and foxy girls in the hook bar? Luo Shuixian bit her silver teeth secretly, feeling unhappy in her heart. She came here today, determined to take the opportunity to deal with Wang Teng and give Wang Teng some pain to avenge her for being deceived in the first place. Who would have thought that Tianjua Palace would send the head of a top genius? It actually caused those geniuses who originally intended to challenge Wang Teng or at least compete with each other to stop their activities and instead make friends with him. Even the two divine maiden geniuses who used to have higher eyesight. They were competing for favor, so how could she take the opportunity to teach Wang Teng a lesson and take revenge? Chapter 54. The Sanskrit saint played the piano and the exquisite divine maiden performed the dance. The two divine maidens, who are the most powerful in the mysterious realm, have taken action. No man among the geniuses present can resist such charm. All the geniuses are intoxicated. There are some ways. Wang Teng listened and watched quietly. I feel that the two divine maidens are in perfect harmony with each other. The music, dance, and singing have a unique charm, and they actually have the ability to speed up their practice. Listening to music and enjoying dance can improve your performance. If such ability did not come from the top forces, I am afraid that they would have been imprisoned long ago. I just don't know if this is their own ability, or if both the two major forces have such means. Each of the 9 top Taoist traditions has its own merits and inheritance. Each one has been passed down for tens of thousands of years and has a heritage that ordinary people can imagine, which can be seen today. The banquet lasted for several days. Dance at the end of the two divine maidens. Wang Teng sat down with the geniuses to discuss Taoism, exchange information, and talk about cultivation, which was quite rewarding. Monks at different levels have different experiences. Same thing. In the eyes of geniuses and ordinary people, there will be different views. Wang Teng learned many things from a group of geniuses that ordinary people could hardly know, and he had a clearer understanding of the current situation in Xuanyu. I didn't expect that so many things would happen in just over 2 months. In today's mysterious realm, undercurrents are surging. In the past, Tianjua Palace was dormant in the remote and desolate back 6 states, its whereabouts were uncertain, and no one knew its home base. Only a small number of demonic cultivators traveled in the first 3 states. But now, a large number of demon Dao monks appeared in Xianzhou, Huangzhou, and Yuzhou, burning, looting, killing and setting fire everywhere. According to the speculations of the geniuses, Tianjua Palace demonic cultivator seems to be collecting a large amount of essence, and blood. Whether they are from the monks themselves or from heaven and earth, they are all being collected, and everyone suspects that they are related to the giant demon Dao. That demon Dao giant is probably going to attack the Holy Way. This is the unanimous approval of all the geniuses. The Disha sect has joined forces with Tianjua Palace. Human Desire Dao sect will probably be released soon. Today's Xian territory is in a troubled time. I can't wait to stay for a long time, so I say goodbye. The geniuses didn't stay long, and after staying for a few days, they hurriedly left with their elders. Leave it to the past. No matter which force has a new talent crowned. All forces will send geniuses here, not only to make them familiar, to facilitate future communication, but also to challenge and discuss. And this time, it wasn't just Wang Teng who showed great strength, powerfully killing Duan Tianzhou and establishing his power. It's because of the troubled times. There are a few geniuses with unfathomable strength who never intend to reveal their strength from the beginning to the end. The 9 leading geniuses who came here are all very strong, and they are all ranked in the top 30. There are even a few experts who can be ranked in the top 10. Wang Teng's strength increased greatly and his perception became more acute. Whether it's Ji Fanyan, Zhou Linglong, or Zhang Yunshu, a member of the Divine Maiden of the Zhang family who doesn't speak much, several of their popularity figures are extremely obscure. Only those who have not been specially introduced by Mu Qunyu are slightly weaker, ranking after 30, or even 70 or 80. This gifted viewing ceremony is basically equivalent to a meeting between the descendants of all forces, just like those kings. We may have to fight side by side in the future. Wang Teng is now considered one of the top geniuses in Xuanyu. With his identity, he represents the true martial academy when he walks outside. He is no longer just an individual, but almost a descendant. Wang Teng settled in a new dojo. Yaolong and Su Xiaoxiao were both brought over by him. This is the exclusive dojo for descendants of past generations, and has opened up various cultivation cave mansion, which contains the origin of heaven and earth, as well as the top spirit gathering formation. Practice here and get twice the result with half the effort. This is the Shenglong pill given by the Spirit King. It contains the pure blood of the dragon clan in the Dao realm. It can improve your bloodline cultivation. Wang Teng gave the elixir given by the Spirit King to the demon dragon. Refining it early should be enough for you to be promoted to the 9th layer of the Taoist realm, or even touch the Tao realm. The Spirit King said that he originally planned to send the 5th level top quality spiritual beast directly. After learning about the existence of the demon dragon, he felt that the demon dragon had the potential to be made. Therefore, I gave you this 6th level elixir that was extremely suitable. Its value is not inferior to that of the 5th level top grade spiritual beast, or even more. The remaining treasures can be combined into a wave. Wang Teng took out the gifts from other kings. Level 6 Psychic Dao Weapon, Cloud Chariot. This chariot was made from the Wind God Stone and the Taoist bones of 6th level wind-type demonic beasts. It was also integrated into the souls of the demonic beasts and was engraved with many formations. Used to rush on the road, the speed is comparable to that of a 6th layer monk in the Tao realm. The defensive power is also so powerful that it can be called invincible and can withstand for half an hour. Besides, there are also several advanced formations such as the 7th level Spirit Gathering Formation. It is indeed the work of a king. Nanming Luo, the fire scattered by the top heaven and earth alien fires is a fire treasure, and its value exceeds the 7th level spiritual object. Refining it with a fire attribute body can improve the physical origin, control the alien fire, and improve the efficiency of alchemy and weapon refining 10 times. By incorporating it into spiritual skills, the power can be multiplied several times. Notes from a great master: the legacy of a great master possessing the 5 elements Dao body and cultivating in the 7th layer of the Dao realm contains the essence of a great master's lifelong cultivation. Obtaining it can use it to open up a path of cultivation, and even create a large family in the Tao realm. Enlightenment Mother Tea, the superior enlightenment tea taken from the holy medicine enlightenment tea tree. Each piece is comparable to the 6th level elixir. The effect is enlightenment. It can help monks improve the 5 elements in a short time, comprehend the skills, spiritual skills, and the great Dao. Efficiency increased tenfold. How can the gift from the king be an ordinary gift? Everything is extremely precious. Its value is comparable to 7th level spiritual objects, or even more than ordinary 7th level items. Especially those 1000 enlightenment tea leaves. The ordinary enlightenment tea that was auctioned before was harvested from 1 tael per 100 years to 1 tael to 500 leaves. The number of mother teas harvested is probably even smaller. It's because Tianbao Pavilion concealed something and deliberately created the illusion that rare goods can be lived in. 1,000 precious treasures comparable to the 6th level elixir, which can also be called an extremely generous gift. Wang Teng has seen several gifts. The most important ones are Nanming Luo and Wu Dao Tea. My 5 elements Dao body has great accomplishment. With the bones of the semi-saint Dao, it is not difficult to achieve perfection. One step further, it should be the divine body. If you want to transform to that level, it almost means that you will become a saint. The entire Xian realm will not be more than one hand in thousands of years. This also means that it is extremely difficult. At that time, if there is no five-element treasure like Nanming Luo, I'm afraid it will be difficult to transform. This gift from King Stone is truly rare. Those who can give precious gifts are those with the best connections. Nanming Luo was given by King Shi, and Enlightenment Mother Ti was given by King Luo. They are the two people who have the deepest friendship with their master. Nanming Luo currently has no materials to synthesize it. Moreover, it is precious enough in itself, and its grade is high enough. It does not need to be synthesized, otherwise it will be beyond the scope of my ability to refine it. It's Enlightenment Tea, just the right combination. Wang Teng took out the Enlightenment Tea that had been auctioned before. I have drank more than 10 tablets of this Enlightenment Tea, and there are still 83 leaves left. Enlightenment Tea, the 5th level of the best, the top spiritual tea taken from the holy medicine Enlightenment Tea tree, wonderful effects. Synthetic or not? Synthesis. Enlightenment Tea, 6th level low grade. Continue. Wang Teng continues to synthesize. In the blink of an eye, the 83-leaf ordinary Enlightenment Tea has become the 6-leaf Enlightenment Mother Tea. The Mother Tea will continue to be synthesized. The ordinary tea will be reserved for Xiao Xiao, the others, and the demon dragon to drink. It can also be used to entertain guests. Wang Teng continued to synthesize the Mother Tea of Enlightenment. Innate Enlightenment Tea, spiritual seed, the 8th level. The seed of the innate Enlightenment Tea tree is a treasure born from innate and contains the pure origin of wood properties. Planting it can cultivate the spiritual seed Enlightenment Tea tree, refining it can enhance the origin of wood, control the aura of innate wood, and integrate it into spiritual skills, which can also increase the power of such spiritual skills several times. 32 Enlightenment Mother Teas actually combined into one spiritual seed. Wang Teng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he was pleasantly surprised. Continue. Let's see if we can synthesize the legendary holy medicine. He continued to synthesize. After a while, innate Enlightenment Tea tree, seedling 9th grade middle grade, the holy medicine bred by innate, planted in the dojo, can be used in the grotto heaven evolution blessed land, and the efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy is comparable to that of the 9th level holy way formation. Planting it in the Dao realm can make the Dao realm indestructible, comparable to the saint's Dao realm, and it can also continuously absorb the power of heaven and earth. With enough spiritual energy supply, enlightenment tea can be continuously produced. Practice under the tea tree of enlightenment, it is comparable to a saint instilling the secrets of the great Dao like an enlightenment, and the ability to understand is comparable to a saint. Plant it in the sect, and over time, it can evolve into the holy Dao sect. Half-saints use this practice to practice, and there is a 50% chance of defeating the holy way. You call this a seedling? Wang Teng stared dumbfoundedly at the 10-foot-long tree on the synthesis platform that seemed to be able to support the sky. The tens of thousands of swaying branches actually expanded the gray space above the synthesis platform to a diameter of 30 feet. Chapter 55. Tip: if you cultivate the divine body and the holy body, you can plant the enlightenment tea tree in the Danshan Lingqi in advance, which will help expand the Tao domain. When you break through the Tao realm, there will be no bottlenecks. Moreover, with the blessing of the enlightenment tea tree, the Tao domain can be expanded by 10 times. And, within the scope of the enlightenment tea tree, under the saint, any mental attacks, charms, curses, and brands will be invalid. The enlightenment tea tree itself can also wash away all evil smells, life and death, flesh and bones, and contains infinite good fortune. There are actually hidden benefits. Wang Teng was very excited about this hidden ability. His Tao body, great accomplishment, is one step away from perfection, and has enough resources to practice to perfection, but this step takes a long time. In comparison, it is better to directly transform the Tao body into the divine body. It is different from when the mortal body breaks through the spiritual body and when the spiritual body breaks through the Tao body. Innate treasures are needed to cultivate the divine body. As long as there are such treasures, it does not require the perfection of the Tao body. It can directly change the origin, reshape the physique, and cause the physique to undergo an original and essential transformation. It just so happened that he also had the Nanming Luo and the extra enlightenment tea tree spirit seeds in his hands, which were the innate fire-type treasure and the wood-type treasure respectively. As long as you get the other three items, you can directly improve your physique. We still have to go to Tianbao Pavilion. Wang Teng still has a lot of universal spiritual crystals in his hand. But the three spiritual crystals, or spiritual objects, of gold, water, and earth, are extremely scarce, especially the two spiritual objects of gold and water. Think of this. Wang Teng got up and went straight to Tianbao Pavilion. In Tianbao Pavilion, Luo Yutang has not left yet. The father and daughter are having a heart-to-heart talk about this incident. Xiener, your problems have reached the point where they have to be solved. If that problem is not solved, you will not be able to attack the Dao realm. Luo Yutang's face was solemn and his brows were furrowed. My father took advantage of Wang Teng's coronation to test out the kings from all over the world. Nearly half of them are not trustworthy enough. The most reliable ones, besides my Tianbao Pavilion, are the True Martial Academy and the Shi family, followed by the Ling Yun Palace and the Spiritual Beast sect. It's difficult to gather 7 half-saints. Having said this, Luo Yutang clenched his big hands tightly in his sleeves, feeling helpless and powerless in his heart. The majestic king, standing on the top of the mysterious realm, overlooking all living beings, can't even protect his own daughter. How helpless! For now, the only way is to cultivate you into a seal and not enter the Tao realm, or to take the risk and invite half-saints from several other families. Besides, only the one behind the little guy is left. If that person can easily take away the holy objects as you said, 99% of the time he is a foreigner, a semi-saint walking in the world. If so, that one is most likely still at his peak, or comparable to the 2 old half-saints. This was the reason why Luo Yutang changed his attitude and even wanted to get married. He learned more information from his daughter and suspected that there was a semi-saint behind Wang Teng. If you can please move that person. At least it can reduce the stress by half. Even if that person is still in peak condition, plus the 5 from Tianbao Pavilion and True Martial Academy, they can give it a try. Luo Shuixian pursed her red lips tightly and remained silent. She has been trapped on the threshold of the Dao realm for more than 10 years. The reason why she has not been able to go further is because there is something wrong with herself. Not many people in the entire Xuanyu know about it. She is actually born with a divine body, her talent is unparalleled in the Xian realm, and she is one of the top people. But success is also a divine body, failure is also a divine body. Because she was born with a divine body, she cultivated very quickly. In just a few hundred years, she reached the perfection of the Taoist realm, one step away from the Tao realm. Also because of the divine body talent. She was targeted by a powerful semi-saint who wanted Dao sect when she was young. The semi-saint's method of blood sacrifice unknowingly planted the seeds of disaster. By the time it was discovered, it was already a problem that even his semi-saint ancestors could not solve. Unless there are more than 7 semi-saints to help wash away the brand. Otherwise, you will have no choice but to stop moving forward, or join the human desire Dao sect and become a saint in the demon Dao force. If you choose the latter, not only her, Tianbao Pavilion will also be implicated and become the target of public criticism. Father, is there no other choice but marriage? Luo Shuixian was unwilling to give in. She was born with a divine body and had the appearance of a saint. He has determined to become an unparalleled power since he was a child, and even wants to hit the realm of saints that has not been reached in Swanyu for thousands of years. How can you be willing to become someone else's Taoist companion? Well, Luo Yutang was not willing to give in, but he had no choice but to say, besides, my father really can't think of how to ask that person to take action. Moreover, even if we want to get married, it still depends on whether the junior is willing. The choice is not ours. Compared to Zhang Daolan and Duan Juyan, he is the best choice and the most suitable. This statement was cruel to him, to Tianbao Pavilion, and to Luo Shuixian. But I have to admit that this is the fact. Luo Shuixian was silent. The beautiful face is a bit sad. For a while, father and daughter looked at each other speechlessly. The atmosphere in the room became extremely dull, depressing and irritating. Pavilion Master, Saint, True Martial Academy Wang Teng came to pay a visit. After a long time, the maid's voice came from outside the door, bringing the father and daughter back to their senses. Wang Teng is here. Could it be that Gu Qingyun told him about the marriage? Luo Yutang raised his eyebrows, moved his eyes slightly, looked at his lost daughter, shook his head and sighed. You should think about it and go see him for your father's sake. He strode out of the hall and arranged for the maid to invite Wang Teng to the living room. Nephew Wang Teng came just in time. It's a pity that I couldn't sit down and talk with you at the grand ceremony. Luo Yutang ordered someone to brew the most precious high-grade enlightenment mother tea that he had given to Wang Teng not long ago, and his words were gentle and kind. Junior has met King Luo. Wang Teng bowed his hands in a salute, his face was as warm as jade, and he was muttering in his heart. What medicine is sold in this gourd? It's not normal to be more enthusiastic every time. You are now King Qian's disciple, and King Qian has an irreversible friendship with me. This title is too unfamiliar. Luo Yutang said with a smile, my good nephew doesn't need to be so polite in the future. If you don't mind, just call me uncle. So enthusiastic. Wang Teng remained calm and said straight to the point, Uncle Luo, this junior is here to ask if there are any spiritual objects with the three attributes of gold, earth, and water in your pavilion. On the way, he tried to use his divine power to condensate three items, but he couldn't put them into the synthesis slot, and the spirit crystals were easy to combine and detach. The difference between the divine stone and spiritual objects such as Nanming Luo is quite big. The synthesis direction is completely different. Do you want to buy spiritual objects with three attributes? Luo Yutang was a little surprised, but after thinking about it for a while, he felt that Wang Teng might want to practice some kind of Dao Realm 5-element spiritual skills. Otherwise, there would definitely be no need for these. He was not afraid that Wang Teng wouldn't need it, but he was afraid that the other party wouldn't need Tianbao Pavilion. As long as there is demand, he can use this to get closer. My Tianbao Pavilion has been established for tens of thousands of years, and I have collected countless treasures. Looking at the mysterious realm, I am definitely the best choice for my nephew. Luo Yutang said with a smile, this pavilion has a lot of these three kinds of spiritual objects. I wonder what grade they need. No matter the grade, high or low. Wang Teng took the time to combine a lot of 7th level divine stones, and he was so wealthy that he didn't need to weigh them at all. Here at the True Martial Ancient City branch, there are 4th and 5th level water and earth spiritual objects, but not many metallic ones. Luo Yutang pondered for a moment and said, however, I do have a piece of innate gold essence on my body. Can my nephew use it? Innate gold essence? Wang Teng's eyes lit up, and he was quite moved. Such a treasure, of course it is enough. Excuse me, uncle, how to sell this thing? This is a high-level spiritual object of the same grade as the Nanming Luo and Muadao Tea spirits. The grade can be compared to the 8th level spiritual object, but it is different from ordinary 8th level spiritual objects. However, it is the most suitable for him. It doesn't cost anything, just treat it as a gift from me and give it to my nephew. Chapter 56. No price required. Wang Teng's eyes flashed, he stared at King Luo for a moment, shook his head and laughed. This is an 8th level spiritual object, how precious it is. This junior has already received a meeting gift from my uncle, how can I dare to be greedy again? He was now certain that King Luo wanted something from him, otherwise he would never have put in such effort or used such skill. Without King Luo explaining the reason, he will never accept it easily. Uncle, let's make a price. I'll exchange it for the 7th level divine stone. Wang Teng smiled faintly, picked up the tea and took a sip. Luo Yutang didn't expect Wang Teng to refuse so simply. He raised his brows without a trace, stared into Wang Teng's calm eyes, and sighed for a long time. It's true. I have something to ask of you. I hope the person behind my nephew can help me. He knew that a talented person like Wang Teng could not be fooled, especially since they were related to each other. The more frank and honest they were, the greater their chances would be. Really? Wang Teng understood clearly. Except for those who are destined to become semi-saints such as semi-saints and divine body saints, there are few who are worthy of being looked at highly. Not to mention using 8th level spiritual objects to close relationships. You may have to disappoint your seniors. Wang Teng shook his head slightly and said after careful consideration, it's not that I don't want to help my uncle. It's actually that the senior's whereabouts are elusive and it's difficult for me to contact him. The one who pursues the holy path with all his heart. If I hadn't received his mercy and some favors when I was young, I wouldn't have been able to come into contact with such a person. Even the junior will contact the junior only when that person is in need. This was a rhetoric he had thought up a long time ago, half true and half false. The real part is that he lost his parents when he was young and was homeless. He was taken in by an old Taoist and sent to the Elixir sword sect. That was the first noble person in his life. It's a pity that the person who took him in was already in his twilight years. After sending him to Elixir sword sect, he was never seen again. Even though he made many inquiries and searches later, he still could not find the whereabouts of that person. Just someone who is willing to check these out. We can only find out the existence of such an old man, but most likely we can't find out his identity or whereabouts. After all, the old man who was already on the verge of death at that time was almost certain to pass away after almost 200 years. That is, those who are strong in the Dao realm can return to their origins. It's difficult to span 200 years, not even a half-saint. Is that so? Luo Yutang only looked at Wang Teng's expressions and movements, and it was difficult to distinguish the true from the false. He sighed in disappointment, what a pity. It shouldn't be a matter of dealing with the heavenly demon palace master. Wang Teng drank tea, observed, and secretly speculated in his heart. If you are dealing with the demon Dao giant, you only need to unite with the other 8 top forces and raise your arms to dispatch the half-saint ancestor. There is no need for a wild guy like him. Except this. He really couldn't think of anything else that could stump the master of Tianbao Pavilion, King Luo, who stood at the top of Xuanyu. Seeing King Luo deep in thought, he seemed helpless and powerless. Wang Teng remained silent and did not interrupt, but he became more and more confused. I have an idea to make my daughter and my nephew a Taoist couple. I wonder what my nephew wants. After a long time, Luo Yutang gathered his thoughts and said with a strong smile. He felt that his identity was still not close enough for Wang Teng to reveal his true identity, so he wanted to give it another try. There is nothing you can do about it. It's better to struggle a little longer. What on earth could make Master Tianbao spend so much money? If the 8th level spiritual creature was a surprise, then this proposal was frightening and made Wang Teng's curiosity expand rapidly. But he frowned and remained silent, not daring to accept the move easily. Marriage is common among the top Taoists in the Xian realm, but it is basically the 2nd level disciples, and few heirs come forward to marry. This relationship is not only about 2 young people, but also about the orthodoxy behind them, which has far-reaching influence. Whether it is acceptance or rejection, it is a headache. Besides, this kind of thing shouldn't be discussed with the master. Will the master come to me again? Why do you just show your face? Wang Teng was puzzled. I just feel that King Luo is particularly sad today, and his thoughts may have turned into a mess. Is the problem with Luo Shuixian? Just when he was thinking, Luo Shuixian's pretendingly calm voice, but with a hint of sadness, came from outside the door. Father, can my daughter come in and sit down? Come in. Seeing that Wang Teng had no intention of resisting, Luo Yutang responded softly. Footsteps approached from behind the screen. Wang Teng followed the sound and saw the saint. It's just that unlike the charming fairy before, today's Luo Narcissus looks like a wilted flower, with a hint of dejection in her energy. Father, Brother Wang. Luo Shuixian saluted the two of them as usual. She glanced at Wang Teng with complicated eyes, bit her red lips lightly, and said softly, Father may not have told Brother Wang. Xiener. Luo Yutang frowned and called his daughter to stop. Father, I believe Brother Wang. Luo Narcissus bit her whitened lips hard, looked at Wang Teng who was confused, and said quietly. Brother Wang may not know, but I am actually born with a divine body. Divine body? Wang Teng was shocked. In addition to Zhang Daolan of the Zhang family and Duan Jian of the Tianjua Palace, the younger generation of Xuanyu actually has a third divine body? He couldn't help but glance at Luo Yutang, who was silent. Then he looked at Luo Shuixian, who looked sad and seemed to be laughing at himself. I was even more confused. Isn't it a good thing to be born with a divine body? It should be a blessing to be born with a divine body, but... Luo Shuixian saw that Wang Teng was confused, and since he had already decided, he truthfully confided in his heart and told Wang Teng the whole story. Her divine body is naturally charming. This type of talent is most suitable for practitioners to inherit the Dao sect. Not long after she was born, she was noticed by the semi-saint Dao sect. Because Tianbao Pavilion's half-sage is old, after the destruction of the heavenly demon palace 2000 years ago, he relied on Tianbao Pavilion's broken holy medicine to enlighten the tea tree and proclaimed himself a way to survive. The half-saint who wanted Dao sect took advantage of him. The Tianbao Pavilion inheritance skills were forcibly washed away from Luo Shuixian's body using secret methods, and the human desire Dao sect inheritance and semi-saint Taoist bones were implanted. This will lead Luo Shuixian to the path of spiritual practice Dao sect. That secret method is too hidden. The bones of the semi-saint Dao are also deeply hidden. Not only did Luo Shuixian not notice it, but even the powerful people from Tianbao Pavilion didn't notice it either. It wasn't until Luo Shuixian entered the Taoist realm and inherited the Taoist bones left by her semi-saint ancestors that she realized that there were semi-saint Taoist bones in her body. But then, human desire Dao sect's half-saint Dao bone has been perfectly integrated with Luo Shuixian. Unless more than 7 powerful semi-saints join forces to forcibly strip Luo Shuixian's talent without affecting it. Otherwise, Luo Shuixian will only have 2 choices: self-proclaimed cultivation, no longer practicing, or completely accepting his fate and accepting human desires. Dao sect. Either way is a dead end. Alas, if my Tianbao Pavilion holy medicine had not been shattered by the previous generation of heavenly demon palace master and this generation, it would have been reduced to a broken holy medicine. The demon Dao bones can be washed away with just the power of the holy medicine. Luo Yutang seemed to be thousands of years old, his face was full of dejection and helplessness, and his eyes were full of hatred, regret, and aggrievedness. Anyone who is plotted like this and is powerless will be so cruel. 7 half-saints, or holy medicine. After hearing this, Wang Teng felt strange. Should we say that Luo Shuixian has a good life, or should we say that there is a cycle of cause and effect? He used the mother leaves of enlightenment presented by Luo Yutang to synthesize the complete holy medicine innate enlightenment tea tree. It happened that Luo Narcissus needed such help. Seriously, things are impermanent. Does this count as 1 drink, 1 peck, one's destiny. Wang Teng was filled with emotion. To be fair, Master and King Luo do have a close friendship. But he had just become a disciple, and he and his master had not yet developed a deep relationship, and lacked time to accumulate it. Not to mention with an outsider like Luo Wang. The same is true for King Luo. But at the coronation ceremony, King Luo took out the precious Enlightenment Mother Tea, which was one of the few treasures left after the Tianbao Pavilion's sacred medicine was broken. There is certainly a reason for demand. But the root cause is that the friendship between the two older kings is deep enough, and their demand for Wang Teng is more like a try attitude. It's best if it works, and there's nothing you can do if it doesn't work. Even so, King Luo still didn't play the emotional card, counting on the connection between them, or the master's pressure or persuasion on Wang Teng. Instead, he is willing to take out 8th-level spiritual objects as a stepping stone. He was even promised a marriage contract with Luo Narcissus. Measure this piece. King Luo took it very seriously and did not exceed it at all. It is really rare for a king to face a junior and give him such respect as a powerful person of the same level. King Luo's character is trustworthy. Otherwise, he, a straight-tempered person like Master and King Shi, wouldn't have been friends for many years. Luo Shuixian doesn't seem like someone who breaks his word. Wang Teng thought in his heart. With Master as our connection, we can trust each other. It was precisely because of this relationship that King Luo came to find him, and Luo Shuixian came clean and revealed his trust in him. After all, the saint of Tianbao Pavilion cultivates the Dao sect inheritance of human desire. If this kind of thing spreads, it will inevitably cause an uproar, enough to put Tianbao Pavilion at the forefront of the storm. The top forces including True Martial Academy must attack Luo Shuixian and Tianbao Pavilion. This trust. Wang Teng cannot ignore it. Besides that, having a good relationship with Tianbao Pavilion will be of no harm to me. Tianbao Pavilion is the largest chamber of commerce in the Xian territory. It is spread all over the 9 states of the Xian territory. It has a rich foundation that no one in the Xian territory can match. Even if we don't get married to him, just having a good relationship with him will be enough for me to benefit from him for life. As for exposing innate's enlightenment tea tree, attracting others to covet it, Wang Teng was not worried at all. Not to mention the True Martial Academy behind it, King Luo is also trustworthy. Just the secret of the other party and the unfounded senior behind him are enough for Tianbao Pavilion not to dare to lie. How can I, a junior in the Taoist realm, have a sacred object? That must have come from the senior behind me. Who dares to be greedy? Thinking of this, Wang Teng made a decision. He looked at the father and daughter, whose minds were affected by him, and said with a faint smile, "So that's what happened. Actually, it can still be solved without the intervention of the senior behind me." What? Luo Yutang stood up suddenly. Without seeing what he did, he had already approached Wang Teng, clasped Wang Teng's arms with his 2 big hands, and stared directly at Wang Teng. Full of surprise and disbelief, "Is this true?" Luo Shuixian was also extremely frightened. The dim beautiful eyes bloomed with infinite brilliance, and the whole person seemed to be rejuvenated. The beautiful face was tense, full of hope and fear. "I hope it's true, but I'm afraid it's false." Chapter 57. That senior has a treasure in his hand that I can borrow for use. It should be difficult to wash away the bones of a semi-saint. Wang Teng understood the urgency of the father and daughter. He thought deeply and said, "But I think that washing away the bones is not the best choice." How to say? The father and daughter calmed down a little. Luo Yutang let go of Wang Teng's arm, and while adjusting Wang Teng's wrinkled sleeves, he couldn't wait to ask, "Why did my nephew say this?" "Fairy Luo. Brother Wang, just call me Narcissus." As soon as Wang Teng opened his mouth, he was interrupted. Facing Luo Shuixian's fiery eyes, he smiled faintly. "From what Narcissus said, the inheritance of human desire Dao sect is indeed the most suitable for Narcissus to practice. In this aspect, it is better than the Tianbao Pavilion inheritance. It would be a pity if it were washed away. Does the wise nephew want Xiener to continue practicing this way? Luo Yutang frowned slightly. The methods of a semi-saint are definitely beyond what you and I can figure out. There must be something wrong with that bone. If you continue to practice, I'm afraid Xiener will be controlled by his mind sooner or later. There must be some means. The dignified demon Dao half-saint will never be so kind as to help Narcissus. Wang Teng's eyes were deep and his voice was deep, but as long as we help Narcissus wash away the mark, no matter how many tricks she uses, it will be in vain. If this is the case, it is indeed feasible. Luo Yutang thought deeply. With that half-saint Dao bone, the human desire Dao sect inheritance is in full control, which is enough for Xiener to practice to a semi-saint. It's just that in this way, the difficulty will probably increase a lot. He paused and said with a slight hesitation, "Can that senior's treasure be able to do this? That's a sacred object." Wang Teng smiled confidently and added, "A complete sacred object." Holy object. Luo Yutang's pupils shrank and he lost his voice in shock. Is it still a complete sacred object? Wrong. Can Wang Teng borrow a sacred object? His face was tense and his pupils shrank violently. When he looked at Wang Teng, his eyes were full of disbelief. What kind of relationship is this to lend a sacred object? Holy object. Luo Shuxian's eyes were blank. Even though she is the holy maiden of Tianbao Pavilion, the legitimate daughter of a king, and the great-great-great-grandson of a semi-saint, her brain is still blank. No. It's definitely not just seniors. If you are a senior, how close should you be to lend a sacred object? But that man allowed Wang Teng to become a disciple of a king again. Could it be? As a king, Luo Yutang's thinking is so quick. Soon, he got an answer that was ready to come out, unless that person is an elder of the same clan, and a direct elder of the same lineage. Furthermore, the power behind this senior is top-notch outside the Xian realm. At least there is an extremely powerful saint sitting here. The identity of Wang Teng's nephew is not simple. He can have such a senior by his side, and he also carries a sacred object. It must be the direct descendant of that transcendent force. Luo Yutang's heart was filled with turmoil. I was both frightened by this speculation and felt untrue, but at the same time I felt that there was nothing wrong with this inference. How much stuff is this made up in your head? Wang Teng had a smile on his face, but he couldn't help but curse in his heart. Counting the master, he has seen 9 kings, and none of them is so high and mighty that even if Mount Tai collapses in front of him, his expression will not change. King Luo's breath was a little unstable at this moment. You can see what kind of turmoil is happening in my heart. Although it's a bit pretentious, the relationship will only become stronger in this way. Wang Teng was happy to hear this. Not much to say, just let the father and daughter continue to think about it. I'll come as soon as I go. He turned and left the hall. I don't know how much time has passed. Until Wang Teng left and returned. Luo Yutang and Luo Shuixian finally calmed down. I have brought the holy objects. Please ask uncle to find a quiet space. Wang Teng smiled faintly. My dear nephew, follow me. Luo Yutang was shocked and quickly led the way himself. Luo Shuixian followed closely behind. The 3 of them came together to the most sophisticated quiet room in the Tianbao Pavilion branch of the ancient city of True Martial. This is specially built for the pavilion masters and saints to come here to rest and practice. It is equipped with 7th-level defensive formations. Definitely one of the best hidden treasures in the ancient city of True Martial. It's a coincidence. The 2 of you should be familiar with the sacred object I brought. When Wang Teng synthesized the innate tea tree, he had already established contact with it and easily took out the holy medicine. It is different from the white bone demon Bao and other demon Dao killing sacred weapons. Innate realized that the scent of tea tree is gentle, does not repel monks, and will not harm the owner. It is considered a rare sacred object that low-level monks can master. Wow! The rich holy essence flows. A tall tree with a height of 10 feet appeared out of thin air in the huge quiet room. Tens of thousands of emerald green branches are as if carved by the hand of God from flawless divine jade, crystal clear and magnificent. The permeating atmosphere is even more refreshing. This moment, the three of them seemed to be in the ocean where the origins of heaven and earth converged, and they had a wonderful feeling of enlightenment all the time. It's actually the innate enlightenment tea tree. Luo Tang was surprised. It's more complete and higher grade than the one in our Tianbao pavilion. I'm afraid it also has a certain level among the holy objects. Luo Narcissus is also looking forward to the brilliance, and her beautiful eyes are full of brilliance. When the two of them looked at Wang Teng again, they felt that Wang Teng, who had taken out the sacred object calmly, was as unfathomable as ever. It's such a great kindness to be able to borrow a sacred object. While Luo Yutang was pleasantly surprised, he began to feel uneasy and worried about gains and losses. What could he give in return for such a favor? He was actually willing to borrow a sacred object for me. Luo Narcissus couldn't tell what it felt like. She was angry at Wang Teng's teasing before and wanted to find an opportunity to teach Wang Teng a lesson, but now, Wang Teng wanted to do this for her. By one's own efforts. Do what only 7 semi-saints can do. Darcissus, sit here. Wang Teng looked solemn, motioned to Luo Narcissus to sit cross-legged under the tree, and he also sat on the ground. Excuse me, uncle, to protect the law. Wait for Luo Shuixian to sit down. He relied on the innate enlightenment tea tree to connect with his mind. The eyebrows are shining. The Taoist god stepped out and merged into the ancient tree. The next moment, it was as if he had transformed into a tea tree and gained enlightenment. The vast tidal breath cleanses the soul, making Taoism more thorough and clear, and the soul more transparent. Just for a moment, he felt that the Taoist god had grown several times stronger. The ability to comprehend is also blessed by the enlightenment tea tree, as if he has transformed into a saint. Wang Teng held his breath and concentrated. With the help of the power of the enlightenment tea tree, it penetrated into the body of Luo Narcissus. Under the crystal clear skin, all the blood vessels and meridians are visible, as if transparent, and everything about Luo Narcissus can be seen through. The origin of her divine body is actually the heart. Wang Teng quickly discovered two differences. One place is the heart, which is filled with colorful divine light and contains abundant origin, but it is also filled with the atmosphere of 7 emotions and 6 desires. Another place is the half-saint Dao bone. It is also a spine, crystal clear and glowing with colorful luster. It's not an ordinary half-saint Dao bone, it also contains many origins, and even the essence of the demon Dao semi-saint's lifelong mysteries. This man is willing to spend so much money on Dao sect, leaving behind such a complete Taoist bone. I'm afraid it will take a semi-saint to sacrifice directly using secret methods. This is very different from stripping off the bones. The latter only leaves a legacy, but the former is a means of surrendering one's life, feeding demons with one's body, and devoting all one's strength to cultivating successors. There is indeed a mark. Wang Teng's eyes were as bright as a torch, penetrating into the essence. In that section of the bone, there are dense spiritual power patterns hidden, which outline the image of a woman, lifelike, as if parasitic in the bones of the Tao. I'm afraid this is not just inheritance, but more like rebirth. The saint's ability to comprehend is so powerful. Wang Teng could see through the essence at a glance. That mark was not left by the current semi-saint's residence. What was discovered by Tianbao Pavilion was just the plank road that people today want to Dao sect. It's just a cover. The real intention of that demon Dao half-saint is, relying on some evil secret method, the body of Luo Narcissus is used as a hotbed to nourish the soul and be reborn. What a big appetite! The more Wang Teng watched, the more frightened he became. If it hadn't been for him to come up with the enlightenment tea tree, if it hadn't been for Luo Narcissus to tell the truth frankly. I'm afraid it won't be long. The half-saint soul will be reborn in the Taoist bones, and then occupy the body of Luo Narcissus and replace it. Such vicious means. Even if Luo Shuixian seals his cultivation, even if there are 7 half-saints, he will never be able to solve the problem smoothly. What a pity, you met me. Now that we've taken action, let's do the good thing to the end and let you, the high-ranking semi-saints, become nothing more than wedding clothes. The blazing divine energy rose in Wang Teng's eyes, intertwining with infinite mystical runes. The enlightened tea tree swayed accordingly. Tens of thousands of branches gradually covered Luo Shuixian's body, seeping into the body and densely locking the bones. Destroy it! Wang Teng's soul roared. Tens of thousands of branches, like divine chains of order, exploded with astonishing power. Who are you? How dare you ruin this holy matter? Is this a holy object? Ah! No! Don't! The soul on the half-saint's bones is sleeping, but it can be revived in critical moments. However, as soon as she regained consciousness and discovered an abnormality, she was enveloped in the invisible laws of order of the Holy Way, and was blessed with infinite power. No! He only had time to let out his last scream. The soul patterns on the Tao bones were completely wiped out and turned into nothingness. The power of holy objects is so powerful. In an instant, all the marks of the female saint were washed away. From now on, this Taoist bone will be completely integrated with Luo Shuixian, just like the Taoist bone cultivated by itself, it fits perfectly. Call. Seeing that things went so smoothly, Wang Teng breathed a sigh of relief. The holy object is indeed extraordinary, its power is beyond imagination, and it is absolutely perfect for the half-saint remnant soul brand. You can be sure there are no remnants. It's her heart, even if there is no external interference, I'm afraid it's not that easy to control. Wang Teng carefully checked the Dao bones to confirm that they were correct, and his eyes fell on the colorful crystal heart. The complex desires contained in it are soul-stirring and frightening. If you can control it, Luo Shuixian will be a peerless witch in the future, enough to enchant the world and confuse all living beings. If it cannot be controlled, he will completely become a slave of desire and become an out-of-control lunatic, or even a demon. Chapter 58. Puff. At the moment when the brand in Luo Shuixian's body disappeared, Yuzhou, somewhere in the cave mansion in the valley, a peerless and enchanting woman suddenly woke up, unable to react. Her face turned pale and she spat out a mouthful of blood. That ruddy and crystal-clear face suddenly turned as pale as paper. The 3,000 blue hairs seemed to have lost their vitality and turned into white hair visible to the naked eye. Who is it? How dare you destroy my good deed? A halo circulated around the woman's body, absorbing the power of heaven and earth, and quickly suppressed the injury. Fierce eyes rising like flames looked far away in the direction of the ancient city of True Martial. Is it true that Luo Yutang has enough 7 half-saints? No. Impossible. Master Nirvana was at the peak of semi-saint before. After so many years, her soul and bones have long been integrated with that junior. It is impossible for 7 half-saints to do it. But if so, how can Tianbao Pavilion wash away the brand on Luo Shuixian? Someone is coming. Give this holy decree to Saint Ziyining and order her to quickly go to the ancient city of True Martial. The woman wrote a semi-sacred decree in the void with her bullet finger, hit the cave mansion, and sent it into the hands of a girl. Tell her to do everything possible to get close to Tianbao Pavilion Luo Narcissus, and be sure to find out what she is doing recently and who is around her. Yes, Ancestor. The girl quickly left with the decree. Ancestor, there is someone coming from Tianjua Palace again. The blood demon venerable urges Dao sect to help me quickly. The sect master can't make up his mind, so he specially ordered the old slave to ask for the decree of the ancestor. An old woman came silently outside cave mansion and knelt down respectfully. But what happened? The enchanting woman asked calmly while recovering from her injuries. According to the news from St. Ninglan, Tianzhu Palace went to the true martial academy to establish its power this time, but the third demon was lost in the hands of a junior named Wang Teng. It is said that this junior has only been in the true martial academy for 2 years, but he is already comparable to the great perfection of the Taoist realm. His Taoist body has been cultivated to the point of great accomplishment. The old woman will tell you all the news she got recently. What level of cultivation did he have when he joined? The enchanting woman frowned slightly. Dao fetus realm first layer. The old woman's eyes were filled with murderous intent. In just 2 years, the first layer of Dao fetus realm has been promoted to the 9th layer of Dao god realm, and he also killed the 3rd disciple of Tianzhu. The enchanting woman's pupils condensed, revealing murderous intent. Such a stunning prodigy is comparable to a divine body. If he is allowed to grow, he will almost certainly become a king, and may even become a semi-saint. This son is even worse than Li Qingyu, so he must not be allowed to stay. The enchanting woman decisively wrote another decree and put it into the old woman's hands. Tell the sect master that you can join forces with Tianzhu Palace. If necessary, you can use half of your secrets to kill this son. Yes, ancestor. The old woman left in a hurry with the decree. True martial ancient city, Tianbao Pavilion secret room. Luo Shuixian slowly woke up and let out an unconscious groan. Suddenly, an invisible force of charm swept through the secret room, filling the air with a pink mist, seemingly intertwined with endless desires. Not good. As soon as Wang Teng put away the innate enlightenment tea tree, he smelled the refreshing aroma. Intertwined with that charming whisper, the blood immediately boiled, and the desire hidden in the heart was like an overwhelming sea. Lightly made soul formation light flows. The remaining tea tree power of enlightenment flows through my mind like a clear stream and washes my heart. Wang Teng suppressed the restlessness in his heart. Now you really have become a goblin. Among contemporary women, Luo Shuixian ranks second in terms of allure. Who dares to rank first? Wang Teng was still ready to move. It is the ubiquitous power of desire, the intersection between the divine body and heaven and earth, which affects the aura and even the mysteries in this secret room. Thank you, Brother Wang. Luo Shuixian was completely awake, her eyes were like spring water, and she saluted Wang Teng. Today, she seems to have been washed away, but she is not clear and transparent, but has completely transformed into the embodiment of desire. The charm of the divine body fully blossoms. Every inch of his body, his voice, and his eyes are enough to charm all living beings and turn the world upside down. If you don't have strong enough cultivation and will, even a monk who has just entered the Dao realm may not be able to resist Luo Shuixian's eyes. Well, no need to be polite. Wang Teng powerfully restrained his restlessness. I have completely wiped out human desires for you, Dao sect, the remaining half-saint soul. From now on, you can practice with peace of mind. But he paused for a moment and continued, your divine body is quite powerful in origin. In the future, you must not be too hasty in your practice, so as not to be entangled in the fire of karma. Xiener, please remember your husband's teachings. Luo Shuixian smiled, approached Wang Teng with a smile, and hugged Wang Teng's arm naturally. What did you call me? Wang Teng stiffened and his eyes widened. Husband. Luo Narcissus stretched out her slender hand, caressed Wang Teng's chin, and said coquettishly, you have helped Xiener so much, and you have seen through her body, don't you want to take responsibility? And she slid her fingers down and drew circles on Wang Teng's chest, as if sighing, this is a life-saving grace, and it is also a protector's grace. For me, Tianbao Pavilion, it is no less than trying to win over the world. Even if you give everything you have, it's hard to repay her. Besides giving her body, what else can Xiener give you in return? Luo Shuixian pressed her body tightly and said softly, anyway, my father also said that I will be your Taoist companion. Is this a little too sudden? Wang Teng was sweating profusely and felt uncomfortable all over. He struggled to free himself. But Luo Shuxian's cultivation is too deep, and the divine body of the ninth layer of the Taoist realm can even compete with ordinary Taoist realm monks. Unless he sacrifices sacred objects such as the innate enlightenment tea tree and the white bone demon bow. Otherwise, it won't be enough to deal with this little goblin. It doesn't matter. Luo Shuxian smiled sweetly, husband, if you feel it's fast, then slow down. Xiener can take his time. Anyway, in this Suanyo Kyushu, no one is worthy of you except me. Her beautiful and charming face, full of confidence, and natural charm without any serious illness, is better than any divine maiden saint. On charm. Even if people want to specialize in this Dao sect, they may not be able to match her. Well, take your time, take your time. Wang Teng had been practicing hard for 200 years, had no family, and was not close to women. How could he have experienced such battles? To prevent myself from losing control. After Luo Narcissus let go, he quickly changed the subject. Uncle is still waiting outside, he must be anxious. Well, I have to reassure my father. Although Luo Shuxian looks enchanting on the outside, she is not an indulgent person on the inside. She just received this great favor and was eager to show her feelings. As for the matter of forming a Taoist couple, it was entirely up to Wang Teng to decide, so she was not in a hurry. Xiener, how do you feel? Outside the secret room, Luo Yutang couldn't help but be overjoyed when he saw his daughter's radiant face, which seemed to have undergone an amazing transformation. Father, my daughter feels more relaxed than ever before, as if her shackles have been removed, and the vague pain in her soul has disappeared. Luo Shuxian felt her own changes and couldn't help but feel happy. That's good. That's good. The boulder on Luo Yutang's chest finally fell to the ground. He was overjoyed. He quickly raised his hands to Wang Teng and said, "Thanks to my nephew for saving me, I am very grateful for this kindness. From now on, wherever I and Tian Bao Pavilion are useful, let me do whatever my nephew says." As he spoke, he bowed solemnly to salute. "Uncle, you're welcome." Wang Teng raised his hand to support Luo Yutang's arms, smiled lightly and said, "You and Master are world friends, so there is no need to worry about trivial matters." "Okay. Okay. Okay." Luo Yutang raised his head and smiled, just like a father-in-law looking at his son-in-law. The more he looked at him, the more satisfied he became. Today, I will give a good banquet to thank my nephew. Chapter 59. King Luo hosted a banquet in person, accompanied by Luo Narcissus. The enthusiasm of the father and daughter was almost overwhelming to Wang Teng. Especially Luo Shuxian. The cultivation method of Dao sect is best at seducing people's souls. Even with King Luo as his father present, he still kept making little moves and trying to charm Wang Teng in various ways, which almost made him unable to bear it several times. But it has to be said. There is indeed a difference when a beautiful woman is by your side. Just a few days. Wang Teng seems to have regained his youthful passion. When your father is away, see how I deal with you. Wang Teng Chong sent a message to Luo Shuxian saying threat. Really? The slave family can't wait. Luo Shuxian's eyes were like spring water. She turned her back to King Luo and looked at Wang Teng, full of provocation. The Suanyu from now on will be your young people's world. King Luo seemed to be aware of it. After drinking a full cup, he half sighed and half smiled. The turmoil is gradually rising. It is inconvenient for me to stay for a long time, so I will go back to Xianzhou today. The crisis in Siena is over, and it's time to deal with those guys who want to Dao sect. Siena, please communicate more with Wang Teng's nephew. If you are favored by your nephew, please ask your ancestor to officiate your marriage. Leaving behind a burst of laughter, Luo Yutang drifted away. My future father-in-law has left, I see how arrogant you are. Wang Teng showed an evil smile, and while exclaiming, he picked up Luo Narcissus and moved him directly into the resting compartment next to him. For a moment, melodious music echoed through the cubicle. For a long time, the clouds stopped and the rain stopped. Wang Teng was lying on the jade bed, playing with Luo Narcissus's weak and boneless jade hands. His eyes were half squinted, and he said with unfinished thoughts, "It is worthy of being a divine body. It is worthy of the method of dual cultivation of human desire. After several times of pleasure, it actually allowed me to cultivate. To break through a new realm. This is the benefit of being naturally charming." Luo Narcissus drew circles on Wang Teng's chest with his other hand, and said charmingly, "Otherwise, why do you think people who want to Dao sect are willing to enter the game with a semi-saint, and take the risk of offending my Tianbao pavilion to take over me? Body. If she succeeds, not only can you rely on the advantage of your divine body to quickly recover your cultivation level, you can also use this to double cultivate with the demon Dao giant from Tianjua Palace, which can at least increase the chance of attacking the holy path by 30%. Divine body and holy body are all top talents. There may be subtle differences in abilities between different divine bodies and holy bodies. But in terms of potential, they all have the appearance of becoming a saint. The same is true for Luo Shuxian's physique, and it is even more special. Not only does he have the appearance of becoming a saint, but his dual cultivation can also help fellow Taoists improve their cultivation. Let's put it this way. In the future, there is no need to deliberately cultivate divine power. Wang Teng sighed inwardly. He just wanted to help Luo Shuxian, but unexpectedly, he hugged the beauty directly. I didn't even expect such a surprise. The first Taoist companion in life is actually a divine body that helps both cultivation. Wang Teng is not addicted and does not need to be. Because of Luo Shuxian's cultivation, there is no need to deliberately retreat. The Taoist spirit has been tempered to the extreme, and the divine power has been fully accumulated. She could have broken into the Dao realm a long time ago. It's just that Dao sect's half-saint remnant soul has no choice but to stop there. Now, the crisis is over. She can build her own realm anytime and anywhere. Therefore, Luo Shuxian stayed with Wang Teng. With her here, Wang Teng no longer needs to practice deliberately. Just practice double cultivation from time to time, you can improve your own divine power, and then build new Tao patterns. The speed of cultivation is only faster than before. Junior brother, are you back? Wang Teng and Luo Shuxian both returned to the True Martial Academy. They met the senior sister Li Qingyu head-on. She is still so heroic, her eyebrows are as sharp as swords, and her beautiful face is not inferior to any divine maiden without any makeup. This is also a naturally beautiful woman. It's just that as a sword cultivator, he has a cold temperament. Standing there, he looks like an unsheathed sword, with its sharp edge exposed. Saint of Tianbao Pavilion? You. Li Qingyu narrowed her eyes slightly, not ignoring the closeness between the two. Sister. Wang Teng smiled faintly and held his hands with a smile. I have become a Taoist couple with Xiener, and we will be a family from now on. Taoist companion. Even though Li Qingyu had some guesses, she was still frightened. Luo Shuxian, the Xian realm's most prodigy, was sought after by countless geniuses. It was even rumored that the divine child of the Zhang family and the number one demon child of the heavenly demon palace had promised to be the number one saint of the Xian realm as a Taoist companion. He was accepted by his junior brother? My junior brother has some abilities. Li Qingyu is a sword fanatic and is obsessed with swords. Although she was surprised by this, she had no interest in it and asked in a deep voice, "Do you have time to join me in the world and practice? Is it a mission to hunt Demon Dao?" Wang Teng's heart moved. Good. Li Qingyu frowned and said, "The high-profile birth of Tianjua Palace was suppressed by you and Master, but it was still a complete birth. According to the latest news, the Disha sect and Renayudeo sect are also back. The younger generation of Disha sect has emerged with 10 top descendants, and all of them have the strength to rank in the top 50 on the list of geniuses. It's unclear how many people have come out of Deo sect. But it is certain that it will not be much less than the Disha sect, and its strength must not be weak. It may even be more difficult to deal with than the Disha sect. As for Tianzhou Palace, it is the most rampant. Except for Xianzhou, Huangzhou, and Yuzhou, the other 6 states are in chaos. Having said this, Li Qingyu took a deep breath, her eyes full of solemnity. Our mission this time is to go to Kangzhou, destroy the Demon Dao forces there, and eliminate the 3 descendants of the Demon Dao sect active in Kangzhou. Senior sister, how can you be so important to me? Is there anyone in the top 10 on the list of geniuses? Wang Teng raised his eyebrows, feeling that it was quite a mess. Where is the number 1 demon of the Disha sect? Li Qingyu nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, although he is not on the list of geniuses, he has strength that is not weaker than the top 10 on the list of geniuses. Then go and experience it. Wang Teng was very restless and had already thought about it. Anyway, with Luo Shuixian by his side, there is no need for seclusion and hard training, and this was included in the original plan. Very good. Li Qingyu smiled brightly, I have sent someone to notify junior brother Lu Qing. When he meets up, we will go together. And senior brother Lu? Wang Teng became more and more interested. He felt that Lu Qing was probably a child of luck. But Lu Qing has always kept a low profile, and he didn't show off at all during the Tianjiao banquet, just to get a closer look at the situation. Senior sister, junior brother Wang. Not long after, a faint flame cut through the sky. Lu Qing's voice sounded from far away, and he appeared in front of the 3 of them in the blink of an eye. He glanced at Luo Shuixian next to Wang Teng in surprise, cupped his hands and said, Fairy Luo. Luo Shuixian followed Wang Teng and Li Qingyu in returning the gift and nodded lightly. As the number 1 saint in the mysterious realm, among the top 10 geniuses on the genius list, apart from Wang Teng, only the other top 10 geniuses are worthy of a high look. Now that everyone is here, let's set off. Li Qingyu has always been vigorous and resolute, and he whipped out an ancient chariot with a snap of his fingers. This was the Dao weapon given to her by the senior king who was watching the ceremony when she was crowned. It is also a 6th level psychic Dao weapon. Boom! Along with the strong wind sweeping the heaven and earth, the silver chariot rides on the wind and can fly automatically without the need for a spiritual beast. It only requires a thought. The speed is comparable to that of a monk from the 6th layer of Dao realm. En route. Li Qingyu told Wang Teng and the others a lot of information about the 3 great demon Tao forces in detail. She travels around all year round, slaying demons, defending the Tao, and honing her spiritual practice. Her understanding of this aspect is far better than that of Wang Teng and the others. A clearer pattern of the mysterious realm was gradually revealed in Wang Teng's mind. Chapter 60. The ancient city of True Martial is located at the junction of Huangzhou, Yuzhou, and Xianzhou. Xianzhou is in the center of Xuanyu, Huangzhou is to the northeast, Yuzhou is to the southeast, and Kangzhou, the destination of this trip, is further east of Yuzhou. This needs to span the entire Yuzhou. Yuzhou is as big as Tenyunsis, vast and boundless. This trip was bound to take a long time. After Wang Teng understood the basic situation, he released his sky chariot. This was a gift from the king of Lingyun Palace when he was crowned. It was a 6th level psychic Dao weapon, the same level as Li Qingyu's chariot. He and Luo Narcissus are Taoist lovers. The two became a Taoist couple for the first time, and they had a tender and affectionate relationship, so it was naturally inconvenient for them to live together. Certainly. The most important thing is, Wang Teng got the 3 types of treasures he needed in Tianbao Pavilion. Among them, the innate golden essence is comparable to Nanming Luo. It is a treasure of the same level and is enough to help him transform into a divine body. Treasures with two attributes, water and soil, are mostly 4th or 5th level and need to be synthesized. Innate Wutu, the top earth attribute treasure, the first class treasure under the 9 heavens breathing soil. Refining it with the earth attribute constitution can enhance the origin of the constitution and transform the constitution. Refining a weapon can make it grow into a king's weapon or even a semi-sacred weapon. Innate sunflower water, a rare water from heaven and earth in the world, it is a treasure of the water system. Refining it can enhance the origin and transform the body of the water attribute body. Refined into weapons. Finally, the 5 elements of divine objects are gathered together. Wang Teng drew a barrier in the chariot and asked Luo Shuixian to protect him. He combined the 2 great treasures and then took out the other 3. Nanming Luo, Enlightenment Tea Tree Spirit Seed, Innate Gold Spirit. Then separate a ray of innate tea tree's qi and add a second layer of protective barrier. Wang Teng Tong enlightened the tea tree and began to refine the 5 treasures. When Wang Teng was practicing, Luo Narcissus was guarding the Dharma in the front half of the chariot, quietly building the prototype of the Tao realm. Li Qingyu also practiced in the chariot. Lu Qing felt it was inconvenient to be in the same chariot with his senior sister, so he also boarded his own chariot, but did not practice. This saint actually made a mistake. That little girl is born with a divine body and a rare exquisite heart with 6 desires. It's a pity that I only saw a dormant remnant soul of a semi-saint living in her body before, but I didn't realize this. Otherwise, I'll help you take the lead and capture this little girl, which will be enough to shorten your sainthood time by half. From the inconspicuous old pendant, a cold woman's sigh came out. She is actually a god. Lu Qing was shocked and his eyes flickered. Good. The cold woman said calmly, I should have thought of this a long time ago. If it were not a divine body, how could I be targeted by a semi-saint who desires Dao sect? Master, we still have a chance. Lu Qing's eyes moved, although she is with Wang Teng, as long as I help her deal with the half-saint remnant soul, I still have a chance to get close to her. He had long noticed the changes in Luo Shuixian. The former number 1 saint is now like a witch, full of charm that no one can refuse. How could he not notice? But with Wang Teng by his side, the relationship was so close. He didn't want to provoke Wang Teng at will, so he didn't look at it more. But if there is a chance, naturally he wants to get this peerless beauty. Too late. The cold woman said calmly, the remnant soul in her body is gone. It was erased by the holy object. There is a holy medicine in that kid's body. Wang Teng has a holy medicine. Lu Qing's pupils shrank violently. As a disciple of the saint, no one knows better than him how precious the holy medicine is. That's a treasure that even after searching through the entire mysterious realm, I couldn't find a single plant. Well, judging from the remaining aura, it should be the innate enlightenment tea tree. The cold woman's eyes were as bright as a torch, she could see into the essence and was extremely sharp. She could see through the remaining aura of Luo Narcissus at a glance. This is the power of the saint. But master, didn't you say that there is no holy medicine in Xuanyu? Lu Qing felt incredible. It's true that he didn't have it before, but now he has it. The cold woman also felt confused. She had observed Wang Teng a few times during the coronation ceremony and had not noticed the aura of the holy object, but she actually noticed it today. This is weird. How is this possible? Lu Qing still couldn't accept it. Where did he get the holy medicine in just a few days? He remembered what Master said. The mysterious realm is different from the outside world. It is a semi-enclosed world that is divided by saints. Whether a Xuanyu monk wants to go out or an outsider monk wants to come in, he has to pay an unimaginable price. I can only detect the breath, but it is difficult to trace its source. The cold woman was no less surprised than Lu Qing. She has a great connection with Xuanyu. She personally taught the last saint of Xuanyu, and she understands Xuanyu almost as well as her former Taoist realm. She knows how many semi-saints there are today. But this holy medicine, it's like it came out of nowhere, and the source can't be traced. You don't even know about Master. Lu Qing became more and more shocked, but soon his eyes flashed. Master, can this holy medicine help you recover? Innate understands that tea tree has endless magical uses, so it can be done, but... The cold woman was naturally moved, but still rejected Lu Qing's proposal. The origin of this holy medicine is unknown and mysterious. It may involve outside forces or even saints. You'd better not have any ideas. Don't mess with even Wang Teng. She has already failed once and does not allow any more accidents. All right. Lu Qing was disappointed and unwilling, but he had no choice. Although he hides his strength, he is still capable of fighting against the top 10 talents such as Luo Shuixian and Senior Sister. But if you want to seize the holy medicine, you still need the help of your master. But master is also taboo about Wang Teng. Not to mention the holy medicine, even Luo Shuixian, no one can have any more ideas. It doesn't matter if you miss this little girl. The cold woman noticed Lu Qing's loss and unwillingness, and calmly comforted her. That little girl from the Zhang family is also a god. If you can get her, my master can also give you the double cultivation method. Even if the effect is not as good as this girl, it can still be half as good as hers. In addition, the Zhang family also has a damaged sacred instrument. It is far better to get the jewel of the Zhang family than to provoke the two of them. These words were like a shot in the arm. Lu Qing's feeling of disappointment suddenly became more vivid. Not bad. And Zhang Yunchu. Lu Qing's eyes flashed and he clenched his fists, and the entire Zhang family, Zhang Chen, will sooner or later regain everything I have lost on behalf of my family. Whether it's Zhang Yunchu, the Zhang family, or the Zhang family's sacred artifact, it all belongs to me. Time passes. It takes half a month at the snap of a finger. Wang Teng and others finally arrived in Kangzhou. Why do I feel like your physique has changed a lot? After another cloud and rain. Luo Narcissus drew circles as usual, her charming eyes looking back and forth on Wang Teng's face. As a close person, we have skin-to-skin contact. She was keenly aware that her husband's physique had almost undergone earth-shaking changes in just over 10 days. If it weren't too shocking. She even suspected that Wang Teng's physique transformed into a divine body. How can a mere Taoist body be worthy of a divine body? Wang Teng smiled lightly and played with a pair of plump beauties, not denying this. Did you really transform into a divine body? Luo Narcissus sat up suddenly, letting the gauze fall, and the graceful curves were placed in front of Wang Teng's eyes, still immersed in shock. Replacement guaranteed. Wang Teng didn't take it seriously. If he is willing, he can tailor the exercises, synthesize the required resources, and create a steady stream of divine bodies and holy bodies. You are really... Luo Shuixian's eyes were like spring water, and she was speechless for a long time. But soon, she felt relieved. After all, her husband can borrow sacred objects at will. His true identity is mysterious and he is most likely a descendant of a major force from outside the territory. Compared to holy objects, the physical transformation seems to be reasonable. Physical talent is the foundation. Above this, cultivation is the most important. Wang Teng hugged the charming little waist again, continued to play with the plump jade, and said with a smile, when we go back to practice, we will share the enlightenment tea tree to help you condense out of the Dao realm as soon as possible. At that time, I will give you a treasure. To be called a treasure by your husband, it must be extraordinary. Luo Shuixian's eyes lit up, her eyes became even more moving, and she couldn't help but said, then I want to thank my husband first. Chapter 61. Husband, this is a treasure just passed down from my father. After another cloud and rain, Luo Shuixian gave Wang Teng a space storage Dao weapon. Inside are the puppet talismans that Wang Teng continued to acquire, as well as the treasures of the Quncan attribute. There are a lot of them, but the quality is not high. Thank my future father-in-law for me. Wang Teng put away the treasure and synthesized it. Before that, he accumulated 13 low-grade puppets and 22 middle-grade talismans. Plus today's harvest. In a moment, he has 15 low-grade puppets and 27 middle-grade Taoist charms. Continue. Wang Teng performed the synthesis again. Blood Demon Puppet, the 6th level of the best, comparable to a 6th layer monk in the Tao realm. It has a spiritual intelligence comparable to a 100-year-old perfect being. It is 100% spiritually bound to the host. It can be destroyed with just one thought. With just a thought, you can do whatever you want. Tip: Puppet has not been quenched by mysteries and does not have a Dao realm. When facing Dao realm monks of the same realm, if there are no Dao talismans of sufficient grade, it can only exert 1/10 of the power of the corresponding realm, which is not enough to face the same realm. Monk. The realm of Dao is indeed one step at a time. Wang Teng is still dissatisfied with the new puppet, however, if the divine stone can be integrated, maybe it will be different. This is his new way of thinking. Just do what comes to mind. He quickly took out the 7th level divine stone and fused it with the puppet. Blood Demon Puppet, the best of the 6th level, with strength comparable to that of a 6th layer monk in the Dao realm. He has experienced the 7th level divine artifact tempering and possesses the 1st layer Dao realm. Not enough. What Wang Teng is most indispensable for is the 7th level divine stone. After many combinations, a new puppet was finally created. Blood Demon Puppet, the best of the 6th level, comparable to a 6th layer monk in the Dao realm. It possesses the 1000 refining Dao domain, has extremely high spiritual intelligence, and is comparable to a 1000-year-old monk. It can exert a first-class power under the almighty power. Tip: the Tao domain has been upgraded to the limit. Unless the puppet level is upgraded, the fusion of divine objects cannot be continued. Good. To create a top-notch puppet with great power, it is comparable to a real Dao realm 6th layer monk. It is worth all the effort. Wang Teng was satisfied with this. This puppet can serve as a protector from now on, so we can no longer waste it casually. Other puppets can continue to carry Tao talismans and act as death squads. Tianjua Palace, Disha sect, Human Desire Dao sect, no matter who it is, be prepared to accept this great gift from me. Wang Teng's eyes were cold and sharp as a knife. GG. As expected of the true martial academy, you are so brave. Suddenly, a dark sneer came from the sky. More than a dozen auras soared into the sky, like divine pillars reaching the sky, soaring into the sky with terrifying momentum. Rolling demonic energy swept over. 17 demon Dao monks were distributed in all directions, sealing the sky and the earth, trapping Wang Teng and his 4 chariots. Not good. Everyone got out of the chariot. I saw that hundreds of miles around were blocked, and the demon Dao monks suddenly appeared. They all had strong auras, and at least they were at the 9th layer level of Dao God realm. The first 3 figures are Tao realm monks. Bang! 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 Crisp applause resounded from all directions. You really don't know how to live or die. How dare you come to Kangzhou to besiege and kill the descendant of my evil sect? It's a pity that the holy son of our sect has already known about your whereabouts and has laid a dragnet, just waiting for you guys who don't know how high the sky is to die. A figure shrouded in black evil aura walked out slowly, wearing a black cloak and a ghostly look on his face. Elder Geshe of Disha sect. Li Qingyu stood on top of the chariot, his eyes as cold and sharp as a sword. Now that you know my identity, you'd better arrest me without any effort, otherwise, my ghost formation will not be easy for you. The ghostly Elder Gg smiled strangely. It's not just Elder Geshe, I am also here. And me. The other 2 Dao realm monks took a step forward and also revealed their evil ghost faces, but the lines were different. Blood Fiend. Hades. Li Qingyu's eyes narrowed and she could see through the identity of the 2 people. These three are all senior Tao realm experts from the Disha sect. They have practiced for thousands of years and became famous 300 years ago. Especially the ghost evil spirits, who are skilled in formations and knowledgeable about heaven and earth, are extremely difficult to deal with. With a heavy heart, she explained to several people, although other demonic cultivators are only ninth layers of the Taoist realm, they are actually part of the ghost evil formation. They join forces to perform the ghost evil formation, and use three Tao realm powerhouses to form the formation. Even those who are strong in the fourth layer of the Dao realm are unable to do anything. Lu Qing frowned and remained silent. Just the divine light flowing from his forehead released a palm-sized furnace, which turned into 1,000 jin furnace cauldron hanging above his head in the blink of an eye. Wisps of firelight fell down like a curtain of fire, protecting him. Husband, I have a divine body and can fight them. Luo Narcissus also sacrificed the Dao weapon, which was a jade vase hanging on a chariot in the sky, with precious light hanging down to protect her and Wang Teng. However, this formation is weird and difficult to break through. I'm afraid it will require family elders to come to the rescue. She knew this was a trap, so she must have made complete preparations for them. A jade slip of communication has been crushed in my hand. Gigi, the Holy Sun sent us to ambush you, how could we not make preparations and let you be summoned? Elder Gisha gave a strange laugh, and the formation diagram above his head appeared, connected with the energy of the 14 Taoist monks, and turned into a barrier. Today, you will die. He screamed sharply and released his killing move. The evil energy in the sky turned into the light of swords and shadows and swept across all directions. No, the summons cannot be sent. Li Qingyu and Lu Qing also tried, but there was no response. Two of you, this treasure bottle of mine is a 4th level psychic Dao weapon refined with the method of destiny. As long as you work together with me, it may not be impossible to resist. Luo Shuxian's pretty face tightened, and she tried her best to activate the bottle, intending to have a stalemate with it. She knew that Wang Teng had many 7th level divine stones on his body. If he used this to activate the treasure bottle and gather everyone's power, he might not be able to defeat the opponent. Why do you need so much trouble? Wang Teng held Luo Shuxian in his arms. A few old bastards can be destroyed with a snap of their fingers. Junior brother, don't be careless. Seeing Wang Teng being so casual, Li Qingyu immediately reminded him in a deep voice, put away the chariot, and came over to activate the vase with Luo Shuxian. That's right. Although we can travel across the Taoist realm, the Tao realm is a different world. The gap between us is bigger than the gap between mortals and us. Lu Qing also flew to the chariot deck and used all his strength to activate the treasure bottle. To them, Luo Shuxian's proposal is undoubtedly the best solution. You can not only use the maximum power of the aquarium to resist the evil spirits, but you can also conserve your strength and unite everyone's power into one. You're just a junior, you dare to speak arrogant words even when you're about to die. You are the new true disciple of True Martial Academy, right? Tianjua Palace failed twice in 2 attempts. It seems that I still have to destroy you. Junior suffers death. The 3 elders shouted sharply and took action with all their strength. Clang! 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 The evil energy and divine light that filled the sky fell on the vase, making a thundering sound. That terrifying power is enough to easily destroy any monk under the 4th layer of the Dao realm. They are the proud ones and work together. The vase is still shaky. Husband, I still need you to burn some 7th level sacred stones. Luo Shuxian pinched the seal with his hand and said anxiously. Today I will show you what a husband can do. Wang Teng looked calm. With a snap of his fingers, he summoned the newly synthesized 6th level top quality puppet. As soon as the tall puppet appeared, its astonishing momentum eclipsed the sky and the earth, and its majestic pressure instantly defeated the evil aura in the sky. A Dao realm monk. Junior brother brought a guardian. But he is not like me, the senior from True Martial Academy. There was a look of surprise in Li Qingyu's beautiful eyes, and her eyes were fixed on the tall figure in front of her. Judging from the aura, she was probably above the fourth layer of the Taoist realm. This little guy is really not simple. He actually carries a puppet that is comparable to a sixth layer monk in the Tao realm. In Lu Qing's old pendant, the cold woman's voice sounded surprised. Puppet? A puppet of such a high level? Lu Qing was shocked. Is this my husband's protector? Luo Shuixian was not surprised, but felt more and more that Wang Teng had a profound background. Dao realm monks stand at the top of the Xian realm. They are all the top leaders of the major forces, and even ancestor-level figures are willing to become protectors of the Dao. What kind of background is this? Not a protector, just a thug. Let's practice my skills. Wang Teng smiled faintly. He had been synthesizing the puppet for a long time and was missing the opportunity to practice his skills. He didn't expect someone to come to his door so soon. With his experience, those Taoist ninth-layer demonic cultivators are not perfected beings, they should also be puppets. If you can get it. His army of puppets can add a few Dao realm figures. Puppet Yi, take down 3 old bastards and capture the others alive. Wang Teng said calmly. The puppet named Puppet Yi took a step forward and instantly released 1,000 miles of Dao domain. Boom! The 6th layer monks in Dao realm are so terrifying. It is not an exaggeration to say that the Dao realm that has gone through thousands of trainings is an independent world. How can it be blocked by a mere ghost formation? Puff! The formation was shattered on the spot. The 3 elders of Sha sect in Dao realm were backlashed, and they immediately vomited blood. Impossible! We are waiting for the news that there are no Dao realm monks accompanying us. The 1,000 refiners strongman appears from nowhere. The 3 ghosts and ghosts felt unbelievable. They were fully prepared for this ambush. However, no one paid any attention to them. Buzz! Puppet 1 grasps the void. As if he had become the master of 1,000 miles of heaven and earth, the power of mysteries surged across the sky and condensed into a giant hand of mysteries, directly holding all the demonic cultivators in his palm. Master, how to deal with them? The puppet captured many demonic cultivators with one hand, knelt on one knee, and made a low and hoarse voice. Owner! The pupils of the 3 peerless geniuses shrank violently. An almost powerful man actually calls a junior his master? Tao Shen Minghui, keep the body, I want to do some experiments. Wang Teng originally wanted to kill 3 Dao realm old ghosts. But think about it. Dao weapon can also be refined from the remains of Dao realm monks. It may not be used as a material to synthesize with puppets. Kangzhou is such a good place. I only thought about acquiring puppets before. Why didn't I think about killing the demonic cultivator and making my own? Wang Teng's heart suddenly became lively. Chapter 62. A crisis was resolved. Li Qingyu, Luo Shuixian, and Lu Qing were still at a loss. Sure enough, my husband comes from the top power outside the region. Luo Shuixian's mind was quick and he came back to his senses quickly, his beautiful eyes filled with brilliance. Use powerful Dao realm warriors who are close to the powerful as guards. Look at Xuanyuju's who. Only her husband has such skill. Is this really junior brother Wang's guardian? Li Qingyu's beautiful eyes flickered, her sword eyebrows floated, and she was filled with confusion. She had heard that this junior brother came from the small place of Yunzhou, but now it seems that those are all illusions. This is probably a Qianlian Dao domain expert from the 6th layer of the Dao domain. He is actually used to protect the Dao. Could it be that he comes from outside the territory? Li Qingyu's heart was shaken. His identity is indeed not simple. Lu Qing was also shocked. This is a Dao realm 6th layer puppet, and it possesses the Dao realm. The technique is so exquisite that even a master can only refine it if a saint is still in cultivation. The cold woman in the pendant said calmly, now it is certain that he must have come from outside the mysterious realm. It's just that this method is completely different from the forces known to Master. She pondered for a moment and said with a slight hesitation, "Let's take a look. If you are not a teacher of those opponents, you can try to contact them. Maybe they can be a help in the future." Master still needs his help. Lu Qing felt a little uncomfortable. "You don't know how strong your opponent is." The cold woman sighed faintly. "Back then, your senior brother, who was the last saint in the Xian realm 10,000 years ago, still died. Although Xuanyu is in a semi-closed state now, those opponents have suffered a defeat and failed to find a master, so they will definitely not give up. Unless no one is ever sanctified. Otherwise, when you become a saint and the mysterious realm is connected to the outside world, it will be the day when those people come. By then, you may have to face more than just saints." She thought for a while and said, "Separate from them, go to Kangzhou fire territory first, and help you refine the holy fire for me." "Good." Lu Qing clenched his fists and swore secretly. "What about the descendants of great forces outside the mysterious territory? With Master, a saint, here, once he gets the legacy of Master and senior brother, he will be able to cultivate a divine body and possess a holy weapon. There will be sanctification in the future. It is not a dream to surpass Wang Teng, a descendant of a family from a foreign holy land." Wang Teng didn't have that much thought. Seeing that Hunter was happy, he was eager to try. He took the puppets back to the sky chariot and decisively put all the puppets into the synthesis column. A moment of effort. The leftover scraps from before, plus the dissect puppet and corpse, plus the divine stone, combined to create a brand new 6th level top quality puppet. Blood Fiend puppet, the best of the 6th level, comparable to a 6th layer monk in the Dao realm, possessing the Blood Fiend Dao realm of 1000 refiners. Pretty. Starting today, sweep across Kangzhou and loot Demon Dao. Today's Wang Teng is comparable to a top force among the 9 major forces, and he has full confidence. Lu Qing is gone. Wang Teng was a little surprised by this, but not surprised either. So it seems. There is a 90% chance that there is an old man in him. I heard that the ancient sage of the Zhang family thousands of years ago was this way, and it is also said that the holy fire was left behind by him. It seems that this old man is probably the remnant soul of the ancient saint of the Zhang family, or is related to him. Wang Teng thought for a moment and understood Lu Qing's intention. Most likely they were heading towards the fire domain in Kangzhou that had been burning for tens of thousands of years. It is rumored that the fire realm is the source of the holy fire left by the ancient saint. If you can subdue it and refine it, you can become a semi-saint instantly, and even have a half chance of reaching the realm of a saint. For this sacred fire, Wang Teng was also somewhat interested. But he knows. With the remnant soul of the ancient saint, I basically have no chance, and it's not worth the risk. It is said that the earthly evil sect is in charge of the earthly evil fire. This fire is also one of the top exotic fires in the Xian realm, second only to the holy fire. There is also the Scarlet Heart demonic flame of Tianjua Palace. Get them and synthesize them, and you can still get the holy fire. Even after undergoing the baptism of the synthesis platform, you can be directly bound to it for better control, which is far more efficient than taking risks. The next half-month, Wang Teng led Luo Narcissus and senior sister Li Qingyu on a rampage across Kangzhou, wiping out several Disha sect strongholds one after another. Killed more than 200 Dao Shen realm demonic cultivators. Dao realm also killed 2 of them. However, in order to achieve the purpose of experience, he did not use puppets to sweep away, but gave Li Qingyu and Luo Narcissus a chance. Unless they were invincible, they would not use puppets. The results were unexpected. Dao Shen realm demonic cultivator was easily wiped out. Even those 2 Dao realms were killed by 3 people working together. A hole. These 3 brats are too presumptuous. An underground palace somewhere in Kangzhou. This is the headquarters of the Disha sect. Since the heavenly demon palace split 2000 years ago, the remnants of their lineage have fled here. After 2000 years of recuperation, it was not easy to control half of Kangsu's territory, establish a huge foundation, and restore some vitality. Now, 1/3 of the power has been wiped out by 3 juniors. How can I bear it? Is the true martial academy going to break up with the Disha sect and start a complete war? Damn it! They killed 5 members of my sect who were in the Dao realm, and there was also a mainstay like Elder Gisha. It must have been the elders who took action. Don't be lenient. Since they don't follow the rules, don't blame me for being cruel. There were roars in the underground palace. Sect master, I will kill them myself. An old monk with black robes and grey hair stood up, his wrinkled face filled with a strong evil aura. This is one of the few powerful people in the Disha sect. Just a few juniors, why bother bothering Demon Slayer Tais Hang to take action personally? I can just go. That's right. These juniors, if they have any strong people around them, even if there is no powerful person from the true martial academy, I can kill them. Several Dao realm 6th layer elders were filled with indignation. As Demon Dao, they are very moral and only use fellow monks to deal with their peers. True martial academy prides itself on being righteous, but it doesn't follow the rules. Really abominable. I have personally been to the place where the ghost demon fell. The person who took action was a 6th layer monk in the Dao realm who has condensed the 1000 refining Dao realm. You may not be able to do anything to them if you go. As soon as the Supreme Elder Demon Slayer said this, everyone's pupils shrank. 1000 refining Dao realm. How is this possible? Yes. Elder Black Lotus has not sent back any news. True Martial Academy sent out seniors of this level, how come there is no movement? The elders felt a little ridiculous. I saw it. It is true that he is not an old rival of True Martial Academy. Demon Slayer Tais Hang frowned and said in a deep voice, that man has the aura of the blood demon on his body, which is why I want to see it for myself. The aura of the blood demon lineage. Could it be that Tianjua Palace and True Martial Academy are uniting to persecute us? Impossible. Tianjua Palace and our Disha sect are in the same spirit and come from the same lineage. How can they kill the strong men of our sect for the sake of the enemy? Many elders got into a quarrel. Okay, I have also gone to see it. The head of the Disha sect, who was sitting on the throne above, said calmly, this matter has been settled, and the Supreme Demon Slayer will go and investigate. Yes, Sect Master. Everyone heard this and had no objections. There is something fishy about a powerful person taking action personally. As long as he doesn't meet the king, who can stop him? Chapter 63. What a pity. A corpse is no match for a puppet after all. It would be great if the Disha sect were all monks like Elder Gisha who are good at refining puppets. On a barren mountain somewhere in the south of Kangzhou, Wang Teng spent half a month to get a lot of demonic cultivator corpses, among which there were only a few puppets, and the synthesis of the corpses was not satisfactory. So much effort wasted. In the end, only a 6th level top quality puppet was produced. However, it is still rewarding. Puppet 1 is responsible for guarding, while Puppet 2 and Puppet 3 can be combined into a powerful puppet. Wang Teng performed the synthesis again. Soon, the powerful puppet will be released. Blood Fiend Puppet, 7th level low grade, comparable to a 7th layer monk in the Tao realm, possesses almost demonic wisdom, and is proficient in the secrets of Blood Fiend. Tip: the mighty can initially use the holy weapon, which can exert 1/10,000th of the power, and can kill the king beyond the ranks, and can fight against the semi-saints. Can a powerful person use a holy weapon? Is it comparable to a semi-holy weapon? Wang Teng's eyes lit up. The Jushan Mountain River Seal, which is equivalent to his birth Dao weapon, is still transforming, and is now equivalent to the 7th level psychic Dao weapon. Besides, he also has a sacred weapon, the white bone demon bow. It was the former sacred instrument of the heavenly demon palace. After being restored, it has become a completed sacred instrument. Before, it was because of insufficient cultivation. He can only look at it but not use it, which is a waste of the sacred weapon. But now, this sacred weapon can finally be taken out without any scruples. So, the new puppet, equipped with the white bone demon bow, can basically walk sideways in the mysterious realm. Wang Teng's heart was pounding. This is the power that truly stands at the top of the mysterious realm. Husband, senior sister Li is here. Luo Shuxian's soft voice came from outside. Coming. Wang Teng stepped out of the chariot. Junior brother, I found traces of a descendant of the Disha sect. Li Qingyu is as heroic as ever. After seeing Puppet Yi's strength, although he had some ideas about Wang Teng's identity, after all, he was the top genius in Xuanyu and had a firm heart. It will be back to normal soon. Oh. Wang Teng raised his eyebrows and smiled lightly, just in time, let's go take a look. Wait a minute. Luo Shuixian raised his hand and held Wang Teng. We have been in Kangzhou for nearly a month, and we have been searching everywhere but there is no trace of the target. Why does it suddenly appear now? I think so too. Li Qingyu frowned slightly and said, this is most likely a trap. No doubt, it must be a trap. Wang Teng shook his head and laughed, and said, however, even if it is a trap, we have to go. There are powerful puppets that can be used with holy weapons to fight against semi-saints. What traps should I be afraid of? Luo Shuixian and Li Qingyu looked at each other and said in unison, the Disha sect's eyes are all over Kangzhou, I'm afraid they already know that you have a protector. It doesn't matter. If they dare to come, I'll give them a bigger surprise. Wang Teng smiled playfully, drove the chariot, and headed straight for the destination discovered by the senior sister. A few days later, the three of them came to a vast mountain range. There are jagged rocks and towering ancient trees, but there are no birds or animals. It's so quiet and terrifying. Your noses are really good, you can actually find this place. Sitting on the top of a mountain somewhere is a young man in black robe, with long hair like a waterfall, draped over his shoulders, leisurely sipping tea, accompanied by a maid. How can it be so comfortable? The seventh devil of the Disha sect, Qin Yun. Wang Teng had seen this person from the portrait drawn by the senior sister and recognized his identity. As expected of a descendant of the true martial academy, you are so bold, how dare you come to my Disha sect's territory? There was another sneer, and a person appeared next to Qin Yun. It was Su Qing, the eighth devil of the Disha sect, who was also one of the purposes of Wang Teng's trip. Wang Teng kept smiling and looked towards the woods. What else? Haha. You knew it was a trap, but you still dared to come. Should I call you brave, or should I call you stupid? There was a sneer, and another figure appeared. The ninth devil of the Disha sect, the three true successors of the target, are now all gathered together. It seems you are very confident. Wang Teng smiled noncommittally. His eyes turned to the inconspicuous old man sitting opposite Qin Yun. The old man has grey hair, a wrinkled face, and coarse linen clothes. He looks very inconspicuous, but he is the only person he cannot see through. Master, this is a powerful person. Puppet looked at the old man warily and quickly stood in front of Wang Teng. This person is a little bit incomprehensible. Luo Shuixian and Li Qingyu held the Dao weapon tightly, their beautiful eyes staring at the old man, and their palms were already sweating. I didn't expect that the Disha sect would be willing to send a powerful person. Wang Teng patted Puppet on the shoulder, pushed Puppet, and walked out from the side with a smile on his handsome face. Mighty! The two women's pupils shrank and their hearts twitched violently. Is this old man actually a powerful person? Don't be nervous. Wang Teng patted Luo Narcissus on the shoulder and looked at the old man. Senior is so powerful, how can he deal with us juniors? If word spreads, won't he be afraid of ridicule from the world? He he. The old man smiled lightly, but it was a sneer. Who will know if you are dead? I have to say that I admire your methods for being able to quietly bring in a strong man from the thousand refining Dao realm. It's a pity that he can't protect you. He stared at Puppet Yi with cold eyes. After a long time, he relaxed his brows and said to himself, I see, no wonder there is the aura of the blood demon lineage. He has already seen some clues. I thought he was a strong man, but he turned out to be a puppet. Shu Zi, this is really a good trick. The old man looked at Wang Teng again, his cloudy eyes gradually sharpened, revealing a fierce look, indicating that murderous intent was definitely present. Buzz. Faint ripples exploded. A brand new puppet walked out from behind Wang Teng. He was shrouded in a black robe, and he was dressed exactly like the Disha sect. He raised his hand and wiped out the invisible force that hit him. Besides, Li Qingyu and Luo Shuixian were both stunned. No wonder Wang Teng is so confident. It turns out that there is a powerful person beside him. How many more people did you bring with you? The two women looked sideways, surprised. They spend time with Wang Teng every day, but they never realize that there is a powerful person following them. 7th level puppet. The elder demon slayer's eyes narrowed. In an instant, he discovered that the opponent's puppet was not simple. He was like a real monk, and he also had the power of Dao realm and mysteries. Just like a real monk with great power. Walk. There was no hesitation. Demon Slayer Taishang waved his sleeves, rolled up the three juniors, and turned them into black smoke. Still want to leave? Wang Teng sneered, raised two fingers, and waved lightly, kill them and try to save the whole body. Yes, master. Puppet 1 and Puppet 2 instantly turned into black smoke and quickly chased after them. You dare! Accompanied by a roar of shock and anger. Puppet 2 and Demon Slayer Taishang Elder were fighting together. Puppet 1 relied on Puppet 2's realm to protect him, and frequently used killing moves to fight the enemy together. When the power is angry, the mountains collapse and the earth breaks apart. The battle scene between two powerful figures and a powerful figure from the thousand refining Dao realm is even more astonishing. At the snap of your fingers, the void is shattered, and the mountains and rivers are like dust. Shuzi, this place is the territory of our Disha sect. You and I must be buried here together today. The elder demon slayer Taishang roared loudly and produced a king's mark, which was the mark given by the leader of the Disha sect. Not good. Chapter 64. Not good. Li Qingyu and Luo Shuixian's expressions changed dramatically. Demon Slayer made the mark of the king, sealed the sky and the earth, and imprisoned the world here. Even though they also had the mark of the king on their bodies, they had no time to draw it out and were completely covered by the mark of the king of the Disha sect. Secondly, this is Kang Zhou. It only takes a moment for the king of Disha sect to arrive. True Martial Academy and Tianbao Pavilion are separated by Yuzhou and half of Kangzhou, so there is no time. Don't panic. Wang Teng took a step forward and stood in front of the two of them. Above the head emerges the imprint of Jushan Mountain and River. This growth-type Dao weapon, which is equivalent to the natal Dao weapon, is already a 7th level psychic Dao weapon, which is equivalent to a powerful divine weapon. If it is to activate the power of Jushengzi soil, it can also release a trace of holy power, and possesses the ability to suppress some holy weapons. The waves of black and yellow air flow down like a curtain. Wang Teng and the other three were enveloped in it, and their whole body was radiant with light, resisting the aftermath of the battle. The protective divine light only made ripples. The Disha sect master is here. Luo Shuixian and Li Qingyu bit their red lips and turned pale. A Taoist monk takes one step to the first layer. The gap between each small realm is larger than that of a mortal to the 9th layer of the Taoist realm. This is especially true for the mighty and the king. Puppet 1, Puppet 2, come back. Wang Teng conveyed his thoughts. The two puppets retreated without hesitation. The second puppet pulled the first puppet and retreated to Wang Teng in an instant. Want to escape? Do you think my Disha sect is made of mud? Since you're here, stay here today. The might of the demon slayer power is overwhelming, and the evil aura is astonishing. With every move of his hands and feet, the divine light of mysteries destroys the heaven and the earth. It turns out there is a powerful puppet. No wonder you dare to come to my Kangzhou and act recklessly. At this time, an indifferent voice with a hint of murderous intent came from the void. The boundless king's pressure swept across all directions, covering the four fields, and suddenly pressed the two puppets and Wang Teng into the ground. Visible cracks in the ground. The three of them were protected by Puppet 2 with the power of mysteries, but their energy and blood were still shaking, and their souls were about to burst. You only caught one king? That's enough. Wang Teng looked up at the sky, not only unafraid, but also sneered. White Bone Demon Bao, come out. There was a roar in my heart. A beam of demonic energy soared into the sky, instantly shattering Demon Slayer's almighty realm and also shattering the earthly evil sect master's kingly realm. The void is shattered like a mirror. The billowing demonic energy becomes the ruler of heaven and earth. In the midst of heavenly demon, a flawless dark magic bow appeared in the world, intertwined with the divine light of infinite order, and countless laws were circulating. The terrifying holy power overwhelms the demonic energy and sweeps across the entire Kangzhou. Is this a sacred object? Impossible. The Disha sect master and demon slayer Taishang elder looked down into the abyss below in disbelief, watching helplessly as Wang Teng and the others rose into the sky with a magic bow. White Bone Demon Bow. How is that possible? It has already broken into pieces. No way. That's not it. The two top experts in the mysterious realm went completely crazy. His eyes seemed to be glued to the White Bone Demon's bow, showing deep horror. Holy weapon. The complete White Bone Demon Bow. Luo Shuixian and Li Qingye were also dumbfounded. Her husband, junior brother, actually carries a sacred weapon. Moreover, everyone in the Xian territory knew that the broken sacred artifacts that had long been broken into piles appeared intact. The White Bone Demon Bow appears in its complete form. If the news spreads, it will surely cause shocking waves in the entire Xian realm. I have hidden this treasure for a long time. It was originally prepared for Tianzhu Palace, but I didn't expect that it was used on your Disha sect first. Wang Teng's cold and domineering voice swept the world. He protected himself with Puppet 1, and the Taoist god merged into Puppet 2. He held the White Bone Demon Bow in his hand, just like the unparalleled demon god came to the world. One hand holds the magic bow, and the other hand holds up the sky. The sharp gaze was like the divine sword of order, piercing the hearts of demon slayer and Disha sect master. No. It can't be like this. The Disha sect master's expression changed wildly and he ran away without hesitation. You must go. Otherwise you will die. Ghost Slayer's mind and body were trembling, and he escaped into the void without thinking. Can you leave? Taoist Wang Teng becomes the master puppet and experiences the power of the holy weapon firsthand. The demon-like majestic body stands between heaven and earth, like a giant that is thousands of feet tall. The White Bone Demon Bow has also evolved into a giant bow that is thousands of feet tall. He slowly pulled the bow string. The whole Kangzhou is turbulent, spiritual energy is vast, and laws are coming one after another. Transformed into a brilliant arrow that cannot be described in words. Don't want. A long roar filled with despair came from the void. Wang Teng let go of the fully drawn bowstring, and the arrow condensed by the law instantly penetrated the sky and pierced the demon slayer Taishang elder. The arrow of light, whose trend continued unabated, continued to break through the sky, and then pierced the Disha sect master. Two unrivaled men standing on top of the world. Just disappear into ashes. The void shook and the strong wind blew. The fluctuations between heaven and earth seemed to be endless, and the rules seemed to have been tampered with, leaving only the demon realm where boundless evil energy evolves. Wang Teng was drained of all his strength with one strike. The Taoist god was beaten back to his physical body, and Puppet was almost collapsed. Take their relics and go. He gave the puppet an order without any hesitation. Puppet thought with all his thoughts, rolled up his big hand, and took the relics of the two unparalleled powerful men. He rolled up Wang Teng and the others in their sleeves, and quickly fled far away. Holy weapon! This is the power of the holy weapon. How is that possible? How can a holy weapon appear in Kangzhou? In an underground palace somewhere in Kangzhou. The senior officials of the Disha sect sensed the pressure of the holy weapon, and their eyes pierced through the void, as if they saw the shocking arrow shot from the white bone demon's bow. Everyone was shocked. Report to our ancestors quickly. It took a long time before someone screamed hysterically. No. A majestic and cold voice resounded through the underground palace. Demon Slayer and the sect leader have fallen, and their opponents have disappeared. What? Running so fast? Isn't it possible that the ancestors couldn't capture their chi? Many elders felt incredible. That is the former treasure of Tianjua Palace, the white bone demon bow. It was once broken, but now I don't know who has repaired it. The person in charge of this thing is a powerful person. The sect master and demon slayer died unjustly. The half-life ancestor of Disha sect sighed quietly. But... He paused for a moment and shouted in a cold voice, whoever dares to kill our Disha sect master and supreme elder in Kangzhou must pay for their lives with their blood. Kill them. Many elders were filled with indignation and rage. All monks at the 9th layer and above in the Taoist realm will disperse and focus on searching Kangzhou, followed by the neighboring states. Dead or alive, we must find them. The semi-saint ancestor's spiritual thoughts covered Kangzhou, but he could not find out the auras of Wang Teng and others, and could not trace back to their origins. He knew that it was caused by the power of the holy weapon. The rules of heaven and earth in Kangzhou have been affected by the white bone demon bow, or even tampered with, and even a half-saint cannot heal it. It is even more impossible to go back to our roots in this kind of environment. To find the culprit. There is only one way to find it with your naked eyes.